Xing tried to comprehend the power of the heavenly soul from the beginning, and now he is almost fully comprehended, which has to be said to be a miracle. You know, when his father, Pluto, fully comprehended the power of the heavenly soul, he already existed in the realm of immortality for 10,000 years. In fact, the level of the power of the heavenly soul is slightly inferior to any of the powers of the Qiao. In these three winds of power, Yifeng comprehended the power of the earth-level space, the power of fire plus the power of the void. The talent for comprehending various powers is more than 4 or 5 times that of the killing star. After just half an hour, the 3 bursts of wind of power completely dissipated. Yifeng opened his eyes, and instantly diffused the power of the earth-level space that he had just comprehended to the surroundings. He wanted to find out whether the super-powerful earth-level power that had just crossed countless space levels was still there. But to his disappointment, there is not even a single person in the space outside the Earth. Not only the super-strong man whom he had never met before, but also the many monks from the previous Tianjia world, as well as the cursed star who went to the sacrificed soul world, all disappeared, not even a trace of wreckage remained. They're all dead, gone. Yifeng felt emotional in his heart. So many existences who have attained the Tao and become immortals perish in the blink of an eye. The life and death of anyone in this world depends on the thought of the strong. He observed the power of earth-level space in his body that he had just realized, allowing him to perceive the space barriers of the second-level world. After searching carefully for a while, he found the world where the Tianjia world was located. This world turned out to be a world where technological civilization and cultivation civilization are both important. Compared with the Tyrannosaurus world, which is also a second-class world, there are not many strong practitioners in this Tianjia world, and there is not even one who is close to the realm of the immortal king. But the reason why it can become a second-class world is because Tianjia world also has extremely developed technological power. Even an ordinary person who has attained the Tao realm, after using the technological products invented by him, can display other opponents far exceeding the same level of cultivation. This makes the overall strength of Tianjia world extremely strong, not to mention, the entire Tianjia world has been transformed and armed into a mechanical planet, and any enemy who invades it will be unable to escape the terrifying power of 10,000 years of cultivation. It's really difficult. But in such a world, why deliberately target me? Yifeng frowned slightly, unable to understand. The killing star on the side also woke up, with a happy expression on his face. 3 winds of power let him directly comprehend the power of the sky soul, which made his real strength increase for hundreds of years. Originally, with his current cultivation base of 800 years, with the help of the reincarnation-level magic weapon obtained in the ancient ruins, he could exert more than 1,600 years of power. But now that he has comprehended the power of the heavenly soul, he can display the terrifying power of 2,000 years of cultivation with one move. This is almost the same as Yifeng, who doesn't use the ancient dragon sword. Of course, it was the former Yifeng. The current Yifeng has not only comprehended the power of earth-level space, but also comprehended the power of real fire and void, and possessed 3 kinds of 7 luminous powers in his body, including the power of nirvana. Every kind of power is extremely powerful in the upper Qing Tian, and even more irresistible in the lower Qing Tian. It's almost over. Xing raised his head to look up at the sky, with a hint of sadness in his brows. All of this was brought to him by his fellow clansman, the cursed star. Without the sacrifice of the cursed star, how could he have comprehended the power of the heavenly soul? Thank you, brother killing star, this time. Yifeng spoke from the bottom of his heart. Well, let's talk about thanks. In the future, if there is something in the soul world, you can help me, and that will be enough. Xing smiled slightly. At this moment, the surrounding space began to distort, and a series of figures once again came to the sky above Peach Blossom Island. They were all the souls who had gone and returned. And the flame skeletal dragon demon, who was taken away to avoid the super powerhouse, happily returned to Yifeng's side. How's it going? As soon as Ming Xing came over, he immediately looked toward Yifeng and Shaxing. I have realized the power of the soul of the sky, but the cursed star. Killing Star looked a little gloomy. It's useless to talk too much. To be able to comprehend the power of the heavenly soul is to have no regrets for the evil star. Ming Xing's complexion was also not very good, but he still patted Shaxing on the shoulder to comfort him, then turned his head to look at Yifeng. Brother Yi, the harvest seems to be good? He even mastered the power of the earth-level space you have only cultivated for 750 years. It's okay, thank you Uncle Pluto. Yifeng cupped his hands and said. Ha ha. Pluto smiled and waved his hand. Since there is nothing wrong here, let's go back first. If you need help, just speak up. Well, goodbye, I left a lot of things here, so I can't send you off. Yifeng said. Farewell. Pluto nodded, waved his hand, and led everyone in the soul world to leave together. After the space was distorted, the sky over Peach Blossom Island became quiet in an instant. This is for you. Yifeng glanced at the flame skeletal dragon demon who was having fun beside him, condensed a huge power of real fire, and threw it over. Seeing this, the flame skeleton dragon demon's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. The power of the real fire this time was enough to last for 750 years, which made the flame skeleton dragon demon overjoyed. According to Yifeng's growth rate, the day of its evolution is not far away. Let's go rest now, don't run around, I will kill you if you run around. Yifeng made a threat, and the flame skeletal dragon demon immediately flew down limply, playing in the waters near Peach Blossom Island, and spewing fire from time to roast some fish and shrimp to eat. Seeing the appearance of the flame skeletal dragon demon, Yifeng shook his head and landed on Peach Blossom Island. At this time, Peach Blossom Island is full of waste, especially the people in Tianjia world have just been wiped out. There are many things that need to be arranged by Yifeng. For the many monks on Peach Blossom Island, improving their cultivation is the top priority. Of course, the more important thing is that Qiao Ancient Wood will give hundreds of void vine woods to everyone. This will be the most overbearing weapon in everyone's hands. Yifeng landed on Peach Blossom Island, and everyone immediately surrounded him. Yifeng looked around. Long Waner, Su Menghan, Su Feiying, Yuechan, Zhang Xinyun, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qi, the 7 dragon sword maids, now worthy of their names, stood in front of him gracefully. The 3 daughters Lin Shiqing, Zi Jianlan, and Shu Shu have practiced the immortal alchemy of stars and the immortal Bingxin art created by themselves, and they will not be a problem if they practice for 1,000 years. Except for the girls, almost all the monks who are related to Peach Blossom Island have already arrived on Peach Blossom Island. As early as just now, people from Tianjia world gathered in space, and everyone came back consciously. This also allowed them to seize this opportunity and absorb the wind of power 3 times, which greatly increased the strength of each of them. Regarding the current Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng felt that it was necessary to make a statistics. Apart from Yifeng himself, there were 7 dragon sword maids who practiced dragon sword Ju. Not everyone was qualified to practice dragon sword Ju. Those who practiced the alchemy of the stars included Lin Shiqing and Shu Shu, the 8 immortals of the Long family, Obi, a boy of the O family, and 100 or so soldiers of the Dragon Blood Legion. The soul cultivators on Peach Blossom Island still consist of 80 warrior soul soldiers, the female ghost Mandala, and Ming Yesi, who was imprisoned by Yifeng. Originally, he wanted Ming Yesi to guide the members of the warrior soul army to practice, but now it seems to be useless. After getting acquainted with Shaxing, a mere night thought has no effect at all. I will ask you later. If you are obedient, you can keep it. If you are not obedient. Yifeng thought about it. Among the people on Peach Blossom Island, there is also a more mainstream way of cultivating immortals, which is Yifeng's previous Star 2 Mart. The practitioners include Zhang Yang, Mu Qingqing, Obi's father, and OA. There are also Medusa and Benjamin who are prisoners. These two guys have been imprisoned for a long time. The food and drink are good, but it's a pity that I feel panic. The two of them could be considered to have done something for Yi Feng, but they still didn't get attention, all because they were foreigners. Then how are Medusa and Benjamin doing recently? Yi Feng thought of this, and asked about it, by the way. Yang Shuning on the side heard the words, chuckled lightly and said, "It's quite obedient, Xiaoya. Do you want them to practice too?" "No, kill them." Yi Feng shook his head, his tone was firm, "Then let them practice the soul cultivation method, I will find them for them." "No." As soon as Yi Feng said this, a voice sounded from the side, which seemed to be filled with righteous indignation. As soon as the voice came out, everyone glanced over, only to see that it was a soldier of the Dragon Blood Legion, who came from the wild world and followed Ai Xuanhuan all the way. Oh? Yi Feng was a little surprised. He didn't know why a Dragon Blood warrior would object to treating Medusa and Benjamin like this. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Ai Xuanhuan saw that something was wrong with her own people, so she quickly asked, in the tribal language of Menghuang realm. She. The burly Dragon Blood warrior who spoke out, "Miss," saw Ai Xuanhuan's post, and his face was flushed, but he quickly made up his mind and said loudly, "Medusa is my wife, I can't read it. Let her die." Everyone present was speechless. This Dragon Blood warrior, Miss, actually hooked up with Medusa in the past time. However, it should be Mais who was seduced by Medusa, right? Brother Yi. The little girl in Ai Xuanhuan blushed, and turned her head to look at Yi Feng. He said that, "What should we do?" Mais has always been loyal. His younger brother died in a confrontation with people from the royal family, and he also one of the most talented people in the Dragon Blood Legion. He has already cultivated to the 4th level in the Star Alchemy Code. Ai Xuanhuan didn't want to see Yi Feng in trouble, nor did she want to see her tribe members being wronged, so she didn't know what to do. Yi Feng listened to Ai Xuanhuan's words, and nodded lightly. Forget it, if they really love each other, they can choose a date to get married, and Medusa will not kill her. Show her the picture and let her start practicing too. How to deal with Medusa and Benjamin is not an important matter to Yi Feng. Now that Medusa has hooked up with the Dragon Blood warrior Mais, let her have a chance. Anyway, Medusa has been on Peach Blossom Island these days, and her performance is not bad. When Mais heard what Yi Feng said, she was overjoyed, cheered, turned and ran towards the central square of Peach Blossom Island. There was a burst of laughter from the Dragon Blood warriors around. It seems that everyone knows the story of Mais and Medusa. Who can tell me how they met? Yi Feng asked with a smile of great interest. Miss was on duty that night, and when he came back, he told us that he and Medusa were on good terms, haha. Can they have any stories, isn't that what it is? The Dragon Blood warriors were frank and forthright, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Instead, they were a little envious of Mais. After all, they had restrained themselves for a long time after they came to Peach Blossom Island. All Dragon Blood warriors are young people from the Sar tribe, and not many of them are married. In the previous series of battles, relatives and loved ones were killed or injured. There are more than 200 people from the Sal tribe living on Peach Blossom Island, including 100 Dragon Blood warriors, and the other 100 people are ordinary people without cultivation. Now, many Dragon Blood warriors have picked some good-looking girls from the tribe, and got married under the witness of everyone on Peach Blossom Island, but no one like Mrs., who fell in love with a girl on the earth. Hearing their chatter, Yi Feng suddenly understood. It turned out that Medusa deliberately seduced Mais while she was on duty, and wanted Mais to let her go free. However, Mais did not violate the rules of Peach Blossom Island. Although she had a relationship with Medusa, she did not let her leave, but only promised her that one day she would let her leave the cage openly. He did it. Bring me Night Thoughts and Benjamin. Yi Feng ordered. Soon, the War Soul Army and the Dragon Blood Warriors dispatched at the same time, bringing the Soul Cultivator Ming Zi and Benjamin to Yifeng. Minjisai, do you realize your mistake now? Yifeng looked at Soul Cultivator Ming Zi. The old guy condensed his soul and smiled obsequiously. Master Ming Zi knows that he is wrong. On this Peach Blossom Island, he will never dare to behave wildly again. Not only was he imprisoned for so long, but the most important reason why this soul cultivator was obedient was that he felt that Yifeng's cultivation base had increased suddenly, reaching a level that he couldn't perceive. Yifeng, who had been cultivated for 200 years, subdued Ming Zi, who had been cultivated for 300 years, and Yifeng, who had been cultivated for at least 600 or 700 years, could easily destroy him. Lost? It's no wonder Minjisai is disobedient. Very good. Seeing this, Yifeng waved his hand, and a force of extinction condensed, instantly extinguishing Ming Zi's entire body. Many people around were shocked. Who is Yifeng? Although he looks respectful, there is a murderous look in his eyes. How can I keep such a person? Yifeng said indifferently, and then glanced at Benjamin next to him. People who are not of my race will have a different heart. Yifeng would rather believe in Benjamin than in Ming Zi. After all, Ming Zi has a history of hurting people on Peach Blossom Island. That being the case, why not use Minjisai to intimidate Benjamin and let this guy do his best for Yifeng? Benjamin knew Yifeng's methods, so he had been submissive for a long time. Seeing Yifeng glance at him, he immediately apologized and said with a smile, Master Yi, you have a lot of people, don't be as knowledgeable as me. Very well, since you are so enlightened, I have a task to assign to you, and you should complete it for me. Yifeng smiled. Yifeng had to pay attention to the threat of Tianjia World. Therefore, he was going to send someone to Tianjia World as an undercover agent, and Benjamin should be very experienced in such things as undercover agents. Originally, Yifeng wanted Medusa to go with him, but since Mais and Medusa have this relationship, there is no need for Medusa to take risks in Tianjia World. Fuck, undercover? Benjamin swallowed, his eyes wide open. That's right. People in Tianjia World look a bit like Westerners, so if you go there, it's easy to get mixed in. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that you need to learn the language of Tianjia World. As Yifeng spoke, he dug out the information that Pluto brought before. That was all the information of Tianjia World, all stored in a jade slip. Yifeng handed the jade slip to Benjamin. I will let you practice a method of cultivating immortality, so that you can open this jade slip. You must read everything in this jade slip within a month and learn the language of the Tianjia World. Benjamin took the jade slip with some embarrassment. I don't think I can do it. How can an alien language be so easy to learn? Not to mention learning about their economy, politics, culture, history, technology, and more. Only by fully understanding the world of Tianjia can one truly devote oneself to it. I believe in your ability, go. Yifeng patted the strong white man on the shoulder, smiled slightly, then turned his head, and said to Zhang Yang who was beside him, go and teach him the Star Tomb art. As long as he has a trace of true energy, he can open this tomb. It's Jade Jane. Zhang Yang nodded and took Benjamin down. Letting Benjamin into the Tianjia World was only a small move by Yifeng. Of course, he would not place all his hopes on this strong white man. Yifeng just hoped that in the future confrontation with Tianjia World, with such an internal support, many things should be easier. With Benjamin's ability, as long as he understands the situation of the Tianjia World, it should be easy to get involved. The only difficulty is to send him to Tianjia World silently, and this is up to Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng doesn't need to think about this matter yet. By the way, where is my grandpa? Yifeng looked around, but he didn't see Yi Wendian and other elders, so he couldn't help asking. They just realized some strength and are resting. Aunt Tang is taking care of him. Shu Shu on the side replied immediately. well, don't bother them then. Yifeng nodded, and continued to say to everyone, now I have one more thing to announce to everyone, that is, starting today, each of you can have a magic weapon that surpasses the fairy weapon, that is Void Vine Tree. Void Vines? Whether it is the members of the War Soul Army, the members of the Dragon Blood Legion, or the Nanfeng and Dao Scar, they are all a little surprised and puzzled. What is the Void Vine? It is a magic weapon that surpasses the fairy weapon. Only the girls who practiced Dragon Sword Ju knew what the Void Vine was, but they were also surprised at this time. How could Yifeng give each of them a Void Vine? This is unscientific. Where is it so easy to get a magic weapon of the eternal level? Qiao Gumu, it's up to you now. Yifeng's consciousness sank into his body, and he sent his spiritual thoughts to Qiao Gumu. Since it is the branch of the Qiao ancient tree, it doesn't need to be handed over to the blood dragon and transferred to a different space for cultivation like the one Yifeng got before. Qiao Gumu uses its own power to combine the Void Vine and everyone's spirit and spirit with each other, allowing the Void Vine to blend into their souls. As a result, the Void Vines became one with them, growing slowly by absorbing the power of space in the space. Since what is absorbed is the power of space, not the power of the void, the growth speed of the Void Vines in this way will definitely be much slower than Yifeng's at that time, but it is better to be safe, and the power of the Void Vines will not surpass that of its master. Control. Even though Qiao Gumu has countless branches of Void Vines on his body, it still feels a little uncomfortable to cut it off and give it to the people on Peach Blossom Island. But since it has a word first, it naturally cannot break its word. You can rest assured. A faint spiritual thought came from Qiao Gumu, and then began to move. One after another, the seedlings of Void Vines came to Yifeng through space from within his body, and then flew towards everyone in front of him. While everyone was stunned, hundreds of seedlings of Void Vines sprang out of Yifeng's body one after another, and then rushed into everyone's body, merging with their respective spirits and spirits. A member of the War Soul Army condensed his soul body, and he felt the powerful force brought by the Void Vine, filling his whole body. If the Void Vine grows up, he can foresee how terrifying its power will be. A Dragon Blood warrior, after merging the Void Vine seedlings, waved his hand, and a void force burst out like lightning, crushing the space in front of him. In the world where the Earth is located, the power of space is very powerful. Even the space that was defeated by the power of the void was repaired in an instant. However, this also shows how much potential they will have after obtaining the seedlings of the Void Vines. Even the women who practiced Dragon Sword Ju were stunned by the power of Void Vine. Even Yuachan, who is the strongest now, after getting the Void Vine, her strength has also increased a lot, just like the situation when Yifeng just got the 7 luminaries ancient wood. There are more Void Vine seedlings, flying up in the air, and rushing towards other places on Peach Blossom Island. Not only the people in front of Yifeng can get the Void Vine seedlings, but Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, Tang Qingling, etc., who are resting in other places on Peach Blossom Island can also get Void Vine seedlings. Immediately. Break. When the word Qiao Gumu was discharged, everyone felt that the Void Vines they had obtained seemed to have lost their source and completely became their own. Yifeng knew that it was the Qiao ancient tree that had severed its connection with so many Void Vine tree seedlings. Roar. As if feeling such strong void power on Peach Blossom Island, the flame skeleton dragon demon who was playing on the side roared, and its huge body flew up to the sky above Yifeng and the others, circling. Give it a seedling too? Yifeng pointed to the flame skeleton dragon demon. Qiao Gumu didn't say anything. A Void Vine tree seedling rushed out, and instantly merged with the spirit, energy, and spirit of the flame skeletal dragon demon, and even a fierce beast could possess an eternal magic weapon. On Peach Blossom Island, there are 2 little guys who are not very comfortable because of this. Whir, these little vines are too disgusting. In one corner, Qianzai Shanbing, transformed into a little girl, clenched her fists tightly, her little face was pink, and she bared her teeth and claws in hatred. These little vines actually stole her limelight, it's too unforgivable. Next to the little girl, Shuiying Binger, a little fireman floated rustlingly. These two people are Qianzai Xianbing and Eternal Night Flame, who were originally quite high-end existences on Peach Blossom Island, but now that there are so many invasions of void vines, it instantly seems that they are not very powerful. Let's leave here together. Binger badly encouraged, when you become stronger, come back and impress them. Isn't that good? Huar whispered, I'm afraid the master will be anxious if he can't find me. His master is naturally Yifeng's mother, Tang Qingling, who practiced sunflower immortal art. Fart, what do you think, are you comparable to those branches now? Binger said contemptuously, if this continues, will you be able to help your master? Over time, she will definitely become estranged from you, why not make preparations early, when the time comes, she will not be able to leave you. These words hit Huar's heart directly, making him stunned. That's right, now he can't compare to those vines that came to the island, and he can't help the master. Will the master still need him? It's better to sneak away with Binger, and come back when the strength becomes stronger. After struggling in his heart, Huar finally made a decision and said firmly, okay, let's go. That's right. Binger smiled, pulled the fire and ran towards the cross-boundary teleportation array. The power of the void spread across Peach Blossom Island, filling the entire island. Yifeng didn't notice for a while the situation on the other side of the cross-boundary teleportation array. Only after everyone got the seedlings of the void vines, they prepared to set up an array on Peach Blossom Island, the Suzaku oven array. This is a very violent flame formation, and its defensive effect is hundreds of times stronger than that of the previous 1000-image illusion formation. With Yifeng's current cultivation level, after setting up the Vermilion Bird Oven formation, it is enough to withstand the full blow of a 5,000-year cultivation powerhouse. The profound stone of extreme flame is the eye of the Suzaku oven formation. The entire formation will take about a month to complete, but if someone comes to help, the speed will be much faster. Yifeng thought in his heart and chose Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's Yangshen and Shenlong's soul are both fire attributes, coupled with Yifeng's destroying flame sword brought back to her in the ancient ruins. Her flame power is very strong, although it is not as powerful as Yifeng's true the power of fire, but after cooperating with the long sword of destroying flames, it is not far behind. After all, the long sword of destruction flame is a reincarnation-level magic weapon, not to mention on Earth, even in the entire Xiaqing Tian, it is an extremely rare treasure. Possessing a reincarnation-level magic weapon can promote a world to a second-class world over time, which shows its ferocious power. Of course, apart from Xiaoyu, Yifeng would definitely give some gifts to the others, such as the eternal-level Tingjiao Claw, which he gave to Scar. Scar's character is very suitable for this magic weapon. If it cooperates with the grown void vine, its combat effectiveness cannot be ignored. In addition, Yifeng also had a lot of immortal artifacts of various qualities, which he gave to everyone. Of course, compared with void vine and wood, these immortal artifacts are not so eye-catching, but they are still very rare treasures, which can be reborn empowering all at once. As for the reincarnation-level magic weapon, Yifeng still has two pieces, the magic crystal wing and the time pendant, but these two pieces are very useful to him, so he has not given them to others for the time being. In addition, Yifeng also kept the bloody teeth pendant, which could temporarily boost a cultivator's cultivation for 50 years. This bleeding tooth pendant had a great effect on him, and only Yifeng could bear the tyrannical and bloodthirsty aura. Plant the fairy peach tree in the center of Peach Blossom Island first. Then, set up the Suzaku oven array. After Yifeng made a plan, he waved his hand to let everyone disperse. Let's break up, let's rest by ourselves, consolidate the power we just comprehended, and familiarize ourselves with the power of Void Vine. Yifeng could feel that in the three winds of power just now, many people on the field had their own comprehension. Just like Sha Xing comprehended the power of the heavenly soul, everyone present has comprehended some superpower beyond the lower Qingtian level, but it has not been consolidated yet. And with their cultivation bases, they can't exert much power for the time being after comprehending those powers. But when their cultivation reaches a certain level, the power they comprehend will make them stronger than other monks in Zaya Qingshan. Everyone has no time to waste, now is the best time to consolidate their own strength. Among the girls, Su Feiying and Yuechan seemed to have grasped a lot of mysteries. They said goodbye to Yifeng and returned to the courtyard where they lived, preparing to comprehend and strengthen the superpower from the upper realm. The same goes for the rest of the girls. Yifeng only left Xiaoyu by his side, and took her to the center of Peach Blossom Island. Xiaoya, how is your comprehension of the dragon sword soaring to the sky? Yifeng asked, casually. Xiaoyu didn't speak, and her silky body like a fish slipped into Yifeng's arms the next moment. Can we have a little flirt? Don't ask about cultivation as soon as you come back. I miss you. I miss you as well. Yifeng felt that he was surrounded by Xiaoyu's tenderness. He couldn't help stretching out his hands, and hugged her slender and fiery body in his arms. Feeling the temperature of the beautiful woman's body in his arms, and smelling the fragrance, Yifeng couldn't help it. Xiaoya, let's go back. Yifeng thought, planting fairy peach trees and cloth rosefinch ovens is not in a hurry. Now that he just came back, he should get closer to all the girls. Clack. Xiaoyu suddenly let out a coquettish laugh, and slipped away from Yifeng's arms, giggling and saying, little bastard, your concentration is really poor. Just like this, there is no way. Don't you still have to set up in formation? Let's arrange the formation first. You fool me. Yifeng feigned anger. Well, this Xiaoyu provoked his desires, but finally said that he was going to set up in formation. How can there be such a good thing? Yifeng stepped forward, the power of the void condensed, and grabbed Xiaoyu's slender hand. You can't run away. If you don't want to go back, then we'll stay here. The front is the square, no way. Xiaoyu was startled, and her seductive body writhed uneasy. What if others see it? She didn't expect that Yifeng would come for real, and he was going to be in this wilderness. Don't worry, they can't see it. Yifeng put his arms around Xiaoyu's delicate body, smiled slightly, and the power of earth-level space condensed and appeared, forming a layer of space barrier around him. Xiaoyu was arrested because of her own death. In the sky, the moonlight is shining, and the boundless hazy sea fog begins to spread around Peach Blossom Island. This is a scene like a fairyland. Peach Blossom Island, under the moon. Xiaoyu held the long sword of ruining flames in her jade hand, waved it casually twice, and felt the powerful flame power contained in it. You mean, this sword is more powerful than a fairy weapon? Xiaoyu was a little surprised. Yes, fairy artifacts are divided into low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade artifacts. Above the top-grade artifacts, there are eternal, reincarnation, and immortal magic weapons. Every time you upgrade to a level, the power will increase greatly. Yifeng nodded, put his arms around Xiaoyu, and said with a smile, even in those third-class worlds, if someone gets a reincarnation-level magic weapon, it's a big deal, and this destroying flame sword is a reincarnation-level magic weapon. Xiaoyu knew that so far, she was the only one on Peach Blossom Island who had this kind of treatment. After all, reincarnation-level magic weapon was elusive, and it was very difficult to get one. Yifeng would definitely give it to the most suitable person. Xiaoyu's Yangshan and Shenlong's soul are both fire elements, and using the destroying flame sword can complement each other's gains and exert stronger power. What's more, Xiaoyu used the power of the destruction Yanlong sword to help Yifeng set up the vermilion bird of an array. The flame power in the ruining flame sword is not as powerful as the power of real fire, but it is not much worse. If the power of real fire is the strongest flame in Shang Qingshan, then the power of destroying flames is the top 5 flames in Shang Qingshan. In Xia Qingshan, there is still no flame power that can compare with the power of destroying flames. Let's plant the fairy peach tree first. Yifeng took out the fairy peach tree obtained from the ancient ruins from the Bloodstone space, and then dug a big hole in the square of Peach Blossom Island. He had chosen the location. Under the bright moonlight, Yifeng and Xiaoyu were hazy, and a fairy peach tree was planted by the two together. The breath of the fairy peach tree will be able to cover the entire Peach Blossom Island by tomorrow morning. From then on, Peach Blossom Island will become a fairyland among fairylands. Practitioners can practice in it, and their cultivation speed can be increased by at least 4 or 5 times. This is a huge improvement for everyone on Peach Blossom Island. Of course, there was also the spirit gathering stone that Yifeng had brought back from the Immortal cultivation realm, which also added a lot of effects, but under the cover of the fairy peach tree, the enhancement effect of the spirit gathering stone was covered a lot. In the future, even if there are other treasures that can gather spiritual energy and put them on Peach Blossom Island, their effect will become smaller and smaller until they have no effect at all. The current Peach Blossom Island is already equivalent to the concentration of heaven and earth aura in the Tomb of the Dragon Sword in the Immortal cultivation realm. As for the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there is no way to compare it, but Peach Blossom Island is still developing, so there is no need to compare with the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. You can learn more about the power of destroying flames in this long sword. After planting the fairy peach tree, Yifeng said to Xiaoyu, and then asked, "By the way, Xiaoyu, did you understand any power in the Wind of Power before?" Xiaoyu nodded when she heard the words, and smiled coquettishly. "It's a kind of flame power with some magic energy. It seems to be called the power of magic flame. But the level of this power seems to be quite high, and I only comprehend a small part of it." When Yifeng heard this, he frowned slightly. Xiaoyu's cultivation talent is definitely not bad, although it is weaker than Yifeng himself, but it can definitely be compared with the killing star in the soul world. Shaoxing fully comprehended the power of the heavenly soul in the 3 winds of power, but Xiaoyu only comprehended a small part of the power of the magic flame, which shows the high level of the power of the magic flame. Even, it surpassed the level of Qiyao's power. At this time, Qiao Gumu's consciousness spread to Yifeng's mind. The power of Qiao is only the strongest 7 kinds of power in the Shang Qingshan. The power of the magic flame that she has comprehended may be a higher level existence. Indefinite. Well, show it to me. Yifeng couldn't help being curious, so he asked Xiaoyu to try to condense the power of the magic flame. A black flame burst out from Xiaoyu's fingertips, reflecting her beautiful figure incomparably enchantingly, exuding a devilish aura. Sure enough, an existence stronger than the power of real fire. Qiao Gumu was startled, and then fell silent, as if seeing the power of the magic flame, it had a trace of fear in his heart. Yifeng nodded. "Okay, let's disperse. The power of the magic flame is quite strong, but it seems a bit weird. If there is any problem when you comprehend it, please tell me immediately." Xiaoyu nodded. The entire Peach Blossom Island was silent, and everyone was quietly comprehending the new power they had just acquired. Tonight was the night when all the monks on Peach Blossom Island transformed. After Yifeng and Xiaoyu planted the fairy peach tree, they went back. Of course they went back to Yifeng's room together. Long time no see. Just at that moment, neither of them was satisfied. But at this moment, Yifeng suddenly felt something and frowned. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyu asked suspiciously. "I'm afraid I can't accompany you anymore. Someone is looking for a dead end." Yifeng's eyes flashed fiercely, but when he turned to look at Xiaoyu, he was full of tenderness. "Go back and rest first, it's getting late." When Xiaoyu heard this, she probably knew that some kind of blind-eyed person had come to her door, so she nodded and turned to leave without saying anything. She believed that Yifeng would handle the matter well and not even disturb anyone else on Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng condensed the power of the Earth-level space, disappeared in an instant, and went to the Huaguan naval base thousands of miles away. He just felt with the power of space that there was artillery fire aimed at Peach Blossom Island in the naval base, which made him alert, so he immediately came to check what happened. He would like to see who in Huagua would attack him, probably only the Miao family in Yanjing. Yi Feng teleported directly to the general command room of the Navy base, and saw a group of people wearing Navy uniforms having a meeting. The meeting in the middle of the night must be nothing good. The commander-in-chief of this naval base is not from Yanjing Miao's family, but in the highest meeting hall, the middle-aged man Miao Xuanhuan from Yanjing Miao's family that Yi Feng saw unexpectedly also appeared here. Some time ago, the Miao family in Yanjing had already been squeezed out of the political circles of China. However, the centipede was dead but not stiff. At this time, the Miao family of Yanjing once again had a certain amount of power in Hua. The most important thing is that Miao Quan has gotten up again. Seeing Yi Feng appear, the people in the command room of the naval base were all taken aback. How did this Yi Feng appear in front of them? Don't be surprised, he has already mastered the space teleportation technology, so he can teleport like this. However, he didn't hand over this technology to the country, he is simply a completely unpatriotic reactionary. Miao Yuquan immediately stood up, pointed at Yi Feng, and said with a stern voice, "Yi Feng, if you hand over the space transmission technology to the country." Yi Feng didn't bother to listen to his nonsense, he waved his hand, and the power of Nirvana condensed out. Pooh! In just a split second, Na Miao Chuan's entire body was wiped out, without even a trace left. Yi Feng stood in the center of the naval command room and glanced at the audience. Regarding the death of Miao Xuanhuan, he didn't take it seriously at all. He was just a clown, so what should he pay attention to? It's as simple as trampling an ant to death. You killed Miao. The commander-in-chief of the Navy swallowed his saliva, pointed at Yi Feng and was speechless. Where had he seen such domineering power? Just now I felt chilly for a while, and then Miao Xuanhuan felt as if he had been erased from the world. Just like the juice spilled on the glass, it was wiped dry in an instant with a rag, and Miao Chuan's body also disappeared from this world in an instant, which is so terrifying. I'm Yi Feng. Yi Feng glanced at the audience coldly. In the future, whoever opposes me will not survive the next second, you all will remember it for me. Deterrence. Among all the people present, the only one who knew about the invasion of the Tianjia world not long ago was the commander-in-chief of the Navy. At this time, he was in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, no wonder the technologically advanced world couldn't do anything to Yi Feng that day, this Yi Feng was so strong. Of course, as long as you don't mess with me, I won't touch you either. Generally speaking, I'm still a Chinese. Yi Feng turned to smile and said something, then looked at the commander-in-chief of the Navy with deep meaning, and then disappeared from everyone in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng didn't stay at the Navy headquarters, but went to the previous Hua conference hall. Until now, Lin Dedian was still in the conference hall, seeming to be having a headache. Lin Dedian was the only one left in the entire meeting hall, and the big screen that was connected with the United States and Russia had also dimmed. Obviously, as the people of Tianjia world were repulsed, the dialogue between the major military powers also ended one after another. However, the resulting impact is far from over. Yi Feng teleported to the conference hall and sat down beside Lin Dedian. Lin Dedian was thinking with his eyes closed. When he felt some movement around him, he opened his eyes and saw that it was his son-in-law Yi Feng, so he couldn't help smiling. Xiaoya, you're here. Lin Dishan's face was full of worry, and he didn't know what was bothering him. Uncle Lin, what are you thinking? Yi Feng asked with a smile. I'm thinking, where are the extraterrestrial civilizations out there who want us to exile you now? Lin Dedian stared at Yi Feng, then smiled. You solved it? That's right. Yi Feng nodded. There is no need to tell Lindedian about the superpowers who came out of the earth, so let's explain it briefly. It really is you. Linda was stunned, and then shook his head. Not long ago, all the high-end electronic equipment on the earth failed, and suddenly it was impossible to detect the situation outside the sky, and there was also an unknown substance floating in the air. Yifeng knew that Lindedian was talking about when the three winds of power blow down. Afterwards, all the equipment was restored, but no traces of those extraterrestrial civilizations could be found anymore, and there was no response to the message sent. I guessed at that time that it might be you who made the move. Lindedian smiled. I'm just looking for help. Yifeng shook his head, and then said, Uncle Lin, I have a request, see if you can do it? I don't want to be subjected to some inexplicable requests and accusations later, and I don't want someone is bothering me. Independence as a country? Lindedian opened his mouth, surprise flashed in his eyes. This is not easy to handle, after all, Peach Blossom Island is still the territory of Hua Kingdom. Yifeng thought about it, that's right, wouldn't this be an act of splitting the country? Not right, not right. Anyway, I don't want anyone to disturb Peach Blossom Island. As for higher-level science and technology, including space transmission technology, I will definitely tell you when the time is right. Yifeng said instead. Waves of troubles made him tireless. If Lindedian could solve them in one fell swoop, that would be great. Don't worry, except for the members of the Miao family in Huagua, no one will openly oppose you, and will not provoke you again. This is the Miao family. Lindedian pressed his temples, feeling a little headache. Miao Yuyu has already been killed by me. Yifeng said straightforwardly. What? You? Lindedian's eyes widened, and then he laughed. If that's the case, then it's easy to solve. Once Miao Xuanhuan dies, the others are like chickens and dogs. They can be cleaned up in a few days, and this time, we must wipe out all the members of the Miao family. Uncle Lin, please. Yifeng laughed. Actually, I know that you can solve it by yourself much faster than me. Lindedian shook his head, but you are concerned about my face, and you are even more afraid of causing a bad influence on Huagua, so you didn't make a move. It's hard for you. Indeed, if I do it myself, no one from the Miao family will survive. Yifeng was not modest, nodded directly, and then got up. Uncle Lin, I will find you for tea when I am free. I still have something to do on Peach Blossom Island, so I will leave first. If you have anything to do, you can call me directly. Go. Lindedian nodded. Yifeng left. But Lindedian couldn't calm down for a long time. The current global situation has obviously reached a new situation. Whether it is the United States, Russia, or some other military powers in the world, they already know that there are alien civilizations in this world. The technological level of these civilizations is much higher than that of the Earth. Every military power is trying to find ways to obtain the technology of these alien civilizations, but the key to the technology of these alien civilizations is in the hands of Yifeng. Lindedian once again felt his insignificance. This universe is so vast, and he can only live in a corner. Perhaps, he really has to rely on Yifeng to get some ways to prolong his life, so that he has enough time to understand this universe. When Yifeng returned to Peach Blossom Island, the rising sun had already appeared on the horizon. There was no time to rest, so he directly took out the extreme flame profound stone, and prepared to set up the Suzaku oven array on Peach Blossom Island. The monks in the entire Peach Blossom Island not only obtained the void vines, but also comprehended some high-level powers that did not exist in the lower clear sky from the wind of power. Peach Blossom Island is like the rising sun, which is about to stir up the wind and clouds under the clear sky. In this year, there are still 20 days to enter the meditation space. When the time is right, I will devote myself to cultivation, and strive to reach the 999th year of cultivation as soon as possible, and try to break through the first barrier laid by the dragon sword itself. A heavy restriction. Yi Feng knew that if he wanted Peach Blossom Island to rise up and have the ability to protect himself in the sky, the first priority was to improve his cultivation. Now it is not so easy for Yi Feng to obtain the natural materials and earthly treasures to increase the upper limit of his cultivation and his cultivation. Fortunately, he has already comprehended the power of the Earth-level space, and can observe the conditions of all worlds in Xia Qingshan except the first-class world. After a month, the extreme Yantian profound stone was placed by Yi Feng next to the fairy peach tree, and it cooperated with the fairy peach tree to better display the power of the vermilion bird oven formation. At the beginning of the formation, a phantom of a red Suzaku appeared on Peach Blossom Island from time to time. It was the phantom of the guardian of the Suzaku oven formation. Once foreign enemies invaded, the phantom of Suzaku would appear to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. On Earth, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to break through the defense of Suzaku Phantom, unless there are existences from other worlds with more than 5,000 years of cultivation, who come to attack Yi Feng. Of course, it wasn't long before the superpowers on Earth showed up, so in a short time, no one would come to trouble Yi Feng. Benjamin, how do you know about Tianjia world? Yi Feng found the strong white man and prepared to make him act. Lord Yi, the preparations are almost done. I have learned all the languages of the Tianjia world, and I also know most of their history. The strong white man Benjamin replied respectfully. Well, then tell me about their development history, I'll listen. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Benjamin began to talk about the development history of Tianjia world that he knew during this period. This is a very long history, but he quickly told it in the language he wove, which gave Yi Feng a general idea. Learn. The Tianjia world did not rise for a long time. 100 years ago, it was still a sixth-class world that relied on technology to barely become a world. However, 100 years ago, Tianjia world came into contact with a certain powerful force, and with the help of this force, it rose rapidly, and the help of this force was divided into two aspects, science and technology, and cultivation roles. Since then, Tianjia world has become the dog's leg of that powerful force, doing evil everywhere. The name of that powerful force is the Kingdom of Immortal Court. The Kingdom of Immortal Court is not a single high-level world, but an organization formed by many first-class worlds, and one of the member worlds is called the Great Virtue World. The Kingdom of Immortal Court has 7 member worlds, and the Great Virtue World is only one of the weaker ones. The entire Immortal Courtland Kingdom, although crowned with the word immortal, is actually an out-and-out bandit organization. You can get a rough idea just by looking at the actions of the people in the Great Virtue World. Because of the ancient relics, the Dade World and the Yueyuan World are now on the same page, and the Soul World, Tyrannical Dragon World, and Dawn World have also become the targets that the Dade World wants to attack. Yi Feng suddenly realized, no wonder people from Tianjia World came to trouble him, it must be a member world of Immortal Kingdom, wanting to attack him, robbing him of reincarnation level or even immortal level magic weapon. If they wanted to attack Yi Feng, they had to avoid Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and Yueyuan World. After all, Yi Feng had a close relationship with these two forces. Being on Earth is their best chance to start a fight, because no matter it is Dragon Sword Immortal Palace or Yueyuan World, they obviously don't want to fight in the world where Earth is located, so as not to provoke the superpowers from the upper realm. However, they never expected that Yi Feng would call people from the Soul World to die with them. This severely damaged the vitality of the Tianjia world, and it will not be able to recover in a short time, and will not come to the Earth to act wild again, and the other member worlds of the Fairy Kingdom are of course too lazy to do it themselves. It seemed that after a wave of attacks, the Immortal Courtland became quiet and had no intention of attacking Yi Feng. I want to leave after a shot, how can it be so easy? Yi Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, but he is not the opponent of Immortal Kingdom for the time being, even Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and Xuanhuan World together may not be able to match the power of Immortal Kingdom. Yifeng himself has no safety hazards. If he is on the earth, no one dares to act wild again. If he is outside the earth, he will have Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and Xuanhuan World behind him. But Peach Blossom Island is different. The vermilion bird of information can only defend against the impact of a power that does not exceed 5,000 years of cultivation. If someone can exert the power of more than 5,000 years of cultivation, it will easily break through the bombardment of the Suzaku of information. Must find a helper. As long as there is a cultivator with less than 10,000 years of cultivation in Peach Blossom Island, no one will dare to invade the earth. Yifeng did what he thought, brought Benjamin to activate the power of the void. Benjamin, I'm sending you to Tianjia World now. We can't contact you during this period. You can climb up in Tianjia World and reach a high position. Yifeng ordered. Yes. Benjamin's heart was awe-inspiring, and he felt a mysterious force surrounding him, and then the surrounding space was distorted. The power of the void is different from the power of space. The power of void is the strongest power of space in the upper Qing Tian, far surpassing the power of heaven-level space, and can even corrode the space in the lower Qing Tian world. The power of the void that Yifeng comprehended is not considered powerful, but it is also stronger than the power of earth-level space. It is usually used as a trump card and will not be used. But at this moment, only by using the power of the void to open up space, can Benjamin be sent to the Tianjia world silently, avoiding the exploration of the powerful people in the Tianjia world. Soon, Benjamin, a strong white man, disappeared from Yifeng's eyes and entered the world of Tianjia. What happens after he goes is up to Benjamin himself. Yifeng immediately mobilized the power of space to go to the soul world. Shaxing, is your father there? Yifeng shuttled directly in front of Killing Star. At this time, Shaxing was practicing the soul skills of the power of the heavenly soul in the back courtyard. When he saw Yifeng appearing, he immediately laughed, so it's brother Yifeng. My father is not here. If you need anything, just call me. Is such that. Yifeng explained the situation of Peach Blossom Island. Is that so? Then I'll ask my cousin to help you. Shaxing was astonished, and immediately made a decision, and the divine sense passed through thousands of miles, calling his cousin to come over. Thank you. Yifeng smiled and thanked. With the help of a strong man who almost reached 10,000 years of cultivation, the safety of the earth can be guaranteed. After the space was distorted, a soul body appeared in front of the two of them. It was a fat guy, but 9,100 years of cultivation was not enough. He is Shaxing's cousin, Mo Kongxing. Although Mo Kongxing only has a cultivation base of 9,100 years, it can display the power of becoming a fairy for nearly 10,000 years, which is more than enough to protect the earth. Mo Kongxing squinted his eyes and looked at Yifeng. So this is the Dragon Sword Master of this generation, please forgive me. Senior, you are welcome, and I have to thank you for your help. Yifeng cupped his hands. It's okay, I just went to the earth, and I have a small request. Mo Kongxing shook his head and said, I want many, many beauties, do you have any on earth? When Yifeng heard what this fat soul cultivator said, he couldn't help being a little surprised. A ghost wants a beautiful woman? Senior, are you talking about a living beauty, or a female ghost? Yifeng asked in surprise. What do I want to live for? Of course it's a female soul. Mo Kongxing was furious, it seemed that Yifeng's words hurt his self-esteem. Ahem, if it's a female soul, there's one on my island. Yifeng thought of the female ghost Mandala who originally lived in the soul cauldron. Would he have an appetite for this demon sky star? Moreover, there seemed to be quite a few beautiful female ghosts on the earth. If Mo Kongxing wants it, he can find it by himself. Anyway, he is looking for a female ghost, and it will not bring any trouble to the earth. Let's go and have a look. With a big wave of Mokongxing's hand, the power of the sky-level space condensed, and he brought Yifeng back to the Peach Blossom Island on Earth in an instant. Now it's Yifeng's turn to be surprised. This 9,100-year-old Mokong star has already comprehended the power of heaven-level space. It seems that his cultivation talent is not bad. Although he was not as talented as Longjian Xiangong Shubai, he was still much better than ordinary practitioners. Ordinary cultivators, even if they have reached the realm of immortality after 10,000 years of cultivation, still cannot comprehend the power of heaven-level space. Earth, Peach Blossom Island. Mokongxing looked at the female ghost mandala in front of him, and both eyes of the condensed soul body turned into heart shapes. Obviously he liked it very much. Who is this adult? Mandala looked at the magic sky star timidly. This is the senior Mokongxing from the soul world, and he is here to protect our Peach Blossom Island and the earth. Yifeng explained, and then privately sent a divine thought to Mandala with the power of the void. Mandala, are you willing to serve this fat man? Just shake your head if you don't want to, I won't force you. When Mandala heard the words, he immediately opened his eyes and shook his head constantly. Yifeng coughed, cough cough, Senior Mokongxing, Mandala can't accept you for the time being. You see, if you want a beauty, should you go outside Peach Blossom Island to look for it yourself? There are still quite a lot of beautiful ghosts on the earth. Mokongxing stared suddenly. What, this little girl's soul can't accept him? What a shame. One must know that he is a powerful existence, with 9,100 years of cultivation, much stronger than Yifeng. This little girl's soul actually seems to like Yifeng more than him? How unreasonable. Mokongxing said bitterly, how could this be? I still don't believe it. Mokongxing, can't subdue a little female soul. When I was in the soul realm, among those little female souls who had only been cultivated for 100 years or so, who would not stick to him tenderly when they saw Mokongxing. I haven't seen a little female soul who doesn't take him seriously. This aroused Mokongxing's competitive heart. Director Yi, Mokongxing, will live here for the time being. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Mokongxing looked at the timid mandala, his eyes were full of love and challenge. It was rare to meet such a female ghost with character, so he couldn't let it go easily. Senior Mokongxing, you can't force it, otherwise, my Peach Blossom Island is not easy to bully. Yifeng reminded. That's natural. There was a smile on Mokongxing's fat face. Of course he knew that Yifeng's background was Dragon Sword Immortal Palace and Yuan World, so he definitely didn't dare to offend easily. If he is tough on Mandala, let alone Yifeng can't spare him, even his brother Mingxing can't spare him, and he won't be able to go back to the soul realm in this life. Who doesn't know that Pluto attaches great importance to Yifeng now? Then I'm relieved, I'm counting on you here. Yifeng smiled, and then told Mandala, Mandala, please arrange a place for Senior Mokongxing. Mandala knew the layout of Peach Blossom Island very well, so he left with Mokongxing. After solving the security problem of the earth, it's time for Yifeng to go to do some things of his own. Naturally, the most urgent task is to find more natural treasures and improve his cultivation. Before that, he had to make good use of the opportunity to cultivate in the meditation space given by Gupu Longjian. It took 10 days before, and there are still 20 days to use, that is to say, Yifeng can still cultivate in the meditation space for 20 years. At this time when he is most short of time, the meditation space is a very good retreat place for him. On Peach Blossom Island, in Yifeng's courtyard, he entered the meditation space. In the meditation space, apart from the upper limit of cultivation and the growth of cultivation, the bigger change is to comprehend more powers of Qiyao. Yifeng thought about it, and began to widen his meridians while comprehending the power of true water. Once he comprehends the power of true water, he no longer needs to worry about the depletion of true Qi, and he can transform the power of true water into true Qi at will for his own use. Now the power of Qiyao that he has comprehended already has the power of void, the power of real fire, and the power of extinction. If he comprehends the remaining 4 Qiyao powers, his strength will be further improved. It's a pity that when there are no other favorable conditions, Yifeng's speed becomes very slow no matter whether he is improving his cultivation base or comprehending his strength. Time flies like an arrow, time goes by. After 20 years of meditating on the space, Yifeng finally comprehended the power of true water, opened his eyes, and felt clear for a while, but he looked extremely sloppy and had an extremely long beard. With a snap of Yifeng's fingers, his beard was broken inch by inch, and he returned to his youthful appearance. After 20 years of cultivation, his cultivation has finally been raised from 750 years to 830 years, and his appearance still looks the same as before. Not only that, but he also became proficient in the usage of reincarnation, level magic crystal wings and time pendant during this period of time. So far, if he works hard, he can compete with a strong man with 3,000 years of cultivation. Having comprehended the power of the void, and no longer need to worry about the exhaustion of true energy, I can finally try to comprehend the power of orange time. There was a trace of excitement in Yifeng's heart. The power of time is a higher level power than the power of time that opens up the meditation space. If he can master it, he can practice time acceleration anytime, anywhere without relying on the meditation space. Qiao Guma reminded that the use of the power of time consumes a lot of true energy, so you must try to comprehend it after you have comprehended the power of true water. Moreover, the power of time can only be used on the basis of the power of the void, so it can only be comprehended on the basis of the power of the void. Now that these 2 basic powers have been fully comprehended, it's time for Yifeng to start comprehending the power of time. However, this matter cannot be rushed for the time being. Among the powers of Qiyao, the power of time is the most difficult to comprehend. Even with Yifeng's super talent of awakening the destiny of the immortal root, he can't comprehend it in a few decades. Only by waiting for the next time he enters the meditation space can he comprehend the power of time as soon as possible. Now, let's go to Menghuang realm first to find out the inheritance power of star refining immortal code. With my current strength, it is enough to go to the world where Star Refining Valley is located, and take a closer look at what's going on. Even the average person in the Shadow Realm, even the strong, I can easily deal with it. Wild World. This world of unknown level has carried too many memories of Yifeng. If he hadn't come to this world, it's hard to say that Yifeng would have the current cultivation base. The ancient jungle area in the wild desolate realm is just like a lower world. Yifeng could have walked sideways long ago. But outside the ancient jungle area, there are a series of super strong men like the Golden Giants. Yifeng still doesn't know how many cultivations there are. Anyway, with Yifeng's current cultivation, he still won't be his opponent. However, now that he has comprehended 3 of the powers of Qiyao, plus the power of the earth-level space, he still has the combat power of 3,000 years of cultivation, so he can try to explore the area outside the ancient jungle of the Menghuang realm. Lu Feng, the female general of the royal family, doesn't know what's going on now. Before coming to the Menghuang realm, Yifeng gathered all the essence of the power of true fire that had been condensed for 20 years, and threw it to the flame skeleton dragon demon. The flame skeleton dragon demon swallowed it in one gulp, but judging by the way it choked, it would probably take 10 days and a half months to completely digest so much power of real fire. If all the power of the real fire is swallowed, the flame skeleton dragon demon should also evolve. After the evolution, the flame skeletal dragon demon can swallow the power of real fire and become the strongest beast worthy of the name in Zia Qingshan. Even in Shang Qingshan, there are very few beasts whose level can be compared with it. The only shortcoming is that the cultivation base is too low, but it's okay, the cultivation base can be developed slowly, and it is difficult to have a chance to improve the level. If you miss Yifeng's words, it will be difficult to meet someone who is willing to give him the power to swallow true fire. The flame skeleton dragon demon is resting and digesting the power of real fire in the sea under Peach Blossom Island, ready to evolve. Yi Feng left Peach Blossom Island and went to Menghuang Realm alone. What he was going to do this time was more dangerous, so he didn't bring anyone with him. Reckless Realm, Star Alchemy Temple. Yi Feng came to this temple made of sky blue stone again, and saw the inheritance power of the Star Alchemy Immortal code in the center of the temple. Senior, I'm here. Yi Feng floated over, and using his power of space, he came directly to the entrance of the temple, stepped inside, and his spiritual thoughts spread out. Young man, congratulations. The power of inheritance saw the sword on Yi Feng's waist, knew that Yi Feng had finally obtained the dragon sword inheritance, and was finally overjoyed. After all, this meant that his long-cherished wish for many years was about to be fulfilled. I don't know, what is the current situation in Star Refining Valley? I'm going to Star Refining Valley, to see what's going on over there. Yi Feng said, I used the power of space to search the world where the Star Refining Valley is located before, and found a barren place, but I don't know if there are any other hidden places, so it's better to go and find out in person. Senior, you come with me, are you going? The power of inheritance did not shirk, it waited for a long time, and what it was waiting for was today. It turned into a stream of pure star refining power, penetrated into Yi Feng's body, and hid in his core. Gone. Yi Feng gave a light drink, the power of the earth-level space condensed, the space changed in the blink of an eye, and he was transported to another world with the power of inheritance. Refining the star world. This is a barren land, the sea is dry and the rocks are rotten, the desert is endless, and the sun is shining. Thousands of years ago, because the ancestors of the star refining realm provoked people from the third-class world, the shadow realm, the entire star refining realm became barren, and no life was born again for thousands of years. When Yi Feng came here, he found that it was completely different from observing with the power of space. The whole space was filled with a dead and desolate smell, without a breath of life. Yi Feng landed in a desert. This is a real desert, except for the yellow sand, it is still yellow sand. Yi Feng spread his consciousness to a range of thousands of meters around him, but he still didn't find any life. It's really barren. Yi Feng sighed with emotion, and then wandered around the star refining realm with the power of inheritance. At first glance, there was nothing strange about the entire star refining realm, but Yi Feng could vaguely feel that there was a strange aura in the air that caught his attention. Going in this direction, maybe we can find something. Qiao Ancient would reminds one direction. I feel that the last place where the inheritance of Star Refining Valley disappeared is in this direction. The power of inheritance in Yi Feng's body also reminded Yi Feng of one direction and two directions, pointing to the same place. Yi Feng nodded, and quickly flew in that direction. Since Qiao Gumu and the power of inheritance say that there is something weird about that place, let's go and have a look. Soon, Yi Feng traveled tens of thousands of kilometers and came to the sky above an ocean. This ocean was endless, wider than any other ocean on Earth, but it was filled with a deadly atmosphere. Yi Feng's consciousness traveled thousands of meters, and he did not find any trace of life in the ocean. Not a single living thing? Yi Feng frowned slightly, but he clearly felt the depths of the ocean, and there was a breath that seemed to have the same source as the power of inheritance. Go on, sometimes the time pendant protects the body, there is no problem. Spiritual thoughts came from Qiao Ancient Wood. The time pendant, in Yi Feng's 20 years of research, mainly discovered its body protection function, and it also helped him understand the power of time. After he comprehended the power of time, it could increase the strength of the power of time. With the time pendant for defense, the power of 3,000 or 4,000 years of cultivation cannot be destroyed. Yi Feng activated the time pendant and threw it directly into the deep sea. Under the sea. After Yi Feng fell into the bottom of the sea, he finally felt a trace of star refinement power in the sea water, although it was weak. it did exist. There is an ancient prohibition ahead. The power of inheritance immediately discovered the abnormality in the depth of tens of thousands of meters under the sea, and immediately said with some excitement, I can open the restriction. If the Alchemy Star Valley still has inheritance, it must be below. It's really not easy to live on the bottom of the sea and escape the extinction of monks in the shadow world. With a solemn expression, Yifeng descended to a depth of tens of thousands of meters under the sea. Below him, a thin layer of star strength restriction appeared in front of him. If he forced his way through, he would definitely not be able to break through this layer of restriction, and would instead be injured by it. This star refining valley, the inheritance obtained is no small matter. When Qiao saw this layer of restriction, his spiritual sense became dignified, and he obviously felt the tyranny in it. This time, you really came to the right place. Yifeng ignored it, just watched the power of inheritance rush out of his body, and then plunged into the restriction of the lower layer of star refining power. The last paradise of Alchemy Star Valley is in this tens of thousands of meters deep seabed. Break the restriction. Yifeng condensed the power of the void and dodged into the forbidden area. After the restriction on the bottom of the sea was broken, no sea water poured into it. After all, there was still a protective barrier. After Yifeng entered, he found that it was an underwater city, surrounded by the deep seabed, but inside there was not even a drop of seawater, just like on land. On the bottom of the sea, a large area of ancient buildings appeared in front of Yifeng. It is the last inheritance of Star Refining Valley. Yifeng glanced at it, and felt the extremely strong power of star refinement, which was the same in nature as the power of inheritance in the body, but much stronger. The entire ancient building occupies an extremely large area, but Yifeng's spiritual consciousness spread out, but he didn't feel the existence of any life. Is there no one alive? Yifeng was puzzled, so he teleported downward, and soon came to a Western church-like building. It was very deserted in front of the church, and there was no one on the street. Even the rows of big trees on both sides of the road were completely dead, without any breath of life. There used to be people living here, but now. Qiao saw it at a glance. I don't know what caused the death of all the people inside. Yifeng pushed open the door of that church, and at a glance saw skeletons lying in disorder in the church. It's really all dead. Yifeng was silent. Seeing this situation, the originally excited Star Refining Valley Inheritance Force was silent for a while, thinking that they had found the last paradise of the Star Refining Valley Inheritance, but they did not expect to see such a dead scene. It seems that there is no other way. I feel that there are still some mysterious powers in this ruins. Go in and find them. Spiritual thoughts came from Qiao Ancient Wood. Yifeng nodded, but considering the feeling of inheritance power, he still asked, then I went in to have a look. Go in, anyway. Now, the inheritance of Star Refining Valley exists in name only. The spiritual sense of the power of inheritance is slumped. Don't be sad, at least there are still people who practice Star Immortal Code, aren't there? Yifeng comforted and said, my people, I won't let them do anything again, and I will pass on this line all the way. Hope so. The power of inheritance didn't have much thought, so he could only say so. I hope that I can find all the remaining training star charts of the Star Refining Immortal Code here, and it is best to find the Dao Ju that I will practice in the future together. That would be great. Thinking in Yifeng's heart, he walked towards the depths of the seabed ruins with the Qiao Ancient Wood and the power of inheritance in his body. Along the way, the trees died, the flowers and plants had already rotted, and one or two monks who had rotted into skeletons could be seen from time to time, letting the power of inheritance mourn for a while. The buildings in the underwater ruins are very old, and the style is a bit like the architectural style of the Western Holy See. Every house, temple, or tower has one or more star logos on it. A building with more star marks is obviously a place where high-level figures live, or a place with some special functions. Of course, these buildings have long been abandoned, and Yi Feng has no interest in observing them. Only when the divine sense feels that there are still some treasures in it, it will enter it after the consent of the power of inheritance, take out the treasures, and prepare to be used by yourself. What Yi Feng lacks most now is his cultivation. With the treasures collected along the way, his cultivation can be improved for another 20 years, and more repeated treasures can be brought back to Tao Hua. The people on the island absorbed it. Make the best use of everything, and the power of inheritance is not pedantic. What's more, Yi Feng was able to bring it back to the Star Refining Valley, and it couldn't think of anything else to give Yi Feng. These natural talents and earthly treasures can be regarded as an expression of gratitude. Soon, Yi Feng passed through several streets of the underwater ruins, and felt that he had visited the entire underwater ruins. The treasures of heaven and earth were almost taken away, and then he entered the interior of the underwater ruins through an arched gate. Here, it is obviously the place where the high-level officials and elders of Alchemy Star Valley live. Yi Feng swept his consciousness casually, and he was overjoyed. The inner layer has more natural treasures than the outer layer. Moreover, there are quite a few magic weapons of the Dao level, and even 1 or 2 low-grade fairy weapons. Although it is nothing to Yi Feng, taking it back can also arm everyone in Peach Blossom Island. The most important thing is those natural treasures. The harvest from this trip is enough to raise my cultivation level to 870 years. Yi Feng still felt a little regretful. Most of the natural materials and earthly treasures he got here were for directly improving his cultivation level, and there were very few natural materials and earthly treasures that raised the upper limit of his cultivation level. Of course, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that have raised the upper limit of cultivation already surprised Yi Feng very much. Those are some heavenly materials and earthly treasures condensed with the power of star refining. They have different forms and types, and each can increase the upper limit of the cultivator's cultivation base for 2, 3, 5, and 10 years. These crystals condensed by the power of refining stars have 2 horns, 3 horns, 5 horns, 10 horns, etc., which makes Yi Feng a little strange. Could it be that such a crystal can be condensed by relying on the power of star refining? I'm not too sure about this. In my time, I have never seen such a treasure of heaven and earth. The power of inheritance said honestly. Could it be that Star Refining Valley got more secrets of Star Refining Immortal code later? Yi Feng guessed. After all, the Star Refining Immortal tome of Alchemy Star Valley was obtained by accident, and it is not surprising that there will be more secrets in the Star Alchemy Immortal tome. Yi Feng searched for star refining crystals that can increase the upper limit of cultivation for 40 years, which benefited him a lot. If the power of refining stars can be condensed into such crystals, wouldn't it be no problem for everyone on Peach Blossom Island to improve their cultivation in the future? As for the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth to improve one's cultivation level, they are very common. They may be obtained around the deep sea, and they are all stones, shells, and the like. I remember. The power of inheritance suddenly exclaimed, the ancestor of Star Refining Valley, I heard that the place where I got the star refining code is in the deep sea. Could it be that this is the place where the star refining code first appeared? This is fun. The reason why these people all died may have something to do with the alchemy of stars. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and after searching the treasures, he walked towards the largest building in the underwater ruins. Among the entire underwater ruins, only this building has an architectural style that is completely different from other buildings. This is a building made of brilliant crystals, like a star, just like this, embedded in the bottom of the sea. From the appearance it looks like a crystal ball. But on this crystal ball, there are several different entrances, which makes Yi Feng vacillate. Which entrance should I go for? If you're not sure, just find one. Yi Feng stepped into the crystal ball building, and a burst of star refining power that was stronger than the outside world rushed towards him. In the Star Crystal Ball building, Yifeng came to the first floor hall. The environment is open, but why is there nothing? Yifeng looked around suspiciously. This is a circular hall, just like some movie theaters on the earth, but the hall is very empty. Not only does it not have any facilities, not even a small decoration. Sudden. Careful. When Qi Yaoguma reminded, Yifeng immediately reacted, swiping the ancient dragon sword in his hand, defending the sword technique. A barrier of sword qi condensed by layers of nirvana sword qi appeared around him, protecting his whole body. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang. Yifeng felt a burst of powerful attacks bombarding his sword energy barrier. The opponent's strength level was very strong, but it seemed that his cultivation base was not high. It's a 500-year-old star refining crystal beast. The spirit of Qiyao Ancient Wood followed. No wonder, it's only 500 years old, but the power it uses should be the authentic power of refining stars. If it's strong enough, it's enough to refine stars. Yifeng said, looking forward, and forgot to turn. He saw a fierce crystal beast condensed by the power of star refining in front of him, staring at him eagerly. The power that Lin Shiqing obtained from cultivating the star refining immortal code is of this nature, but compared with the star refining power possessed by the fierce beast in front of her, it seems to be a little bit worse. What's wrong? Yifeng couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it, and let's talk about it after defeating the beast in front of him. Sword fighting. Yifeng didn't even think about it, he directly blasted out with a burst of sword energy, killing the crystal beast into scum. The opponent's cultivation base is only 500 years, even if he has the power of refining stars, it is impossible to fight against Yifeng. Swish. After the crystal beast was beheaded, a series of patterns finally appeared around the hall where Yifeng was. It's the training star map of the star refining immortal code. Yifeng opened his eyes and observed, and found that these star maps were exactly the same as those in the ancient temples. After comprehending them, he could practice the star immortal code. However, the star map here is more charming than that in the ancient temple. Obviously, the star map here is the most authentic star map. This crystal ball building is the original source of the Star Alchemy Code, and the inheritance of the Star Alchemy Valley also comes from here. There are 20 star maps in total. Apart from the cultivation star maps, there seem to be some star maps that represent other meanings. I haven't practiced the Star Refining Immortal Code, so I don't seem to understand. Yifeng frowned slightly. In addition to the cultivation star map, there are also some star maps derived from the Star Refining Immortal Code, including the Artifact Refining Code, the Alchemy Code, etc. These are the things obtained from the original Star Refining Valley. The power of inheritance in Yifeng's body transmitted divine thoughts. The power of inheritance has its own thoughts, and these star maps exist in memory. The star maps on the first floor of the Crystal Ball building have all been obtained and comprehended by Star Refining Valley. Then I have to go down to the next floor. Maybe I should bring Lin Shiqing and the others over. Yifeng said with some regret, but was quickly refuted by the power of inheritance. If you take them with you, when you enter this hall, you will definitely be separated into different spaces. Do you think that with her strength, she can deal with a 500-year-old crystal beast? Spiritual thoughts came faintly from the power of inheritance, and then said, let's move on. I remembered, the next level is the crystal beast with a 1,000-year cultivation base, and Yi is in charge. With your current strength, there should be no problem. Yifeng nodded. If you want to know how those people died outside, you have to go down. In this crystal ball building, only those with the power of refining stars can open the passage to the next floor, but Yifeng has the power of inheritance in his body, so this problem is easily solved. Relying on the power of inheritance, Yifeng easily arrived at the next identical hall. The lights of the stars on the domes of the surrounding buildings are shining, clear and bright. A long dragon-like crystal monster suddenly appeared from the sky above the hall. It really is a long dragon crystal beast with 1,000 years of cultivation and Taoism. Even if this ferocious beast has mastered the authentic power of star refining, it can only exert the power of 1,002 or 300 years of cultivation. Yifeng guessed, "It's not a problem for me at all." Yifeng held the simple dragon sword in his hand, the power of nirvana condensed on the tip of the sword, and a wave of zero returning sword energy swept towards the beast. The body of the beast swayed, as if surprised by the power of Yifeng's sword energy. It didn't dare to fight recklessly, and then opened its mouth. A series of arrows condensed by the power of refining stars aimed at Yifeng to attack. Xuanhuan swordsmanship, the world is useless. Yifeng casually displayed a defensive sword technique. Layers of sword energy barriers resisted those arrows, and then the power of the earth-level space condensed. Swish! With a flash of Yifeng's figure, he came to the side of the long crystal dragon in an instant, and slashed down with his sword. Clang! There was a sound of metal intersecting, and the power of extinction in Yifeng's body surged again. The ancient dragon sword flashed black, and instantly cut the crystal dragon's body into 2 sections. After quickly resolving the battle, the entire crystal dragon disintegrated and dissipated, forming a burst of star refining power, which condensed into a star map around it. It was a star map that was more profound and mysterious than the 20 star maps on the first floor. Even with Yifeng's talent, he couldn't find out where to study it for a while. However, he did know clearly that this star map was what he was looking for. The Daoju part of the star refining Immortal canon. Yifeng was delighted when Lin Shiqing and the others who practiced the star refining code reached a millennium cultivation level and condensed the Dao fruit. They would be able to practice the Daoju part of the star refining code and continue to grow stronger. Unexpectedly, it is so easy to get a point of Daoju. It is a pity that only those who have practiced the star refining immortal code can practice it. Yifeng closed his eyes, and found that the Daoju star map had disappeared in his mind, and he couldn't even remember half of it with his memory. It seems that only when they let them come and defeat the crystal dragon by themselves can they try to comprehend this extremely mysterious formula. The entire second layer, or the first part of the Daoju of the Alchemy of Stars, has only 1 star map, and the derived fairy arts and the like are all included in this star map. The formulas in this star map can allow practitioners to practice from 1,000 years to 2,000 years. There is a trace of sadness in the spiritual thoughts of the power of inheritance. At that time, no one in the entire star refining valley had practiced for 2,000 years, but maybe they did later, that is to say, after the people from the Shadow Realm invaded, some people went to star refining the next level of inheritance. The first level is a crystal beast with a cultivation level of 500 years, and the second level is a crystal dragon with a cultivation level of 1,000 years. The star map that appears on this level can allow a practitioner to cultivate to a cultivation level of 2,000 years, so. Yifeng guessed, the guardian beast on the next floor should be a crystal beast with 2,000 years of cultivation. It stands to reason that it should be so. Let's go. The divine sense of the power of inheritance was a little anxious. It was already anxious to know why the people of Star Refining Valley retreated to such a deep seabed, and all of them perished. The answer lies on the next floor of this crystal ball building. Through the breath of inheritance power, Yifeng finally went to the hall on the next floor. It was still exactly the same scene, but in the hall on the 3rd floor, there was a deep and solemn atmosphere as soon as he entered, which made Yifeng a little out of breath. No beasts appeared. Yifeng waited for a while, but there was nothing unusual in the hall. But a star is forming, be careful. Xiaogumu reminded. Yifeng nodded, looked around, and saw a bright sky blue light spot in the center of the entire hall, which was getting bigger and bigger. That is a small star. The power of the stars is equivalent to the power of the yellow sun and the power of the 7 luminaries, and it dazzles Yifeng for a while. The power of the stars not only destroys, but also creates hallucinations. Yifeng settled down, and a cool breath came out from Shenlongxin, calming him down. The power of the stars in the center of the hall was rapidly condensing, and soon became a large crystal ball with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. The entire crystal ball began to emit incomparably violent heat. It's almost 2,000 years of cultivation power, resist it. At this moment, Gupu Longjian couldn't hold back anymore, and reminded Yifeng, the power of the stars is not the power to clear the sky. The power of force. Yifeng was terrified. Just any star refining inheritance, is it the power that does not belong to Xia Qingtian? This is too unexpected. Yifeng never thought that the power of refining stars is beyond the existence of Xia Qingtian, but since Gupu Longjian said so, Yifeng can only quickly follow what he said. Keeping swordsmanship. Yifeng swung the simple dragon sword. The power of the time pendant was activated by him, and then layers of dark sword energy barriers surrounded him. Although the power of the stars in the center only has the power of 2,000 years of cultivation, who knows if there is anything unusual? The power of the stars bombarded Yifeng's sword energy barrier in an instant, emitting a buzzing sound. The power of the stars spread to the entire hall, covering the entire scene, making it impossible for Yifeng to avoid it. And the small star in the center is getting brighter and brighter, and the power it emits is continuously growing. 2,000 years. 2,100 years. 2,200 years. Yifeng relied on his tyrannical strength to easily resist the power of the stars. No, if this continues, there is only a dead end. Yifeng made a decision without any hesitation. He waved the simple dragon sword in his hand, and the power of the void condensed out. Magic crystal wings. Under the cover of the power of the void and the wings of the magic crystal, Yifeng opened up a space passage without the power of the stars, and went straight to the side of the star in the center. Broken sword technique. Sunday is 9 days. Return to 0 sword energy. 3 consecutive sword chi swept towards the stars. Boom. 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 With 3 loud bangs in a row, Yifeng's sword energy struck the star in the center, causing the power of the star in the entire hall to stagnate. Immediately afterwards, cracks appeared on the surface of the star in the center, and then, the power of the star began to retract, quickly condensing together. There was another loud bang, and a majestic and profound force appeared from the void, completely surrounding the group of stars, and then exploded. It's the power of refining stars. Yifeng was surprised, and then saw that the power of that star was completely refined into a pure crystal. Just like the star refining crystals collected outside, it can increase the upper limit of the cultivator's cultivation level. The star refining crystal in front of him has a total of 8 corners, which means it can improve the cultivator's cultivation level for 8 years. This is the method of refining stars into crystals with the power of refining stars. Yifeng saw it in his eyes and realized something. Snort. A muffled groan exploded from Yifeng's heart, making his heart tremble. Who is it? A figure with bright starlight, followed by a burst of majestic and profound star refining power that shattered countless layers of starry sky, appeared in front of Yifeng. It was a figure wearing sky blue crystal armor, 3 meters high, holding a blue crystal long sword, and a pair of blue crystal wings on the back. I am the star refining soul. What kind of villain dares to trespass into the inheritance temple? The power of the crystal armor figure enveloped the entire hall. The endless pressure made Yifeng almost breathless. It seems that this existence called Star Refining Battle Soul has finally discovered that Yifeng is not a cultivator of the Star Refining Immortal Code. It's like Long Jian found out that someone who didn't practice Dragon Sword art entered the Tomb of Dragon Sword, and he would definitely kill him. Yifeng's face darkened. The Star Refining Battle Soul in front of him had an incalculable cultivation. It was definitely an existence of tens of thousands of years or even stronger. with his strength, it was absolutely hard to resist. Sensing the aura of star-refining battle soul, Qiao Guma fell silent instantly, not daring to appear. This guy is the least courageous. Immediately, the inheritance power of the star-refining code sprang out from Yifeng's body, wanting to say something nice to Yifeng. Senior battle soul, Yifeng is a genius who wants to inherit the star-refining code. Snort. Star-refining war soul snorted coldly, interrupted the statement of the power of inheritance, stretched out his right hand covered with bright sky-blue crystals, and pointed at Yifeng. Trespassing the Temple of Inheritance without authorization is a death penalty and beheaded. Just when the power of inheritance was anxious, the ancient dragon sword flew out automatically, blocking the long crystal sword in the hands of Star Lian Xuanhuan. The inheritance of the stars, since the inheritance temple is set up in Xia Qingshan, it is entirely for the inheritance. At this time, someone is coming to pick up the inheritance. Why do you want to stop it? The sound of the simple dragon sword seemed to come from ancient times, resounding throughout the hall. The star-refining soul was resisted by the ancient dragon sword. He couldn't help being a little surprised, but then he snorted angrily. What kind of existence are you? Get out. Although the ancient dragon sword is a reincarnation-level magic weapon, in Yifeng's hands, it can't exert much power, and it can't explode by itself to deal with the tens of thousands of years of cultivation. However, this doesn't mean that Gupu Longjian will be so cowardly. Although I don't know what the inheritance of the star is, but the inheritance of the dragon sword is not easy to mess with. The ancient dragon sword contained a trace of the consciousness of the dragon sword itself. At this moment, the dragon sword body, which is far away from countless spatial levels, also knows what Yifeng has encountered now. Click. The space of the entire hall seemed to be broken at this moment. The ancient and long-lasting aura shrouded from around the hall, causing Star Wars Soul to be in doubt. Looking left and right, he finally found that a burst of incomparably rich and tyrannical power came from shattering the endless void, completely suppressing it, and the power in his body could not be used at all. The dragon sword body descended again. The wind of power from the upper realm blew again. Yifeng was awe-inspiring, and immediately began to concentrate on comprehending, not letting go of any chance. Now that the dragon sword body has come, the situation in front of him must be solved, and he should seize the time to improve his strength. Yifeng started to absorb the power of orange time in Qiao's power. If the dragon sword body stayed long enough this time, it would allow Yifeng to comprehend the power of time at once, which would benefit him a lot. The difficulty of comprehending the power of time is more than several times that of the power of real fire, real water and other Qiao powers, and it is as difficult as the power of nirvana. If Yifeng hadn't obtained the nirvana scabbard, and by coincidence, let Princess Xuelong go to the 7th floor of the ruins to fetch him the nirvana power condensate, he would not be able to comprehend the nirvana power at this time. Relying on the super god grade star crystal bow, Yifeng could be forcibly infused with the power of nirvana to comprehend. Yifeng was leisurely, but the situation in the arena was imminent. In the entire hall, the power of star refinement and the power of the dragon sword body confronted each other, creating waves of void storms. With a weak existence like Yifeng, if it wasn't for the protection of the simple dragon sword, there would be absolutely no one in such void storms. Survive. You are strong and qualified to be my opponent. The star-refining war soul gave a loud shout, and a burst of incomparably tyrannical power suddenly erupted from his right hand covered in sky-blue bright crystals, as if it had absorbed the power of endless stars. Immediately afterwards, the power of star-refining burst out, finally knocking back the power of dragon sword by half a step, allowing star-refining battle soul to have a place to stay. In Xia Qingshan, my strength can't be displayed too much. The dragon sword itself murmured softly, and then a burst of majestic power condensed into a point, turning into the sharpest sword light in the world, and instantly pierced through it towards the star-refining war soul. Puff! The sky-blue brilliant crystals covering the entire body of Star Alchemy Battle Soul began to shatter, and an incredible expression appeared on the crystallized blue face. Afterwards, the entire Star Refining Battle Soul was annihilated in ashes. Following the defeat of Star Refining Soul, Yifeng felt that the entire crystal ball building began to shake and tremble, as if it was about to collapse. "I will help you." The dragon sword body let out a soft cry, and the powerful force compressed, sending Yifeng out of the crystal ball building in an instant. Boom! After the loud noise, a dragon body appeared in front of Yifeng, and the crystal ball building was actually bitten into pieces by the dragon in its mouth. "This Hall of Star Refining Inheritance will belong to you in the future." The body of the dragon sword crushed the crystal ball building, condensed its power, and sent it into Yifeng's bloodstone space. For dragon sword itself, there are many ways to help Yifeng, but right now, this method is obviously the easiest one. After all, giving Yifeng the ready-made and inherent inheritance of other people can make Yifeng, during the cultivation process, he avoided many detours and gave him a lot of help. If all these help had to be given by Long Jian himself, he didn't have so much time. Yifeng opened his eyes, shocked by the huge body of the dragon in front of him. The body of the dragon sword is really a dragon body. The whole body is like a long sword drawn out of its sheath, sharp, domineering, and full of terrifying power. When the dragon appeared, it filled the ruins under the sea. This dragon was thousands of meters long, higher than mountains, and deeper than some seas. The dragon sword body appeared in person, compressed the Star Refining Inheritance, and gave it to Yifeng. And this time, the wind of power blowing down from the upper realm became more than 10 times more violent. The power of orange time, comprehend. Yifeng opened his eyes, shouted in his heart, and finally comprehended the power of time. Immediately afterwards, the dragon sword body disappeared from his face, leaving only a burst of ancient power and aura, showing that the dragon sword body had just descended on this place. Good harvest. The spiritual thoughts of Qiao Guma came. Yifeng nodded, and sank his mind into the bloodstone space. In the center of the bloodstone space, a sky-blue crystal ball building appeared, which was divided into 12 floors in total, but with Yifeng's current cultivation level, he could still only detect 3 of them. It's just that he doesn't need to deal with existences like Star Refining and War Soul anymore. As long as he reaches the level of cultivation, he can detect the contents of the lower floors of the crystal ball building at any time. The content of the second layer of the crystal ball is to record the formulas of the Star Refining Immortal Code, which can be cultivated for 2,000 years. The content of the third layer is the second layer of Taoism, which can be cultivated for 5,000 years, and it records the secret technique of refining the power of stars to form various treasures of heaven and earth. This kind of secret technique, even the dragon sword itself, is amazing. The immortal code of refining stars, I haven't cultivated, so I can't comprehend the power of refining stars, no matter what. If you want to refine stars and turn them into treasures of heaven and earth, you can only rely on Lin Shiqing and the others. Yifeng shook his head. Compared with the Star Refining Inheritance, the biggest change for him was the realization of the power of orange time. Once he understands the power of time, he can create a meditation space by himself, and start to speed up the practice of time anytime and anywhere, so that his cultivation can be improved rapidly. In this way, his lifespan will pass away much faster than ordinary people, but his cultivation base will also grow extremely fast. With Yifeng's speed, the increase in his lifespan brought about by the growth of his cultivation base is far more than the passage of his lifespan. Therefore, Yifeng doesn't need to worry about Shouyuan. However, after attaining the realm of immortality, practitioners will often face bottlenecks. If they cannot break through, the role of longevity is very important. There are many cultivators who cannot break through the bottleneck, die of their lives, and drink hatred between heaven and earth. It can really refine stars. Feeling the power in the crystal ball building, Yifeng sighed. Although he couldn't use the power inside, if he directly threw the crystal ball building at a certain star, he could refine it into a treasure of heaven and earth. It just takes a certain amount of time. If you want to move forward freely in the universe and survive in a vacuum, you must reach 1,000-year cultivation base and condense the Tao fruit. This is Yifeng's next goal. Unexpectedly, the inheritance of the star refining immortal code was obtained by you just like this. The spiritual thought of the power of inheritance came, and there was a trace of sadness, but Yifeng couldn't react immediately, and threw himself into the crystal ball building of the blood stone. Originally, the crystal ball building had the consciousness of the star refining war spirit, but now the star refining war spirit was obliterated by the dragon sword body, and once the power of inheritance was put into it, it began to merge with the crystal ball building. Yifeng was a little surprised, and then felt that something had changed in the crystal ball building. The power of the star refining immortal code inherited from the crystal ball building could detect all the mysteries of the 12 floors. The mysteries of the star refining immortal code appeared in front of Yifeng layer by layer, making him gape. In the 12th layer of the crystal ball, there is actually a record of the cultivation method after 100,000 years of cultivation. It is an extremely mysterious pattern that seems to represent the universe. Yifeng can't understand it at all. The cultivation formula after the realm of the immortal king. This is like a god in Zi. Yifeng was shocked. If this star map was given to Emperor Xingyue, or Elder Kujian, Lin Wangchuan and other peak powerhouses who could not break through the realm of immortal kings, what an amazing thing would it be? This will be a secret of Yifeng, a secret that can be used as a trump card. But this secret, Yifeng is not going to announce it directly. After all, it will no longer be a secret after it is announced. Emperor Xingyue, Elder Kujian, Lin Wangchuan and others have already cultivated for 100,000 years and existed in the realm of immortal king, but they have been unable to go any further. Yifeng didn't know what the reason was. Was it because he didn't have a higher level of cultivation method, just like those elders and masters who had just attained the Tao realm in the royal family? Or, in Zi, there are not enough conditions for them to practice in the realm of the fairy king? Yifeng is more inclined to the former one. The dragon sword itself definitely has the cultivation method of the immortal king realm, but perhaps it needs enough talent to be able to start cultivation. Lin Wangchuan, Elder Kujian and others, although they have become dragon sword wielders, their talent is still far behind Yifeng. Those dragon sword wielders with stronger talents have followed the dragon sword body to a higher world. Without cultivation formulas, naturally one cannot go any further. For all of the experts at the peak of the immortal king realm who have cultivated for 100,000 years in Xiaqing, this copy of the immortal king realm cultivation formula that Yifeng has obtained now is a treasure. In Xiaqing, this can be said to be the most precious treasure. There is no one. If the news gets out, it will be enough to make all the peak powerhouses of the immortal king realm go bankrupt and buy it back, and even fight because of it, blood flowing into rivers. However, there is a problem. The cultivation method of the immortal king realm in the star refining canon seems to be able to be practiced only by practitioners who have cultivated the star refining canon. That is to say, if Emperor Xingyue wanted to cultivate, he had to practice star immortal code again. However, this is still an opportunity. For a person like Emperor Xingyue, who has endless years, it is not difficult to recultivate the star alchemy code and reach 100,000 years of cultivation all the way. It cannot be revealed. This is a unique secret of Peach Blossom Island. Only when we have someone who has surpassed the realm of the immortal king can we consider spreading it. Yifeng made up his mind, or, when his life was threatened, he could use this as a basis to try to see if he could escape with his life. In the seabed ruins, Yifeng began to practice, absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth, improving his cultivation, and consolidating the power of orange time that he had just comprehended. 7 days passed quickly. Yifeng's cultivation has finally been raised to 900 years. From the crystal ball building, Yifeng found more star refining crystals, which raised his upper limit of cultivation. Since you have reached 900 years of cultivation and comprehended the power of time, why not go all out and cultivate to 1,000 years of cultivation? Yifeng's eyes lit up. No, with your current cultivation base, the acceleration space created by the power of time can only last for 18 hours, and the acceleration ratio is only a little over 20 times. A spiritual reminder came from Qiao Gumu. This is because what you comprehend is the power of time. If it is the power of time in the sky, the effect will be even worse. 18 hours, a little over 20 times faster? Yifeng frowned slightly. Doesn't that mean that even if I use up the power of time to create an acceleration space, I can only get less than 360 hours each time, which is 15 days of training time? Good. The spirit of Qiao Guma came and expressed satisfaction with Yifeng's comprehension. If you want to reach the level of the meditation space inherited by the dragon sword, and the 365 times acceleration that lasts for more than 10 days, you must have at least 15,000 years of cultivation. Only 15,000 years of cultivation can create a meditation space. This fact was like a basin of cold water poured on Yifeng's head. In just 15 days of cultivation, Yifeng's cultivation could not be greatly improved, let alone the improvement from 900 years to 999 years. Up to now, Yifeng's meridians have almost expanded to the limit, and the growth rate of the upper limit of cultivation base is extremely slow. If there is no treasure of heaven and earth, he can increase the upper limit of his cultivation in less than a year if he keeps expanding his meridians every year. According to this calculation, if he wants to reach 1,000 years of cultivation, at least it will take 100 years. Time. Even in the meditation space, he would have to stay for 100 days, not to mention the acceleration space he created himself. In fact, among the lower Qing Tian and even the upper Qing Tian, who can comprehend the power of time, and even the existence of the power of time, which one has not been cultivated for tens of thousands of years? It is not difficult to create a meditation space, but Yifeng, a monstrous genius who has only 900 years of cultivation, has comprehended the power of time, so the acceleration space he created is naturally not very effective. The law of time acceleration, even Yifeng's superhuman talent, cannot break through it, and must be strictly followed. Since this is the case, the power of orange time is best used in battle. Pay attention to make my actions more flexible and give me an advantage in battle. Yifeng tried to use the power of time, and found that with the power of real water, he had almost unlimited true energy. Even a cultivator with nearly 10,000 years of cultivation could not do anything to him. Because Yifeng can speed up time if he can't beat him, so he can run away when the opponent can't react at all. Even seize the gap when the opponent casts the magic spell to counterattack and sneak attack, and win easily. I am now, even if I go outside the ancient jungle in the wild world, I still have enough self-protection ability. Yifeng recalled the golden giant and the dark red giant with unusually long arms that he saw back then. The power emanating from these two existences was probably about 10,000 years of cultivation. Yifeng's level of power, comprehended, far surpassed that of the other party, so escaping would not be a problem. Let's go. Since the inheritance of the star refining and immortal code has been resolved, I will go outside the ancient jungle in the wild desolate realm to see what is there. Yifeng was full of pride. I'd like to see what kind of world the Menghuang realm is, and why there is such a paradise-like area like the ancient forest. Regarding Yifeng's thoughts, Qiao Guma felt completely boring. He had no interest in what the Menghuang realm was like at all. Gu Pulong's family seldom speak, and it's the same at this time. Yifeng has his own freedom, he just needs to help Yifeng at the critical moment. As for the inheritance power of the star refining immortal cannon, it disappeared after being integrated into the crystal ball building. Except when Yifeng ordered it to show the scene of each of the 12 floors in the crystal ball building, there would be no sound at other times. With the power of Earth-level space condensed, Yifeng directly created a space channel in the deep-sea ruins, and then stepped into it. The surrounding space distorted, white light flashed, and Yifeng's figure reappeared, already in the sky above the Star Alchemy Temple. Further away from the Star Alchemy Temple, outside the ancient jungle, the white mist barrier set up by the Golden Giant still exists. This layer of white mist barrier was set up by the Golden Giant to prevent Yifeng from leaving the ancient forest area. At that time, Yifeng couldn't break through no matter what. But for him now, it shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of Jin Xinqing and Lu Yu and other Lu family disciples who were still waiting for news from Yifeng in the Nanling area of the Immortal Cultivation world, Yifeng knew that he had a heavy burden on him. I hope to find traces of Lu Feng. Thinking in Yifeng's mind, he raised his hand, and the power of Earth-level space, the power of void, and the power of time that he had comprehended gathered together to form a shadowless and invisible sword energy. Break! The sword energy condensed into a beam, and instantly slashed towards the white mist barrier in front of Yifeng. As if light smoke filled the air, the white mist barrier finally dissipated towards the surroundings under the bombardment of Yifeng's sword energy. The mysterious power that could absorb and disintegrate the power of the Earth-level space was replaced by the power of the void and time. It is useless in front of the power. After all, this is the strongest power that has surpassed the existence of Xia Qing Tian, and it is a higher level than the power of heaven-level space. Not only break the white mist barrier, but also rely on these two forces to clearly observe all the situations outside the ancient forest. Yifeng's heart trembled, and he detected his divine sense around him. What? Yifeng was shocked very quickly. The ancient jungle area of the Menghuang realm where he was before turned out to be just a huge island floating in the air in his current spiritual detection. At this moment, he left this huge island and broke through the barrier of white mist. Looking around, he saw a vast sea and sky. It turns out that this is the real Menghuang realm. Yifeng was deeply moved. Looking around, this was an ancient and mysterious world. In mid-air, there were floating islands one after another. The ancient jungle area he was in before was just one of these floating islands. All over the sky, a total of dozens of floating islands can be observed by Yifeng's naked eyes, and the shadows of some large floating islands float far away, looming. This is a vast world with countless floating islands. And under these floating islands, there is an incomparably vast land, full of ancient, mysterious, and wild atmosphere. This is a first-class world. Yifeng was shocked. He didn't expect Menghuang realm to be a first-class world, judging from the concentration of heaven and earth aura contained in the air. It was actually more concentrated than Dragon Sword realm where Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is located. Moreover, Yifeng is in this world, and he can feel the barrier formed by a layer of heaven-level space power at the edge of the world, which is undoubtedly the symbol of a first-class world. What makes Yifeng strange is why there is no barrier of heaven-level space power on the floating island where the Star Refining Temple is located. It's like a lower world. No matter how much he thought about this problem, Yifeng couldn't figure it out. There is actually a corner of a lower world in the first-class world. I'm afraid even the existence of Emperor Xinyue's level can't figure it out. Flying in this first-class world, in the wild world, Yifeng had a feeling that he was very small. Since it is a first-class world, how much cultivation would the golden giant I saw before be? Yifeng was suspicious in his heart. He must know that in the first-class world, there must be someone with a cultivation base of 100,000 years, a peak powerhouse in the realm of Immortal King. It's just that Yifeng didn't feel the tyrannical aura of Emperor Xinyue and Elder Kujian from the Golden Giant and Dark Red Giant before. Is it hidden, or is the Golden Giant's power not very strong? Yifeng didn't think about it for long, and saw something strange coming from the sky in front of him, and it gradually became distorted, as if someone was about to break through the space and come in front of him. Yi Feng immediately became cautious, ready to escape at any time. But when the opponent's golden figure appeared, Yi Feng stopped his escape, and it turned out that the golden giant came to Yi Feng at the first time. Yi Feng, who has experienced the ancient ruins and seen so many high-level existences, is no longer in awe of this huge and towering golden giant. Soon, the entire golden giant appeared in front of Yi Feng. "You're back, your cultivation base has become much stronger." The golden giant's divine thoughts, with a trace of ancient and mysterious, passed into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at the golden giant. This was the first time he had the time to look at the golden giant carefully. The first 2 or 3 times, he passed by in a flash, and he didn't observe him carefully at all. At this time, Yi Feng finally discovered that the whole body of this golden giant was completely golden in color, especially the eyes, which revealed an extremely strong golden light, as if made of gold, extremely aggressive. The entire golden giant was over 1,000 meters high, and Yi Fengfei was as insignificant as an ant in front of it. "Hello, thank you for your many rescues." Yi Feng sent out his spiritual thoughts, and to communicate with such a golden giant, he could only use the divine thoughts communication technique. After all, no one knew what language the other party was using. The golden giant waved his hand. "Don't worry, a strong man from the same place as you once helped our tribe a lot, so it's only natural for me to help you." "Your tribe?" Yi Feng was puzzled. "That's right, our tribe is called the Golden Ancient Clan." The golden giant's spiritual thoughts came, with a generous fighting spirit and a passionate aura. When it reached the 4 words Golden Ancient Clan, it seemed that the whole world resonated with it very strongly. Ancient Golden Clan. Yi Feng felt respectful, knowing that this is a tribe that makes its living by fighting, and most of them are brave. "Can you tell me about the situation of your tribe? Also, why is this floating island behind me independent of heaven and earth and connected to the outside world?" Yi Feng's inquiring spiritual thoughts spread out. The ancient Golden Clan has been passed down for millions of years, and our ancient Golden Clan existed at the earliest time. There was a hint of pride in the golden giant's divine sense, and he pointed downwards. "Come with me, now you can break through the spiritual mist barrier, and you are qualified to be a guest in our tribe." Yi Feng nodded. He not only wanted to find out what was going on in Menghuang realm, but also wanted to find Liu Feng's trace here. Recalling the moment when Liu Feng disappeared, he knew that asking the golden giant in front of him was the only way to find Liu Feng. Since the other party invited him to go to the Golden Ancient Tribe, he had no choice but to go. In the wild world, the various floating islands are floating in the sky above hundreds of thousands of meters, the clouds are undulating, and when you look down, you can't see anything on the vast land. Yi Feng followed the golden giant, condensed the power of space, and broke through the space towards the bottom. Swish! After a while, it finally came to a place close to the ground. "The trees here are so tall." Yi Feng looked down in surprise, and saw that the trees under his feet were as high as the mountains on the earth, with trunks with a diameter of hundreds of meters, standing firmly. And the mountain peaks in this world are tens of thousands of meters high, towering above the clouds, and the top cannot be seen at all. Standing in the woods, the golden giant would be covered by dense leaves, not to mention Yi Feng. After entering this vast dense forest, he would be as inconspicuous as a little bee. The golden giant was walking forward in the dense forest, Yi Feng could only fly behind, and soon, an ancient tribe covering a huge area appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. It was an open space in a dense forest, and there were hundreds of huge stone houses, enough for a huge existence like a golden giant to live in. One after another, the golden giants shuttled among the tribes, practicing or competing in martial arts. Compared with the golden giant who brought Yi Feng here, the golden giant in this tribe is even bigger. He has gone through hundreds of battles, and his golden body is covered with scars. It can be seen that he has experienced countless fierce battle. "My name is Hong." The golden giant who brought Yi Feng here sent a spiritual thought, then raised his legs, and boldly stepped into the tribe of the ancient golden clan. All the golden giants in the ancient gold tribe looked sideways, and when they saw Hong, they all nodded, and then they saw Yi Feng, and after feeling his aura, they all stared with bated breath. There is no doubt that the aura of the ancient dragon sword makes these golden giants odd. Long Jian, you have a sliver of consciousness that comes from the body of Long Jian. Do you know which of my predecessors has some stories with these golden giants? Yi Feng's consciousness sank into the bottom of his heart, and he asked the ancient dragon sword. No, I only have a trace of consciousness of the main body, which can be felt by the main body, but I can't perceive the situation of the main body, so I don't have relevant memories. Gupu Longjian answered lightly. Yi Feng was a little disappointed, but that's okay, it's the same when he asks the golden giant Hong later. Yi Feng followed the golden giant Hong all the way into the tribe of the ancient golden tribe, and the tall stone houses made Yi Feng smack in the eyes. Such a big stone house is enough to squeeze 1,000,000 people like him into it, but for the golden giant, it is almost full if one goes in. Those golden giants around had some respect for Hong. Obviously Hong's status was not ordinary. I am the son of the patriarch of the ancient gold clan, with a cultivation base of 12,000 years. As Hong walked, he sent divine thoughts towards Yi Feng with a hint of pride, but when he thought of Yi Feng's progress speed, his pride disappeared all of a sudden. Of course I didn't cultivate as fast as you. Back then, it took me 100 years to upgrade from 100 or 200 years of cultivation to nearly 1,000 years of cultivation. There was a bit of frustration in Hong's tone. Obviously, the speed of Yi Feng's improvement far exceeded his imagination. As expected of the person who inherited. Thinking in Hong's heart, he became even more in awe of the dragon sword inheritance. I'm just lucky. Yi Feng smiled casually, and then changed the subject. By the way, Hong, how old are you this year? I have been born for more than 2,000 years, but my father is the patriarch of the ancient gold clan and has existed for tens of thousands of years. Hong said proudly. Tens of thousands of years, that is to say, your father must have cultivated for 100,000 years. Yi Feng was in awe. No, he's still close to reaching the realm of the immortal king. Hong shook his head sadly. Originally he was already in the realm of the immortal king, but unfortunately he was seriously injured 10,000 years ago, and his realm regressed, and he has not been able to take that step up to now. A strong man in the realm of the immortal king will be so seriously injured? Yi Feng was surprised. That's from the dark blood ancient clan. Hong's divine thoughts were filled with strong hatred. The ancient dark blood clan was originally a part of our ancient golden clan, but because those people got the power of the dark blood inheritance, they separated from the ancient golden clan and sent us back to the ancient golden clan. Father was injured. Dark blood ancient clan. Yi Feng said in awe, is it the dark red giant I saw last time? That's right. Compared with the people of our golden ancient clan, their arms have changed a lot, and they have become very long under the influence of the dark blood power. Hong's spiritual thoughts were a little excited. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, they are far from our opponents of the ancient golden clan. The warriors of our ancient golden clan are the bravest in the world. Yi Feng was a little puzzled. Since the golden ancient clan was stronger than the dark blood ancient clan, why was Hong's father injured by the dark blood ancient clan? This question is not easy to ask, and it will not be so good when it involves the promotion of the ancient golden clan. Yi Feng began to ask another question. By the way, Hong, the woman who came with me last time, do you know where she is now? That woman, my father will tell you in detail later. Hong's tone was a little uncertain, and he seemed to have a bad attitude towards Lu Feng. Yi Feng nodded and followed Hong into the stone house in the middle of the village. As soon as Yi Feng entered the stone house, he felt an ancient aura rushing towards his face. This is the place where the patriarch of the golden giant has lived for tens of thousands of years. and his powerful aura has been integrated into the air. A body bigger than Hong's was resting in the stone house with his eyes closed. Feeling Hong coming with Yi Feng, this huge body gradually opened his eyes. Facing this huge body, Yi Feng was like facing a big mountain. You came. The huge body, that is, the patriarch of the ancient golden clan, Hong's father, sent a solid spiritual thought. In the divine sense, the ancient meaning is mighty, and the righteousness is full. Meet the patriarch. Hong respectfully bowed. You go out. The patriarch and Hong waved their hands, and then looked at Yi Feng. Master, I already know why you came, but this matter is a bit difficult even for our golden ancient clan. Why don't you tell me about the situation first? Yi Feng frowned slightly, and then sent out a divine thought. Regardless of whether it is difficult or not, at least we must first know where the current Lu Feng is and what the situation is. As for whether there is a way to bring her back, let's discuss it slowly. The patriarch sighed slightly, then looked at Yi Feng with a complicated expression, and then a burst of great spiritual thoughts came over. Regarding Lu Feng's experience after coming to this world, the patriarch of the ancient golden clan fully explained to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was stunned after listening to the other party's divine thoughts, with a strange look on his face. After the explanation by the patriarch of the ancient golden clan, Yi Feng finally knew what happened to Lu Feng these days. It turned out that on the day when he led Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing through the ancient forest and was about to leave the floating island, his aura was discovered by the golden giant Hong, who went out to practice, and a strong man from the dark blood ancient clan. Because Hong still wanted to protect Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing, and prevent him who was too weak from entering this world, he didn't pay much attention to Lu Feng. As a result, Lu Feng was brought back to the tribe by the dark blood ancient strongman, and he actually worshipped her as a goddess and enshrined her with the power of dark blood. The current Lu Feng was eroded by the power of dark blood, and the consciousness of dark blood power covered her original consciousness, making her really consider herself a goddess of the dark blood ancient clan. It's strange to say that Lu Feng's physique can completely absorb the power of dark blood. In a short period of time, her cultivation base has reached more than 2,000 years, much faster than Yi Feng. Not only broke through the millennium cultivation base to practice the Dao Ju, but also condensed the Dao fruit, which is extremely powerful. If this continues, in a few decades, Lu Feng's strength will be stronger than that of the golden giant Hong. What's even more frightening is that Lu Feng, who is a goddess, can actually speed up the cultivation speed of the giants of the dark blood ancient clan. Just because of this, the dark blood ancient clan has faint signs of suppressing the golden ancient clan. The goddess general actually became a goddess, but it's a bit difficult to deal with the goddess of the dark blood ancient clan. Yi Feng frowned tightly. Anyway, when he came here, he definitely wanted to bring Lu Feng back safely. Jin Xinqing and the whole Lu family were still waiting for her. However, Lu Feng has lost his consciousness, and it is too difficult to bring her back. Fortunately, the patriarch of the ancient golden clan said that Liu Feng's consciousness was only temporarily suppressed by the dark blood power, and it was not irreversible, so if she could awaken her latent consciousness, she could still be rescued. Right now, the ancient golden clan lacked the confidence to awaken Lu Feng. Patriarch, do you have the power of dark blood here? I can observe and see if there is any way. Yi Feng sent out his spiritual thoughts and asked. This is it. The huge patriarch of the ancient clan stretched out his palm, and a mass of dark red blood-like power was condensing in his hand. 10,000 years ago, people from the ancient dark blood tribe wounded me, and these dark blood powers have remained in my body. I can use these powers, but the dark blood power conflicts with our natural golden power, make it impossible for me to return to the level of 100,000 years of cultivation. The patriarch of the ancient clan explained with a gloomy expression. If it's this kind of power, I can easily get rid of it. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu appeared in Yi Feng's mind. You mean the power of dark blood? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, and then he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Qiao Gumu to have a way. Humph, this is just a low-level ancient and secluded power, why can't we get rid of it? Qiao Gumu said, the power of Gu Yu is the inheritance power of an ancient race in Shang Qingshan. It just so happens that the power of true water can completely restrain it. I see. Yifeng's eyes were shining brightly. In this way, it became very easy to get rid of the dark blood power in the body of Goddess General Lu Feng. Not only that, but even. Yifeng raised his head and looked at the patriarch of the ancient golden clan, who could not be seen at a glance. Can the dark blood power in this big guy be expelled for him? Patriarch, I think we can make a deal. Yifeng raised his own thoughts. I can help you solve the trouble of the dark blood ancient goddess and take her away, but I need your help. If the overall strength of the dark blood ancient clan was the same as that of the golden ancient clan, then it was absolutely impossible for Yifeng to break into it alone. Not to mention dispelling the dark blood power in Liu Feng's body, even seeing her is impossible. After all, any warrior in this ancient clan has tens of thousands of years of cultivation. One punch can crush Yifeng flat. Can you solve the ancient goddess? The patriarch of the golden ancient clan was full of doubts. You have to know that even if you take her away forcibly, the dark blood power in her body will not disappear, and it will even pollute you along with it. Don't worry, patriarch, I have a way to dispel the power of dark blood. Yifeng said confidently. Yeah? The patriarch of the ancient golden clan was a little unconvinced. Although the power of your inheritance is very strong, even tens of thousands of years ago, you helped our ancient golden clan so that we would not be exterminated. But your cultivation is too low. I cannot risk the lives of my warriors. Patriarch, if I can dispel all the dark blood power in your body, does it prove that I can deal with the dark blood power? Yifeng asked. Can you dispel the dark blood power in my body? The patriarch was taken aback for a moment, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Is this true? Naturally. And it can be done now. Yifeng replied affirmatively. As soon as he raised his hand, a burst of real water power surged out, condensed in his hand in an instant, turned into a water dragon, and swept away towards the surging dark blood power in the hands of the ancient gold clan patriarch. The moment the two touched each other, the power of the dark blood made a miserable, hissing sound as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and was instantly dispelled into light smoke, which disappeared without a trace. When the patriarch of the ancient golden clan saw it, his expression changed immediately, and then a look of joy appeared. Great, this young man from the dragon sword inheritance really has a way to dispel the power of dark blood. What a surprise! What kind of mystery is the inheritance of the dragon sword? Even a young man with less than 1,000 years of cultivation has such a miraculous ability. The patriarch of the ancient golden clan was overjoyed. In this way, he could break through the 100,000-year cultivation again and become an existence in the realm of the immortal king. The transaction is established. If everything goes well this time, we, the ancient gold clan, will owe you 3 things. The patriarch of the golden ancient clan said solemnly and politely, if you have something to demolish, our clan will definitely not refuse. 3 things. Yifeng's complexion also changed. He never thought that the patriarch of the ancient golden clan would think highly of him so much. But that's right, the patriarch of the ancient golden clan has been cultivated for more than 100,000 years, but because of the power of dark blood, he cannot return to the realm of the immortal king. But after having Yifeng, the situation is completely different. 10,000 years ago, I fought my injuries and beheaded the strongest person of the dark blood ancient clan, the patriarch of the immortal king realm, which caused our 2 ancient clans to be evenly matched for a long time. The divine thoughts from the patriarch of the ancient golden clan are solemn, but if my realm recovers, the ancient dark blood clan will be like chickens and dogs. The pinnacle of the first-class world should have such an aura. Just like Emperor Xinyu, in this world, I am the emperor, who else but me? Feeling the aura coming from the patriarch of the ancient Golden Clan, Yi Feng immediately became awed, knowing that this is a strong man with much more experience than him. Is a worthy of respect for the strong. In Yi Feng's body, the power of true water continuously condensed. Although Yi Feng was able to disperse the dark blood power, with his cultivation base, completely dispelling the dark blood power from the patriarch of the Golden Ancient Clan's body would not be something that could be accomplished overnight. Yi Feng stayed temporarily in the ancient Golden Clan. During this period, he completely kept secret about dispelling the dark blood power for the patriarch. Even the golden giant Hong didn't know. However, under the order of the patriarch, many giants of the ancient Golden Clan went out one after another to find for Yi Feng the treasures of heaven and earth that could increase his cultivation base and the upper limit of his cultivation base. Every time Yi Feng's cultivation level increases by 1 point, the faster he can dispel the dark blood power in the patriarch's body. Every 10 years of improvement in cultivation, Yi Feng's total amount of true energy will double, and the speed of dispelling the dark blood power will also almost double, saving more time. According to Yi Feng's 900-year cultivation base, it would take at least 10 years to dispel all the dark blood power in the patriarch of the Golden Ancient Clan's body. But if his cultivation can reach 999 years, then it only takes less than 3 days to completely dispel it. Of course, it's not that simple to force Yi Feng to raise his cultivation base for nearly 100 years. Even the patriarch of the Golden Ancient Clan, in his most optimistic estimate, could help Yi Feng find the treasures that would allow him to upgrade to 950 years of cultivation. In this way, Yi Feng still needs nearly 3 months to dispel the dark blood power for the patriarch of the ancient Golden Clan. This is undoubtedly a protracted work. But in order to bring Lu Feng back and realize the promise he made in front of Jin Xinqing and Lu Yu, Yi Feng spending 3 months here is nothing. 7 days later. Yi Feng's cultivation has been successfully raised to 920 years, and this is all due to the results of many giants of the ancient Golden Clan going out to search, and it is also due to the accumulation of the ancient Golden Clan over the years. In this regard, many people in the ancient Gold Clan complained. After all, Yi Feng is not from the ancient Golden Clan, even if he came from the Dragon Sword inheritance that once helped them, but now, this Yi Feng is just a small shrimp with less than 1,000 years of cultivation. Why should they worship like this? Even with the patriarch's order, many giants in the ancient Golden Clan felt a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts. If Hong hadn't been persuading the giants, some giants would have complained to the patriarch long ago. Patriarch, it's not good. In the early morning of this day, suddenly the voice of a tyrannical golden giant in the clan came from outside the stone house where the patriarch lived, and there was a touch of anxiety in the voice. Yi Feng realized that the person who came was the captain of the battle team of the Golden Ancient Clan. With tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he was usually looked down upon. What could have happened? Yi Feng was a little puzzled, so he heard the patriarch of the ancient Golden Clan asking the same question. Inside the stone house, Yi Feng was dispelling the dark blood power for the patriarch. The patriarch didn't allow others to come in. He wanted to give everyone a surprise, and then deal a huge blow to the dark blood ancient clan by surprise. If the news leaked and accidentally reached the ears of the dark blood ancient clan, it would be difficult to make them take precautions. We found an ancient barren mouse in the barren lake, and we had killed it to bring it back. Unexpectedly, we met someone from the ancient dark blood clan. After a fight, 2 people in our clan were seriously injured. The voice of the combat squad leader came in with some displeasure. Obviously, the ancient mouse of Huangzi was used to improve Yi Feng's cultivation. The inner alchemy of the ancient mouse of Huangzi can increase the practitioner's upper limit of cultivation for at least 30 years in one fell swoop. Now, as long as there is the upper limit of the cultivation base, Yi Feng is not worried about not being able to raise the cultivation base. In order to find the heaven and earth treasures for Yi Feng, it is really worthless to injure the brave warriors of the clan. The battle squad leader thought so in his heart. Where's the Arizawa ancient mouse? The patriarch of the ancient gold clan asked slowly. It has already been brought back, but, patriarch, the ancient mouse of the barren lake was brought back at the price of serious injuries in the battle of the clan. Are we just taking advantage of an outsider like this? Unwilling to be reconciled, the battle team leader finally took this opportunity to raise objections to the patriarch for several days. Of course it's for Yi Feng. The patriarch of the ancient golden clan said indifferently, bring the ancient rat of the wild Zay. Patriarch. The combat team leader was unmoved, and his huge body suddenly knelt down outside the stone house, causing the whole earth to tremble. If he hadn't believed in the cultivation and wisdom of the patriarch, he would never have been deceived by a little bastard who had cultivated for hundreds of years. He thought the patriarch was bewitched by Yi Feng. But even if there was no such possibility, he felt that the patriarch had gone too far this time. Could it be that kid named Yi Feng, deliberately asking the patriarch for these heavenly materials and earthly treasures with the identity of dragon sword inheritance? How shameless! Chi! You can't do this, why don't you quickly bring the ancient mouse in? There was a hint of anger in the patriarch's voice. Let's write down the blood debt of the dark blood ancient clan for the time being, so that we can keep watch over the tribe. I will make them pay for their blood debt in a short time. Patriarch, dark blood ancient clan, this. The combat squad leader hesitated a little. He could hear the meaning of the patriarch. This time he actually let go of the dark blood ancient clansman who seriously injured the warriors in the clan. This is not the patriarch's style at all. If in the past, someone from the ancient dark blood clan hurt a member of the ancient gold clan in Xuanhuan, the clan chief would definitely fight in anger. At least he would not let the other party go back so freely. What are you still doing? The patriarch shouted angrily. Wait, patriarch, let me come. Seeing this, Yi Feng was a little puzzled. It seems that he had to do it himself, otherwise, before the patriarch fully recovered, these golden giants couldn't stand it. That would be bad. You. The patriarch felt that Yi Feng might not be able to cope with this situation, but since Yi Feng insisted on it, he couldn't stop it. Let's see what this young man can do to solve it. Yi Feng flew out of the stone room where the patriarch was, and saw Qi, the leader of the golden ancient clan's battle team, kneeling at the door of the stone room. Senior Qi, do you think that I, a human shrimp with less than 1,000 years of cultivation, is nothing to you, so asking you to find the treasures of heaven and earth for me is to make you feel wronged gone? Yi Feng directly passed on his spiritual thoughts. The giant Qi saw Yi Feng flying towards him like a bee, received his divine thoughts, and immediately snorted coldly, that's right. If you rely on you being the inheritor of the dragon sword, come to our ancient golden clan to play wild. I don't mind giving you some flair to see. If you have the guts, you can let your seniors from the dragon sword inheritance come over and discuss who is in charge. That's unnecessary. Yi Feng smiled and sent out his divine thoughts. If I can call the seniors of the dragon sword inheritance, the entire dark blood ancient clan can be uprooted. Why bother them to deal with such trivial matters as solving the dark blood ancient clan? With me here enough. You. The giant Qi laughed loudly. Young people really love to boast. You want to solve the dark blood ancient clan, it's really whimsical and wishful thinking. Any warrior from the dark blood ancient clan can crush you like an ant. Feeling the giant Qi's laughter, Yi Feng wasn't angry, but replied with a smile, really? Then let's place a bet. Bet? What bet? The giant Qi was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed loudly. With you as a little bastard, what can you bet with me? Could it be that you use the dragon sword in your hands? Speaking of this, the giant Qi's tone was a bit playful. A swordsman, if he bets with his own sword, then this swordsman is too inferior. Yi Feng shook his head, and sent out a divine thought. Our bet is that within a year, I will definitely help your tribe, deal a severe blow to the dark blood ancient clan, and even make them face the danger of genocide. If I can't do it, these 2 reincarnation level magic weapons belong to your golden ancient clan. As he spoke, he took out the magic crystal wings and time pendant. Even for the warriors of the ancient golden clan, the reincarnation level magic weapon is still something that can be encountered but not sought after. Although these giant warriors of the ancient golden clan practice body refinement skills and do not rely too much on magic weapons, if the ancient golden clan can have 2 reincarnation level magic weapons, they will definitely be able to kill the ancient dark blood clan in a short period of time. The people suppressed, let them suffer a big loss. You actually took out 2 reincarnation level magic weapons. The giant Qi was taken aback by Yi Feng's plan. This is a reincarnation level magic weapon, or 2. If he didn't have the confidence to win, how could this young man named Yi Feng make such a bet? Something is wrong, something must be wrong. The giant Qi was a little puzzled, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. With just a little guy like Yi Feng, can he deal a severe blow to the dark blood ancient clan? Or even let them exterminate the genocide? It's impossible to think about it. Let's talk about it first. If you ask the seniors of the Dragon Sword inheritance to help, this bet will not count. The giant Qi wasn't an idiot, so he brought it up directly. Don't worry, only me, a disciple of Dragon Sword inheritance, will be involved in this whole matter. Yi Feng said with certainty. Since that's the case, what else do I have to be afraid of? The giant Qi snorted. You have taken out 2 reincarnation level magic weapons as bets, so I, Qi, can't be stingy. But I don't have such good things as reincarnation level magic weapons. If I lose, I will swear to you. Allegiance, how about it? He would lose this bet, and the prerequisite was that the dark blood ancient clan would suffer heavy losses. If this is the case, let him serve Yi Feng alone. What is it? The giant Qi couldn't think of anything he could compare with the 2 reincarnation level magic weapons, so he bet on it. Allegiance? Yi Feng was taken aback. Darling, this giant is really honest, he even got himself involved. Is this the rhythm of selling himself? Well, you don't need to be loyal. If you lose this bet, you can promise me one thing in your own name. Although Yi Feng is quite rare for such a super thug, but this kind of bet that will obviously win, he can't cheat others in front of the family head. How embarrassing is that? But Yi Feng underestimated the giant Qi's stubbornness. If this guy wasn't stubborn, he wouldn't have knelt at the door of the patriarch's stone house and blatantly said those words just now. One thing? How can that work? The giant Qi snorted coldly. You look down on the warriors of my ancient golden clan. Since it's a bet, I can't take advantage of you, and allegiance is allegiance. You take out 2 reincarnation level magic weapons, and if you lose, it's we belong to the golden ancient clan, so don't regret it when the time comes. No, it's because I can't take advantage of you. It's enough to do one thing for me at that time. There's no need to be so serious about being loyal to me. Yi Feng waved his hands and shook his head. It's just that you have collected the treasures of heaven and earth for me recently, so you have to do your best. Don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you, lest you use this as an excuse to cheat. The giant Qi hummed lightly. Listening to the bet between the two, the patriarch of the ancient golden clan in the stone house showed a smile on his face. This young man really has some ideas. He really underestimated him before. However, for the patriarch of the ancient golden clan, he has been thinking about it for tens of thousands of years to have the opportunity to defeat the ancient dark blood clan head-on, but it has never come true. Since Yi Feng can dispel the dark blood power in his body, so what's the point of making a soldier loyal to Yi Feng? Compared with the people who wiped out the ancient dark blood clan, this is a trivial matter. Therefore, although the patriarch of the ancient golden clan saw the bet between Yi Feng and the giant Qi, he did not stop or intervene, but let them go. Not long after, Yifeng returned to the stone house helplessly. No matter what he said, Giant Qi said that if he lost, he would definitely be loyal to him. If Yifeng refused, he would look down on Giant Qi and the entire Golden Ancient clan. It's all said for this sake, and the patriarch didn't come out to stop it, so it would be meaningless for Yifeng to object anymore. In charge of Yi, the inner alchemy of the ancient route of the Wild Zhe can increase the upper limit of 30 years of cultivation. In this way, your speed of dispelling the dark blood power will be several times faster. The patriarch of the ancient gold clan said to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded, and after a short while, the Giant Qi took the inner alchemy of the ancient mouse of the desert that many warriors of the ancient gold tribe had finally obtained. Yifeng absorbed the aura of heaven and earth in it, and quickly raised the upper limit of his cultivation to 950 years, and then absorbed some treasures of heaven and earth from the seabed ruins of the star refining realm, raising his cultivation to 950 years. The total amount of Zhenqi in Yifeng's body, as well as the total amount of various forces he had comprehended, suddenly skyrocketed. In another 1.5 months, the dark blood power in the patriarch's body can be completely dispelled. Yifeng thought in his heart, the bet said it will take 1 month, it seems that we have to hurry up and practice. While dispelling the dark blood power for the patriarch of the ancient golden clan, Yifeng used the power of time and space to practice as soon as possible. Although the effect was not very good, it was better than nothing, and it could still speed up Yifeng's training speed. With the efforts of many giant warriors in the ancient golden clan, Yifeng's cultivation has steadily improved. Another 7 days later, Yifeng's cultivation had been raised to 980. At the same time, more giant warriors from the Golden Ancient clan were injured. The people of the Dark Blood Ancient clan seemed to have noticed something strange about the Ancient Golden clan, and they began to frequent and confront the members of the Ancient Golden clan who went out to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Fortunately, the existence of the realm of immortality for 10,000 years, especially the giant warriors of the ancient Golden clan who practiced the body training method inherited from ancient times, has relatively strong vitality. During this period of time, there were only serious injuries and no deaths. In the patriarch's stone house, Yifeng left the acceleration space he created, restrained the breath in his body, then exhaled a foul breath, and opened his eyes. In 3 more days, he will be able to completely dispel the dark blood power in the body of the patriarch of the Golden Ancient clan. At that time, it's time to fulfill the bet with the Giant Qi. Golden Ancient tribe, in the stone house where the patriarch lives. Director Yi, the remaining dark blood power in my body is not much. After 3 days, I will be able to recover to the power of the peak period. At that time, I will lead the members of the family to attack the Dark Blood Ancient clan, and tell you what you said the Lufeng girl rescued. The patriarch of the ancient Golden clan said solemnly, after saving Lufeng girl, the dark blood power in her body may not be less than mine. The power can also be used, allowing you to quickly reach 1,000 years of cultivation, and condensed Dao fruit. Yifeng heard this, and nodded with a wry smile, okay. He didn't say that there were 7 layers of restrictions imposed on him by the body of the dragon's sword, the first layer being the 999-year cultivation base, and if he didn't break the restrictions, he couldn't move forward even a single step. However, whether the restriction can be broken or not depends on the 999th year of cultivation. Now Yifeng can only feel that the restriction is quite strong, but he has no idea how strong it is. 3 days passed quickly. Director Yi, my name is Shang. The patriarch of the ancient Golden clan heard a divine thought, and suddenly a burst of tyrannical power filled the entire stone house. After 10,000 years, his strength was finally disintegrated and dispelled by the power of true water in Yifeng's body, and he also recovered to the peak, the strength of the 100,000-year fairy king realm. There was also an immortal king in the Dark Blood Ancient clan, but he had already killed him before. Now that he has regained the realm of the immortal king, it is as easy as flipping the palm of his hand to level the entire Dark Blood ancient clan. Immediately, he restrained his tyrannical aura, so that his strength in the realm of the Fairy King would not be revealed so easily. After all, the Dark Blood ancients are not fools. That made him exterminate. Those who want to wipe out the Dark Blood ancient clan have no choice but to catch them all by surprise. The Patriarch Shang stood up, walked a few steps out of the stone house. Patriarch. The giant Qi, who had been guarding outside, was shocked when he saw this. Why did the Patriarch come out? He could vaguely see that the current Patriarch was a bit different, but he couldn't tell what was different. He just glanced at Yi Feng, who was following behind the Patriarch, and couldn't help but snorted coldly. The giant Qi didn't believe that this little guy who came from the dragon sword inheritance and had only cultivated for more than 900 years could really help them eliminate the ancient Dark Blood tribe. Qi, bring your fighting team and follow me. Patriarch Shang gave the order directly. Patriarch, where are we going? The giant Qi asked suspiciously. In the entire Golden Ancient clan, there are only 3 giant commanders like him. Now that the Patriarch Shang asked him to lead a third of the soldiers to set off as soon as he said it, could it be a big move? Go to the Dark Blood ancient clan and snatch their goddess back. Patriarch Shang said lightly. What? Not only the giant Qi, but even the giant warriors who were coming and going were shocked by the Patriarch's words. Go to the Dark Blood ancient clan to snatch the goddess back? This is too difficult. The battle team led by the giant Qi is definitely not enough. One must know that the strength of the entire Golden Ancient clan is about the same as that of the Dark Blood ancient clan. If 1/3 of the people go there, how can they fight? However, the giant Qi knows his patriarch very well. After all, they have been friends for tens of thousands of years. Patriarch, I will notify the soldiers right away. The giant Qi glanced at Yi Feng, thinking to himself, is there really something this kid can do? Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Patriarch to issue this inexplicable order. In any case, the giant Qi firmly believed in the words of the Patriarch, and his fighting spirit was high, so why would he be afraid of being smashed to pieces against the ancient Dark Blood clan? In an instant, 150 ancient golden warriors were notified by the giant Qi and stood in a row. Among this row of golden giant warriors, Hong was impressively in the row. Although he was the son of the Patriarch Shang, he was only a subordinate of the giant Qi in the ancient tribe. Every giant has more than 10,000 years of cultivation, and they are all powerful existences in the realm of immortality. Standing together with awe-inspiring aura, such a force is no less than the legions of the Tianjia world that surrounded the earth in the past. As expected of the ancient fighting clan in the first-class world, the overall strength of the ancient golden clan is extremely tyrannical. It's going to be night soon. You spread out and surround the ancient Dark Blood clan as quickly as possible. The order of the Patriarch Shang was conveyed to the 150 giant warriors of the ancient clan through divine thoughts. Your purpose is not to fight, but to prevent their people from escaping. When the time comes, Director Yi and I will enter the Dark Blood ancient clan. Crush the entire Dark Blood ancient clan. None of the 150 golden giant warriors in total could understand these divine thoughts. They all felt strange. How could Yi Feng follow the Patriarch into the Dark Blood ancient clan with less than 1,000 years of cultivation? And they have to stay outside? This is not scientific. Patriarch, are you sure this can be done? With yes cultivation base, I'm afraid. The giant Qi was all worried, and said bluntly, let's not mention the Patriarch, your injury. It's okay, you can lead the team to guard outside. Alright, let's take action now. Patriarch Shang swung Yi Feng onto his huge shoulders with a big hand, and then the power of space urged Yi Feng to disappear. The place where the Dark Blood Ancient Clan tribe is located is 108,000 miles away from the Golden Ancient Clan, but these distances are not a problem at all for Shang, the patriarch of the Immortal King realm, and they come in a blink of an eye. As soon as the patriarch Shang started to move, the 150 golden giants, led by the giant Qi, also started to move. The power of space surged in the tribe of the ancient gold tribe, and soon, each figure disappeared from the spot. 100,000 miles away, the tribe of the Dark Blood Ancient Clan. This is an ancient tribe surrounded by blood-red trees. This forest is called Dark Blood Forest. The Dark Blood Forest was not originally called this name, but ever since the people of the Dark Blood Ancient Clan settled here, the power of dark blood also invaded these ancient trees, turning them all dark red, which looked abnormally bloody. At the edge of this Dark Blood Forest, there is a space barrier set up by the people of the Dark Blood Ancient Clan, so that even the patriarch Shang, who is in the realm of the Fairy King, cannot directly break through the space and enter it. The space barrier of the Dark Blood Forest was set up jointly by the ancestors of the Dark Blood Ancient Clan. I can't even break through it. However, the Dark Blood Forest is not very big. Let's fly in and we will be able to reach their tribe soon. Patriarch Shang explained to Yifeng, who was on his shoulder, and then his eyes flashed fiercely, I will kill anyone who sees them. When Yifeng and the patriarch Shang went to the edge of the Dark Blood Forest, the 150 golden giant warriors led by the giant Qi followed closely behind, breaking through the space and teleporting to various places around the Dark Blood Forest. Edge. Captain Qi, tell me, why did the patriarch suddenly order such an action? A soldier under the giant Qi asked him suspiciously. For tens of thousands of years, the entire Golden Ancient Clan has not made any big moves, but this time, it seems that their patriarch wants to make a big move? But it's not scientific anyway. If the patriarch's injury can't be healed, he won't be able to restore the realm of the Immortal King. If we don't restore the realm of the Immortal King, it will be very difficult for our ancient Gold Clan to wipe out the ancient Dark Blood Clan. Wait, could it be? The giant Qi is not stupid. Before and after contacting, he suddenly thought of a certain possibility, and suddenly realized. Could it be that the boy from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace found a way to heal the patriarch's injury and restore him to the realm of the Immortal King? The giant Qi was shocked. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility that can explain the motive of the patriarch's move. This is the rhythm of annihilating the entire Dark Blood Ancient Clan. Really, why didn't he think of it before? The giant Qi regretted for a while. If this is the case, wouldn't he lose to the young man who inherited the dragon sword? However, compared with annihilating the ancient Dark Blood Clan, being loyal to a dragon sword inheritance leader is not a shameful thing. If the entire Dark Blood Ancient Clan could really be wiped out this time, then the giant Qi would indeed be willing to serve Yifeng. Pass down the order. Everyone surrounds the Dark Blood Forest, a group of 5 people. If any giant of the Dark Blood Ancient Clan escapes from it, kill him immediately. The giant Qi saw the hope, and immediately his whole body was ignited with fighting spirit. 150 giants of the ancient Golden Clan surrounded the Dark Blood Forest with a radius of thousands of miles in a small team of 5. With the power of space and the perception of spiritual consciousness, they can easily find anyone who has escaped from the Dark Blood Forest, and then break through the space to surround them and kill them. A big battle is about to start. Yifeng followed the patriarch Shang into the Dark Blood Forest. A burst of dark blood power around them was constantly eroding them, but they were all resisted by the tyrannical power of the patriarch Shang. The giants of the ancient Golden Clan used the power called Golden Divine Power. They were vigorous, aggressive, majestic, in harmony with the way of heaven, and indestructible. This is a kind of domineering power, but in the eyes of Qi Yaogumu in Yifeng's body, it is not too strong. The power of dark blood is just a trace of the inheritance of the power of the ancient and secluded heaven. Similarly, the quality of the golden power is still not comparable to the level of the power of Qiao. However, even so, Shang, the patriarch of the ancient Golden Clan who has a cultivation base of 100,000 years and has reached the realm of Immortal King, is far, far stronger than Yi Feng. The patriarch Shang has recovered the realm of the Immortal King, and can easily resist the power of the dark blood outside his body, preventing it from approaching. The power of the dark blood spreading in the dark blood forest, after a long time entering the body, the golden giant will gradually lose its sanity, and eventually it will evolve into a giant of the dark blood ancient clan. Because of this, the dark blood forest has always been a forbidden area for the ancient gold clan. The dark blood ancient clan tribe never imagined that tonight, the golden ancient clan would come to the dark blood forest to exterminate them under the leadership of Patriarch Shang. The distance of thousands of miles, Patriarch Shang flew casually for less than half an hour, and he had passed through, and the tribe of the ancient dark blood clan was not far away. At this time, the dark blood ancient tribe did not know that the crisis was coming. Hundreds of giants cheered and celebrated in the dark red stonehouse complex, as if something worthy of celebration had happened. Yi Feng had comprehended the power of the void. At this time, he condensed the power of the void and observed carefully. He saw a little guy like him surrounded by many giants among the giants of the dark blood ancient clan. That little one is none other than the goddess General Lu Feng who was captured here before. But at this time, Lu Feng was wearing a dark red robe, and his originally heroic eyes were also blood red, and his whole body was eroded by the power of dark blood. Lu Feng has lost her consciousness, and it is the power of dark blood that supports her actions. An ancient blood-red staff, held in her hand, fluttered in the center of the dark blood ancient tribe's tribe, whispering in her small mouth, as if she was reciting some spell. This incantation seems to be very important to the dark blood ancient clan. It turned out to be a blood curse. Go, stop them. Upon seeing this, the patriarch Shang immediately said with a solemn expression. Calling the blood curse, what is that? Yi Feng asked suspiciously. It is a spell of the ancient dark blood clan. A cultivator who is selected as a goddess can absorb stronger dark blood power from the upper realm once he casts the call blood curse, and thus gradually reborn and become a goddess beyond the entire dark blood ancient clan. Existence of the clan. Patriarch Shang explained with divine thoughts, with a solemn tone, it is rumored that calling the blood curse will bring the dark blood ancient clan to a higher world and possess more powerful power. Yi Feng accepted his divine thoughts and thought to himself, it turned out to be a spell that summons the power of the upper world. Generally speaking, the power of the upper realm will not come to the lower realm so easily, but some ancient spells can indeed guide those powers to the lower realm, so that they can be absorbed by the practitioners. Some ancient first-class worlds have mastered such spells, so that their worlds will endure for a long time, and they will always be in the dominant position in the lower heavens. It would be great if I could also learn some spells. Yi Feng thought in his heart. However, according to Qiao Gumu, the power of Guyu is not a good thing, and Yi Feng doesn't want it either. As for other upper realm powers, they can't eat too much. Now that Yi Feng has comprehended enough, it doesn't seem to be of much use to comprehend other types. I'm starting. The patriarch Shang gave a soft drink, and started to rush towards the tribe of the ancient dark blood clan. Seeing this, Yi Feng retreated a little distance, cleverly, using the power of the time pendant to hide himself. After all, the battle at the level of Patriarch Shang is not something he can participate in. If he is affected by any of these powers, he will die. So at this time, he just needs to hide and watch the show, and watch Liu Feng's whereabouts carefully to prevent her from escaping. The next moment, the 1,000-meter-high body of the Patriarch Shang stepped into the tribe of the dark blood ancient clan like a hill. The power of the Immortal King realm erupted in an instant. A golden light flashed past, and the two fists of the patriarch, Shang, slammed straight at the two long-handed giants of the dark blood ancient clan, smashing their brains out in an instant. As the golden light flashed, the patriarch Shang quickly rushed towards the other two people beside him. The sudden change made the giants of the dark blood ancient clan who were in joy stunned one by one, and then became furious. Someone broke into their territory and killed them. All the giants in the ancient dark blood tribe became angry. Right now, it is the halfway point of their goddess calling the blood curse, and as long as the calling of the blood curse succeeds this time, the dark blood power in the goddess will evolve to another higher level. By that time, the goddess's cultivation base will increase faster, and her achievements will be even higher in the future. However, such an important moment was interrupted by a sneak attack by a member of the ancient Golden Clan. Is this guy here to die? The dark blood giants each threw out their thick and long scarlet arms, and the power of dark blood was condensed in their hands, and they were about to join forces to head off the invading guy. However, soon, they discovered that the person who came was actually the patriarch of the ancient Gold Clan. Not only that, but the cultivation of this golden giant, he has recovered the realm of the immortal king after 100,000 years of cultivation. The dark blood power in his body has disappeared. Damn it, why did his injury heal? It's obviously our former patriarch who tried his best to injure him. All of a sudden, all the giants in the ancient dark blood clan lost their minds. The goddess Lu Feng, who was calling the blood curse in the center, raised her head, staring at the rampaging golden giant Shang with blood-colored eyes, frowning slightly. Today is your day of death. The patriarch Shang raised his fist, which glowed golden for a while. With the golden power absorbed, he sucked the two dark blood giants in front of him, smashing their heads one by one. Some of the giants of the ancient dark blood tribe began to flee towards the dark blood forest outside the ancient dark blood tribe, but some of them realized that if the patriarch of the ancient golden tribe was not repulsed today, they would be all must die. Therefore, many people joined forces and surrounded the golden giant who looked like a god of war. This is a duel between the power of gold and the power of dark blood. As for the result of this duel, it can be expected that the immortal king realm is much stronger than those dark blood giants who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Even with one enemy and 100, Patriarch Shang can still easily win. Unstoppable. One after another, the dark blood giants were crushed to death by Shang's punch, their flesh and blood scattered, and the suppression of their cultivation made him feel like no one in the dark blood ancient clan. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the dark blood ancient clan is destroyed. Yi Feng hid aside, and none of the giants from the dark blood ancient clan found him. One after another, the giants of the dark blood ancient clan ran past Yi Feng, wanting to escape from here, shaking the ground, but Yi Feng was completely indifferent, just staring at Lu Feng in the center. She moved. Yi Feng observed Lu Feng being attacked by the power of dark blood, and suddenly dodged, as if he wanted to break through the space and leave this place. He immediately mobilized the power of the void he had comprehended, and surrounded it in the direction of Lu Feng. He has used the Lu Feng, calling for the blood curse a few times before, and the dark blood power in his body has almost evolved to the level of the ancient Yu power. Compared with the golden divine power of the patriarch Shang, the level of the ancient Yu power is much higher up. It's a pity that Lu Feng's current cultivation base is too low, and it is impossible to beat the opponent of the patriarch Shang. If Lu Feng really grows up, as long as he reaches the 10,000-year cultivation base and becomes an existence in the realm of becoming a fairy, it will be a great oppression for the entire golden ancient clan. Because of this, the ancient golden clan paid so much attention to Lu Feng. One must know that the two giant races had been in a balanced state for the past 10,000 years, and the patriarch Shang's injury had never been able to recover. If this continues, even if it only takes 1,000 years, when Lu Feng grows up, the time for the ancient golden clan's extinction will arrive. Yi Feng's void power condensed into a ball, imprisoning Lu Feng, who wanted to escape. Although Yi Feng only has a cultivation base of 980 years, his real strength is that he can confront a strong man with a cultivation base of 2,000 to 3,000 years, so this void force rushed out and instantly blocked Lu Feng. Who? The bloody red eyes cast towards Yi Feng's location. Originally, she couldn't find Yi Feng, who was hiding, but when Yi Feng condensed the power of the void to block her way, she followed the clues and found Yi Feng's location. When she found out that the person who blocked her from leaving was only a young man with less than 1,000 years of cultivation, she couldn't help frowning. This young man obviously only has a cultivation base of 980 years, but the spatial barrier created by her cannot even be broken by a strong person with a cultivation base of 2,400 years. Too strong. This kid obviously came here with Shang, the patriarch of the ancient Golden Clan. Could it be that he was a rescuer invited by the ancient Golden Clan? Let me kill you. There was a murderous intent in the blood-red eyes. It was obvious that she had no memory of Yi Feng's identity at all. The consciousness that originally belonged to the goddess general has been completely suppressed by the power of dark blood, and of course, the memory has also been suppressed. With 2,400 years of cultivation, coupled with the power of dark blood that is close to the level of Guyu's power, Lu Feng's true strength now is enough to fight against a strong man with 3,000 years of cultivation. Since Yi Feng shielded her retreat with the power of the void, she will kill Yi Feng. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng rushed towards Yi Feng's direction, his whole body glowing with blood. Dark blood curse. Lu Feng clasped his palms together, several strands of dark blood force quickly entangled towards Yi Feng. Want to trap me? Yi Feng laughed lightly, and the wings of magic crystal suddenly appeared behind him, accompanied by a burst of void power, allowing him to easily break through the space, and he dodged behind Lu Feng. The power of orange time is running. When Yi Feng came behind Lu Feng, he didn't stagnate at all, urging the power of time that had been condensed. Accompanied by the power of the void, a deceleration space formed in front of Yi Feng's body, covering Lu Feng's entire body. In this way, in Yi Feng's eyes, Lu Feng's movements will be twice as slow. The double speed difference is enough for Yi Feng to deal with Lu Feng easily. When Yi Feng's figure disappeared, Lu Feng discovered something was wrong, and immediately realized something was wrong. Why did the movements of the other dark blood giants around him suddenly double in speed? Suddenly, Lu Feng suddenly realized that it wasn't that other people moved faster, but that the time in the small space he was in had slowed down. This young man actually comprehended the power of time? The consciousness of dark blood power in Liu Feng's body was shocked. It didn't know that what Yi Feng comprehended was not the power of time, but a higher level of power of time. Wrapping sword technique. With a wave of the simple dragon sword in Yi Feng's hand, several jet black sword energy swept towards the blunted wind, wrapping her body in an instant. The sword chi contained the power of real water, which immediately suppressed the dark blood power in Liu Feng's body. Bang! With a loud noise, Yi Feng fell beside an incomparably huge ancient tree with Liu Feng's body, smashing a deep hole in the ground. The real power that the two can display is not far apart, but the power Yi Feng comprehends just happens to restrain Lu Feng's power better. It was almost just a face-to-face meeting. Yi Feng restrained Lu Feng. Immediately, two giants of the dark blood ancient tribe who were running away immediately realized the situation here, and their blood-red eyes looked towards the place where Yi Feng and Lu Feng's bodies fell. Yi Feng also realized that he was being targeted by two dark blood giants, but he was not worried. Roar! When the two dark blood giants saw their ancient goddess being suppressed by Yi Feng, they immediately rushed over with a loud roar. Although they were afraid of the golden giant patriarch Shang, but for a rookie with less than 1,000 years of cultivation, what's there to be afraid of? The earth is shaking. Yi Feng didn't panic at all, hugged Lu Feng's body suppressed by him in his arms, and then activated the power of time. A burst of orange light curtain spread out, enveloping the two dark blood giants in an instant, allowing them to enter a deceleration space. Taking advantage of the slow movement of the two giants, Yi Feng teleported to the side of the golden giant, Patriarch Shang, with a flowing wind. To fight against the dark blood giant who has been cultivated for tens of thousands of years, Yi Feng definitely can't do it now. And he let the two dark blood giants fall into the deceleration space, and it only lasted for less than a second, and then the two big guys broke free. The gap in cultivation is too big. Even if the two dark blood giants stood still and hit Yi Feng couldn't kill them. And they can tear Yi Feng to pieces in one fell swoop. Successful. Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts passed to the Patriarch Shang. You take her back first, and go to Captain Qi. The Patriarch Shang said solemnly, and smashed the head of a dark blood giant away with his fist. Although he was here, there were too many dark blood giants, and he couldn't say that he would be able to protect Yi Feng comprehensively. If something happened to Yi Feng, it would be difficult to handle. Yi Feng nodded, knowing where the giant Qi was probably. He directly activated the power of the void, broke through the space, and ran towards the edge of the dark blood forest. Along the way, many dark blood giants ran away. There were about 200 dark blood giants trapped in the middle of the dark blood forest by Patriarch Shang, but the remaining 300-odd dark blood giants all wanted to escape from the dark blood forest. The suppression of the Immortal King realm is not a joke. Even if 500 dark blood giants deal with the Patriarch Shang together, it is impossible to defeat him. At most it will take a little effort. While teleporting, Yi Feng used the time-space pendant to deeply conceal his aura, and at the same time concealed Liu Feng's aura. As long as Yi Feng doesn't provoke those fleeing dark blood giants, those giants won't find Yi Feng. Who are you? Liu Feng, who was held tightly in Yi Feng's arms, stared at him with blood-colored eyes, and asked, with a divine sense. You will soon find out. Yi Feng replied without saying anything. He checked the state of Liu Feng's body at this time, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Things were a little tricky. Now Liu Feng's body is full of dark blood power, and because it is dark blood power that has evolved several times through calling the blood curse, even Yi Feng's real water power, it becomes more difficult to dispel it. But fortunately, calling the blood curse this time did not make Liu Feng succeed. Otherwise, the power of dark blood in Liu Feng's body would evolve into the power of ancient seclusion, which could no longer be dispelled by the power of real water alone. Based on my current cultivation base of 980 years, I'm afraid it will take several years to dispel all the evolved dark blood power in Liu Feng's body. Yi Feng was thinking in his heart, but now he doesn't have several years to spend with Liu Feng. But fortunately, Patriarch Shang has recovered to the realm of Immortal King. He can create an acceleration space for Yi Feng to let him practice, and he can also dispel the dark blood power for Liu Feng in the acceleration space. It's just that I don't know how strong the acceleration space can be created with the Patriarch Shang's cultivation base. How does it compare with the meditation space? Yi Feng doesn't know. Let's wait until the matter here is over. Soon, he had come to the edge of the dark blood forest. Although he was small in stature, because he had comprehended the power of the void, he was advancing much faster than other dark blood giants. And with the power of real water in his body, plus the wind and thunder eyes possessed by Yangshan, Yi Feng's teleportation will hardly consume much real energy. The bodies of 5 golden giants appeared on the edge of the dark blood forest, not far from Yi Feng. One of them is the giant Captain Qi. Look, it's the young man who came out with the goddess. A golden giant immediately spotted Yi Feng and pointed in Yi Feng's direction. Sure enough, as I expected, everyone is ready, and it seems that soon a dark blood giant will escape from the dark blood forest. The giant Qi was delighted, but he didn't show it, and gave the order with a serious expression. All 150 golden giants are ready to go, ready to fight. Although there were more than 300 dark blood giants who wanted to escape from the dark blood forest, those people were defeated and had no will to fight at all. Even if there were only 150 people, it would not be difficult for the Golden Giant to wipe them out. Yi Feng ran outside the dark blood forest, and was protected by a team led by the giant Qi. He put Lu Feng's body down and let her lie flat on the sandy ground outside the dark blood forest. Looking at Liu Feng's undulating chest, Yi Feng frowned. This Lu Feng was too severely eroded by the power of dark blood. Just running all the way, he finally discovered that Liu Feng's original consciousness was firmly suppressed in the center of the core. Since the core is the foundation of a person's cultivation, Lu Feng's own consciousness sank into the core, and even the power of dark blood did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, Lu Feng's own consciousness would have been easily wiped out by the dark blood power. First connect with Liu Feng's own consciousness. Yi Feng thought in his heart, ignored the one-sided battle in the dark blood forest behind him, and put one hand on Liu Feng's lower abdomen. This position is closest to the dantian and core, and it should be the easiest to connect with Liu Feng's own consciousness. At this time, Lu Feng was wearing a blood-red robe with loose cloth, and his snow-white skin was faintly visible, and there seemed to be some dark red color, which seemed strange and inexplicable. Yi Feng pressed it with one hand, and Lu Feng's bloody eyes burst into blood, as if he wanted to rise up and resist. However, Yi Feng's body was driven by the power of real water, which condensed into a sword energy enveloping sword skills, and once again firmly suppressed Lu Feng's whole body. "Don't move around, you can't run away," Yi Feng said lightly, and then his consciousness jumped into the core of Liu Feng's body. In Liu Feng's dantian, there is also a blood-red color, and even the edge of the dan core has been eroded by the power of dark blood. Only in the center of the elixir core, there is still a piece of clean and clear. Yi Feng's consciousness sank in, and instantly triggered the reaction of Liu Feng's own consciousness. "Lu Feng, did you hear that?" Yi Feng's consciousness began to call out. "You are, Yi Feng." A weak spiritual thought slowly entered Yi Feng's mind. Due to being suppressed in the pill core for too long, his whole body was eroded by the power of dark blood, and Lu Feng's own consciousness was already very weak, and he just persisted with a willpower. If Yi Feng didn't come, when he succeeded in calling the blood curse this time, the evolved Guyu's power would be enough to kill Lu Feng's own consciousness. "It's me, I'm here to save you," Yi Feng said in a deep voice. Because of his careless negligence at the beginning, he actually let Lu Feng fall into such a situation, which undoubtedly made Yi Feng blame himself, but fortunately there is still a chance to save him. Yi Feng will definitely do his best. How could you find my..." Liu Feng's consciousness was intermittent, but fortunately Yi Feng could understand her meaning. "It's a long story. I will dispel all the dark blood power in your body. After you recover, I will tell you in detail, but you must cooperate with me during this period." Yi Feng sent out his divine thoughts solemnly. "Good. Liu Feng's consciousness is extremely weak." Yi Feng didn't stay in it for too long, but immediately started urging the power of true water to dispel the dark blood power near the flowing wind pill core. The dark blood power in her body has evolved several times through calling the blood curse, and its strength is dozens of times stronger than the dark blood power in the patriarch Sheng's body. Very difficult. Fortunately, Yi Feng's power of true water can be recovered all the time, but the power of dark blood in Lu Feng's body will not recover naturally after leaving the dark blood forest. The dark blood forest is the basis for the existence of the dark blood ancient clan. The dark blood power they used was all obtained from an ancient altar in the dark blood forest, and at the same time, it could only be replenished in that ancient altar. Thinking about it, Shang, the patriarch of the ancient golden clan this time, would definitely try to destroy the ancient dark blood altar, otherwise these dark blood powers would harm others sooner or later. In the entire wild world, there are not only two races, the ancient gold race and the ancient dark blood race, and even the number of creatures in the wild world is much more than other first-class worlds. After all, this is an even older race. First-class world. A fierce fight was going on in the Dark Blood Forest. One after another the Dark Blood Giants fell to the ground under the siege of the 5-member team of the ancient Golden Clan. Even if there were several Dark Blood Giant teams that escaped together, they were strangled by several Golden Giant teams. Beating a dog in the water is the easiest thing to do, but the Dark Blood Giants' dying counterattack cannot be ignored. Many Golden Giants were seriously injured, and even several Dark Blood Giants entangled and killed them. This battle was the one where the ancient Gold Clan lost the most, but relatively, the ancient Dark Blood Clan lost even more. This is a battle to the death, either you die or I die, instead of the two tentatively attacking each other as before. As long as the ancient Dark Blood Clan can be wiped out, even if a few people die, so what? In history, the total number of Golden Giants who died at the hands of Dark Blood Giants is much more than the number of Golden Giants who died in this battle today. Every Golden Giant was red-eyed, and the Golden Divine Power exploded with the strongest power, blasting and killing the Dark Blood Giants one after another. And outside the Dark Blood Forest, Yifeng finally spent a day and a night to dispel all the Dark Blood power from the core in Lu Feng's body. Lu Feng's core has returned to Qingming. In this way, Liu Feng's own consciousness can gradually recover over time, so as not to be eroded and weakened by the power of dark blood. The dark blood power in her body was severely injured, and she finally fell into a deep sleep. Yifeng hugged Lu Feng's body, stood up and looked back. Behind him, there were already 7 or 8 dark blood giants lying on the ground, dripping dark red blood, mixed with some golden blood. The 5-member team led by the giant Qi was also injured, but the blood in the golden giant's body was golden yellow, infused with golden divine power. About there. The giant Qi looked at the sky and estimated the time in his heart. 1 day and 1 night passed, and the 150-man combat team he led had already annihilated more than 250 dark blood giants, while the loss itself did not exceed 10 people. All sacrificed our heroes. The giant Qi felt sorry for the hero, but he also cheered for the hero. If these warriors hadn't fought desperately, how could they have completely wiped out the people of the ancient Dark Blood Clan? At this moment, with the full moon in the sky, a huge golden figure walked out from the Dark Blood Forest. That's Patriarch Shang. His body was already covered with the dark red blood of the Dark Blood Giant, and he was still holding the head of a Dark Blood Giant in his hand. That was the patriarch of the generation of the ancient Dark Blood Clan, who had been beheaded by Shang at this time. The ancient Dark Blood Clan is extinct. The patriarch Shang walked out of the Dark Blood Forest, and after speaking to the giant Qi, he couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of golden yellow blood. Patriarch, what's wrong with you? The face of the giant Qi changed. It stands to reason that to destroy an ancient Dark Blood Clan, the patriarch of the Immortal King realm would not be injured. I tried to attack the Dark Blood altar, but was injured by its rebound force. Patriarch Shang looked solemn. This matter will be discussed later. Everyone go back to the village to rest first. Yifeng watched from the side, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Even the patriarch Shang, who has a cultivation base of 100,000 years and the realm of the Immortal King, can't handle the Dark Blood altar. It seems that the Dark Blood altar was definitely not built by the people who went down to clear the sky. Many warriors of the ancient Golden Tribe cleaned up the Dark Blood Forest to ensure that no Dark Blood Giant escaped, and finally returned to the tribe of the ancient Golden Tribe with the corpses of their comrades and many wounded. This time I punched and killed 5 Dark Blood Giants, haha. A Golden Giant stood beside Hong, showing off vigorously. I killed 16. Hong looked calm and smiled slightly. Hey, that's awesome. Someone next to him said, Hong, after you drank that sip of the golden holy spring, the level of strength in your body is stronger than ours. Although your cultivation level is not as good as ours, your combat power is much stronger than ours. That's right, it's a pity that the Golden Holy Spring has only produced one drop every 100,000 years, otherwise, how could our ancient Golden clan be afraid of the dark blood group? Golden Holy Spring? Yifeng heard the words and looked towards Hong, who was on the side. It should be something that can increase the level of the golden power in their bodies, right? Just like calling the blood curse, it can increase the level of dark blood power to the power of ancient seclusion. And what can the Golden Holy Spring increase the golden divine power to? Yifeng didn't know, and Xiaoguma didn't know very well either. He didn't see any power similar to the golden divine power in Shangqingshan. Hey, do you know if there is a higher world than Shangqingshan? Yifeng asked towards Xiaoguma. Why are you asking this? Young man, don't be too ambitious. Xiaoguma seemed to want to teach Yifeng a lesson. Come on, you don't even know it yourself, so you still come to teach me a lesson. Yifeng directly refuted and went back to tell Xiaoguma to shut up, but he was puzzled in his heart. If this world is divided into the lower Qingtian and the upper Qingtian, is there really a higher level of existence? Otherwise, why didn't Xiaoguma know about the existence of the dragon sword itself and the ancient superpowers of the earth? Yifeng couldn't help but make a bold guess. It's very possible that existences like the dragon sword itself and the ancient superpowers of the earth exist in a world higher than Shangqingshan. The evolved version of the golden divine power may also be a power belonging to a higher world. However, the current Yifeng has no way to prove this point. Even the simple dragon sword on his waist didn't know about it. After all, it was just a ray of consciousness of the dragon sword itself. It could only convey information to the dragon sword itself, but could not receive anything from the dragon sword itself. Yifeng didn't think too much about the golden holy spring obtained by Giant Hong, since it has little to do with him anyway. After returning to the golden ancient tribe, Yifeng placed Liu Feng's body in a specially arranged spacious stone house, followed by the patriarch Shang and the giant Qi. Haha! Brother Yi, I convinced you this time. The giant Qi was very excited along the way. They had finally wiped out the dark blood ancient clan, which had been a major problem for many years, and most of the credit for this was attributed to Yifeng. I didn't expect you to be able to dispel the dark blood power in the patriarch's body. The giant Qi still finds it unbelievable when he thinks about it. After all, Yifeng, a little guy with a cultivation base of less than 1,000 years, can actually do things that they have been unable to do in tens of thousands of years. Okay, these things will be discussed later. The patriarch Shang stopped the giant Qi from chattering, then lowered his head and looked at Yifeng, who was watching Lu Feng on the ground. Director Yi, how is the condition of the goddess? Yifeng shook his head when he heard the words. To dispel the dark blood power from her whole body, it will take at least 12 years with my current cultivation base. 12 years. No problem. The patriarch Shang was unmoved, and said calmly, after I rest for a while, I can create an acceleration space for you, allowing you to cultivate in it and dispel the dark blood power. May I ask, how long can the acceleration space created by the patriarch last, and how many times the acceleration time? Yifeng asked a question that he was very concerned about. It can last for a month at most, and the multiplier of time acceleration is of course 365 times the limit. In other words, 1 year passes in the accelerated space, and only 1 day passes outside. Patriarch Shang replied. 365 times the acceleration that lasted for 1 month. As expected of a powerhouse in the Immortal King realm, the acceleration space he can create is almost as strong as the meditation space inherited by Dragon Sword. Gupu Longjian can only create such an acceleration space once a year. Relatively speaking, the Patriarch Shang can definitely create more, but it is impossible to spend all the power of time on this, or else in an emergency, there will be no effective means to fight the enemy. Except for a monstrous genius like Yifeng, there are very few people in the entire Xiaqing Tian who can comprehend the power of time. It's normal for an existence who has cultivated to the realm of a mortal king for 100,000 years to comprehend the power of time. But among the cultivators who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, there are many who have not comprehended the power of time. In the entire tribe of the Golden Ancient Clan, there are more than 500 people, and almost all of them have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, but among them, no more than 10 people have comprehended the power of time. However, Yi Feng had already comprehended the power of time at a higher level after only 980 years of cultivation. This is his luck, but also his talent. If it were someone else, even if they met Qi Yaogumu, they would not be able to comprehend so quickly with such talent. The patriarch Shan went to rest first, and the remaining giant Qi was here to talk to Yi Feng. Brother Yi, now I will fulfill my promise and swear allegiance to you here. The giant Qi had a serious expression on his face. People of the ancient Golden Clan valued promises the most, and they would never regret what they said. What's more, the giant Qi had long been mentally prepared. Allegiance counts. Yi Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, if I need it at that time, I can ask you to do something for me. Just don't refuse. Then how can I do it? The warriors of my Golden Ancient Clan will never go back on what they have agreed upon. The giant Qi said seriously, from now on, I will go wherever you go, at least I won't let you encounter any danger. Well, what is your specific cultivation level now? Yi Feng asked. 70,000 years. The giant Qi replied proudly. Yi Feng was taken aback, 70,000 years? This seems to be a bit of a coincidence. How can the cultivation base be so neat? Yes. The giant Qi nodded, and then looked a little embarrassed. Actually, after 10,000 years of cultivation and becoming an immortal, every 10,000 years of cultivation, there will be a bottleneck. This bottleneck varies from person to person. Improve my cultivation again. I am stuck at the bottleneck of 70,000 years of cultivation, and it has been 3,000 years. I see. Yi Feng suddenly realized. A thug with a cultivation base of 70,000 years swore allegiance to himself, and there were 3 other things promised by the patriarch Shan. With the help of the ancient Gold Clan, Yi Feng was able to walk sideways in the Qing dynasty. Of course, Yi Feng's current opponent is mainly the Immortal Kingdom. This powerful force composed of 7 first-class worlds, it is absolutely impossible for the ancient Gold Clan alone to contend with it. Of course, Yi Feng is not in a hurry now. Anyway, those guys are unlikely to hit the earth. He still has some time to improve his cultivation. You bid farewell to the comrades in arms of the ancient clan first. Yi Feng thought for a while and said, I will stay here for a month. When I come out of the patriarch's acceleration space, I should be able to dispel all the dark blood power in the goddess body, and then you can come with me. Good. The giant Qi shouted loudly, turned and left. Looking at his huge back, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. He never thought that he would bring a big guy back when he came to the wilderness realm this time. This guy, of course, can't let him stay on the earth. With his 70,000 years of cultivation, he can attract the ancient superpower with a wave of his hand. The only way to settle him in the immortal cultivation realm, which happened to be the immortal cultivation realm, did not have enough strength to protect him, and the Nanling area might still be in danger. But with a giant Qi, he can definitely sweep the world of cultivating immortals, and even dominate the world of cultivating immortals. Yi Feng didn't have that kind of ambition. He only had one direction of his efforts now, and that was to become stronger. After the entire Golden Ancient Clan celebrated for 3 days, the patriarch Shang also healed the damage he suffered from being bounced back from the Dark Blood Altar, and finally prepared to open up space for Yi Feng to accelerate. In 1 month, the acceleration is 365 times, which is equivalent to Yi Feng can gain 30 years of cultivation time in this 1 month. Dispelling the dark blood power in Liu Feng's body is easy. Yi Feng is more concerned about whether he can break through to 1,000 years of cultivation within this period of time. It is no easy task to break through the first restriction set by the dragon sword itself. In the accelerated space, Yi Feng hugged Lu Feng together, preparing to dispel the dark blood power in her body. The blood-red robe on Lu Feng's body was stained with blood. In order to dispel the power of dark blood, Yi Feng had to change her clothes. Fortunately, he always carries some girls' clothes with him, which are all styles from the earth. They were originally prepared for the convenience of Xuanhuan and the others, but now they are just used to change for Lu Feng. It's a pity that both men and women in the ancient Golden Clan are all big men with a height of more than 1,000 meters, so it is impossible to change clothes for Lu Feng. Only Yi Feng changed Lu Feng's clothes. I don't know if Lu Feng will kill Yi Feng when he wakes up. Fortunately, now that Yi Feng has been tempered by the heart of the dragon, he has already achieved a heart like water. Soon, Lu Feng was replaced with a light and elegant snow-white dress. As expected of someone who practiced martial arts since childhood, she has a good figure. Yi Feng just had such a thought in his mind. He smiled and shook his head without thinking about it. As a female general, Lu Feng has a unique aura in her whole body. Even though she is in a coma at the moment, with the power of dark blood eroding her body, she still has an aura that ordinary women can't match. The power of real water condensed from Yi Feng's hands, lightly pressed on Liu Feng's flat lower abdomen, and then rushed into it. Yi Feng planned to start from the dantian, and let Lu Feng drive away the dark blood power in his body bit by bit. This is a protracted process. Yi Feng was not in a hurry. The power of true water in his body was quickly exhausted, but the power of dark blood he dispelled was only as small as the tip of a fingernail. If you want to fully recover the power of true water and disperse it again, you can only wait for several days. The recovery of the power of true water is not as simple as the recovery of true qi. Yi Feng put Liu Feng's body aside, and then he began to absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding world to practice. Day after day, year after year. 8 years later. Yi Feng's stubble has grown back. After all, I have cultivated it in 999 years, and the first restriction set by the dragon sword body actually looks like this. He finally came into contact with the first restriction set in his body by the dragon sword itself. It was a seal formed with supreme power. Although the power was not strong, the level of power far surpassed the Qi Yao power that Yi Feng had now. Come to think of it, that was the power used by the dragon sword itself. The power of the dragon sword. Yi Feng could only call that force that way for the time being. With his current cultivation base of 999 years, if he wants to break through this heavy restriction, it will take at least 2 years, and he may not be able to succeed. He wasn't too anxious. Anyway, there was more than half of the time left in the acceleration space created by the patriarch Shang, and he had enough time to try to break through the restriction. He turned his head sideways and glanced at Lu Feng lying beside him. This is the last time. There is still the last trace of the dark blood power in her body hidden in her heart. Yi Feng is in a good mood. As long as all the dark blood power in Lu Feng's body is dispelled, the female general will wake up, and Yi Feng's promise has been fulfilled. The power of true water is condensed in his hands. A ball of blue water was condensed in Yi Feng's hands, and gradually rushed into Liu Feng's heart. Let's go! Yi Feng yelled sharply. The power of real water condensed into an encirclement circle, surrounded the only trace of dark blood power left in Liu Feng's heart, and then invaded and devoured bit by bit. The last trace of dark blood power in Liu Feng's body began to struggle, and a look of pain began to appear on Liu Feng's beautiful face. Hey, there is resistance? Yi Feng frowned suddenly, feeling something was wrong. This last ray of dark blood power seems to be connected with some external force, and is trying to guide the external force into Liu Feng's body. Of course, Yi Feng won't let that power do what he wants. It's the dark blood altar, maybe it's too close, making the dark blood altar feel the power of the dark blood that is about to dissipate. Yifeng thought in his heart, the power of extinction and the power of the void condensed together. Dragon Sword Ju, 9 days a day. Yifeng used his sword skills, and the sword energy flew across the sky. The external force trying to break into Liufeng's body was abruptly cut off by Yifeng, and then disappeared in ashes. Not good. However, Yifeng's expression changed, because he suddenly felt that the external force was just a cover, and a hidden force started to move towards Liufeng's core. Puff. That ray of power entered Liufeng's core, as if it wanted to devour her consciousness. Seeing this, Yifeng was immediately anxious. In this situation, he can't help Lu Feng, because all his true water power is encircling and suppressing the dark blood power in Liufeng's heart. In the pill core, Liufeng's consciousness and external forces started a fierce battle. Yifeng was anxious. He accelerated his speed to encircle and suppress the last ray of dark blood in Liufeng's heart. An hour later. It's done. The dark blood power in Liufeng's body lasted for 8 years, and was finally completely dispelled by Yifeng. Yifeng did not relax, but immediately put his divine sense into Liufeng's core. The battle here seems to have just calmed down. Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief, seeing that Lu Feng's consciousness finally won. The external force was driven out of her body by her consciousness, and disappeared. However, Liufeng's consciousness seemed to have been traumatized, and fell into a deep sleep again. This time, Liufeng's body was fine, and when she woke up, she should have recovered. Yifeng thought in his heart, so he continued to stand by Liufeng's side, continued to practice, and studied the restrictions set by the dragon sword itself. Golden Ancient Tribe. Patriarch Shang, Giant Qi, and the 2 powerful members of the ancient Golden Clan, outside the stone house where Yifeng was in the acceleration space, both spit out fresh blood with solemn expressions. Patriarch, I didn't expect the power of the dark blood altar to be so tyrannical, and we couldn't resist it altogether. The giant Qi's face was full of worry. If you put a little of the power of the dark blood altar into the place where Brother Yi is, will something happen? I feel that the acceleration space has calmed down, and the auras of Yi Zhizhang and Goddess have become stable again, so there should be no problem. As the Patriarch Shang spoke, he guessed, based on the time, the dark blood power in the goddess body should have been dispelled. No wonder the dark blood altar will make some moves. When this matter is over, I have to go out and unite with several other people. Great tribe, let's destroy the dark blood altar together. The other big tribes. The giant chief frowned slightly. Patriarch, they have ignored our affairs for a long time, and I am afraid they will not agree with your suggestion. How do you know if you don't try it? Speaking of which, we have no contact with those ancient races for tens of thousands of years. After the Patriarch Shang finished speaking, he fell silent and stopped talking. The giant Qi knew that he thought about the past, so he didn't bother, but secretly worried about the situation of Yifeng and Lu Feng in the acceleration space. In the acceleration space, Yifeng is researching, trying to break through the first restriction set by the dragon sword itself. Suddenly, he heard Lu Feng beside him let out a weak cry. Woke up? Yifeng couldn't leave his cultivation state, so he opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman beside him. Lu Feng is still a little weak. Since the last time she fought with outside forces, she has been sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. Until today, she finally woke up. She opened her bright eyes, but there was a trace of doubt and puzzlement in her eyes, as if she didn't quite understand her current situation. General Goddess, are you awake? Yifeng asked. General Goddess, are you calling me? Lu Feng shook his head in doubt, seeing that the surroundings were pitch black and there was no one else around. He couldn't help but look at Yifeng, and asked uncertainly. When Yifeng heard this, he was a little stunned. This Lu Feng, could it be that there is something wrong with consciousness? It's you, don't you remember? You come from the royal family. Yi Feng immediately sent out his divine thoughts, told him everything he knew about Lu Feng, and finally said, Jin Xinqing, your brother, and your family are all waiting for you in another world. After Lu Feng heard this, a trace of puzzlement and doubt flashed in his bright eyes. She lowered her head, glanced at the snow-white dress on her body, and couldn't help saying, it's so beautiful. Yi Feng was almost sure that this goddess General Lu Feng must have suffered some damage to his consciousness. Could it be that it was related to the invasion of external forces not long ago? Simply put, the current Lu Feng seems to have lost his memory. Yi Feng felt very troublesome. Very troublesome. How could he have the nerve to bring this kind of wind to Jin Xinqing and Lu Yu's family? At this time, Lu Feng, although the dark blood power in his body was completely dispelled, his own cultivation base was still 2,400 years old, but this cultivation base was stuck when the dark blood power was completely dispelled, and he would not be able to do it again. Go up. Because when she cultivated for 1,000 years, the Tao fruit condensed with the power of dark blood was also dispelled by Yi Feng. It is precisely because of this that Lu Feng, who has a cultivation base of 2,400 years, has lost his memory, which is terrifying. If she acts recklessly, Jin Xinqing and his group will not be able to bear it. It's just that with my ability, I can't see the specific reason for her amnesia. It seems that I have to wait for the acceleration space to end and ask the patriarch. Yi Feng thought in his heart, now he can only stabilize Lu Feng first. Your name is Lu Feng, I'm Yi Feng, and there are only the two of us in this space. Yi Feng explained the current situation to Lu Feng, so, you will stay here for another 22 years. Oh. The current Lu Feng didn't seem to have any idea about this, and nodded happily. She likes the snow-white skirt on her body very much. So, when Yi Feng was practicing in the accelerated space, there was another mischievous girl beside him. After Lu Feng lost her memory, she changed from her previous cold and heroic appearance, and instead became more lively. She has no memory of the previous events at all. In this pitch-black acceleration space, Yi Feng naturally endured loneliness. But Lu Feng, who lost his memory, couldn't do it. Not to mention a total of 22 years, 22 hours, this girl couldn't sit still anymore, dangling around beside Yi Feng. However, in this acceleration space, everything was pitch black, and 10 meters away from Yi Feng's body was a time barrier. With the acceleration space created by the Patriarch Shang's cultivation base, if Yi Feng and Lu Feng try to break through forcefully, they will only have a dead end. And for the remaining 22 years of this acceleration space, Yi Feng can't plan to waste it, so he can only feel wronged Lu Feng and spend these 22 years with him. In the pitch-black space, Lu Feng was extremely boring, dangling around. But Yi Feng was able to ignore her figure, and practiced on his own, while laying down a barrier of nirvana to prevent the wind from disturbing him. This makes Lu Feng even more boring. In order to prevent Lu Feng from suffering from depression by himself for too long, after 3 days of meditation, Yi Feng always felt that something was wrong, so he removed the power of extinction barrier, and prepared to chat with Lu Feng who had lost his memory. Ah! Lu Feng cheered, and his graceful figure threw herself into Yi Feng's arms. The original image of a mighty female general no longer existed. Yi Feng's forehead is full of black lines. What's going on with this guy? It seems that she needs to find something to do for her. Ahem. Yi Feng coughed twice, and said, Lu Feng, since you are so bored now, how about I give you a practice formula so that you can understand how to practice? As the dark blood power in his body was completely dispelled, Lu Feng's cultivation stagnated, and even the Dao Ju he had practiced could no longer be used. So although the current Lu Feng is still 2,400 years old, his real strength is much worse than when he was a goddess in the ancient dark blood tribe. Since Lu Feng doesn't have the Dao Ju to practice, it's better to let her practice the Star Alchemy Code. Anyway, with so many years, it would be wrong to waste them in vain. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the cultivator switches to other Dao Ju, and does not need to practice from scratch, but can directly transfer the Jinqi that has been cultivated to the newly practiced Dao Ju. This is also the uniqueness of Dao Ju, compared with ordinary cultivation methods. After recomprehending the Dao Ju of the alchemy of stars, Lu Feng only needs to comprehend it to a certain level, and he can directly transform all the true energy in his body into the power of refining stars. When Yi Feng took out the inheritance star chart of the star refining immortal code and displayed it in front of Lu Feng's eyes, he immediately attracted her. After comprehending all these 10 star maps, I will come out again. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he condensed the barrier of nirvana again, and began to try to break through the first restriction set by the dragon sword itself. This is the most important thing for him at this stage. Although Lu Feng lost his memory, his pursuit of strength seems to be exactly the same as before. When he saw the inheritance star atlas of the alchemy and immortal code that Yi Feng took out, he was immediately attracted by it, and began to observe intently, trying to understand the mysteries contained in it. In the accelerated space, the two finally entered the state of cultivation. The first restriction is mainly to prevent me from reaching 1,000-year cultivation base when I am not strong enough, so as to condense the Dao fruit. Yi Feng thought in his heart, trying to find a breakthrough to break through this heavy restriction. What is Daogua? Condensing the Dao fruit means that the practitioner has obtained the Dao. Obtaining the Tao is the first step to becoming an immortal. Only by obtaining the Tao can one become an immortal. So what does the Tao represent here? Yi Shubai, the core disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, did not explain this point to Yi Feng in detail, but now, after experiencing the fierce battle between the two tribes of the Golden Ancient Clan and the Dark Blood Ancient Clan, Yi Feng seems to have some understanding. These enlightenments naturally come from the fighting style of the giants of the two tribes. Through the fighting methods of the two ancient giants, Yi Feng roughly understood the specific meaning of Tao. Tao is the power born out of this world. The golden divine power of the ancient Golden Clan is for Tao. The dark blood power of the Dark Blood Ancient Clan is for Tao. The power of space and the power of time that practitioners of Xia Qingshan can master are all Dao. The Qiyao power that Yi Feng has mastered is also Tao. Condensing the Dao that one has mastered, that is, the power one has mastered, into one fruit is called Dao fruit, and Dao fruit will be the source of all power for practitioners who have attained the Dao realm. The quality of the Dao fruit not only has a different increase in the strength of the practitioner, but also affects the practitioner's ability to comprehend other powers in the world, that is, other Tao talents. The first restriction set by the dragon sword body is to let me condense a high-quality Dao fruit. Yi Feng quickly understood the meaning. If the quality of the Dao fruit he condensed is not enough, then he will never be able to break through the first restriction set by the dragon sword itself, and he will not be able to reach the 1,000-year cultivation base and advance to the Dao realm. Correspondingly, the mental method that can exert the power of Dao fruit is called Dao Ju. After 1,000 years of cultivation, only the cooperation of Dao fruit and Dao Ju can continue to improve strength. This is what the master and many elders of the royal family do not understand. Regardless of Dao fruit and Dao Ju, those old antiques in the royal family who have cultivated for thousands of years don't understand at all, so why should they continue to practice and advance? Today, Yi Feng will naturally not pay attention to people from the royal family. For Yi Feng, the level of the royal family is already too low. In this case, I will try to condense the Dao fruit. Yi Feng gave a soft drink, and began to gather all the strength in his body. Among the 7 luminous powers, Yi Feng has comprehended 5 of them, namely, the power of red true fire, the power of blue true water, the power of orange time, the power of green void, and the power of purple extinction. The 5 kinds of power merged into one, and Yi Feng instantly condensed a power ball, exuding a powerful aura in the acceleration space. Also, I only comprehended the power of the sun and the power of the tide. Two more forces joined it, making the ball of power even stronger. Lu Feng, who was comprehending the star-refining immortal code, couldn't help but raised his head in surprise. What was Yi Feng doing to make such a big noise? These powers are the strongest powers that Yi Feng has comprehended now, and they are all condensed together by him. That's it, break through the first restriction. Yi Feng shouted softly in his heart. The ball of power condensed into a bunch, and galloped towards the first restriction placed in the core. An inaudible sound exploded in Yi Feng's body, followed by Yi Feng's astonishment. The first level of restraint was only shaken for a while, and then there was no movement. This first level of restriction is so strong that even the combination of Qi Yao's power can't break it? Yi Feng frowned slightly. This would be a little troublesome. This means that he must fully comprehend the remaining power of the sun and the power of the tide, so that he can break the first restriction at a little bit. You are stupid. Suddenly, Qiao Gumu's spiritual thoughts penetrated into Yi Feng's mind. Isn't this restriction itself a stronger power? Although I really don't want to admit it, the power of this restriction is several times stronger than my Qiao's power grade. When Yi Feng heard it, his eyes lit up. Yes. Since the body of the dragon sword has placed such a heavy restriction in his body, it certainly will not prevent him from reaching the realm of Taoism. Its ultimate purpose must be to make Yi Feng stronger. The restraining power from the dragon sword itself is several grades stronger than the Qiyao power of the Qiyao ancient wood. If you can comprehend it. Yi Feng was all of a sudden fighting spirit. His talent is at the monstrous level. Although he suddenly felt that the power of restraint was impossible to control, as long as he persevered, he would definitely gain something, and maybe even comprehend it. With Yi Feng's talent, he felt that the restraining power was extremely difficult to comprehend, let alone other people. I am afraid that there are only a handful of practitioners who can comprehend that power in the entire Xiaqing Tian. Yi Feng did not hesitate at all, and immediately began to study the first restriction in his body. It seems that seeing him do this, the ancient dragon sword finally sent a divine thought. That's right. The power of the dragon sword is divided into three-phase power, one of which is the power of the ancient Tinglong. This power is unparalleled. If you can comprehend the power used to place the first level of restriction, this first level of restriction will naturally be broken by itself. Yi Feng's belief became firmer. The power of the ancient Tinglong, just by hearing the name, it should be very strong. Anyway, this is the first time he has heard the power of 6 words. In the acceleration space, there are still 22 years left. Yi Feng felt that if he wanted to comprehend the power of the ancient Tinglong, such a short time seemed not enough, but he could only try his best. When Yi Feng seized the time to practice in the accelerated space. Cultivation World. South Ridge. This place used to belong to the Nanling Mo family's manor property, but now, the entire Mo family has been wiped out, and the owner of this area has been replaced by another group of people. The leaders of this group have also changed, or more and more. In the beginning, Yao Ying, a 300-year-old immortal cultivator, and Bai Tianyao from Baidian Sword Academy led the entire Nanling area, but afterward, waves of powerful cultivators came. Among them, the most influential ones belonged to the group of people from the royal family, the Lu family. Among the Lu family, the strongest is a silver-armored general named Jin Xinqing, who has 700 or 800 years of cultivation. With him alone, almost no one in the world of cultivating immortals will come to provoke him. After all, Nanling is not a particularly rich place, and the number and types of natural materials and treasures produced are not very good. The real strong are too lazy to come here to make decisions. The head of the Lu family is called Lu Yu, who replaced Yao Ying and became one of the 2 leaders of Nanling. Although there is an overwhelming advantage in strength, Lu Yu is still very happy to share the resources of Nanling with Baidian Sword Academy. This situation is almost unimaginable in the eyes of many people. How can two parties with unequal strengths live in peace and equality? Incredible. Many people speculate that there is an extremely powerful force behind Nanling. Nanling has been quiet for a long time now. Until this day. Run, run. A strong enemy is coming. A panicked voice came from far to near, and soon, a little fireman appeared in the distant sky, approaching the original location of Mo's house in Nanling. The little fireman seemed to be in a panic, and behind it, there were more than a dozen pursuers, chasing him closely. Huh? Is it Xiaohua? In the Nanling area, the two girls, Long Wanner and Su Menghan, who had nothing to do to stroll around, immediately discovered that the little fireman in the sky turned out to be Tang Qingling's little fire, the fire of eternal night. Not long ago, the fire of eternal night and the 1,000 years of black ice disappeared at the same time, and even Yi Feng didn't notice it. Everyone searched for it for a long time without any results, but they didn't expect to encounter the flame of eternal night here and be hunted down. Go, save Xiaohua. Long Wanner immediately nodded to Su Menghan, flew up first, and the beautiful figure greeted the little fireman. The two girls, Long Wanner and Su Menghan, saw the figure of eternal night flame flying towards them, and immediately took action. The two women stepped forward gracefully, flying with their swords, and greeted them. Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Su Menghan asked first. Ah? The small figure of eternal night flame was running for his life, but he didn't expect to run into someone he knew here. But at this time, as soon as Xiaohua saw Su Menghan and Long Wanner, he immediately knew that he must be saved. Sister Su, Sister Long, help me quickly, there are many bad guys chasing me. Xiaohua yelled and flew over quickly. Haha. Bad guy? What is a bad guy and what is a good guy? An extremely arrogant voice came from behind Xiaohua, and then the dozen or so pursuers suddenly accelerated and flew towards the place where Long Wanner and Su Menghan were. The leading one is a young man with an evil appearance. He looks 25 or 6 years old, but his cultivation has reached 450 years. In the lowly world of cultivating immortals, he is considered a very good talent. With 450 years of cultivation, even Yi Feng, who wiped out the Mo family in Nanling, couldn't deal with it. Such a strong man actually led his subordinates to chase the flame of eternal night and came here, which shows how much they value the flame of eternal night. There is no way, the nature of the eternal night flame is extremely rare in the world of cultivating immortals. A piece of profound ice for thousands of years can promote the Shanbing Valley in the world of cultivating immortals to become the #1 sect in the world of cultivating immortals. Similarly, a piece of eternal night flame also possesses such power. Although the 1,000 years of black ice and the fire of eternal night can only be regarded as middle grade, at most high-grade immortal treasures, they are already very rare for sects in the world of cultivating immortals. Cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals have never heard of materials at such levels as eternal grade and reincarnation grade. That evil-looking young man came chasing after him, and when he saw the two girls, Long Wanner and Su Menghan, his eyes lit up. Gorgeous! There was a clear look of greed in the young man's eyes. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in such a remote place. It seems that this time I, Li Yi, have made a lot of money. The young man Li Yi came flying with 10 of his men, and stopped 100 meters in front of Long Wanner and Su Menghan, with an annoying evil smile on his face. Xiaohua hid behind Su Menghan and Long Wanner, looking trembling. Obviously the young Li Yi and his subordinates in front of him were very cruel. Beauty, come with me, and serve me from now on. If it makes me feel comfortable, it will be to your benefit. Young Li Yi, with a strange look in his eyes, kept looking at Long Wanner and Su Menghan. But Long Wanner ignored him, she just turned her head and asked Xiaohua, who had fled back, Xiaohua, who are they? Where did you and Binger go, and where is Binger? When Xiaohua heard Long Wanner's question, he didn't dare to hide anything, and quickly told the story honestly. It turned out that on the day Yi Feng brought the void vine back to give to everyone, it and Binger took advantage of the chaos to go to the cross-boundary teleportation array, and through the cross-boundary teleportation array, they arrived in the wilderness realm. Afterwards, they found the Star Alchemy Temple in the desolate realm, and found that there was no one there, so they made their own decisions and teleported to the immortal cultivation realm in one direction. As for why they chose the world of cultivating immortals, it can only be said to be a coincidence. Maybe the two little guys were still a little scared subconsciously, so they chose the hometown of Yi Feng and Su Feiying. Facts have proved that they are right. When they are in danger, at least there are people in the world of cultivating immortals who may be able to help them. For example, Xiaohua is now hiding behind Su Menghan and Long Waner. However, Binger, who was with him for thousands of years, was captured by the sect where the young man Li Yi belonged to before. It was Binger who abandoned herself, which made Huer escape desperately. The moment she was caught, Binger understood, how good would it be for her to stay on Peach Blossom Island. He insisted on playing petty temper, causing everyone to worry, and even causing himself to be arrested. If there were no accidents, her fate must have been miserable, and she was used as a tool to improve her cultivation by the sect where the young man Li Yi belonged to. But in Peach Blossom Island, everyone regards her as a friend. I actually caught Binger. Long Wada listened to Xiaohua's story, although she was very unhappy with the behavior of these two little guys running out without permission, but now is not the time to be unhappy. She raised her head and glanced coldly at Li Yi, the evil young man, standing in front of her. Handing over Binger, taking such a plunder, is not the right path. Long Waner shouted coldly. Haha, Binger? You mean the 1,000 years Shanbing with the flame of eternal night? The young man Li Yi sneered, I'm sorry, the 1,000 years Shanbing has been obtained by my Bingfeng Mountain Villa, so there is no reason to return it. He glanced at various parts of Long Waner's body, and said in a leisurely manner, however, if you are willing to serve me voluntarily, you may still enjoy the benefits of the 1,000 years of black ice. If not, I will ask you to become my Li Yi. Slave, surrender at my feet. That is. Behind Li Yi, a stalker immediately jumped out and yelled at Long Waner and Su Menghan, you are not obediently surrendering to senior brother Li Yi. If you really want to force us to take action, it is just to let you dress senior brother Li Yi alone. It's such an easy thing. The young man Li Yi nodded his head with a strange look on his face. The mind is not right, it should be killed. Long Waner's face was cold. The disciples of Bingfeng Mountain Villa, in front of them, were arrogant. They thought they had a high level of cultivation and could do whatever they wanted when they came to Nanling. It's a joke to keep her and Su Menghan as slaves. Kill? Why do you kill me? Young Li Yi twitched the corner of Tian's mouth, and said with an evil smile, since the beauty is not willing to be obedient, then I will put on a good show here for everyone to watch. I don't know, the other people in the manor below, see, when you two beauties are enjoyed by me, Li Yi, what kind of expressions will you have? You are shameless and indiscriminate. Su Menghan was trembling with anger at the other party's words, and immediately turned her head and said, Waner, let's kill him together, let's see how he still speaks wild words. Shameless, immoral? Young Li Yi's expression suddenly darkened. I think you are the bitch, don't blame me if you are shameless. These words made Long Waner and Su Menghan extremely angry. This guy named Li Yi, how could he be so shameless? The two girls couldn't bear it any longer, and made a move with the flying sword in their hands. Dragon Sword Ju, sword fighting technique. Two savage sword chi swept towards the young man, Li Yi. Come on, if you dare to fight against me, Li Yi, with more than 200 years of cultivation, and seek your own death, I will let you know that I, Li Yi, will step on ants like you whenever I want. Li Yi let out a soft shout, and with a casual movement, two fierce dragon sword peaks instantly condensed, rolling towards the sword energy displayed by the two women. The evil young man Li Yi made his move, and the 10 disciples he brought with him were all watching. Senior brother Li Yi's strength is far beyond our reach, and that cultivation is definitely not something we can resist. That's right, our geniuses with 300 or 400 years of cultivation are not as good as senior brother Li Yi, let alone these two poor women with 200 years of cultivation. I really want to see how these two women kneel and prostrate at senior brother Li Yi's feet, ha ha ha. Hey, this is not the first time something like this has happened, but the result is the same every time. More than a dozen Bingfeng Mountain Villa disciples laughed wantonly, never thinking that senior brother Li Yi, whom they were proud of, would fail. However, soon they stopped laughing. I saw that the sword energy of Long Wanner and Su Minghan's two sword fighting skills seemed to be able to pierce the sky, and they easily defeated and completely dispelled the two tornadoes that Li Yi had unleashed. Immediately afterwards, the power of the sword energy did not diminish at all, and with the momentum of the wind and cloud, it smashed the sea of qi in the dantian of the young Li Yi in a flash. Each of the two women struck down the extremely arrogant young Li Yi with their swords. Immediately afterwards, the lingering power of the sword energy exploded in Li Yi's body. A manic force of the void instantly shattered Li Yi's entire body and was sent into nothingness. The current Long Wanner and Su Minghan are no longer the weak monks who could be ravaged by others at will. They are powerful dragon sword maids, and they also have void vines, comprehend the power of the void with a trace of Chia's power, and they have cultivated for more than 200 years to kill people. It is simply a piece of cake. The peak of the two women's ability to fight at this time is a full 500 years of cultivation. Cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals with a cultivation base of less than 500 years are just delivering food in front of them. Now what do you have to say? Long Wanner looked indifferently at the remaining 10 disciples of Bingfeng Mountain Villa, arrogant and arrogant, unable to recognize their own strength. This is the end. That's fine. Are you people from Bingfeng Mountain Villa insulting others so casually outside? Su Minghan also snorted softly. The two girls stood in front of Xuanhuan, while the 10 disciples of Bingfeng Villa were already petrified. Senior brother Li Yi, whom they were proud of, with a cultivation base of 450 years, was killed by two chicks with a cultivation base of 200 years, and he was still so quick and neat. How could this be possible? What are the identities of these two women? Who are you, dare to report your name? The 10 disciples of Bingfeng Mountain Villa were all terrified, only one of them could barely suppress the fear in his heart, and asked a question in fear. Ask now, don't you think it's too late? Long Wanner chuckled, my name is Long Wanner, and her name is Su Minghan. Well, we've signed up, what are you going to do? Long Wanner, Su Minghan, okay, wait, you dare to bully the people of my Bingfeng Villa like this, our sect elders will never let you go. The slender disciple said sharply, if you are sensible, quickly hand over the flame of eternal night, otherwise it will be too late for you to regret it when the elders of our master arrive. Long Wanner and Su Minghan looked at each other in blank dismay. The people in Bingfeng Villa are really shameless. The strongest one among the dozen or so people had already been easily killed by them, and the rest dared to threaten them like this? Did they think that they would be afraid of such a threat? Joke. What's more, it's not that they bullied Bingfeng Villa, it's clear that they humiliated them first. Could it be that you are only allowed to bully others, and others are not allowed to bully your people in Bingfeng Villa? How can there be such a reason? Long Wanner sneered, before you humiliate others next time, you'd better be prepared to be humiliated. If you don't have this preparation, don't humiliate others arrogantly. Let's do it. Su Minghan didn't want to say more. When the sword in his hand swung horizontally, the sword's aura surged all over the place. After a few breaths, the remaining disciples of Bingfeng Mountain Villa all returned to nothingness, only the thin young man was left trembling and was captured by Long Wanner. Tell me, where is your Bingfeng Mountain Villa? Long Wanner forced her to ask. She wanted to find out where Binger was now, and then go to the rescue. Feeling the strong aura emanating from Long Wanner, the skinny young man was so frightened that his legs became wet all of a sudden, and he said tremblingly, female hero, please forgive me. Bingfeng Mountain Villa is 70,000 kilometers north of this place. I can lead the way for the heroine. You are acquainted. Long Wanner snorted softly, turned her head and smiled softly at Su Menghan. Menghan, let's find everyone and kill the door together. The people from Bingfeng Villa dare to take Binger away. They are so arrogant. It's too much. Su Menghan nodded, agreeing. The two women were about to grab the skinny young man, find someone to accompany him and let him lead the way, when suddenly, a strange change appeared. A gust of wind swept the extremely cold ice and snow, suddenly bursting from the side of the thin young man, shaking Long Wanner and Su Menghan who were threatening him away. How dare you bully my Bingfeng Villa disciples, how audacious! An angry woman's voice descended from the sky, followed by a graceful woman wearing a veil rolled up the thin young man, leaped not far away, and stood still in suspension. The woman was holding the thin young man from Bingfeng Mountain Villa in one hand, and her eyes behind the veil were constantly inquiring about Long Wanner and Su Menghan. Are you from Bingfeng Villa again? Long Wanner frowned slightly, feeling that the veiled woman's cultivation was about 600 years old, which was already beyond the range that she and Su Menghan could deal with. Let's go. Long Wanner said softly, for her, avoiding the edge is the best choice. Anyway, there are many strong people in Nanling now, even if she can't beat them, there are still people who can beat them, so there is no need to be afraid of people from Bingfeng Villa. Originally, she was planning to gather everyone and go to Bingfeng Villa to rescue Binger, so she also had to bring other people with her. Want to go? There was anger in the veiled woman's voice. Just because of your insult to my Bingfeng Villa just now, you can't leave. The woman's voice is elegant and beautiful, but it is extremely vicious, which makes people dislike it. It's obvious that you people from Bingfeng Mountain Villa insulted you first. Could it be that you people from Bingfeng Mountain Villa can insult others at will, but don't allow others to insult you? Long Wanner snorted coldly, how can there be such a reason? If you dare to be stubborn, you will die. The veiled woman was furious, and raised her ice-like jade hand, a power of ice and snow condensed in her hand. Ha ha ha. Now I know I'm afraid, and I know I'm going to run away? Captured by the veiled woman, the skinny young man in his hand now had a backstage, shouted again, and said contemptuously to Long Wanner and Su Menghan, Senior Sister Luoxiwe is here, you don't want to live, now you know. You and Su Menghan, how big is the gap between Bingfeng Villa? Just because Senior Sister comes, you are completely unable to resist, let alone my sect of Bingfeng Villa. The veiled woman appeared and blocked Long Wanner and Su Menghan's retreat. The thin young man who survived just now began to insult the two women with words again. You two, hurry up and hand over the flame of eternal night behind you. Otherwise, our senior sister Luoxiwe is not like senior brother Li Yi, she won't give you any chance. As the veiled woman listened, a hint of color appeared on her face. Today's Bingfeng Mountain Villa's younger generation, she Luoxiwe wants to be the second, no one dares to say the first, even among the series of sects around the Bingfeng Mountain Villa, she Luoxiwe is the top leader of the younger generation. Li Yi's half-talented talent cannot be compared with hers at all. With 600 years of cultivation, who can achieve it at a younger age than her? In less than 30 years, she has grown from a commoner to an absolute powerhouse with 600 years of cultivation. In the world of cultivating immortals, even some seniors of the older generation sects are no longer as good as her. With the 1,000 years of black ice this time, my comprehension of the power of ice and snow will definitely go to a higher level. With the flame of eternal night, my cultivation will be greatly improved again. Luoxiwe's agile eyes, through the veil, glanced at Yongye Jihua, who was hiding behind Long Wanner, with a flash of greed. If you don't hand over the flame of eternal night, I will do it. Luo Shuiyu raised her hand lightly, and the power of ice and snow was condensed in her hand. She glanced threateningly at Long Wanner and Su Menghan, who were indifferent. Stupid woman, is she willing to give her life for a treasure? She was afraid that the fire of eternal night would be damaged if she did it directly, so she wanted to force Long Wanner and Su Menghan to hand over the flame of eternal night voluntarily. However, she couldn't do it after all. It's really long-winded. A clear, but extremely cold voice came from the Imo family's mansion below. Immediately afterwards, a sword glow soared into the sky. Its master. Long Wanner and Su Menghan were overjoyed, knowing that it was Su Feiying who made the move, and the veiled woman in front of her was by no means an opponent. The veiled woman felt the power of the sword light below, and her expression changed drastically. This place is just a small south ridge, how could there be such a powerful existence? For those who are truly powerful, why do they need to speak? When you meet an opponent, just step forward. Su Feiying was like this. Luo Shue's aura was exhausted in words, and at this moment, she was completely unable to resist Su Feiying's aura of cold sword. The number one person of the younger generation in Bingfeng Villa, Luo Shue, has already lost to Su Feiying's sword in terms of momentum. Not to mention, at this time Su Feiying practiced hard and quickly improved her cultivation on Peach Blossom Island. She has already cultivated for 500 years. Su Feiying, who practiced the dragon sword Ju and the power of void vine and wood, even with 500 years of cultivation, the power she possesses is comparable to an existence with 700 or 800 years of cultivation. How can Luo Shui, who has cultivated for only 600 years, resist it? Jianmong, come out. Jianmong, cut. Incorporating the power of the void into the sword fighting technique, the sword glow, carrying the aura of destroying the world, cut the mighty veiled woman Luo Shui in half from bottom to top in one fell swoop. Immediately afterwards, there was a muffled bang, and the power of the void exploded, and the veiled woman suddenly disappeared. An ethereal and indifferent figure, shattering the void, appeared in front of Long Wanner and Su Menghan the next moment. At this time, Su Feiying has already comprehended the power of the mysterious level space, which is enough to cross the space of the lower world. Bingfeng Villa, take us there. Su Feiying's cold voice made the remaining thin young man tremble. Where is this place? How come the women who appear are stronger than the other? This is not scientific. With such a strong strength, how could these people hide in such a small corner of Nanling? You should go to the vast world of cultivating immortals, to snatch resources, so as to improve your own strength faster. Could it be that these people just passed by Nanling, but they were met by chance? Yes, it must be so. The skinny young man immediately changed his words and said, Xiangu spares my life, Xiangu spares my life, the little one will take Xiangu to Bingfeng Mountain Villa. Master, I don't think there is any need to keep this person. But Long Wanner chuckled at the side, and said, just now this kid begged for mercy, but after being rescued by that Luo Shui, he became arrogant and domineering again, showing off his power and insulting us again and again. Why should he be kept? Life. Also. After Su Feiying heard this, she nodded lightly, and raised her slender jade hand, ready to condense the sword energy. The skinny young man peed in fright, forgive, spare, I can take you to Bingfeng Mountain Villa. Don't bother you, we will find it ourselves. Su Feiying said indifferently, and then the sword energy swept across, and the thin young man's body exploded into nothingness under the force of the void, and the begging for mercy stopped abruptly. If this person has good words, it's okay to keep him, but when I see him, I think of what he said before, it's so disgusting. Long Wanner said with disgust. She didn't think it was wrong to kill people. The other party came to kill them. If they were not strong enough, they would be the ones who were killed or insulted. Naturally, they should be more cruel to deal with bullies who bully others. Who made his mouth so cheap? He asked for it. Su Menghan also smiled softly, and then looked at Su Feiying with some longing. Su Feiying is still the strongest on their side at this time, not only due to her high cultivation talent, but also because she is willing to work hard, has a strong understanding, and is practicing all the time. Cultivation is her lifelong pursuit. Such madness, neither Su Menghan, Long Wanner, nor the other women around Yifeng could do it. All the invading enemies of Bingfeng Villa were beheaded and killed. Next, it is time to go to the door and deal with the group who captured Binger. Even if Bingfeng Villa is strong, some of the elders and suzerains may even reach 100 years old. Cultivation base, but Su Feiying believes that she will not lose. I go with you? Below, Jin Xinqing's voice came out. After Jin Xinqing's hard work during this period of time, his cultivation base has reached 800 years, and his real strength can already be compared to a strong man with a 1,000-year cultivation base. If you follow Su Feiying, the trip will be safe. No, General Jin Xinqing, it's better for you to stay here. Su Feiying said, as for Bingfeng Mountain Villa, I don't need to pay attention to it. Menghan, Wanner, the three of us will go. How about taking me with you? Below, Yuechan's voice sounded, and immediately after that, an equally beautiful figure appeared beside Su Feiying. Yuechan has also comprehended the power of mysterious space. With Yifeng's help, the strength of everyone on Peach Blossom Island is rapidly rising. Then let's go together. Su Feiying didn't refuse. Immediately afterwards, she brought all the girls to use the power of Xian-level space to create a space passage 70,000 miles north. After comprehending the power of Xian-level space, he is already invincible in the world of cultivating immortals. Even if you can't beat it, you can easily escape. Immortal Cultivation World, the land of the extreme north. Bingfeng Mountain Villa is a great sect of cultivating immortals located in this icy and snowy land. It ranks in the forefront among hundreds of sects in the entire extreme north. Among the Bingfeng Mountain Villa, there are 3 elders with more than 900 years of cultivation, and 900 years of cultivation marks the dividing line for advancing to the peak in the world of immortality. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is no existence beyond 1,000 years of cultivation. It is entirely because the world level is too low, and there are not enough natural treasures. The cultivating mind of the cultivators themselves is no longer enough for them to cultivate in their lifetime. For ascension to 1,000 years. In the world of cultivating immortals, at most, there is a slightly better intermediate cultivation method. High-level cultivation of immortality does not exist at all. Including soul cultivation methods, there are also no advanced ones, only intermediate ones, which makes it difficult for them to raise the upper limit of their cultivation after they have entered 500 years of cultivation. A lifespan of 300 to 500 years can only allow them to achieve 100 years of cultivation, which is already considered very good. Today's Bingfeng Villa is completely filled with joy. Haha, I didn't expect our sect to get the 1,000 years Shanbing, it's too surprising. I heard that the suzerain and the elders will give priority to absorbing the spiritual energy in the 1,000 years of black ice, so as to improve their cultivation, and then it will be the turn of the core disciples. That's right, with Qianzai Shanbing, the average cultivation level of my disciples in Bingfeng Mountain Villa will increase by more than 10 years in the near future. Not only that, but the senior brothers and sisters also discovered a flame of eternal night at the same time, but it was a pity that the opponent escaped by chance. If we also get the flame of eternal night, the strength of our Bingfeng Villa will surpass all other sects. That's right, if we have the 1,000 years of black ice and the flame of eternal night at the same time, it will only be a matter of time before we want to surpass the world's #1 sect, Ice Valley. In Bingfeng Villa, everyone was discussing and saw the dawn of their sect's strong rise. But at this very moment, the Qianzai Shanbing Binger who was captured was in the depths of Bingfeng Mountain Villa, surrounded by a dozen old men, and trapped in an ice and snow barrier. These 10 or so old men are the suzerain of Bingfeng Mountain Villa, plus some elders, including those elders who have been cultivating for a long time and trying to break through the boundaries of cultivation. These people are all existences, with more than 900 years of cultivation. It was an accident that our Bingfeng mountain villa got the 1,000 years black ice. Li Yi and Luoxue have already gone to chase the flame of eternal night, and they will be able to bring it back later. Among the crowd, the slightly younger suzerain of the villa said lightly, "Soon, our Bingfeng villa will rise like the ice valley. Let go of me. Otherwise, you will all be in bad luck." Bing'er was in the ice and snow barrier, shouting and waving her fists angrily. With great difficulty, she desperately helped Xiaohua to escape, but at this moment, she didn't want to become the prey of these greedy people in front of her. Bad luck? After hearing this, many old men laughed. No one believed that there was any backer behind the 1,000 years of Xianbing. Even if there was, would they be opponents of peak immortal cultivators like them? In the whole world, there are not many sects that can compare to their Bingfeng mountain villa. Besides, they can be sure that the 1,000 years of Xianbing in front of them did not escape from the Ice Valley, but came from other places. Since Ice Valley can rely on the 1,000 years of black ice to rise and become the #1 sect in the entire world, why can't their Bingfeng villa? Stay well and be obedient, maybe we will treat you well. The suzerain of Bingfeng mountain villa, a middle-aged man who looks like 40 or 50 years old, snorted coldly, and warned Bing'er, "You are just a tool, don't ask for trouble, if we are unhappy, you will suffer." Humph, how dare you? Bing'er has never been wronged in Peach Blossom Island, and her temper has always been very violent. Give some color and she will see. The suzerain made a wink, and one of the elders of Bingfeng mountain villa gave a sinister smile, stretched out his withered left hand, and a burst of suction swept out immediately. Swish! The tyrannical suction came to Bing'er's body at once, on the diamond-shaped ice crystal, and immediately absorbed the essence of power in her body. Bing'er, who was still full of energy, suddenly became sluggish. It really is the power of 10 years of cultivation, it's incredible. The elder opened his eyes with endless joy. The mature 1,000-year-old black ice can condense the aura of heaven and earth every 3 days, and the cultivation of immortals can only improve their cultivation for 10 years if they absorb it. It seems that it is so. Everyone was overjoyed in their hearts, and suddenly, a burst of tyrannical force descended from the sky. In the entire valley, the space began to distort, and then one after another, beautiful figures broke through the boundary of space and appeared here. These figures are of course Su Feiying, Yuechan, and other women. Bing'er. Seeing the sluggish Bing'er in the ice and snow barrier, Su Menghan couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Seeing this scene, Bing'er managed to cheer up. "Humph, my helper is here, none of you old men can escape." In all Bingfeng villas, a total of 10 old men with more than 900 years of cultivation, stared at these beautiful figures who broke into the valley in the hinterland of their sect, as if they were facing a big enemy. To be able to directly break through the space to come here, the strength of these women must not be underestimated. You know, even if it is the decisive powerhouse of Ice Valley, it is impossible to break through the space barrier they jointly set up so easily. These women can easily break through it. Wouldn't they be stronger than Ice Valley? What they don't know is that the power of space they comprehend is only human level and yellow level space power. Including the top masters of Ice Valley, they can only comprehend the power of space at the Huang level. But among Su Feiying and the others, there are 2 people who have comprehended the power of mysterious space. Not to mention breaking through their space barrier, it is easy to cross space and go to other lower worlds. But soon, the 10 old men showed strange expressions. Because they all used their spiritual sense to detect all of these women who appeared in front of them, each of them had only 200 or 300 years of cultivation. Even the strongest among them has only 500 years of cultivation. So weird. How many women with such little cultivation can break through the space barrier they set up? There is a problem, it must be a problem with the space barrier. A few little girls dared to break into my Bingfeng Mountain villa so boldly. I don't know if you will still be alive to step out. A white-haired old woman snorted coldly. Life should still be preserved. The suzerain of Bingfeng Mountain Villa, that is, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a white robe, looked at the women with a little joy in his expression. Unexpectedly, there are so many beautiful women in this world, and they come to your door. The middle-aged suzerain laughed loudly. The middle-aged suzerain of Bingfeng Mountain Villa is obviously not a good guy. As soon as he saw Su Feiying and the others, he realized that a beautiful woman had come to his door, with greedy eyes, obviously harboring evil intentions. Humph, can't you bear it when you see a young and beautiful woman? The white-haired old woman snorted coldly, as if she couldn't understand the lustful behavior of the middle-aged suzerain. She turned her bone-like wrist, and suddenly a burst of ice and snow swept towards Su Feiying and the others. Kill. Seeing this, Su Feiying and Yuechan didn't hesitate at all. With the long sword in hand, the power of the void sprang out, condensed into sword energy, broke through the space, and attacked many old people around. At the same time, apart from Su Feiying and Yuechan, Su Menghan, Long Water and others also started to move. They did not launch an attack, but directly condensed sword energy, dragon sword art, and sword defense. Layer after layer of sword energy barriers completely enveloped the figures of the girls, and then they were attacked by the old woman's ice and snow power, but they were broken layer by layer, and finally there were more than 10 layers left, successfully resisting the opponent's attack. Although their cultivation bases are not high, but they are united together, plus they have practiced the dragon sword art and comprehended a trace of the power of the void, and they have resisted the attack of a strong man with a cultivation base of more than 900 years. At this time, many old men in Bingfeng Villa are all facing threats. The sword chi attacks of Yuechan and Su Feiying, carrying the power of the void, greatly increased their power. Not good. Seeing this, many old men immediately looked dignified. They never imagined that this group of women with such a low level of cultivation could unleash such a sharp attack. They condensed the strength in their bodies one after another, pieces of ice and snow danced and condensed into ice, each resisting the sword energy. With Yuechan and Su Feiying's power scattered, of course it is impossible to hurt these old guys, but immediately. Fighting swordsmanship. Su Feiying and Yuechan broke through the space one after another, came to the back of one of the elders with the highest cultivation level, and swung their long swords. The sword energy is overflowing. Puff. The old man didn't react at all, and was killed by the two women together. His body was blasted by the power of the void, leaving no bones left. First mess up the enemy's sense of proportion, and then concentrate on beheading one person with lightning speed. The girls gathered together again, and at this time, the most powerful supreme elder in Bingfeng Villa had died. The remaining 8 elders all gathered together, including the middle-aged suzerain of Bingfeng Mountain Villa, with serious expressions on their faces. Who the hell are you guys? The middle-aged suzerain asked, with a livid face. He never thought that this group of women in front of him would possess such strength. He had never heard of these characters in the world of cultivating immortals before. Who are we? You don't need to know. Su Feiying said coldly, what you need to know is, Binger, you can't touch it. If you touch it, you should die. Facing the remaining 9 people in Bingfeng Villa, she was full of momentum. And in the rear, Yuechan used the power of the mysterious space to rescue Binger from the sealed space with ease. At this time, Binger was sluggish, which showed how she had been treated. The other party completely absorbed the aura of heaven and earth in her body. In the past, on Peach Blossom Island, although some people would absorb Binger's power to improve their cultivation from time to time, they would not absorb all of them. As long as a small part of it is absorbed, the cultivator can be improved for 10 years, and no matter how much it is absorbed, the effect will be the same. But now, Binger's whole body strength has been absorbed, and she has fallen into a weak state. Damn! The middle-aged suzerain snorted coldly, you broke into my Bingfeng Mountain villa, and I haven't punished you, yet you say we deserve to die, it's ridiculous. This 1,000-year-old black ice belongs to our Bingfeng Mountain villa. If you don't let it go, none of you will be able to leave this place. The white-haired old woman stared at Binger, who was rescued by Yuchan, and said solemnly, Bingfeng Mountain Villa seems to be quite majestic. Su Feiying sneered, if that's the case, why don't you come over to snatch it? We're here, I want to see how you can prevent us from leaving. The power of Xian-level space was condensed in Su Feiying's hands. As long as she has a thought, she can easily leave this place with all the girls. From now on, it is impossible for people in Bingfeng Villa to find them again. Although they are very unwilling to let these old guys go, in fact, with the strength of the women, there is really no way to catch them all. If you have to fight to the death, some accidents may happen. Among the girls, no matter who they are, nothing can happen to them. Let's go. Su Feiying said softly, and then released the mysterious space power. The people in Bingfeng Villa felt an extremely strong force of space released from the field, as if they wanted to let those beautiful women leave, they couldn't help being shocked. Did you just let them go? Of course not, reconciled. However, they really had no way to stop Su Feiying and the others. Just when they were stunned and helpless, suddenly a more violent force of space descended from the sky. Ha ha ha. Su Feiying, your life is mine, where do you want to escape? An arrogant voice broke through the space and reached the ears of everyone in the field. Immediately afterwards, a young man in snow-white clothes broke through the space and appeared in this 1,000-year-old frozen valley. On this young man's snow-white clothes, there is a gourd carved, and he doesn't know what it represents. But at this moment, the arrival of this young man made Su Feiying's face turn cold. It turned out to be him. Luo Guandu, the man who killed her master, unexpectedly came at this time. Moreover, Su Feiying felt a strong pressure from Luo Guandu's body. In Luo Guandu more than 10 years ago, her cultivation base was much higher than that of Su Feiying. But in Luo Guandu today, his cultivation base is still much higher than that of Su Feiying. At this moment, the snow-white clothed man who descended in front of her had already reached a 1,000-year cultivation base and attained the Dao realm. The whole body exudes a breathtaking aura, which no one can possess among the others present. Luo Guandu. Su Feiying gritted her teeth firmly. It's me. Luo Guan smiled triumphantly, turned around, and glanced at the many old men in Bingfeng Mountain Villa who gathered together. Now, I will help you capture this group of women, except for the leader, the rest will belong to you. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the 9 people in Bingfeng Villa suddenly brightened. Originally, they were still afraid that the young strong man who suddenly appeared would attack them. Now it seems that this strong man has enmity with the women on the other side. With Luo Guandu's current cultivation base, and the fact that he has comprehended the power of the mysterious space, it is easy to prevent Su Feiying and others from leaving. The faces of all the girls changed one after another. This is bad. Master, who is he? Su Menghan respected Su Feiying a lot and asked softly. It's my enemy, now we are not opponents. Su Feiying's mood quickly calmed down, and she immediately formulated a strategy. I'll fight him and hold him back. Yuchan, take this opportunity to send Wanner and the others away, otherwise none of us will be able to escape. No, how can we leave you alone? Yuchan shook her head, unwilling to do so. Time is running out. Su Feiying shook her head with a firm attitude. I'm afraid your idea will come to nothing. Luo Guandu smiled contemptuously, and then a burst of overwhelming spatial power suddenly descended, sealing the entire space of Bingfeng Villa. Immediately afterwards, a cold figure appeared in front of Luo Guandu. It was a handsome young man, wearing the same snow-white clothes as Luo Guandu, with a gourd carved on it, and a gleam in his eyes. He glanced at Su Feiying, with a look of satisfaction on Junyi's face. Yes, Luo Guangdu, the woman you found for me is very good. The handsome young man laughed. It's the power of Earth-level space. Su Feiying's face was serious. This handsome young man's cultivation base was even more terrifying than Luo Guangdu's, and he had comprehended the power of Earth-level space. In front of this young man, they didn't even have a chance to escape. Brother Tianya, my eyesight is naturally good. Luo Guan was praised by that handsome young man, his face immediately brightened, and at the same time he did not forget to compliment, of course, this woman named Su Feiying, except for senior brother Tianya, is the only one in this inferior world. No one can match that. Hee. That handsome young man, who was also called Brother Tianya in Luo Guangdu's mouth, smiled softly, and glanced at Su Feiying's girls. These girls are all stunning, but unfortunately, some of them are not perfect. Of course, it doesn't matter, Xiao Tianya, are generous and fraternal, as long as they are beautiful women, I can take them into my pocket. Obviously, senior brother Tianya has taken a fancy to Su Feiying and all of them. Hearing the other party's words, anger appeared on the faces of Su Feiying's daughters. Isn't this person too shameless? I don't know which world it came from. If it was on the earth, the bodyguard Ji Feng invited, the magic sky star from the soul realm would be enough to protect them. But in the world of cultivating immortals, Mo Kongxing didn't bother to pay attention. This cast a shadow over the hearts of the girls. Meng Huangji, the ancient golden tribe, accelerate the space. The remaining 22 years in the accelerated space finally passed quickly during Yifeng's frenzied cultivation. When the acceleration space gradually dissipated and the surrounding time returned to normal, Yifeng opened his eyes and shot a flash of light. I finally comprehended. Although I only comprehend a little of the power of the ancient Tinglong, combined with the comprehension of the power of Qi Yao, it finally allowed me to break through the first restriction set by the dragon sword itself. Yifeng's stubble-covered face showed a satisfied expression. During the urgent practice, he didn't have extra time to care about other things, so that every time he came out of the acceleration space and meditation space, he was unshaven. At this moment, Yifeng was still rejoicing at the changes in his body. From the first restriction set by the dragon sword itself, he really comprehended the power of the ancient Tinglong, which is more overbearing and terrifying than the power of Qi Yao. Although he has only comprehended less than one level of the power of the ancient soaring dragon, its power is no less than that of the power of nirvana and one of the 7 powers such as the power of true fire. Not only that, but it is also one of the 3 sword techniques left by the dragon sword itself. With a little understanding, it should be able to display it in a short time. There was light in Yifeng's eyes. The dragon sword body not only set up 7 restrictions in his body, but also left behind 3 moves of swordsmanship. Any one of these 3 moves of swordsmanship is absolutely powerful. In Xiaoqing Tian, there is no swordsmanship that can compare with it. If Yifeng can do it, when his cultivation reaches a certain level, it goes without saying that he will sweep the sky. Next, it's time to condense the Dao fruit and try to step into the realm of Dao. Yifeng thought in his heart, only by stepping into the realm of Taoism and comprehending the 4th picture of the dragon sword Ju, the picture of the dragon trapped in ice, can one start to cultivate for more than 1,000 years. My current cultivation is still too weak. At this moment, the power of space he had comprehended swept away towards the great thousand world, making him frown. What was happening in the Bingfeng mountain villa in the immortal cultivation realm was immediately noticed by him. Master, Wanner, Yuechan and the others, why are they in the world of cultivating immortals? Yifeng was puzzled in his heart, but soon, when he saw the sluggish Binger and Luo Guangdu who appeared in front of Su Feiying, he immediately understood what happened. If it wasn't for the handsome young man, Xiao Tianya, who was called by Luo Guangdu to display the power of Earth-level space in such an inferior world as the world of cultivating immortals, Yi Feng would not have noticed the abnormality there so suddenly. I'm in trouble. Yi Feng pondered for a while, without saying anything, immediately stepped into the tribe of the ancient gold clan. Lu Feng, you stay here and wait for me to come back. I have something to do later. I need to ask the patriarch of the ancient gold clan, just wait for me here. Without turning his head, Yi Feng said to Lu Feng, who also left the acceleration space. Lu Feng has been comprehending the star refining immortal code for 22 years, and he is quite obedient at this time. Since Yi Feng is leaving for the time being, it's fine for her to continue practicing the star alchemy code. Yi Feng wasn't worried about anything. In the ancient golden clan, Lu Feng wouldn't be in trouble again. After all, Shang, the patriarch of the ancient golden clan, has recovered the peak state of 100,000 years of cultivation, the state of the immortal king. After hearing Liu Feng's promise, Yi Feng no longer had any worries, and in a flash, he returned to the ancient jungle where the giant Hong brought him out. The big world of Monghuang realm is a first-class world, and Yi Feng can't directly break through its space barrier. The power of heaven-level space, he has not comprehended yet. Although the level of the power of the void is higher than the power of the sky-level space, it is a pity that the power of the void does not belong to the power of the lower Qingtian. The power of space is used. For this, Yi Feng has no other way, he still needs to find a chance to comprehend the power of heaven-level space. Returning to the floating island where the Star Alchemy Temple is located, Yi Feng did not stop there, and directly condensed the power of the Earth-level space to cross the space. Destination, the extreme north of the world of cultivating immortals, Bingfeng Villa. Luo Guandu even brought someone to bully Su Feiying. How could Yi Feng ignore it? In the ancient ruins before, Yi Feng let Luo Guandu go many times. And this time it was the time of Luo Guandu's death. The world of cultivating immortals, Bingfeng Mountain Villa, deep in the valley. At this moment, the entire Bingfeng Snow Valley has been completely blocked by the powerful power of Earth-level space. Su Feiying, Yuechan, Su Menghan, Long Waner, Zhang Xinyun, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qi, and the 7 dragon sword maids were all blocked. Stuck here. Xianbing Binger, who has lived for thousands of years, was extremely weak in Yuechan's arms. I'm sorry, I sneaked out and caused so much trouble, it's all my fault. In Binger's heart, there was incomparable regret. If she hadn't sneaked out, how could she have been caught by the people from Bingfeng Villa? If she hadn't been caught by the people from Bingfeng Mountain Villa, how could Su Feiying and the others have fallen into such a dangerous situation now? The remaining 9 people in Bingfeng Villa are nothing to be afraid of, but the key problem is that the handsome young man in white clothes who just appeared is too strong. Ha ha ha. That handsome young man, Xiao Tianya, carefully looked at the 7 women trapped by him, with a wicked smile on his face. Each of these 7 women is stunning, especially the one at the head, who has a cold temperament, but is graceful and charming, and has an extremely attractive figure. She is definitely a first-class stunner in the world. These women will all belong to him, Xiao Tianya. Brother Tianya, how are these girls doing? Luo Guandu hovered beside Xiao Tianya, with a flattering look on his face, he asked a question. He left the world of cultivating immortals and went to a wider world. Of course, he knew that there are too many strong people in this world. Instead of working hard by himself, it is better to take refuge in a strong man and have a backer. Xiao Tianya was the backer that Luo Guandu was looking for. Originally in the Immortal Gourd sect, Luo Guandu was just a dispensable outer disciple, even a branch of the sect in the lower world. However, not long ago, when Xiao Tianya came to the sect branch, Luo Guandu seized the opportunity and immediately entered Xiao Tianya's sight. Although Luo Guandu's cultivation base is not strong, his cultivation base is only over 1,000 years old, and his Dao fruit has only just condensed, but the key point is that Luo Guandu does what he likes, knowing that he likes beautiful women. After capturing several beautiful women in the world of cultivating immortals, Xiao Tianya was still not satisfied, so Luo Guandu thought of the female cultivator of the Star Tomb sect he had let go a long time ago. Saving her life finally worked at this time. Xiao Tianya must be very satisfied. In fact it is. Luo Guandu, you performed well this time. After I go back, I will report to the elders of the sect, let them consider it, and transfer you to the headquarters of the sect. Xiao Tianya said lightly. Thank you, brother. Luo Guang was overjoyed. The headquarters of the Immortal Gourd sect is located in a first-class world. Although the Immortal Gourd sect is just an ordinary sect in this first-class world, if one can enter it, the cultivation environment will be much better in the future. And Xiao Tianya, as the #1 genius of the Immortal Gourd sect today, his promises will naturally be valued by the elders of the Immortal Gourd sect. Xiao Tianya, with only 2,800 years of cultivation, has already comprehended the power of Earth-level space. He is a core disciple of the Immortal Gourd sect. As for now, can we go back? The corners of Xiao Tianya's mouth turned up slightly, looking at Su Feiying and the other women, there was an evil smile on his face. This level of beauties is not something he can easily search for with the power of the Earth-level space. You must know that each world has a population of tens of billions. With such a huge crowd, how could he find high-quality and beautiful women so easily? Even if you can find it, it is difficult to find so many at once. Luo Guandu saved him time, and it was normal for him to give Luo Guandu some kind words in front of the elders. Luo Guandu, what do you want? Su Feiying's voice was as cold as ever, without any expression on her face, she asked. What do you want? Don't you know in your heart? Luo Guandu jokingly smiled, such good looking, of course it is for men to enjoy, Su Feiying, are you right? Humph, nonsense. Su Feiying's expression became even colder, but she was thinking in her heart. Now that there is a strong person blocking the space, they can't escape at all, and they don't know where Yifeng is now? Involuntarily, Yifeng's figure appeared in the hearts of all the girls in the field. If Yifeng was around, he should be able to deal with these two guys in front of him, right? However, the current Yifeng seems to have gone to Menghuang realm, and he hasn't come back for a long time, and he doesn't know if he can know what happened here. Brother Tianya, I will do it for you right now. Luo Guang said proudly. Naturally Xiao Tianya didn't need to do it himself to catch the women like Su Feiying, otherwise what's the use of asking him to come? Luo Guandu raised his hand, and a mysterious force condensed in his hand, gradually condensing into the shape of a gourd. A burst of majestic power gushed out from the gourd. Su Feiying's complexion changed, Luo Guandu's power was too strong, even now she still couldn't resist it. The strong wind made the women's hair flutter, and even their clothes seemed to be torn apart by this burst of force. It's a pity that such a thing did not happen. Stop. A voice from the void came here in an instant, followed by an even more violent force. Luo Guandu's face changed, and then he felt that the power he released just now was suppressed all of a sudden, and even part of it came back. It's just that at this moment, Luo Guang vomited blood, and he was injured. Immediately afterwards, someone opened a hole in the sealed space of Bingfeng Snow Valley from the outside, and immediately after that, a young figure in black quietly appeared in front of their eyes. This young man, with a frivolous face and full of arrogance, held a simple long sword in his hand, and stared coldly at Luo Guandu and Xiao Tianya in front of him. Yifeng is here. Yifeng. Su Feiying covered her eyes with her hands during that burst of force collision, then opened her eyes slightly, seeing Yifeng's figure, she couldn't help but feel happy. The rest of the girls were also like this, with expressions of joy and worry on their faces. Happily, Yifeng really came. The worry is Yifeng the opponent of Xiao Tianya? Who are you? Xiao Tianya squinted his eyes and felt that the moment Yifeng came, the tyrannical force unexpectedly injured Luo Guandu. He became curious about Yi Feng. Of course, it was just a trace of curiosity. Even if the young man in black in front of him could break through his Earth-level space barrier, it was because he had not maintained that barrier. Otherwise, how could he come here? He, Xiao Tianya, is a genius of the Immortal Gourd sect. How could he meet a young man stronger than him in a lowly world like the Immortal Cultivation world? I'm their friend. Who are you? Yi Feng replied, and then asked the other party. I belong to the Immortal Gourd sect, Xiao Tianya, the #1 core disciple. During Xiao Tianya's speech, he puffed out his chest, with a look of arrogance on his face. The Immortal Gourd sect is a sect of the first-class world. Right now, in this low-level world of cultivating immortals, he, the core disciple of the Immortal Gourd sect, can dominate the world. 3 chapters per day from today. Even if a disciple of the Immortal Gourd sect is like this, not to mention, there are countless elders with terrifying cultivation bases in the Immortal Gourd sect. The Supreme Elder, any one of them, can destroy a low-level world like the Immortal Cultivation world thousands of times. It's a pity that upon hearing the words Immortal Gourd sect, Yi Feng's expression was indifferent. Immortal Gourd sect? Never heard of it. This faint sentence made Xiao Tianya's eyes narrow slightly. The brat in front of him doesn't know what's good or bad. I haven't heard of the Immortal Gourd sect, so your life will end here. Xiao Tianya was extremely proud, and looked down on Yi Feng. A mountain boy like you, who has only cultivated for 1,000 years, naturally doesn't know that in this world, there are people beyond people, and heaven beyond the sky. Now I'll give you a chance. I'll count to 3, you abandon your cultivation, kowtow, to admit your mistake, I will spare your life and give you a chance to repent, otherwise, I will kill you. Abandon your cultivation, kowtow, to admit your mistake? Yi Feng was stunned when he heard it. This Xiao Tianya really thought that his cultivation was so tyrannical that he could walk sideways in various worlds? Although Yi Feng has only cultivated for 1,000 years, his 1,000-year cultivation is not the same as Xiao Tianya's 1,000-year cultivation. At this time, Yi Feng had comprehended all kinds of power, not to mention the power of Qiyao for the time being, but also the power of the incomparably terrifying ancient soaring dragon. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a peerless powerhouse, with 4,000 years of cultivation, who appeared before Yi Feng. In front of him, he dared to fight with one. Not to mention, Xiao Tianya in front of him only has a cultivation base of 2,800 years. With 2,800 years of cultivation and comprehending the prefecture-level cultivation, is the talent very powerful? Also with a cultivation base of around 3,000 years, Isubai of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace has already comprehended the power of heaven-level space. Xiao Tianya is not at the same level as Isubai at all. However, Yi Feng didn't think much about it. The other party dared to come here and bully Su Feiying's daughters, already touching Yi Feng's scales. Whoever dares to bully or touch the people on Peach Blossom Island will be killed. Xiao Tianya, now I will give you a chance. Yi Feng took a step forward, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. I'll count to 3, and if you abolish your cultivation, kowtow to me and admit your mistake, I'll give you a happy ending, otherwise, you won't be able to live or die. This overbearing sentence directly stunned all the people around. The remaining 9 people in Bingfeng Mountain Villa were stunned. What happened today really shocked them. It was fine that a group of beautiful women with advanced cultivation came, but after that, 3 young people came. A mighty one? These are all powerful existences that they have never touched before. Luo Guang wiped off the fresh blood from the corners of his mouth. Hearing Yi Feng's words, he couldn't help laughing. Yi Feng, did you come out of the ancient ruins and your brain was burned out? Do you think that with your strength, could it be senior brother Tianya's opponent? Xiao Tianya's eyes flickered fiercely. Is that Yi Feng, you have one advantage, that is bravery. Unfortunately, I will tell you with facts, your bravery is just the bravery of a man, and bravery without brains is just stupid. Who has no brains? You'll know later. You've said so much, why don't you do it? With a cold sound from Yi Feng, the power of extinction condensed on the ancient dragon sword. Although he said so on the surface, Yi Feng didn't care about Xiao Tianya in his heart. After all, he was a strong man with 2,800 years of cultivation, so maybe he had some adventures. The general idea is to die. This sentence is undoubtedly the truth in the world of cultivating immortals. Xiao Tianya's gaze was serious, his snow-white clothes fluttered, and the fairy lake pattern on his chest gathered in the wind, and a fairy gourd really condensed in front of him. This is a magic weapon. To deal with you, one move is enough. Xiao Tianya's eyes showed arrogance, and he took the fairy gourd in his hand, and then a burst of power surged. A burst of invisible power condensed into a wind blade, seemingly randomly slashing towards Yi Feng through the air, and the power of the earth-level space was contained in it, making the wind blade come to Yi Feng in an instant. Keeping swordsmanship. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged. He stood firmly in the center, brandishing the simple dragon sword in his hand, a layer of jet-black sword energy barrier spread out. Bang! The sword energy barrier immediately blocked the wind blade, and the two sides disappeared invisible. Huh? Seeing this, Xiao Tianya couldn't help but be surprised, and then joked on his face, "It turns out that you still have some strength, but that's what makes it interesting. If you are too weak, I don't bother to say anything to you. If that's the case, I'll show you some face. After you die, I will play with one of the women behind you and bury it with you, should you thank me?" Yi Feng appeared in front of him. Instead of respecting him, he wanted to deal with him, using his words to refute him, making Xiao Tianya very angry. The extreme anger made Xiao Tianya think of the ultimate method. It must be fun to insult a woman behind him and let him be buried with that woman. There's so much nonsense. If you don't make a move, I'm going to make a move. Yi Feng's eyes were calm, and he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. The heart of the dragon made his willpower firm as a rock, and nothing could affect him. Humph, I really don't know good from bad, and you will regret it later. Luo Guangdu stood behind Xiao Tianya, and loudly urged, "Brother Tianya, this kid has been with those girls all the time. I'm afraid some of them were taken away by him." Is that so? Xiao Tianya's originally handsome eyes were now as vicious as a fox, staring at Yi Feng firmly. "Aunt, you are dead." At this time, Yi Feng had lost his patience. This Xiao Tianya, why is he talking so much nonsense? Fight, just fight. What is there to say? If you don't make a move, I will make a move. Yi Feng held the ancient dragon sword tightly in his hand, and the power of the ancient soaring dragon was condensed, gradually converging into a phantom with dragon veins. In an instant, an unparalleled pressure from ancient times descended on the Bingfeng Valley, as if the entire sky was pressed down, making it difficult for everyone present to breathe. The power of the ancient soaring dragon is a power that surpasses the lower clear sky. Even Shang Qingshan seems unable to accommodate such power. And this power has now appeared in the world of cultivating immortals, a small and low-level world. How can it be? Xiao Tianya felt the power on Yi Feng's sword tip, and his expression changed drastically. He is not an ignorant person. At this moment, of course he felt the killing intent and strength of Yi Feng. Obviously, he has only cultivated for 1,000 years. Xiao Tianya gritted his teeth, thinking of retreating, but he understood that the honor of being the #1 core disciple of the Immortal Gourd sect did not allow him to retreat like this. He can't just run away like this. Otherwise, there will be demons in the future, and I am afraid that after encountering a bottleneck, it will be difficult to make a breakthrough. Luo Guangdu, standing beside him in a cold sweat, was completely suppressed by the aura of the ancient Tinglong's power, unable to move at all. He never thought that Yi Feng would be so terrifying. Yi Feng's consciousness was completely immersed in swordsmanship. It's a pity that I haven't fully comprehended one of the 3 sword techniques, so I can't use it. However, with the power of the ancient Tinglong, even if I use the fighting sword technique, it is enough to kill Xiao Tianya. Thinking in Yifeng's mind, one after another attack formations condensed and appeared on the tip of the simple dragon sword. Return to zero sword energy. Yifeng swung his long sword, and the sword energy overflowed. Suddenly, several sword energy rushed towards Xiao Tianya like a magic talisman. No, I can't resist it. Xiao Tianya had such a feeling the moment Yifeng drew his sword, and he broke out in cold sweat. Faced with Yifeng's zero-returning sword qi, Xiao Tianya didn't even think about it. He turned his hand into a claw, and with a push of true energy, he instantly grabbed Luo Guang who was next to him. Go to hell. Xiao Tianya had no scruples, grabbed Luo Guangdu with one hand, and threw his body towards Yifeng's zeroing sword qi. Brother Tianya. Luo Guang never thought that Xiao Tianya would come here and use him as a shield. How shameless. Oops. Luo Guangdu secretly thought that it was not good, but with Yifeng's zeroing sword energy before, and Xiao Tianya's power to suppress him later, now Luo Guangdu has nowhere to escape. Su Feiying, save me. Luo Guang couldn't think of any way, and at the critical moment, he turned his attention to Su Feiying. He thought that if he spared Su Feiying's life in the early years, Su Feiying might also save his life, because of this. However, he was too naive. Luo Guangdu, you have worked so hard, but in the end you have ended up like this. Su Feiying snorted coldly, watching from the sidelines. This person, the master who tortured her in every possible way back then, let her go with contempt, thinking that he was kind to her. In fact, Luo Guang was only considering his own interests. Now, Luo Guang brought Xiao Tianya with the intention of arresting her, Su Feiying and the other girls, but if Yifeng hadn't arrived, the consequences would have been disastrous. Now that Luo Guang is being treated as a scapegoat by Xiao Tianya, who will save him? Retreat. After throwing Luo Guangdu out, Xiao Tianya quickly backed away. Without even thinking about it, the power of the earth-level space was condensed. He wanted to run away, but he found that although his cultivation had reached 2,800 years, his real strength was completely inferior to the young man named Yifeng in front of him. The power Yifeng possessed was too terrifying. Pooh! With a soft sound, Luo Guangdu's figure was easily turned into nothingness by the returning sword energy. With his 1,000 years of cultivation, he couldn't resist Yifeng's sword energy at all. Even after beheading Luo Guangdu and turning his body into nothingness, these sword qis continued to move towards Xiao Tianya without stopping. Xiao Tianya moved the fairy lake magic weapon in his hand, and he threw it out immediately. To use the body of the magic weapon to resist Yifeng's sword energy. Laugh. The quality of the fairy gourd magic weapon was actually a high-grade fairy weapon, which instantly offset Yifeng's remaining 4 sword qi. At the same time, cracks burst open on the surface of the top-grade immortal artifact, the gourd. It was obvious that the top-grade immortal artifact had been destroyed. The sword energy flew horizontally, and the remaining strength was finally resisted by Xiao Tianya's tyrannical cultivation, but his face was covered with beads of sweat, which showed how much pressure Yifeng's sword energy had put on him. Yifeng, your strength is not bad, you are qualified to be my friend. Xiao Tianya stabilized his figure, then glanced at Yifeng, and said calmly, this time, how about we shake hands and make peace? Shake hands and make peace? Yifeng was expressionless, and said coldly, I am qualified to be your friend. I don't know who, just now let me abolish my cultivation and kowtow to you, why are you shaking hands now? When Xiao Tianya heard Yifeng's sarcasm, he didn't take it seriously, and he took it for granted. Ants, of course they are not qualified to talk to geniuses like us. Unfortunately, I don't think you are qualified to be my friend. With a cold sound from Yifeng, the ancient dragon sword has continued to lie across his chest, and the power of the ancient Tinglong condensed again. What do you want to do to me? Xiao Tianya squinted his eyes, if you dare to touch me, you will face the revenge of the immortal gourd sect. I, the Immortal Gourd sect, am not a chicken or a dog. If any elder appears, you will not be a match. I will fight against you. To make friends is to value you. Yi Feng remained silent. This guy named Xiao Tianya seems to feel too good about himself, right? The girls behind Yi Feng also looked contemptuous. This Xiao Tianya was still shouting and shouting at the beginning, occupying a high position and not paying attention to others at all. Even now, he still thinks he is noble, saying that Yi Feng thinks highly of him for making friends with him. Does he really think that he is a noble existence? The power of the ancient dragon was condensed. Yi Feng didn't say much. Dragon Sword Ju, 9 days a day. The sword energy was once again condensed, and the power of the ancient Tinglong shocked the audience. Xiao Tianya's face changed. Brother, you can't touch me, otherwise the Immortal Gourd sect will not let you go. Brother? I don't have a brother like you. Yi Feng gave a cold sound, and 3 sword chi burst out of the air, and under the power of the void, they came to Xiao Tianya's side in an instant. The power of orange time attacked at the same time, surrounded Xiao Tianya, and made him fall into the deceleration space, and his movements suddenly became extremely slow. 9 days on Sunday, 9 days on Sunday. The sword chi shines brightly in Shandong, and under the incomparable oppressive force of the ancient Tinglong's power, Xiao Tianya's face becomes more and more ugly. He finds that he can't escape the trajectory of these 3 sword chi. Puff. 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 The 3 sword chi sliced through Xiao Tianya's hands, feet, and head. Immediately, the power contained in them completely shattered Xiao Tianya, and his entire body was turned into nothingness. As a human being, don't be too narcissistic. Yi Feng put away his long sword and dissipated the aura of the ancient soaring dragon's power. All the people present, including the girls and the 9 people from Bingfeng Mountain Villa, felt their whole bodies relaxed. Before they knew it, their whole bodies were soaked in sweat. The oppressive momentum of the ancient Tinglong's power, regardless of enemy or friend, even Su Feiying and other women were shocked by it. Yi Feng, are you all right? Su Menghan relaxed. The first person she cared about was not herself, but Yi Feng. Do you think I look like something is wrong? Yi Feng turned around, and then he showed a gentle smile, and hugged Su Menghan into his arms. I'm sorry, I'm late. It's not too late, it's not too late, where is it late? Su Menghan shook her head vigorously, with a delighted smile on her face. It's good that Yi Feng can come, it's not too late, anyway, they were insulted a few words, it's not painful, don't need to care about it. It's you, have you offended that Immortal Gourd sect now? Su Menghan didn't know what the Immortal Gourd sect was, and felt that it was quite strong, so she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even I have offended the Immortal Court Kingdom, what is a mere Immortal Gourd sect? Coldness flashed across Yi Feng's eyes, and then he smiled. No matter what, whoever dares to touch my people, I will make them pay the price. As soon as these words came out, the remaining 9 people in the nearby Bingfeng Villa all trembled. Yi Feng's words undoubtedly announced the fate of the remaining 9 people in Bingfeng Villa. Young man, I have offended you a lot in the past, please forgive me. The face of the middle-aged suzerain of Bingfeng Villa changed. It was obvious that Bingfeng Villa could not be the opponent of the young man in front of him. Not to mention Bingfeng Villa, even Ice Valley, the #1 sect in the world of cultivating immortals, has no strength to compete with this young man. In addition, the middle-aged suzerain had never heard of the Immortal Gourd sect and the immortal Courtland mentioned by the young man, which made him wonder whether there are other wider worlds in this world that he does not know about. But at this time, he didn't dare to say a word of superfluous words to Yi Feng. He could only say, we don't want this 1,000 years of black ice. There are still a few beautiful fairies who can leave on their own, and we will never stop them. Well said. Yi Feng smiled softly, and then cast a cold glance at the middle-aged suzerain. Before I came, you snatched the 1,000 years of black ice and insulted the woman next to me. I haven't settled with you yet. Now that I'm here, you just apologize, just want us to leave? The middle-aged suzerain was at a loss for words for a moment, but seeing the serious look in Yifeng's eyes, he could only bear it back and swallowed. Young man, I am from Bingfeng Villa, and I am willing to serve you. Implement. Yifeng shook his head lightly when he heard the words. That's plausible, but it's a pity. If you insult the women around me, if I spare your lives, what will the women around me think of me? As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged suzerain raised his head, with a look of madness in his eyes. Stinky boy, you can't do this, you can't do that, then come and kill me. Before the sound reached Yifeng's ears, the figure of the middle-aged suzerain had already started to move, and he wanted to rush to Yifeng's back at an extremely fast speed to deal with the girls behind Yifeng. Obviously, now, Yifeng wants the lives of everyone in their Bingfeng Villa. And they are definitely not Yifeng's opponents. The only way to survive is to grab the women behind Yifeng and force them with their lives. Maybe there is still a way to survive. Unfortunately, they are too naive. As soon as the figures of several people moved, they felt an invisible momentum in the space completely suppressing them, making their figures stagnate in mid-air, unable to move forward even a step. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng waved one hand. Brilliant swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. 10 streaks of piercing sword energy accurately swept towards the surrounding 9 people from Bingfeng Villa, breaking through the air in an instant. Laugh. Before the 9 people from Bingfeng Villa could react, all of them were decapitated. With their cultivation, they couldn't compare with Yifeng at all. Yifeng could kill them with a wave of his hand. Never mind. Yifeng smiled lightly, and looked back at the girls. Fortunately, except for Binger's power being absorbed, none of the girls encountered any accidents. You are stronger. Su Feiying raised her head, with a trace of surprise on her beautiful face. Obviously, Su Feiying could easily feel that Yifeng's strength had improved, and even reached the 1000-year cultivation level. It has not yet been condensed into Dao fruit, and the journey of cultivation is long and long. Yifeng shook his head, but he didn't feel the slightest pride because of it. Although his talent is extraordinary, in this world, there are as many powerful forces as stars. In the lower Qing Tian alone, he is still just an ant in the eyes of the top powerhouses, let alone the Shang Qingshan and other higher worlds. In those places, the current Yifeng might not even be as good as an ant. Su Feiying nodded, and similarly, the hearts of the rest of the girls behind her trembled. Indeed, being as strong as Yifeng is nothing in Xia Qingshan, and their strength is even more vulnerable. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, they will encounter danger. It is too unbearable. For a moment, all the girls had the determination to cultivate in their hearts, but if they only rely on determination, how can they go all the way smoothly? Yifeng saw what the girls were thinking, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, your cultivation will become stronger sooner or later." The Star Refining Immortal Code can refine stars with the power of refining stars, and condense them into different. The first-class star refining crystals can increase the cultivation level and the upper limit of the cultivation level. I still have a lot of star refining crystals left on my body, which can help you improve your cultivation base by a large amount. Yifeng, we have always relied on you. After Long Wanner said this, she fell silent. So what's the matter, Wanner, tell me, are we all a family? Yifeng shook his head and asked, with a light smile. Long Wanner was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. A family, it must be, if not, what is it? Since it's a family, how can we rely on it? Yifeng stretched out his hands, and gently hugged Long Wanner into his arms. It's my duty to protect you, and it's also my duty to help you improve your cultivation. If that's the case, don't talk about it in the future. Feeling Yifeng's sincerity, Long Wanner couldn't help being moved. Yifeng has always been in front of her, in front of everyone, sheltering them from the wind and rain, and even often wasted his training time for this. In the world of cultivation, if Yi Feng was the only one, his progress would definitely be faster. It was the others who dragged Yi Feng down. However, Yi Feng didn't complain at all. Master. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at Su Feiying. Let's go back. Su Feiying nodded. Now that the matter is over and Binger has been rescued, it's time to go back. Now, the only safe place for the women is the earth. On the earth, the power beyond the realm of the immortal will attract the ancient superpowers, and the existence that has not reached the realm of the immortal is definitely not the opponent of the magic star in the soul world. But when Yi Feng wanted to condense the power of the earth-level space and was about to go back, he suddenly noticed a wave of space fluctuations descending around him. A strange and inexplicable breath walked through the audience, making everyone alert. In today's world of cultivating immortals, Bingfeng Mountain Villa, another strong man is about to come. Who will it be? Feeling the strange and inexplicable aura around him, Yi Feng frowned slightly. This kind of aura seemed a little familiar, but even with Yi Feng's memory, he couldn't recall it. This breath seems very cold. We all gather together and be careful not to be attacked. Su Feiying frowned, and immediately gave a soft drink, bringing all the girls together. At this moment, they must stay firmly by Yi Feng's side, otherwise, if they are attacked by surprise, Yi Feng will fall into a passive position, and thus lose everything in one careless move. Jia jia jia. A strange sneer spread out from the surroundings, reaching Yi Feng's ears. This sneer made Yi Feng frown even tighter, and suddenly he became enlightened. I remembered. How similar is this cold and strange aura to the mummy that refined the nether blood shield before? Now, it has actually destroyed Star Refining Valley. People from the Shadow Realm are coming. The Shadow Realm destroyed the Star Refining Valley thousands of years ago, and now, for unknown reasons, they actually found Yi Feng. Bingfeng Mountain Villa, the periphery. As one of the most powerful sects in the extreme north, there are thousands of disciples in Bingfeng Mountain Villa. After 100 years of cultivation, they are disciples of outer sections. After 300 years of cultivation, he is an inner disciple. Those who have cultivated for more than 300 years are the core disciples. At this time, the two core disciples were guarding the core area of the villa, that is, the ancestral hall on the outskirts of Bingfeng Snow Valley, and they had long noticed that something was wrong in Bingfeng Snow Valley. The suzerain, the elders, all were killed. One of the core disciples was sweating coldly. In the ancestral hall, the soul cards belonging to the suzerain, elders, and supreme elders were broken one after another, which meant that their Bingfeng villa was about to be destroyed. Go to Ice Valley and ask for help. The two core disciples looked at each other, and they both saw the coldness in each other's eyes. Thousands of years of Xianbing actually caused their Bingfeng villa to be almost destroyed. It was too terrifying. Bingfeng villa broke away from Ice Valley, and now, these disciples can only survive if they seek refuge in Ice Valley. However, just as the two wanted to leave, they were stunned by the scene before them. A strange and inexplicable breath emanated from around them, and the next moment, they were completely enveloped in it. Ah! The screams of pain resounded throughout the Bingfeng villa. Below the mountain, many disciples of Bingfeng villa looked at the Forbidden Mountain, and a black cloud billowed in between, covering the entire Forbidden Mountain. Not good, a powerful enemy is coming. Could it be because of the 1,000 years of black ice? It is very possible that our Bingfeng Mountain Villa is not too powerful, but with the news of Qianzai Xianbing leaked, there must be many forces who want to snatch it. Obtaining the 1,000 years of black ice seems not to be a blessing of the sect. Look at the other side, who are those people? Ah! They turned out to be experts from Ice Valley. All the disciples of Bingfeng Villa are in a mess at this moment. The Forbidden Mountain, where thousands of years of black ice was placed, including their lord and elders, was shrouded in a strange black cloud at this time, and the situation was unknown. And at the foot of the mountain, the number one sect in the world of cultivating immortals, the Ice Valley, gathered a crowd, apparently hearing the news about the 1,000-year-old Xianbing, and came to snatch it. Vigorously, a group of people from Ice Valley rushed up the mountain. The leader was a one-armed old man with an extremely solemn expression. He brought the elite of the Ice Valley to snatch the 1,000 years of black ice, but it seems that someone took the first step. On the forbidden mountain of Bingfeng Villa, there is a layer of black clouds covering it. Who is it? Let's go, no matter who it is, dare to snatch the things we like in Ice Valley, kill without mercy. Although the one-armed old man felt the strangeness of the rolling black clouds on the forbidden mountain, their Ice Valley is the number one sect in the world of cultivating immortals, and their strength is much stronger than other sects in this extreme northern land. What is he afraid of? What's more, he brought 20 strong men from Ice Valley this time, all of whom were above 900 years of cultivation, and there were 4 more strong men with 950 years of cultivation, which were almost the best in this world. Limit. These 4 strong men included the one-armed old man himself. Go up. People from Bingfeng Mountain Villa dare to stop them, and they will be killed without mercy. The one-armed old man let out a cold voice, and led many experts from the Ice Valley to the forbidden mountain in Bingfeng Villa, which is where Yifeng is now. It's a pity that they don't know what the situation in the Forbidden Mountains is like at all. The powerful men from the Shadow Realm came and wanted to kill Yifeng. If they, the cultivators of the Immortal Realm, intervened, they would die. A group of people, mighty and mighty, marched towards the Forbidden Mountain. Forbidden Mountain, in the Ice Peak and Snow Valley. Yifeng stood in front of the girls, one figure after another in the black mist appeared in his eyes. These figures were all experts in the Shadow Realm, each of them had deep cultivation, at least 2,000 years of terrifying cultivation. Yifeng's eyes flickered, he didn't know why these people came. It seems that he has nothing to do with people in the Shadow World, right? I found it, Prince Tua's blood aura. A burst of divine thoughts spread from the surrounding black mist to the minds of Yifeng and the girls, making them slightly stunned. Prince Tua's blood aura, what is this? Immediately, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced at Zhang Xinyun beside him. In the ancient ruins, Yifeng gave Zhang Xinyun the blood shield to strengthen her defense. The blood shield was made from the mummy of a Shadow Realm person. The refiner is still the blood dragon. At this moment, are these people from the Shadow Realm here to seek revenge on Yifeng? I don't know what your purpose is here. Yifeng didn't say a word or be humble, and passed on a faint spiritual thought. Using the blood of my shadow tribe to refine magic weapons, you are very brave. In the thick black mist, a pitch-black figure gradually stepped out. It didn't look like a person at all, but just like a person's shadow. It seems that this guy is the leader of the powerful Shadow World. So what? What I got is the mummy of what you call Prince Tua, and I didn't kill it. Yifeng sent out a faint spiritual thought, you are looking for revenge, it seems that you are looking for the wrong person. He didn't know why the body of Prince Tua was in the ancient world, near the place where he found the first void vine. However, these people from the Shadow Realm didn't look for the murderer properly, came to find Yifeng, did they take the wrong medicine? The Prince Tua must have been dead for hundreds of years, yet these guys still remember him. Master Shadow Ferris, let us kill you, you have nothing but death. The strange spiritual thoughts of the strong man in the Shadow World came out, and then retreated to the back, and once again merged into the thick black mist. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng sensed the many experts from the Shadow Realm in the thick black mist, and started to act one after another. The black mist is approaching where he and the girls are. The Shadow World, the fourth-class world, the strongest among them will never exceed 10,000 years of cultivation. Yifeng's eyes flickered, if someone has reached 10,000 years of cultivation, they will most likely be able to lay down Earth-level space barriers and make them advance into a third-class world. The Shadow World powerhouses in front of us all have cultivation bases of more than 2,000 years, the strongest it has only been 3,000 years, and I have the power to fight. After the analysis, Yi Feng didn't back down, but showed a faint smile on his face. People in the Shadow World imagined the strength of their own world too much. If you want to kill me and the people around me, it depends on whether you have the strength. Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts came out, and then his face turned cold, and he walked out with a tyrannical aura. This is the momentum of the ancient dragon's power. Although he had exhausted the ancient dragon's power in his body just now when he killed Xiao Tianya of the Immortal Gourd sect, he had comprehended the power of real water and restored the power of the ancient dragon in an instant. As soon as the desolate aura came out, the thick black fog that was gradually approaching suddenly stopped, and was shocked by Yi Feng's aura. This kid, who has only been cultivated for 1,000 years, actually possesses such a domineering aura. Kill. The leader of the Shadow Realm gave an order, and a thick black mist gathered around him in an instant. Hundreds of experts from the Shadow Realm condensed their strength together and swept towards Yi Feng. Immediately, there was a gust of wind, ghosts crying and wolves howling. Practitioners in the Shadow Realm all practice ruthless techniques, and they pay attention to ruthlessness and killing when fighting. Frontal combat is not their specialty. But now, to kill a young man who has cultivated for 1,000 years, do they still need to assassinate him secretly? Although this kid has a bit of strength and can kill the powerhouse of the Immortal Gourd sect with a cultivation base of 2,800 years, at this moment, with the cooperation of 100 Shadow World powerhouses, there must be no reason for him to survive. The momentum is cold and tyrannical, but this is not the way after all. Yi Feng snorted lightly, and swung the ancient dragon sword in his hand. One sword. The light of the sword flickered, shining brightly on the ice peak and snow valley for 9 days, and the thick black fog in one direction was instantly dispelled, and the light of ice and snow came into view. Yi Feng frowned slightly. With his sword, Xiao Tianya could kill even a genius disciple of the Immortal Gourd sect with a cultivation base of 2,800 years. However, at this moment, he didn't feel that he had killed even a shadow powerhouse. People in the Shadow World are invisible when exercising exercises. It is not easy to kill us. The faint spiritual thoughts from the leader of the Shadow World made Yi Feng and the girls feel awe-inspiring. This person from the Shadow World has no body? So, it's like a soul cultivator? Yi Feng's eyes shone brightly, he was not afraid, and swung the ancient dragon sword horizontally. Dragon sword art, illusion sword art. Yi Feng has not used this sword technique for a long time, but at this time, using it with the power of the ancient Tinglong, the power of this magic sword technique has become unparalleled. A gigantic phantom formation quietly rises in the ice peak and snow valley. The hundreds of powerful people in the Shadow Realm immediately realized that Yi Feng's trace had suddenly disappeared from their consciousness, not only Yi Feng, but even the women behind Yi Feng, they couldn't feel it. Huh? It's a bit powerful. The leader of the Shadow Realm let out a sigh, but then sneered, however, this kind of illusion is vulnerable to me. He made the move himself, condensing the boundless soul power. Break! His cultivation base is stronger than that of Xiao Tianya, who was only 2,800 years old in the Immortal Gourd sect, and has reached 3,000 years cultivation base. Even in the entire soul world, he is considered a top master, and few people can compare with him. A strange power emanated from his body, and then it exploded instantly. The phantom sword technique that Yi Feng just displayed, the illusion formed, was immediately shattered by the blow of the leader of the Shadow Realm. However, the scene that reappeared surprised everyone in the Shadow World. Yi Feng, alone, holding a sword, stood proudly above the sky. And around him, there were already several corpses lying there, undoubtedly, they were people from their Shadow World. Practitioners in the Shadow World are invisible in battle, but if they lose their lives, they are no doubt like ordinary people, leaving only a corpse. At this moment, Yifeng closed his eyes and said nothing, but he was constantly comprehending something in his heart. Since you are invisible, I will directly kill your soul and see how you survive. Yifeng thought in his heart. Even without opening his eyes, the simple dragon sword in his hand accurately attacked the thick black mist, followed by a scream. Another corpse fell from it, and fell onto the snow-white ground of Bingfeng Snow Valley. This person, like other corpses in the Shadow Realm, had his soul completely destroyed and his life was cut off. Yifeng just comprehended the soul-destroying swordsmanship, and what he relied on was the soul aura of many powerhouses in the Shadow Realm. Many powerful people in the Shadow World are invisible, but the soul breath is very tyrannical. Relying on his monstrous talent, Yifeng actually saw through the essence of the soul in a short period of time, and realized a sword technique from it, which was designed to kill the souls of practitioners. This move, Yifeng called it the Extinguishing Soul Sword Technique. Your understanding is very strong. The leader of the Shadow Realm continued to send faint spiritual thoughts, and then issued orders, and thick black mist once again enveloped Yifeng. What surprised them was that the girls who were with Yifeng just now had disappeared. Su Feiying and Long Wanner were all collected in the bloodstone space by Yifeng, and he gave them some of the remaining star refinement crystals that he had won in the Haiti Palace before, allowing them to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in it, and advance to upgrade. Showei. Of course, Yifeng would not tell the people in the Shadow Realm about this. Since the Shadow Realm sent so many experts to kill him, then Yifeng would definitely teach them an unforgettable lesson, a lesson of blood. Soul-killing swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. Yifeng saw that the black mist continued to surround him. He opened his eyes flickered, and he swung the ancient dragon sword. He combined the soul-destroying swordsmanship he had just comprehended with Shifeng Jumia, and immediately, 10 soul-destroying sword chi blasted out towards the surroundings. Bang! After the loud noise, the entire Bingfeng Snow Valley was in chaos. In the 10 soul-destroying sword chi, Yifeng incorporated enough nirvana power, first condensed it, and then detonated it, killing dozens of Shadow Realm powerhouses in an instant. What? The leader of the Shadow Realm was shocked for a moment. He brought so many people here in order to besiege and kill Yifeng without fail. But now it seems that Yifeng's strength is far beyond his expectation. Even hundreds of experts from the Shadow Realm couldn't trap Yifeng. Next, none of you can escape. Yifeng focused his eyes, the power of the earth-level space and the power of the void merged together and swept out towards the surroundings, creating a closed space in an instant. This space barrier can never be broken by practitioners in the third-class world of the Shadow Realm. The remaining 20 or so Shadow Realm powerhouses were all trapped by Yifeng, unable to escape. The barrier condensed by the power of the earth-level space is much stronger than the phantom sword technique that Yifeng used before. This is an advantage in the level of power. It is absolutely impossible for practitioners who have not comprehended the power of the earth-level space to break through it. Open. Kill. Yifeng didn't hesitate at all. After trapping his opponent, he made another attack with Maihun sword technique. Even the leader of the Shadow Realm with a cultivation base of 3,000 years couldn't resist Yifeng's sharp sword energy. His eyes showed shock and unwillingness, and he was immediately decapitated by Yifeng's sword. The killing momentum surged from Yifeng's body. Moments later, in the Ice Peak and Snow Valley, the corpses of 101 Shadow Realm powerhouses were left behind. Immediately, the barrier formed by the power of the earth-level space was actively dispelled by Yifeng. Shadow Realm, that's all. Yifeng suddenly became arrogant. Once upon a time, the Shadow Realm was an irresistible and tyrannical force for him, but now, he alone can slaughter 100 strong people in the Shadow Realm. In the space of the Blood Soul Stone, the power of inheritance of the star refining immortal code, seeing Yifeng's actions, he couldn't help feeling a lot of emotion. The powerhouses in the Shadow Realm used to persecute and destroy Star Refining Valley, but now Yifeng easily slaughtered hundreds of people. From Yifeng's body, the power of inheritance seems to have seen the swordsman who killed 3,000 king chiefs with one sword, worthy of being the inheritor of Dragon Sword. The power of inheritance is extremely emotional. In the Shadow World, there are still existences that I can't fight now. However, Yifeng was not proud of it. Thinking of the Master Ing Matian mentioned by the leader of the Shadow World just now, Yifeng knew that this Ing Matian's cultivation was definitely much stronger than him. Although it can't reach 10,000 years of cultivation, but under 10,000 years of cultivation, I am afraid that no one is a match for that Ing Matian. After all, the Shadow Realm is a fourth-class world, second only to the third-class world. If there are no practitioners with 7 or 8,000 years of cultivation, Yifeng will not believe it. Let's go. Yifeng then released Su Feiying, Long Wanner and other daughters in the Bloodstone space. Although the Bloodstone space can accommodate the existence of life, staying in it all the time is not good for cultivation. Yifeng, have you dealt with those people from the Shadow Realm just now? Zhang Xingyun glanced at Bingfeng Snow Valley, with a look of surprise on her face. Good. Yifeng smiled lightly and nodded. Let's go home first. On Earth, no matter how many people come from the Shadow Realm, they can't possibly hurt us. In this regard, all the girls agreed that they came out originally to save Binger, but now that their purpose has been achieved, they should naturally go back. It's not good to stay outside for too long. After all, Yifeng seems to have provoked a lot of enemies. If they come to him one by one, Yifeng alone will definitely not be able to resist. Surround them. At this moment, an old man's voice full of chill came in from outside Bingfeng Snow Valley, using the language of cultivating immortals, making Yifeng frown slightly. Why are there still people from the world of cultivating immortals? Aren't they afraid of death? Immediately afterwards, I saw a group of people filing in from the entrance of Bingfeng Snow Valley, one by one looking at the crowd in midair, with malicious intentions. Dozens of immortal cultivators who practiced the ice technique entered the Ice Peak Snow Valley, flew in the sky, and surrounded Yifeng and the girls. Immediately afterwards, a one-armed old man walked in slowly, looked at Yifeng in the field, and a gleam of light shot out from his eyes. Who are you? And where are the suzerain and elders of Bingfeng Mountain Villa? The one-armed old man flew up to Yifeng, with a look of aloofness and pride on his face. Not only him, but even the other immortal cultivators who broke in had a look of arrogance on their faces, as if they were the only ones in heaven and earth. Yifeng's divine sense casually swept away. The one-armed old man has a cultivation base of 960 years. He is considered a top expert in the world of cultivating immortals. And the rest of the immortal cultivators who surrounded them all had 800 years, or even more than 900 years of cultivation, and their overall strength was much stronger than that of the suzerain and elders of Bingfeng Villa before. The suzerain and elders of Bingfeng Mountain Villa? Yifeng replied indifferently in the language of the world of cultivating immortals. If you came to look for them, I'm afraid you won't be able to get what you want, because they are all dead. As soon as these words came out, the expression of the one-armed old man changed slightly. All the strong men in Bingfeng Mountain Villa are dead? How can this be? Although the thick black fog outside was suspicious and seemed very powerful, the young man and the many beautiful women in front of him didn't have that strange aura at all. What is going on? Tell me, what happened here just now? Qianzai Shanbing, where is it now? The one-armed old man looked at Yifeng and asked arrogantly. His spiritual sense detected Yifeng's body, but he couldn't detect his exact cultivation level. All he knew was that the aura emitted by this young man seemed to be similar to his cultivation level. As for the Su Feiying girls behind Yifeng, their cultivation bases were directly detected by the one-armed old man. The highest, 500 years. This is undoubtedly a vulnerable existence for the first sect in the world of cultivating celestial beings, Frost Valley. Thousand Zai Xianbing originally belonged to us. If you want Xian Zai Xian Ice, please go back. Yi Feng shook his head. He is still being polite now, but he really doesn't want to bully these so-called top experts in the world of cultivating immortals. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the one-armed old man frowned slightly, and looked behind Yi Feng with a sharp look. Yuechan is hugging Binger's body, that six-sided ice crystal. That's not 1,000 years of black ice, what is it? You said that the 1,000 years of black ice belonged to you, but what evidence do you have? The one-armed old man snorted coldly, and immediately let out his aura. Treasures of heaven and earth, the strong live there. You young people, what qualifications do you have to get the 1,000-year-old black ice? Hand over the 1,000-year-old black ice, and I, Ice Valley, can consider it. Spare your life, otherwise, let your dead body be here immediately. Although he didn't know what happened to the suzerain and elders of Bingfeng Mountain Villa, he didn't think it was the group of young people in front of him who did it. Perhaps, the weird black mist just now came from a certain tyrannical demon sect, who went to fight with the strong man from Bingfeng Mountain Villa elsewhere. The 1,000-year Xianbing was left unattended, so it was secretly obtained by the group of young people in front of him. The one-armed old man, with a cultivation base of 960 years, once released, immediately shocked the immortal cultivators in the surrounding Ice Valley. Unexpectedly, the elder's cultivation base is so advanced that he has reached such a level. 960 years of cultivation, I am afraid that he is already the strongest in this world, right? However, the expressions of Yi Feng and the girls remained completely unchanged. 960 years of cultivation, what is it? So, you want to snatch the 1,000 years of black ice? Yi Feng took a step forward, showing no sign of weakness, showing off his aura. Just the aura of 1,000 years of cultivation instantly suppressed the aura of the one-armed old man with an absolutely domineering posture, and the icy aura that rose up just now was instantly crushed. Yi Feng also didn't use the tyrannical power he had comprehended to bully the other party. His 1,000 years of cultivation alone made the one-armed old man's face change drastically. Your cultivation. The one-armed old man was horrified, feeling the aura rising from Yi Feng's body. His face turned pale instantly. The two sides confronted with arrogance, the one-armed old man was defeated, and suddenly felt that his internal organs were churning in this confrontation, as if Yi Feng could kill him with just a slight move. What's wrong with my cultivation? Yi Feng asked lightly. Sure enough, since ancient times, heroes have produced teenagers. The one-armed old man tried his best not to vomit blood, staring at Yi Feng firmly. I'm not as good as you, Qianzai Xianbing, it's yours. Let's all leave this place now. He finally believed that the suzerain and elders of Bingfeng Mountain Villa were all dead. In front of this young man who has cultivated for 1,000 years, what are those old men in Bingfeng Villa? Yi Feng couldn't help but sneered when he heard the one-armed old man's words. Is that enough to get out of here? Stop. Yi Feng made a faint sound, and when he raised his hand, the spatial barrier instantly condensed, trapping everyone who broke into the Bingfeng Snow Valley. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the one-armed old man with both eyes, and said in a cold voice, You can come and leave when you want, isn't it too easy? Just now, you asked me to hand over the 1,000-year-old black ice, otherwise the corpse will be in the sky. So? Now, if you find out that I am stronger than you, you have to leave easily. How can it be so easy? Then what do you want? The one-armed old man's face was gloomy. He had never met anyone who ignored Ice Valley, let alone a young man. He was extremely puzzled now. Where did such a young man with profound cultivation come from? No way. Yi Feng laughed. Since you want my life and rob me, then I will also want your life and rob you. After saying that, before the one-armed old man had any time to react, Yi Feng brandished the simple dragon sword in his hand. Waves of quaint sword energy swept out randomly, and all the disciples of Ice Valley who surrounded Yifeng and the girls were easily killed by these sword energy. As for the one-armed old man, he was facing Yifeng's one-stroke sword fighting technique. Dragon Sword Ju, sword fighting technique, using swordsmanship to fight against the earth, against the sky, against people, nothing to be afraid of. The tyrannical destructive power killed the one-armed old man in an instant, leaving no bones behind. In the Ice Peak and Snow Valley, tranquility was restored again. Ice Valley, it is said that this is the first sect in the world of cultivating immortals, and within the sect, there is also the existence of thousands of years of profound ice. Yifeng easily killed many elite disciples of Ice Valley, and then a cold look flashed in his eyes. It's good that the other party doesn't mess with him, but since they did, they must charge some interest. Ice Valley, in the world of cultivating immortals, it has risen with the 1,000-year-old black ice and became the #1 sect. Su Feiying was behind Yifeng, nodding her head in agreement. She was much more familiar with the world of cultivating immortals than Yifeng. Yuechan is also from the world of cultivating immortals, so she has heard of the name of Ice Valley. Frost Valley, the power of a single sect is indeed the most powerful in the world of cultivating immortals, but in fact, the Luoha immortal sect where Yuechan originally belonged is not afraid. The biggest reason is that the area near Luoha Shenzong is a large sect like Bingfeng Mountain Villa, and they are united with each other, occupying the central area where the aura of heaven and earth is relatively strong in the world of cultivating immortals. In the central area, because of the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, there is a strong aura, and many sects were born. However, due to fierce competition, sects like the Luoha Shenzong could never surpass the #1 sect of the Ice Valley. Of course, that was a long time ago. At this moment, the Luoha Shenzong had already perished. Frost Valley, also being targeted by Yifeng, might be destroyed soon. They want to rob us of Binger, so we will also rob them of their 1,000 years black ice. Reciprocity is the way of life. Yifeng smiled softly, turned back to Binger and asked, "How about Binger, bring you a friend back?" Binger heard that, although she was still very weak, the transformed image of a little girl was bright in her eyes. "No, I don't need friends. If there is another piece of 1,000 years of black ice, I will absorb it and turn it into myself in this way. I can gradually evolve and become Wanzai Shenbing." Evolution, Wanzai Shenbing. Yifeng's expression was awe-inspiring. The 1,000 years black ice was already a very high-level treasure. If it became the 10,000 years black ice, wouldn't it be an eternal treasure at worst? A single eternal treasure can create a third-class world. If Purple Sword Orchid possesses the mysterious ice for 10,000 years, she can comprehend a higher level of immortal cultivation mentality, or directly evolve the Ice Star Fairy formula she has comprehended into a high-level mentality, so that she can reach the realm of 1,000 years of cultivation. Even after 1,000 years, Wanzai Shenbing can help her comprehend the Taoism and continue to practice until she becomes a strong person in the immortal realm with 10,000 years of cultivation. 10,000 years of profound ice can make a fairy. This journey is bound to be difficult, but as long as there is enough time, with Zi Jianlan's talent, becoming a fairy is already inevitable. Okay, I'll go get you the 1,000 years of ice from Ice Valley, and let you devour it. Yifeng nodded easily. For Tai Kadibo, there is no such thing as human nature and morality. Devouring each other is just like tigers eating antelopes in nature. Whoever is stronger can control everything. Binger's expression was full of excitement. The 1,000-year-old black ice was already rare in this world, but now, Yifeng will bring her another piece for her to absorb. It seems that this kid is still good. At the beginning, Binger was annoyed at being caught by Yifeng, but now it seems that she is lucky to be by Yifeng's side. You come and I go, the way of life. Ice Valley wanted to grab the ice, so it was only natural for Yifeng to grab their 1,000 years black ice. A moment later, the power of space in Bingfeng Snow Valley fluctuated, and Yifeng's figure went back and forth. It only took a minute for Yifeng to go to the ice valley, take away their 1,000 years black ice, bring it back, and bring it to Binger. Its consciousness has been wiped out by me, you can swallow it as you like. Yifeng, through the hexagonal ice crystal he snatched from the ice valley, to Binger, and Binger's eyes lit up immediately. She finally ushered in the road of evolution. Moreover, thanks to Yifeng's help, she doesn't need to fight with the original consciousness in the 1,000 years of black ice. Fighting to the death is much easier than natural evolution. The people of Ice Valley, did you do anything to them? At this time, Xiaoyu asked, from the side. I ignored it. Yifeng smiled, he is not a murderous maniac, how could he deal with those innocent practitioners in Ice Valley? However, Ice Valley has lost thousands of years of profound ice, and died a one-armed old man with the highest cultivation level. I am afraid that life will be difficult in the future. Year after year, Ice Valley will gradually weaken until it is offended by the past. The enemy's family surpassed and came to the door. However, these have nothing to do with Yifeng. In order to prevent any accidents from happening again, Yifeng directly activated the power of the Earth-level space to send everyone back to the Earth. Earth, Peach Blossom Island. The Suzaku oven was operating as usual. Over a sea area outside Peach Blossom Island, it was shrouded in a cloud of black mist, and it seemed that the sun was out of sight all year round. As soon as Yifeng brought his daughters to Peach Blossom Island, he was attracted by the black mist. What's going on over there? Yifeng couldn't help asking. It's the helper you found, Ma Gongxing of the Soul World, who found many female ghosts on the earth to accompany him. Long Water on the side couldn't help saying that she was really convinced by Ma Gongxing, she had turned into a ghost, and she was so lustful. Yifeng was taken aback when he heard that. Did Mo Gongxing really find many female ghosts on Earth? On Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng just rested for a while, and then continued to set off, preparing to go to the ancient gold tribe in the wild world. After all, he left without saying goodbye not long ago in order to rescue Su Feiying and the others as soon as possible. Now that the girls have returned to Earth safely, Yifeng has to go and bring Lu Feng back. After this matter is over, Yifeng still remembers one thing that he hasn't done yet. When he just started the experience of inheriting the dragon sword, the Sunflower Divine Dragon who bestowed on Yifeng the Sunflower Immortal art once told Yifeng that after becoming the successor of the dragon sword, there was one thing that Yifeng had to do. He has been busy until now, and he hasn't had time to meet Kuei-Shui Shenlong. He should go to the Tomb of Dragon Sword again when Liufeng's matter is over. In the wild world, the ancient Golden Clan among the tribes. Yifeng's figure appeared again among a large group of giants. Soon, he came to Lu Feng who was cultivating with his eyes closed. His spiritual consciousness glanced at Lu Feng, and he couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Liu Feng's comprehension of the star refining immortal code has been quite profound. In a short time it should be possible to truly condense the power of star refining, and then refine the stars to create star refining crystals, which are heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can increase the practitioner's cultivation base and the upper limit of cultivation base. At that time, the strength of everyone on Peach Blossom Island will improve at an incomparable speed, at least, it will not be slower than those disciples in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. After all, the Star Refining Immortal Code is also an inheritance from the upper realm, and the Dragon Sword itself defeated the Star Refining War Soul. This is obviously not a way of cultivating immortals that those sects in Xia Qingshan can compare to. Even the Dao Ju must be better than most sects in Xia Qingshan. The trouble is, now that Lu Feng has amnesia, how will Yifeng hand her over to Jin Xinqing and the Lu family? Take her back and talk about it first. Yifeng scratched his head, there was no other way. Now, go to the Patriarch Shang and say goodbye. Yifeng raised his footsteps and headed towards the stone house where the Patriarch Shang was. The vast and boundless aura of golden divine power permeated the entire ancient golden tribe, making Yi Feng feel the power of this ancient race all the time. Patriarch. When Yi Feng came outside the stone house, his spiritual thoughts spread out. Director Yi, come in. The Patriarch Shang's spiritual thoughts resounded in Yi Feng's mind, but there seemed to be a little worry in this ray of spiritual thoughts. Patriarch, what's the trouble? Yi Feng stepped into the stone house and asked a casual question. Hey, isn't it about the dark blood altar? This matter is very difficult. The Patriarch Shang sighed, then raised his head, staring at Yi Feng with big eyes. His eyes showed surprise. Unexpectedly, after only 30 years of cultivation and comprehension, your aura is much stronger than before. The genius of Dragon Sword Inheritance. The Patriarch has won the award. Yi Feng smiled softly, not boasting, but asked, Patriarch, about the dark blood altar, can I help you? Although you can dispel the power of dark blood, your cultivation is still too weak, so don't get involved in this matter. The Patriarch Shang shook his head. As the person in charge of the Dragon Sword Inheritance, you must have a lot of things to do. Now that you have come out of the acceleration space, you can take the goddess and leave here. The warrior, Qi, will leave with you. This is the promise he made before. Manly man, Director Yi should not let him break his promise. All right. Yi Feng smiled wryly. It seemed that the big guy really wanted to follow him. With a cultivation base of 70,000 years, even in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, he is a very strong existence. Where should he arrange the giant Qi? It seems that there is only the world of cultivating immortals. After Yi Feng thought about it, he had no choice but to let the giant Qi go to the world of cultivating immortals to protect Nanling. As for the earth, a thick man like the giant Qi would attract an ancient superpower if he was not careful, and it was impossible for him to go to the earth. And Yi Feng's own territory, besides the earth, is only Peach Blossom Island. By the way, Patriarch, there is one more thing that this junior wants to ask. Yi Feng suddenly remembered something. But it doesn't matter. The Patriarch Shang was arrogant. Of course he didn't care about Yi Feng's inquiry. Is there a place in this wild world that is separated from the whole world? Yi Feng frowned slightly and asked, the floating island I came to, although it is still in this first-class world, it doesn't seem to be in this first-class world. What's going on? You mean, Bassa Island? Patriarch Shang heard Yi Feng's question and suddenly fell silent. Bassa Island? Is this the name of the floating island where the Star Alchemy Temple is located? From that floating island, Yi Feng was able to travel between the wild world and other worlds, otherwise, he really couldn't cross the space and come to this world. Pazuo Island is part of the formation left by the ancient witch god, Qianwu Pazuo. Patriarch Shang was silent for a moment, and then began to explain, the witch god is a legend in our wild world. He had built a road as early as ancient times, and shattered the void. A large formation will be activated when the Wushan tribe is facing extinction. The Bassa Island is part of this formation, and at the same time, the natives on the Bazuo Island are also members of the Wushan tribe. Which god tribe? When Yi Feng heard this, he was still extremely puzzled. What kind of existence was the Wushan tribe? The people on Pazuo Island are members of the Wushan tribe. So, Ai Xuanhuan is a member of the Wushan tribe? Of course. The tribe of witches and gods on Pazuo Island doesn't have much strength. The real tribe of witches and gods is a big group in our Menghuang realm. Even our golden ancient clan is no match for the tribe of witches and gods. The Patriarch Shang explained while asking, Director Yi, you came from Posa Island. Could it be that you are connected with the clansmen of the Wushan tribe? It's a little bit, but the matter of the witch god tribe seems to have nothing to do with me, for the time being. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled softly. Regarding the Wushan tribe, he will explain to Ai Xuanhuan after he returns, but this should not have any impact on Ai Xuanhuan. After all, Ai Xuanhuan has never had any impression of the Wushan tribe, and now that she talks about it, she will not have any impression. Of course, since Yifeng knew about the Wushan tribe, he must tell Ai Xuan. As for the others, it was out of his consideration. In ancient times, there was a tribe of witch gods, Qianwu Whirling. This existence was too far away from Yifeng, so he didn't need to think about it. In that case, Lu Feng and I will take our leave first. Yifeng clasped his fists. Senior Patriarch, we will meet later. There will be a period later. The Patriarch Shang's spiritual thoughts entered Yifeng's mind, and then, outside the stone house, the sound of footsteps that shocked the world came. Yi is in charge, Qi is here, willing to follow and leave. It's the giant Qi, he must fulfill his promise and begin to serve Yifeng. With Lu Feng and the golden giant Qi, Yifeng returned to the Menghuang realm, the place called Bazhuo Island. Bazhuo Island is the place where Yifeng first came to Menghuang realm. On this island, it is full of ancient jungles. Among them, there are many ancient temples, which were built by the people of Star Refining Valley. At this time, they have all been destroyed. Destroy. The golden giant, Hong, descended on Posa Island at the very beginning, and rescued Yifeng from an adult fire dragon. At that time, Yifeng was an insignificant existence in the eyes of the giant Hong, but now, the gap between Yifeng and the giant Hong has narrowed to the point where it can be seen. Star Alchemy Temple. Yifeng brought Lu Feng and the giant Qi to the place where the Star Alchemy Temple was originally located. In this piece of sky blue temple building, there is no longer the power of inheritance. In the space of Yifeng's blood soul stone, the building of the star refining crystal ball floats quietly, and the power of inheritance wanders in it. Director Yi, destroy the temple. The power of inheritance side, the power of Star Refining Valley, has been completely destroyed, and no one has passed it down. Now, the inheritance of Star Refining Immortal Code is completely by Yifeng's side. Lin Shiqing and others practiced the Star Alchemy Code, and they were the only existences in this world who practiced the Star Alchemy Code. That being the case, it is better to destroy this Star Refining Temple. Qi, I'm sorry to trouble you. Yifeng nodded slowly, and sent a divine thought to the giant Qi. Without hesitation, the giant Qi raised his foot, and the tyrannical golden divine power suppressed it, instantly destroying the blue temple building and turning it into ruins. Yifeng's power of space spread towards the surroundings. After comprehending enough tyrannical power of space, Yifeng's spiritual sense has been rarely used. Using the power of space to detect the range is much farther than using the divine sense to detect. On this Basa Island, one tribe after another is located in the ancient jungle. In the ancient jungle, tyrannical beasts dotted one after another, becoming the greatest enemies of these tribes. These tribes have practiced the sacrificial methods handed down by witches and gods since the beginning of history, fighting fierce beasts and revitalizing the tribe. These sacrificial methods are not recorded in any classics, but are integrated into the blood of the people in these tribes. Whoever has the most witch god blood in his body will be able to master a higher level of sacrifice mentality and possess stronger strength. However, Yifeng has observed the entire Posa Island and found that the strongest tribal priest is only 300 or 400 years old. It's just a matter of cultivation, and there is still a long way to go before leaving Posa Island. There is something that the Patriarch has not explained yet. The divine thoughts of the giant Qi came into Yifeng's mind. The ancient witch god, Qianwu Posha, the tribe of witch gods handed down has hundreds of branches in total, and this Posha Island is just one of the abandoned branches. Department. Abandoned? Yifeng frowned slightly, because the matter was related to Ai Xuan, so if possible, he still hoped to know more about the matter here. Yes, not only being abandoned, but also being excluded. The giant Qi smiled wryly. Director Yi, you came from Posa Island, could it be that you are connected with the tribe of witch gods? Well, tell me, how did they get squeezed out? Yifeng showed interest in his eyes. The people of the witch god tribe will enter the place of inheritance from birth to receive the blood of the witch god. Only in this way can they comprehend more sacrificial methods and become strong. The divine thoughts of the giant Qi came, however, all the descendants of witches and gods on Posa Island have been deprived of the qualification to enter the land of inheritance. Abandoned and excluded, there must be a reason for this. Yi Feng didn't say much, his eyes sparkled, he thought for a while, and then asked, "Then, is there a way for the priests on Posa Island to enter the place of inheritance and accept the blood of the witch god?" "I'm afraid it will be very difficult, unless you have the absolute strength to subdue the people of the witch god tribe who guard the land of inheritance." The giant Qi smiled wryly, "It's just that even my golden ancient clan can't do this. The overall strength of the current witch god tribe is very strong, and there is more than one person who is strong in the realm of the immortal king." "Understood." Yi Feng nodded. "It seems that there is no way to explain the situation here to Ai Xuan now, and one must have enough strength to tell all this to Ai Xuan. After all, Ai Xuan is Yi Feng's person now. If there is an opportunity to improve Ai Xuan's cultivation base, Yi Feng will definitely spare no effort." Before, Yi Feng also asked Ai Xuan if he would like to practice the cultivation method of immortality such as the alchemy of stars, but he shook his head. With the blood of the witch god, Ai Xuan has the mind of sacrifice in his mind. For other minds, Ai Xuan is not suitable for cultivation. In the past, Ai Xuan's curse and eclipse against the wandering swordsman Xingyin god also played a big role. At that time Ai Xuan's cultivation base was still quite low. It can be seen that if Ai Xuan's cultivation base can be improved, her combat effectiveness will definitely not be bad. Among the tribes of witches and gods, relying on the sacrificial mentality, there are existences that have become immortal kings. It can be seen that the sacrificial mentality is definitely a very powerful mentality in this world. Let's go back. Yi Feng sent out his divine thoughts, took a step forward with Lu Feng and the giant Qi showing amnesia. The power of the earth-level space was condensed, and the space channel was created in an instant. "When we arrive at Nanling, the world of cultivating immortals, what are you going to do, Senior Qi?" Yi Feng asked. "With my big body, it seems difficult to find a place to rest." The giant Qi's unrestrained spiritual thoughts came, "In this case, why not turn into a mountain range and stand beside your power, so that I can comprehend the power of the earth, improve my cultivation, and even encounter opponents in your power? Time to help." "Turned into mountains?" Yi Feng was a little strange when he heard that. A giant over 1,000 meters tall could indeed be compared to a small mountain peak if it lay down. But the mountain range formed by this golden giant wouldn't be a golden mountain range, could it? "That's right, turn my body into a golden mountain range, and when the time comes, I will be able to protect that place." The giant Qi nodded. For him now, the improvement of his cultivation did not happen overnight. Now he is facing a bottleneck and needs to go out and experience more things in order to try to comprehend a breakthrough. Staying in the Golden Ancient clan, the probability of breakthrough is not high, since following Yi Feng, a monstrous genius, if the opportunity comes, he will definitely be able to make another breakthrough. As for normal times, just turn into mountains and protect the people around Yi Feng. "Okay, that would be nice." Yi Feng smiled and nodded. Originally, he didn't know how to place the giant Qi, but now it seems that this is not a big problem. The giant Qi can be transformed into a mountain range, which can be regarded as a solution to a big problem. There is a giant Qi guarding Nanling, Yi Feng must be able to rest assured. Not only in the world of cultivating immortals, even in some third-class worlds and second-class worlds, it is impossible to break through the protection of the giant Qi and hurt the practitioners in Nanling. "Senior Qi, although you followed me and turned into a mountain range, there is no need to show up unless Nanling is really in danger." Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts passed over. For ordinary troubles, let them solve them by themselves. otherwise you will have to come forward for everything. How can they grow up if they don't experience real danger? Don't worry, Yi Ji is in charge, I know it well. The giant Qi nodded casually, expressing his agreement. The surrounding space reversed, and soon Yi Feng's figure disappeared from the wild world, and then, the huge golden figure of the giant Qi also disappeared. Cultivation world, Nanling. The tension spread throughout the area of the Nanling mansion. The Lu family, Bidian Sword Academy, and many Yi Feng's subordinates gathered together in the Nanling mansion. All of them had serious expressions on their faces. In front of them, Jin Xinqing half-kneeled on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. And outside the Nanling mansion, there is a group of cultivators from the world of cultivating immortals, pressing on every step of the way. They are a group of strong people who cultivate the heart method of cultivating immortals with the fire element. Even Jin Xinqing was defeated by them. Although your cultivation base is strong, all of our sect disciples will burn their lives, thus increasing their fighting power several times or even dozens of times. The group of fire cultivators had a look of pride in their eyes. Any disciple, as long as he burns his life, you are no match. I advise you to hand over the flame of eternal night as soon as possible. It turned out that they were here to snatch the flame of eternal night. Before long Wan'er and Su Menghan rescued Xiaohua, Jin Xinqing was here to protect her, waiting for them to come back after rescuing Binger. Unexpectedly, before Binger returned, this group of people from the sect who claimed to be the Sky Vulcan sect came to snatch the eternal night flame. Originally, with Jin Xinqing's cultivation base and strength, plus Void Vine, it was definitely enough to be proud and invincible in the world of cultivating immortals, but this day, the Vulcan sect was too domineering. Each of the disciples has practiced the secret method of burning life, allowing them to explode dozens of times their fighting power. Just now, it was an 800-year-old elder of the Vulcan sect who burned his own life, and even tried his best to wound Jin Xinqing and retreated. I'm badly hurt, but I must not back down. Jin Xinqing coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, raised his head, and stared at the people of the Vulcan cult that day. Unexpectedly, there is such a secret method of self-mutilation in this world, but this secret method is so powerful that even Jin Xinqing can't resist it. Give up, if you resist stubbornly, you will only die. The people of the Vulcan sect came forward forcefully, full of murderous intent. However, at this moment, the space around the Nanling mansion suddenly distorted, and a powerful force of space spread across the audience. Immediately afterwards, a burst of brilliant golden divine light shattered the void and shone, causing everyone in the field to close their eyes. This burst of golden divine light was too dazzling to look directly at. Boom! With a loud noise, a pair of giant golden legs stepped down from the shattered void in an instant, crushing those people from the Sky Vulcan sect to the ground. Even though these cultivators can explode dozens of times their combat power by burning their lives, they have no resistance at all under these giant golden legs. What's the situation? Seeing this, the cultivators of the Lu family, Bidian Sword Academy, and others in the Nanling mansion were startled. What's the matter with these giant golden legs soaring into the sky? What kind of terrifying existence is this, to trample to death the tyrannical Sky Vulcan sect's many strong men? Almost everyone gritted their teeth, raised their heads, and guessed with cold sweat on their faces. Jin Xinqing was the only one who was taken aback when he saw these giant golden legs. Aren't these the legs of the giant golden giant he saw when General Lu Feng disappeared? What exactly is going on? Immediately afterwards, Jin Xinqing knew what was going on, because he saw Yi Feng shattering the void with the flowing wind, falling from the sky. General! Jin Xinqing was excited and stood up quickly. He never thought that he could really see the goddess general again. After seeing the tyranny of the golden giant and the dark blood giant before, he once thought that the goddess general was mostly in danger. But now, Yi Feng actually fulfilled his own promise and rescued the goddess general. Not only has he been rescued, General Lu Feng seems to have improved his cultivation. Originally, Lu Feng was stronger than Jin Xinqing, but not much stronger, but now, Jin Xinqing felt the tyrannical aura of Lu Feng, which was more than a little bit stronger than him. What Jin Xinqing has seen, the lord of the royal family and many elders, all of them have a cultivation base of more than 1,000 years, but compared with the current Lu Feng, they are still nothing. The current Lu Feng has been cultivated for 1,300 years? 1,500 years? Jin Xinqing didn't know, but as long as General Lu Feng could come back, it would be a great miracle. As for the pair of golden legs in front of him, in the eyes of everyone, the huge golden body of the golden giant Qi gradually fell towards the mountains and rivers around the Nanling mansion, and a violent wind and sand blew in. In front of everyone's eyes, there was only a piece of golden divine light and dust in the sky, and they could not see anything else. When the surrounding dust settled, what they saw was that 1,000 meters away from the Nanling mansion, there was a tall golden mountain range, and it was endless. Vegetation cover. And these green vegetation are growing at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the golden light disappeared from everyone's eyes, and was replaced by a green mountain range that stretched for several kilometers. What happened? In the Nanling mansion, everyone felt very puzzled. What is going on? Jin Xinqing's eyes flickered with shock, knowing that this was a superpower's all-powerful means. Although he didn't know what was going on, he didn't panic and guessed randomly. If necessary, Yi Feng will definitely explain this matter to him clearly. Soon, Yi Feng descended to the Nanling mansion with the flowing wind. Brother Yi, General. Jin Xinqing endured the churning blood in his body, walked forward in 2 or 3 steps, and knelt down in front of Yi Feng and Lu Feng. You are hurt? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Jin Xinqing should be extremely powerful in the world of cultivating immortals. How could he be injured? Could it be related to those cultivators who were trampled to death by the giant Qi just now? Lu Feng behind Yi Feng looked at Jin Xinqing with curious eyes. After Lu Feng lost his memory, he didn't know who Jin Xinqing was for a long time, and he had been in the dark for more than 20 years. Apart from the alchemy of stars and the ancient golden clan, Yi Feng was the only one left in his mind. I'm fine. Jin Xinqing shook his head, then turned his gaze to Lu Feng, behind Yi Feng. Seeing Liu Feng's curious expression, Jin Xinqing frowned slightly, and asked aloud, Brother Yi, who is General Lu Feng? She lost her memory. Yi Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. For the time being, I don't have any good way to make her recover. I am ashamed of your entrustment. Don't say that. Jin Xinqing said seriously, as long as the general can come back, that's enough. At least, we can see the general again, which is better than never seeing him again. Brother Yi, thank you very much. As for the memory loss, we can slowly figure out a solution in the future. Yi Feng really felt a little sorry in his heart, but since Jin Xinqing said so, it would be hypocritical for him to say anything more, so he simply nodded. That's how it is. He turned around and introduced to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, this is your former guard captain, Jin Xinqing. Jin Xinqing. There was a burst of curiosity in Liu Feng's beautiful eyes. This weak-looking man was his captain of the guard before? That is to say, can I order him to do things? There was a smile in Lu Feng's eyes, and he asked Yi Feng. Sort of. Yi Feng scratched his head and smiled helplessly, but Lu Feng, don't bother him too much, he is still injured now. What is this little injury? Lu Feng smiled faintly and raised his jade hand. Star refining immortal code, star refining return to heaven art. A faint starlight rose up and instantly surrounded Jin Xinqing. Immediately afterwards, Jin Xinqing felt a burst of refreshing air enter his body, with the breath of stars, healed the injury he had just suffered in an instant. Yi Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Lu Feng to have such a profound comprehension of the alchemy of stars. Just now from the star refining art, Yi Feng could feel that Lu Feng's comprehension of the star refining immortal code was no less than that of Lin Shiqing and the others, and even faintly surpassed it. It seems that Lu Feng will be able to refine stars and make star crystals in a short time. Of course, before that, she must first condense the Dao fruit again. The time it takes to condense Dao fruit will not be shorter than condensing Yangshen, at least a few years. The current Yi Feng has not fully condensed the Dao fruit. After comprehending a trace of the power of the ancient soaring dragon, although he has broken through the first restriction in his body, the Dao fruit has not yet been condensed. Yi Feng is not satisfied with this. He has to wait until he has fully comprehended the power of the 7 luminaries, and then proceed to condense the Dao fruit. In this way, the quality of his Dao fruit will be even higher. The higher the quality of Dao fruit, the more beneficial it will be for future cultivation. Those practitioners of the Vulcan sect just now know a secret method of burning life. Speaking of burning life, I don't know how Li Jibua is recovering now. Yi Feng thought of the young man Li Jibua who fought with his life to save others in the wilderness world. After Li Jibua's death, Yi Feng put his soul into the soul cauldron and let him cultivate, but he didn't know how well he cultivated. If it was almost done, he could give Li Jibua to the people in the soul world to guide him in cultivating his soul and mind. La. The soul realm is the strongest force that Yi Feng knows to practice soul cultivation. For matters related to soul cultivation, one must ask the soul realm for advice. Lu Feng, you will practice here from now on, and strive to gather Dao fruit as soon as possible. Yi Feng turned his head and said to Lu Feng, in addition to the void vines I gave you earlier, you have comprehended the power of the void and the power of refining stars. These 2 powers condense the Dao fruit, and the quality will definitely not be bad. Just relying on the power of the void, it surpasses the power of Xia Qing Tian, and the condensed Dao fruit definitely surpasses those disciples in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Lu Feng obeyed Yi Feng's words. Besides, you have to listen to Jin Xinqing more, he won't harm you. Later, he will take you to meet your younger brother Liu Yu and other Lu family members. Yi Feng finally ordered, as for me, I'll leave here first, you can't make any big noise here, you understand? No. Lu Feng nodded obediently. Seeing this, Jin Xinqing couldn't help but burst into tears. Is this really his general Lu Feng? He was so obedient. The former goddess general Lu Feng is the most rebellious general of the royal family. Shaking his head, Jin Xinqing didn't think too much. The general's amnesia must be true. Could it be that Yi Feng still let someone pretend to be the general? Based on Jin Xinqing's understanding of Yi Feng is not so boring. After Yi Feng handed Lu Feng to Jin Xinqing, he took the flame of eternal night with him, shattered the void, and returned to the Peach Blossom Island on Earth. The Soul Cauldron was placed on Peach Blossom Island so that the members of the Battle Soul Army could solidify their soul power at any time. Yi Feng was just about to go to see the situation in the Divine Soul Cauldron, when he was suddenly attracted by the vision in the sea area near Peach Blossom Island, and saw a burst of hot air rising from that sea area. Is it the place where the flame skeletal dragon demon cultivates? Yi Feng glanced at it, he couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. That hot air clearly came from the power of real fire, which Yi Feng swallowed by the flame skeleton dragon demon before leaving. However, at this time, the power of this real fire began to rise, enveloping the flame skeleton dragon demon in the sea area. There is no doubt that the flame skeleton dragon demon is evolving. Finally evolved. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. I'd like to see how powerful the flame skeleton dragon demon can be after it evolves. The former flame skeletal dragon demon had a cultivation base of 1,400 years, but its strength was comparable to that of a beast with a cultivation base of 1,670 years. Now that the flame skeletal dragon demon has evolved, its cultivation base remains unchanged, and it is unknown what kind of real strength it can achieve. Roar. A thundering dragon's roar caused the nearby sea to boil completely, and was quickly evaporated into water vapor, completely covering the nearby sky. The power of real fire, not to mention the sea water, even the whole earth, can be burned. The tyrannical power of real fire radiated from the huge body of the bone dragon. After completely evaporating the sea water in the nearby sea area, it immediately began to shrink and restrain itself. The flame skeletal dragon demon opened its mouth wide, and sucked a large amount of real fire power back into its abdomen in one gulp. Immediately afterwards, the whole body's skeleton was glowing with the color of real fire power, and the entire body of the bone dragon was covered by the power of real fire. The flame skeleton dragon demon, from now on, is the flame skeleton dragon demon. Eat my sword. Seeing this, Yifeng was not polite, and directly swept out with a stream of sword energy, and in an instant came to the evolved Yen skeleton dragon demon. The Yank dragon demon had just evolved, and unexpectedly, there was such a sword attacking towards him, and he was furious, and a ball of flame spewed out from his mouth. With a loud bang, the flames and sword energy collided, and then exploded, everything vanished into thin air. The Yank dragon demon raised his head, and saw Yifeng holding a sword, walking towards it step by step. Roar! The Yankee dragon demon was in awe, and immediately bowed its head. It didn't expect that even if it had absorbed enough power of the real fire and evolved into the Yankee dragon demon, it would still not be Yifeng's match. After the evolution, the combat power has suddenly increased to the level of 3,000 years, which is not bad. Yifeng nodded with a smile, quite satisfied with the current fighting power of the Yen skeletal dragon demon, and it was not in vain for him to bring it out from the ancient ruins. As for the sword just now, there is naturally a purpose, to keep the Yankee dragon demon in awe. Don't think that he can fight against Yifeng after he evolves. This is a temptation, but also a deterrent. The Yank dragon demon really didn't dare to have any strange thoughts towards Yifeng. Even after it evolved, it was still willing to stay by Yifeng's side. Although it has evolved, Yifeng is stronger than it now, and Yifeng also has many mysterious whole cards. Following Yifeng, it will not suffer. Most importantly, following Yifeng won't make him lose anything. Just stay here and practice hard. Yifeng faintly conveyed his divine thoughts. The flaming skeletal dragon demon is a fierce beast, and its cultivation system is different from that of human cultivators, but it is similar. In the past, the Yankee dragon demon had already condensed the Tao fruit, but now, he has realized the power of the real fire, and now it is definitely necessary to integrate the power of the real fire into the Tao fruit. This is more difficult than the initial condensing of Tao fruit. Because of this, Yifeng wanted to wait until he had completely comprehended the power of the 7 luminaries before condensing the Tao fruit, otherwise he would need to spend more than 10 times the effort to integrate any new power into the Tao fruit. Yifeng turned and left. The Yankee dragon demon continued to dive into the bottom of the sea, to comprehend the power of true fire, and merge into the Tao fruit. In the soul cauldron, Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls seem to have been cultivated. Yifeng came to the island, in the courtyard where the soul cauldron was placed, observed it for a while, and then he was relieved. After such a long time, Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls have indeed been well cultivated. The soul cauldron is indeed a good thing for nourishing the soul. The damage caused by the burning of life to the soul has been completely recovered during this period of time. At this time, Li Jibua's soul is just like the soul of an ordinary person, intact. The most important thing is that Li Jibua's soul has been cultivated in the divine soul cauldron for so long, and all the traces of his previous cultivation have been erased. That is to say, Li Jibua can start cultivating again at this time. Yifeng's eyes glowed brightly. Of course, if you practice now, you must only practice the soul cultivation method. Yifeng has no reservations about the soul cultivation method. To let Li Jibua's soul practice all the way to the Millennium cultivation level, at least advanced soul cultivation method is required. Yifeng didn't have it, it doesn't mean he couldn't get it for Li Jibua. People in the soul world are all powerful soul cultivators. The Mokong star who came here to protect the earth alone has more than 9,000 years of cultivation, which is more than enough to be Li Jibua's master. After making up his mind, Yifeng outlined Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls from the soul cauldron. Xiao Li. The soul condensed into a human form, and Yifeng couldn't help being moved. It was this person who would rather burn his life to help him resist powerful enemies when he was in the wild world. In the end, Yifeng was fine, but Li Jibua died, only his soul was preserved in the divine soul cauldron. Although Li Jibua's soul still has the opportunity to cultivate at this time and continue to exist in this world, soul cultivation and human cultivators are naturally different concepts. Except for people in the soul world, I am afraid that no one is willing to exist in the world as a soul. Yi. Brother Yi. Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls condensed into a virtual form, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Yifeng's figure, and he couldn't help being surprised. Brother Yi, are you all right? I'm afraid that the current Li Jibua is still stuck in the previous scene of being chased and killed by members of the royal family in the wild world. Yifeng shook his head apologetically. Everyone is fine, it has been a long time since that day, the whole earth is peaceful, you can rest assured. It's fine. Li Jibua's soul nodded, then looked around, and found that he had returned to the familiar Peach Blossom Island, not in the dense ancient jungle. Xiao Li, now I want you to practice soul cultivation, what do you think? Yifeng asked, and I have found a strong soul cultivator for you to teach you. Your cultivation will definitely return to its original level soon, and even become stronger. A strong soul cultivator? Li Jibua showed doubts on his face. How many years have you cultivated? He also knew that after he burned his life, although he did not lose his soul because of the divine soul cauldron, from now on, only by cultivating the soul cultivation method can he survive for a long time, otherwise he might disappear in a short time. Since he was practicing soul-cultivating mental methods, he wasn't afraid. Aren't all the soul-fighting soldiers on Peach Blossom Island practicing soul-cultivating mental methods? However, Yifeng said that he found a strong soul cultivator, which made him a little curious. This soul cultivator has 200 years of cultivation? 300 years of cultivation? Or even 500 years of cultivation? Before Li Jibua burned his life, he had never come into contact with an existence that was too strong, so he could only imagine the extent of his cultivation over the past few hundred years. But Yifeng smiled slightly, and said softly, Senior Mokongsing, who has cultivated for more than 9,000 years, is now invited by me to protect the earth, and I will teach you by the way, it is not a problem. He sure has too. 9,000 years? Li Jibua's soul was stunned for a moment. A strong soul cultivator with more than 9,000 years of cultivation will be his master. Is he dreaming? He burnt his life, and the powerful people in the royal family who he wanted to deal with were only 100 or 200 years old, but now his master was a terrifying existence with 9,000 years of cultivation? Yes, his name is Mokongsing, I will take you to meet him. Yifeng laughed, and with a wave of his hand, the power of the earth-level space rose from the ground, flying up with Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls, and in an instant came to the black mist not far from Peach Blossom Island. The black mist above the sea has been going on for a long time. People on the earth can detect it, but they don't know what's inside. No one knew that in this cloud of black mist, there would be an extremely powerful soul cultivator who was cultivating the body and mind. Mokongsing, in this black mist, not only practiced comprehension, but also found many female ghosts from all over the earth to enjoy the elegant posture together, and he would not be lonely. Yifeng brought Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls to the black mist in the sea outside Peach Blossom Island, and suspended them in midair. Immediately, Yifeng's spiritual thoughts came out, Senior Mokongsing. This junior has a former friend who burnt his life and left only his soul. Can you accept him as a disciple and teach him the method of soul cultivation? The divine thoughts came out, and the thick black mist suddenly rolled up. A sharp divine thought came into the minds of Yi Feng and Li Jibua. If you want me, Lord Mokongsing, to teach you the method of soul cultivation, unless you can stand my test. In the soul world, I, Mokongsing, also accept a person who has had many disciples and descendants. If your friend is not outstanding, I will not accept him as a disciple. If you want to test, the senior will come. I believe that my friend will pass the test. Yi Feng sent back his spiritual thoughts, then glanced at Li Jibua, smiled and nodded. Don't worry, brother Yi, I won't let you down. Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls were full of ripples of excitement, and he would never let it go easily if he had a rare opportunity to learn from Senior Mo Kongxing. You know, Mo Kongxing is a powerful soul cultivator with more than 9,000 years of cultivation. If you miss this opportunity, it will not be so easy to find a master with enough weight. Mo Kongxing is a senior, his test will definitely not be easy, you do your best. Yi Feng nodded towards Li Jibua's soul, and then felt the thick black mist billowing up in front of him, and then Mo Kongxing's body condensed out. Still with that chubby appearance, it doesn't look like a soul cultivator at all, but full of an inexplicable sense of joy. However, neither Yi Feng nor Li Jibua dared to underestimate this chubby soul cultivator in front of him. With more than 9,000 years of cultivation, the current Yi Feng is still not an opponent at all. Even far away, the opponent can slap Yi Feng away with a single slap. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Feng is in charge of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, it would be impossible for Mo Kongxing to stay on the earth and protect the earth. It's very simple to pass my test. Mo Kongxing glanced at Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls. As long as you can bear the pain of my 3 attacks, you can worship me as your teacher. But I have to remind you first, if you want to bear the pain of my 3 attacks, you can't. Such an easy thing. This is a pain from the depths of the soul, completely different from the pain you experienced before. Whether you can bear it is entirely up to you. The junior understands. Li Jibua said firmly. Also, I don't know if it's because you burned your life to death. Your soul strength is not strong. I'm afraid you can't even bear the pain of my first attack. Mo Kongxing chuckled lightly, and his spiritual thoughts were faint. Are you sure you want to try to withstand my 3 attacks? Of course, senior, please take action. Li Jibua has already made up his mind. No matter what, it is impossible to give up this opportunity of apprenticeship. Don't worry, don't worry. Feeling Li Jibua's determination, Mo Kongxing shook his head with a smile, then turned around, nodded to Yi Feng, and asked with a smile, Director Yi, your friend's soul strength is indeed weak, even worse than an ordinary soul who doesn't make it to my soul world. What should I do if I can't bear the blow and die? Yi Feng squinted his eyes. He never thought that such a situation would happen. However, Mo Kongxing definitely didn't want to kill Li Jibua's soul on purpose. That was meaningless to him. Since he said so, it must be that Li Jibua's soul was not strong enough. It seems that it is not unreasonable for people in the soul world to choose to practice soul cultivation methods. I am afraid that those people in the soul world are born with relatively strong soul strength, while ordinary people on earth have far less soul strength. Brother Yi, trust me, I can do it. Li Jibua's soul exudes strong self-confidence and firm will. He must pass this test. Sensing his firmness, Yi Feng seemed to recall all the things that this young man had done in the martial arts world and after he practiced immortality in the past. There is no doubt that his experience was tragic, and even his eyes were blinded. But from Li Jibua's body, Yi Feng saw a kind of spirit and will that would not give up until he reached his goal. He was even willing to work hard for a certain goal. Then you can try it. Yi Feng waved his hand, then smiled at Mo Kongxing. I trust my friend, Senior Mo Kongxing, let's start. Then I won't be polite. Mo Kongxing sighed secretly in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. He carefully looked at Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls in front of him, and then flipped his hands. Soul killing, go. A burst of soul power burst out from Imo Kongxing's hand in an instant, surrounded Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls in a blink of an eye, and cut his 3 souls and 7 souls like a knife. Soul kill? Li Jibua had no body at this time, but the 3 souls and 7 souls suddenly felt the trembling from the soul, a kind of pain deep in the soul, coming surging. It was as if there were thousands of extremely sharp knives, cutting his soul, making his 3 souls and 7 souls tremble. Don't underestimate the Chinese nation, the descendants of the dragon. Li Jibua felt the pain of being hacked into pieces, but he insisted on carrying it down. The 3 souls and 7 souls were cut open continuously, and then gathered together again, feeling the unparalleled pain. Heir of the dragon? Imo Kongxing smiled faintly, and raised his hand. How is it? How is the first soul killing? How does it taste? That's all, come again. Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls gathered together, and his consciousness spread out tenaciously. Oh? A look of astonishment flashed in Imo Kongxing's eyes. In fact, in order to save face for Yi Feng, he did not resort to a real test, but wanted to make Li Jibua retreat from the pain of the soul killing. But now it seems that Li Jibua's willpower is a bit beyond his imagination. With the strength of this kid's soul, my soul killing is enough to make him die of pain, but this kid is not afraid at all. Imo Kongxing began to be a little curious about Li Jibua. Then you are ready, the next is the second attack. Imo Kongxing solemnly reminded, and then put his hands together. The soul power condensed and scattered, turning into a big net, covering Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls. This huge net of soul power is like dozens of knives rushing across Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls at the same time, cutting it into hundreds of pieces. Ah! Li Jibua was obviously in extreme pain, but he didn't say no out of his mouth. The net of soul power shuttled back and forth several times from his 3 souls and 7 souls. His souls gathered and scattered and gathered again, and back and forth. It undoubtedly brought terrible pain. Yi Feng and Imo Kongxing looked dignified at the same time. Li Jibua's willpower is really admirable. In less than half a minute, Mo Kongxing put his hands together and retracted the soul power net. Your willpower is not bad, but it's not easy to persist through my 3rd attack. Maybe you will lose your soul in this attack. Mo Kongxing's chubby soul body had a dignified look on his face. Even if I am a person in the soul world, there are only a few who can withstand my 3rd attack before I practice. Why not? This 3rd attack, it's fine to attack. I've accepted you as a disciple, and it's not bad to have a disciple who is not from the soul world. Senior, don't do this, I must bear the 3rd attack. Li Jibua immediately gritted his teeth and objected, although it is painful, I feel that I can still bear it. Come on. This? Imo Kongxing wondered, why is this kid so rigid? He, Imo Kongxing, is looking at Yi Feng's face, so it is impossible not to accept him as his apprentice. This kid even asked for a 3rd attack. What if he lost his soul? Imo Kongxing really felt that Li Jibua's soul strength was too weak and he couldn't bear it. His 3rd attack test, not everyone's soul can withstand it. It not only requires unparalleled willpower, but also requires extremely terrifying endurance. Only in this way can he withstand the difficult cultivation of the soul, cultivating mental method he cultivated in the future. Otherwise, even if he cultivates the soul cultivating mental method he cultivated, he will not achieve great achievements in the future. Originally, he only wanted to sell Yi Feng's favor, just to test it formally, and he didn't expect Li Jibua to achieve much. But now, Imo Kongxing looked at Li Jibua with admiration. Bring it on. Li Jibua's consciousness came out, and his attitude was firm. Senior, you can come anyway, I can bear it. Imo Kongxing turned his attention to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded slowly. He knew Li Jibua's persistence, and also knew Li Jibua's will, which is definitely not something that ordinary people can insult. This Imo Kongxing wanted to accept him as an apprentice if he failed the test. Although the result was the same, to Li Jibua, the meaning was completely different. To pass the test, he relied on himself. If he failed the test, he still relied on Yifeng. There is a world of difference between the two, and only by relying on oneself can one become a truly indomitable powerhouse in the world. Then, let's begin. Mo Kongxing looked dignified, and with a wave of his hands, the soul power in his hands turned into strands, like human hair, and there were countless strands. Thousands of soul threads swept towards the position where Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls were, and surrounded him in an instant. Tens of thousands of soul threads moved together, and the next moment, Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls were cut into thousands of pieces. The pain from each piece of the soul almost made Li Jibua lose his wits. Not good. Mo Kongxing's face changed, and Li Jibua seemed to be unable to hold on. Under the attack of these soul silks, if you can't hold on, it will be the end of your soul, flying away. In the soul world, there are countless people who want to be his disciples of Mo Kongxing, but until now, he has only accepted 3 disciples, that's all. It can be seen how painful this last attack was. However, after a while, Li Jibua, who Mo Kongxing thought he could no longer gather together, unexpectedly recovered by relying on his strong willpower. Come again. Li Jibua's tenacious awareness spread. The heir of the dragon, you really deserve it. Mo Kongxing's face looked better. What's the matter with this kid's willpower? If he were replaced by a person from the soul world with such a strong soul, he would have lost his wits long ago, and it would be impossible to persevere. However, this Li Jibua really relied on his own will and successfully persisted. When a person dies, he has obsession. Yifeng was deeply moved. Li Jibua died because of burning his life, and his soul's obsession is stronger than anyone else's. This obsession makes his will stronger. How can ordinary people in the soul world compare to him? A series of soul threads continued to fly all over the sky, rolling up bursts of soul power, cutting Li Jibua's 3 souls and 7 souls into pieces. But Li Jibua, relying on the will in his heart, recovered again and again. Although the pain was extreme, he endured it without saying a word. 5, 6, 7. Mo Kongxing counted in his heart, and soon, the tens of millions of soul strands he controlled dismantled Li Jibua's soul 7 times, but each time, Li Jibua relied on his will to gather again. Although Li Jibua's recovery time was longer each time, and even took a full minute to recondense his soul on the 7th time, but in the end, he succeeded. It's over, you succeeded. Mo Kongxing was moved by Li Jibua's tenacity. Not to mention Li Jibua's soul strength. Even if the souls of people in the soul world are several times stronger than him, some guys can only withstand 2 or 3 soul silk cuttings before they are unable to cohere and their souls fly away. However, Li Jibua endured it 7 times. This was something Mo Kongxing hadn't expected at all. After 5 times of cutting thousands of soul silks, one is qualified to become his disciple. After 7 times of cutting soul silks, it can be said that he can definitely achieve extremely high achievements in cultivating his soul cultivation method. His soul cultivation method, if he wants to improve his cultivation base, it depends on whether his willpower is strong or not. Now, you are my 4th disciple of Mo Kongxing, Li Jibua. Mo Kongxing opened his eyes, and a faint divine thought came out. Li Jibua, greetings to Master. Li Jibua was extremely weak at this time, but he still held on to salute, but was held up by Mo Kongxing with his soul power, preventing him from saluting. You deserve to be my disciple. I will take you back and heal your wounds. Mo Kongxing turned to Yifeng with a divine thought. Director Yi, let me say goodbye first. I'm afraid you won't be able to pay for the injury of the soul, so let me help him. Trouble Senior. Yifeng cupped his fists, then left with a smile. Li Jibua did not disappoint him. Descendants of the dragon, this title is not for nothing. Not anyone can have such a strong willpower like Li Jibua. It seems that Li Zhibu's achievements in the future will not be weak. When Yifeng returned to Peach Blossom Island, he saw Xiaohua and Bing'er gathered together, being scolded by Zi Jianlan and Tang Qingling. What are they going to do? They almost caused a disaster. In the courtyard, Zi Jianlan and Tang Qingling were taken aback when they saw Yifeng's return, and then they were all happy. For Zi Jianlan, Yifeng is her big brother, her savior, long time no see, and miss him very much. But to Tang Qingling, Yifeng is her son. When Yifeng was not around, she kept him in her heart all the time, and kept thinking and praying that her son must have a safe journey. Seeing Tang Qingling and Zi Jianlan together, Yifeng smiled gently. Mother, Jianlan, please stay safe. While talking, his figure walked towards the courtyard. When Bing'er and Xiaohua saw Yifeng, they hid behind the two girls in fear. They had no choice but to be scolded by the two girls just now. They were afraid that Yifeng would teach them a lesson when he came back. It would be too depressing. However, Yifeng certainly wouldn't care too much about these two little guys. Feng'er, I'm fine, you didn't encounter any danger outside, did you? Tang Qingling stood up and asked softly. She is Yifeng's mother, and she is most concerned about Yifeng's safety, not Yifeng's cultivation. Even if Yifeng's cultivation stagnated, as long as he was safe and sound, Tang Qingling would be satisfied. Of course, Tang Qingling also knew that with the world Yifeng has come into contact with now, it is too difficult to avoid danger. Yifeng can stand on top of the world and protect all of them only if he faces up to the difficulties and works hard. Otherwise, Yifeng would not have any strength to resist when some super strong men came to bully him, and it would definitely lead to a great tragedy. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Even if he was in danger, it was impossible to say anything to Tang Qingling. Tang Qingling's life was too bitter. Ever since Yifeng met her, he wanted her to go on a safe journey, and did not want her to encounter any accidents. Asking her to practice Sunflower Immortal Ju is just to let her have more longevity. At this time, Yifeng came to Tang Qingling to take a look, and sure enough her face and skin had become much younger. The benefits brought to her by cultivating immortals were very great. Even though Tang Qingling's cultivation base is only 150 years old at this time, her lifespan has been increased by more than 60 to 70 years. In other words, it is easy for Tang Qingling to be 130 or 40 years old. Cultivating immortals increases people's lifespan. That's why so many people want to pursue the way of immortality. Those immortal kings who have achieved a cultivation base of 100,000 years exist, and each of them can live for tens of thousands of years. However, although they can live for tens of thousands of years, they will eventually perish one day. Because of this, the existence of the immortal king realm and the various sects and worlds in Xia Qingshan most want a way to break through the immortal king realm and reach a higher level. And this is extremely difficult in Xiaqing Tian. Among these strong men in the realm of immortal kings, not many knew the existence of Shang Qingshan, and even the existence of Emperor Zhenyue was probably only a vague impression. As for Yifeng, although he has cultivated for about 100 years from the beginning to the present, his lifespan has already reached 500 or 600 years. Relatively speaking, it still looks like a youth, not old at all. In the meditation space and acceleration space, Yifeng spent too much time cultivating and comprehending various powers, but he did not pay attention to his cultivation. When the Dao fruit is condensed, Yifeng's cultivation base will increase rapidly. Yifeng, Tang Qingling, and Zi Jianlan laughed and chatted for a while, then remembered that Kueishui Shenlong still needs Yifeng's help, but he doesn't know what it is. Although Dragon Sword Immortal Palace did not help when the Earth was in crisis, it is understandable for them to be scruples about those ancient superpowers on Earth. Moreover, Yifeng's current achievements are indeed inseparable from the cultivation of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. From this point of view, Yifeng does not have much resentment towards the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, but there is already so much love between the two parties. A little estrangement. With this in mind, Yi Feng bid farewell to everyone, gathered the power of space, and returned to the Tomb of Dragon Sword in the Immortal Cultivation realm once again. After becoming the holder of Dragon Sword, Yi Feng returned here for the first time. However, at this moment, Yi Feng was still fascinated by the vast and ancient aura in the Great Hall of the Dragon Sword Tomb. How long would it take for him to reach the tyrannical existence of the Dragon Sword itself? According to Qiao Gumu, the level of the Dragon Sword itself is probably a magic weapon of super god level. If it is converted into an immortal cultivator, its strength is equivalent to the existence of 1,000,000 years of cultivation. This is too far away for Yi Feng. Director Yi, you are here. The Hall of Kueishui Shenlong is connected to the main hall of Dragon Sword's tomb, and it is easy to feel Yi Feng's arrival. Senior Kueishui, I kept you waiting. Yi Feng's words contained a sense of apology. After becoming the master of Dragon Sword, he felt ashamed for not coming to help immediately. It's okay, what I want you to help with is not urgent. Kueishui Shenlong saw that Yi Feng was so understanding of etiquette, so he didn't blame Yi Feng, but directly sent a divine thought. Director Yi, do you know where the Kueishui Xianju I gave you earlier came from? Kueishui Xianju, isn't it the way of cultivating immortals that your mistress practiced? Yi Feng asked back. Good. The divine sense of Kueishui Divine Dragon continued to spread. However, my mistress has already practiced the Dragon Sword Ju at this time, and I don't want the Kueishui Immortal Ju to be lost, so I ask you to pass it on. Could it be that what Senior wants me to do has something to do with the Kueishui Xianju? Yi Feng groaned, and asked guesswork. Good. Kueishui Shenlong gave an affirmative answer, and then came the divine thoughts with a bit of loneliness. To be honest, the previous Dragon Sword holder, who is also the master of my mistress, has broken the void and gone to another world. But the hostess is lonely in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. It's so. Yi Feng was very surprised. So this is the situation? Kueishui Shenlong is the soul of the dragon condensed from the 3 souls and 7 souls of the maid of the previous generation of Dragon Sword holder. And the previous generation of Dragon Sword wielders has now shattered into the void and left. What I want to ask you is a wish of the hostess. The divine thoughts of the Sunflower Dragon came solemnly. The mistress used to be the daughter of a water demon who lived in the Sunflower Demon realm. The Sunflower Demon realm is a world ruled by demon cultivators. Human beings have little power and cannot even survive in it. Sunflower Demon realm. Yi Feng sensed the other party's divine thoughts. He didn't make a sound, and listened quietly. Unexpectedly, the maid of Kueishui would be a demon cultivator. It's a pity that soon, the Sunflower Water Demon realm will be destroyed. At that time, the entire Sunflower Water Demon realm will disappear, and all the creatures living in it will naturally be unable to survive. With a ray of divine thoughts from the Sunflower Dragon, he said lightly, when the hostess followed the leader, she had a conflict with the family, and she has never returned to the Sunflower Demon world. Even if the Sunflower Demon world is about to be destroyed, she has no intention of going back. Therefore, I would like to ask Director Yi to go to the Sunflower Demon realm, inform the Water Demon royal family, and take them out of the Sunflower Demon realm by the way. The Sunflower Water Demon world is about to be destroyed. The Water Demon royal family didn't know that the world they lived in was about to be destroyed, and regarding this, Maid Kueishui seemed unwilling to remind them personally, as if she and her family had fallen out in the past, and it was quite a big quarrel. Yi Feng frowned. Senior, this junior will definitely finish this matter, but I have a few questions, I hope Senior can answer. He had a lot of doubts in his heart, and it would be great if he could get answers from Kueishui Shenlong. What Yi Feng wanted to know the most was, of course, which world the previous Dragon Sword Master went to, but if he wanted to come to this question, he would probably not get an answer if he asked Kueishui Shenlong. If Kueishui Shenlong knew about it, the rest of the Dragon Sword Masters of Dragon Sword Fairy Palace, such as Lin Wangchuan, Elder Kujian, etc., should also know about it. What kind of world is the world where the ontology is called? What Yifeng wanted to ask was still closely related to himself. Senior Kueishui, what kind of world is this Kueishui demon world? Yifeng first asked. The level of the Kueishui demon realm is very important to him. If the other party is a first-class world, then Yifeng should go to inform him. I am afraid that he should be careful. After all, there are countless strong people in the first-class world. Be careful and you will stumble. It's a fourth-class world, the strongest of the water demon royal family, but with more than 4,000 years of cultivation, and only comprehend the power of mysterious space, and can only communicate with other lower worlds. Kueishui Shenlong replied. It's just a fourth-class world. Yifeng's expression was dignified, so to speak. The maidservant of Sunflower Water was born in this fourth-class world, the Sunflower Water demon realm. Appearing from the fourth-class world, getting acquainted with the holder of the dragon sword, and then practicing dragon sword art, and finally became a peerless powerhouse with tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Feng's 7 maids. Since the strongest member of the water demon royal family has only cultivated for more than 4,000 years, then there must be no problem for me to go. Yifeng nodded, and then asked, also, if I step into the Kueishui demon realm with a human body, will all the demon cultivators be targeted against me? Haha, it's not bad that you have this worry. Kueishui Shenlong laughed, and his divine thoughts came. However, your worries may become reality. Of course, this is also an experience for you. If you can complete this task, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Will the strength increase a lot? Yifeng didn't know why Kueishui Shenlong said this, but what he said must not be false, but the reason is beyond what Yifeng can know now. I'll take the Yen skeletal dragon demon with me. Yifeng smiled lightly and said. Yen skeleton dragon demon. You boy, count yourself as cruel. Kueishui Shenlong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, and brought the Yankee dragon demon with him, and with the demon by his side, it would be much easier to negotiate with many demon cultivators. If a monster wants to transform into a human form, it only needs 100 years of cultivation. It is called a monster cultivator, just like the Huiyun demon master back then. The Yen skeletal dragon demon didn't take human form, probably because he disdained it. After all, this is a noble monster race, and the Yen skeletal dragon demon's predecessors probably thought they were more noble than humans. Yifeng and the evolved Yensho dragon demon, although their cultivation bases are still more than 1,000 years old, their real combat power can reach the level of 3,000 or 4,000 years of cultivation bases. If they join forces, they should not encounter them in the Kueishui demon realm. Too dangerous. The power of Qi Yao's power, and even the horror of the ancient soaring dragon's power, are definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can resist. Even demon cultivators can't resist. Of course, Yifeng must be careful not to be surrounded by many demon cultivators with high cultivation, otherwise, if those demon cultivators have some strange methods, Yifeng will still suffer a big loss. Besides, why is the Kueishui demon realm facing destruction, senior? Yifeng frowned and asked this crucial question. That is the end of the Kuai water demon realm. In the divine sense of Kueishui Shenlong, there is a touch of endless desolation. Every world has an end. The world level of the Kueishui demon realm is too low, and there is not enough power to support it to continue to operate. The period of destruction is about to come, that will be 10 years later. Every world has an end. 10 years later, the sunflower water demon world will come to an end. Even a world has a lifespan. These words shocked Yifeng. In this way, doesn't it mean that even the earth will be destroyed one day? This matter is too far away for you, but one day, you will come into contact with this level. The divine sense of Kueishui Shenlong continued to spread. It seemed to appease Yifeng, telling him not to think too much. Yifeng shook his head, he didn't think too much. The world is destroyed, this kind of thing can't be stopped, even a strong person with tens of thousands of years of cultivation, let alone him now. Anyway, no matter whether it is the world of cultivating immortals or the earth, there is no sign of destruction now. Yi Feng doesn't need to think too much. According to Kuishui Shenlong, the higher the level of the world, the longer it can exist. In this way, countless superpowers appeared on the earth in ancient times. I am afraid that the level of the earth at that time was higher than that of the current world. These first-class worlds. The lifespan of the world where the earth is located should be quite long. There is one last question, Senior, before I leave, can I meet Sunflower Fairy? Yi Feng asked again. Yi Feng still has a lot of questions about the holder of the dragon's sword and the maid of the dragon's sword, but for these, it is most appropriate to ask the maid of Kuishui. Including where the dragon's sword maid can practice and how to practice to improve her strength as quickly as possible. These are all matters that Yi Feng cares about. Sure. The divine sense of Kuishui Shenlong's affirmation came. Now that Yi Feng is the holder of the dragon's sword, it is naturally no problem if he wants to see the maid of the previous dragon sword holder. Okay, then I'll go back to the dragon sword Immortal Palace first, study the map of the dragon trapped in the mysterious ice, and wait until I have a breakthrough, then I can start to act. Yi Feng nodded and sent out his divine thoughts. There are still 10 years left before the Kwai Water Demon realm is destroyed, and he still has enough time to prepare. As long as he persuaded Yaxiu, the leader of the Water Demon royal family, it would not be difficult to take the entire Water Demon royal family away. The power of space that Yi Feng had comprehended was already quite tyrannical. The picture of the dragon trapped in the black ice is the fourth training picture of the dragon sword Ju. Yi Feng returned to the dragon sword Immortal Palace, greeted his core disciple Yi Shubai, then entered the most central heaven and earth great sword, and found the location of the Xianbing trapped dragon map. This picture is full of incomparable mystery. Among the giant swords of heaven and earth, Yi Feng occupied one floor alone, and began to comprehend the map of the dragon trapped in black ice. This map was carved by the dragon sword itself, and it contains the power of heaven and earth. Let the cultivator immerse himself in it, and after a moment of comprehension, he will be able to gain great power. Benefit. For the cultivators of the dragon sword Immortal Palace, this mysterious ice-trapped dragon picture is their Taoist mentality from 1,000 years of cultivation to 2,000 years of cultivation. If you want to practice Dao Ju, you must condense into Dao fruit. Before Yi Feng went to the Kuishui demon realm, he wanted to condense the Dao fruit first and step into the Dao realm. In this way, his cultivation could continue to advance instead of being stagnant as it is now. This requires the acceleration space again. The power of time, the giant Qi who is loyal to Yi Feng also understands and controls it. Although the power is not as strong as Shang, the patriarch of the ancient Golden Clan, it is still possible for Yi Feng to practice quickly for a period of time. It's just that before going to the giant Qi, Yi Feng must first keep the picture of the dragon trapped in black ice firmly in his heart. And when Yi Feng was comprehending the mysterious ice-trapped dragon map, some rumors and discussions about him also spread in the dragon sword Immortal Palace. Have you heard, the person in charge of this term has just reached the 1,000-year cultivation base, and is preparing to condense Dao fruit. Gathering Dao fruit, with his cultivation base, although he has the help of Immortal Root and Destiny, he probably won't be able to comprehend any too strong power, right? Yes, the quality of the Dao fruit he condensed must not be too high. After thousands of years of cultivation, he condensed the Dao fruit and stepped into the realm of Taoism. The same as the Dao fruit, but the quality of the Dao fruit condensed by each practitioner is very different. Human-level Dao fruit, earth-level Dao fruit, heaven-level Dao fruit, and then there are higher-level saint-level Dao fruits, desolate-level Dao fruits, ancient-level Dao fruits, and so on. Of course, the people of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, who can condense into heaven-level Dao fruit, are already extremely talented. Even those dragon sword masters who shattered the void in the past, there are very few existences who can condense holy level Tao fruit at one time. Even the weakest human level Tao fruit can communicate with the world, trigger the creation of the world, and double the talent of the cultivator to comprehend various powers. The time to comprehend various powers is doubled, which is an incomparably huge change for practitioners. As for Yi Feng, his talent is already terrifying. If he successfully condenses the Tao fruit, even if it is only a human-level Tao fruit, his strength will increase rapidly in the future. And if the super Tao fruit is successfully condensed, the talent will be increased to 3 times the original, which is more terrifying than the human-level Tao fruit. In the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, most of the disciples condensed the earth-level Tao fruits. After all, after the disciples in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace practiced the Dragon Sword art, the level of true energy in their bodies was relatively high. If it is used to condense Tao fruit, the quality will not be too low. Heaven-level Tao fruit cannot be condensed by practicing the Dragon Sword art alone. At the very least, one must comprehend some power of space, or other powers of this world, such as the power of wind, thunder, water, electricity, etc. These powers are nothing to Yi Feng. In front of Qi Yao's power, they are all as weak as slag. However, for ordinary cultivators in Xia Qingshan, these powers are the only powers they can comprehend besides the power of space. Like Yi Feng, how could it be possible to comprehend the power of Qi Yao that surpassed the lower Qing Tian level, or even the power of the ancient Tinglong? Yi Feng's talent is extraordinary, so the Dragon Sword body lowered 7 layers of restrictions, and at the same time, it also allowed Yi Feng to comprehend the power of the ancient Tinglong and reach a more powerful realm. The heavenly Tao fruit can quadruple the cultivator's ability to comprehend power. As for the holy level Tao fruit above the heaven level, the effect is even more terrifying. Not only does the comprehension talent reach at least 5 times the original level, but it can also communicate with the world during battle and exert a stronger power than itself. The quality of the holy level Tao fruit is not only beneficial to cultivation, but also beneficial to combat. Tao fruit can be continuously condensed in the future training process, and other forces can be added into it. However, the subsequent condensing is far from easy as the first condensing. It takes 5 years for ordinary practitioners to condense Tao fruit. But if you want to comprehend one more power in the future, it will take at least 10 years to integrate into it, and it may not be successful. If it fails, it will cause some damage to the original Tao fruit, which is extremely unfavorable for future cultivation. The Tao fruit that can be condensed by this person in charge should be around the sky level. Heaven level? You think highly of him. Who can condense the heaven level Tao fruit, who is not an amazingly talented person, such as senior brother Yishibai? That's right. It's not easy to condense the heaven level Tao fruit all at once. In my opinion, he can at most condense the earth level Tao fruit, which is considered pretty good. A group of people chatted freely without paying attention to Yi Feng at all. The disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace have come from various places in the Dragon Sword realm and have passed various assessments. However, the master of the Dragon Sword has become the spokesperson of the younger generation of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace without any effort. How can they be convinced? These ordinary disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace naturally don't know how many twists and turns they will go through if they want to become the master of Dragon Sword. Just the ancient relics group, among the disciples of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, I am afraid that none of them can be as good as Yi Feng. Among the crowd, Lin Xuanqi, who used to compete with Yi Feng for the status of holding the Dragon Sword, looked up at the great sword of heaven and earth, with a hint of contempt secretly flashing in his eyes. Lin Xuanqi, although he did not become the leader, but not long ago, he comprehended several powerful forces one after another, and condensed the heavenly Tao fruit. In Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Lin Xuanqi's talent is considered very good, and he will become a core disciple in the future, just around the corner. I can condense a heaven-level Tao fruit, and then we will see, what level of Dao fruit can you condense as a dragon sword holder. Lin Xuanqi faintly had some expectations. If Yifeng could only condense the earth-level Dao fruit, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud? I'm afraid that from now on, Yifeng will bear the title of waste manager. However, Yifeng at this time did not pay attention to the discussions of the first child of the harmonious dragon sword Immortal Palace. He has his own way of cultivation, why should he be as knowledgeable as these people? Regardless of the quality of the Dao fruit, wouldn't his strength far exceed those of these people? Even in the future, with Yifeng's talent, the speed of cultivating and comprehending various powers will never be inferior to them. What's more, with the power that Yifeng has now comprehended and mastered, how could the condensed Dao fruit be only of earth-level quality? Mysterious ice-trapped dragon picture, remember clearly. 7 days later, Yifeng flew out from the giant sword of heaven and earth, and then his eyes flashed brightly. Go to the giant Qi, let him open the acceleration space, help me cultivate, and quickly comprehend the remaining power of the sun and the power of tides, and then, condense the Dao fruit. If the Dao is successful, Yifeng will have a smooth journey in his cultivation in the future, and the only troublesome thing is the improvement of his cultivation. For the comprehension of various powers, Yifeng doesn't have to worry at all. With his talent and Dao fruit, the speed of comprehending various powers is at least 100 times faster than ordinary practitioners. In the realm of cultivating immortals, the acceleration space created by the giant Qi. The acceleration space created by the giant Qi, with 70,000 years of cultivation, can last for 20 days. As for the acceleration ratio, it is also 365 times. This gave Yifeng 20 years of training time, which could be used to comprehend the remaining power of the sun and the power of tides and the power of 7 luminaries. The acceleration space created by the giant Qi can also accommodate 2 people. When Yifeng entered it, he called Su Feiying to enter it together. Although Su Feiying has comprehended the power of the mysterious level space, she is still far behind the power of the earth level space, and it will take a long time to comprehend even the power of the void. Since this acceleration space can accommodate 2 people, of course it cannot be wasted. After creating the accelerated space, the giant Qi turned into a golden mountain again, while Yifeng and Su Feiying began to practice in the accelerated space. 20 days in the outside world, but in the accelerated space, 20 years have passed. Yifeng's cultivation level didn't increase at all, but he has comprehended all the power of the sun and the power of the tide by virtue of his outstanding monstrous talent. Since he has already comprehended the most difficult power of orange time and space among the powers of Qiyao, the remaining power of the sun and the power of tides are quite simple. After 10 years in the accelerated space, Yifeng has fully comprehended the power of Qiyao, the power of Huanggu Tinglong, and the unknown power obtained from practicing Sun Yao 9 heavens. Afterwards, Yifeng inquired about the ancient dragon sword, about the unknown power obtained from cultivating Sunshine 9 heavens, and learned that this is not another kind of power, but the second most powerful sunshine power. No wonder, before comprehending the power of the sun, I didn't have any feeling for this power, but after comprehending the power of the sun, I have a clearer feeling for this power. Yifeng's eyes shone brightly. It turns out that when cultivators comprehend each kind of power, they are divided into different levels. The Qiyao Guma didn't count. Yifeng was able to get in touch with the second level of the sun's power so quickly, but he didn't tell him about it. Generally speaking, according to the power of Qiyao's power, if you want to cultivate to reach the second level, it will take at least hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Even with Yifeng's talent, it is impossible to comprehend it so quickly. But to its surprise, Yifeng's comprehension of the Flying Dragon Sunrise map and the practiced sword technique Sunrise 9 heavens have enhanced his ability to comprehend the power of the sun by more than 10 times. No matter what kind of power it is, once you can comprehend the essence of the second level, the power it can produce is 10 times that of the first level. The spiritual thoughts of Qiyao Guma came into Yifeng's mind. Now that you have comprehended the second level of the power of the sun, from now on, the main means of fighting against the enemy will be the power of the sun. The power of the second level of the sun, combined with the sun's 9 heavens swordsmanship, how powerful can it be? Yi Feng's actual combat strength has risen to another level. Although his cultivation is still 1,000 years old, to him, even terrifying experts with 4,000 years of cultivation can fight against each other. Strange, the third picture of Dragon Sword Ju records the comprehension method of the second level of the power of the sun. Besides me, who can comprehend it? Yi Feng thought about it, and slowly shook his head. Perhaps in the entire Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, anyone who can comprehend the existence of the power of the second sunshine sun must have cultivated for thousands of years. And he, who has only practiced for a total of 120 years, has already comprehended the power of the second sun, and his talent is unparalleled. Of course, this is also inseparable from his luck. The power of the second level, the power of the sun, is almost as powerful as the power of the wild ancient Tinglong, which is extremely terrifying. Yi Feng didn't think much, and immediately began to condense the Dao fruit. Dao fruit is formed by a series of powers that Yi Feng has mastered. All of the powers that Yi Feng uses are beyond the lower Qing Tian level. The power of the 7 radiances, 7 kinds of power, including water, fire, and void, the 7 kinds of power of the sun are still the second most important, plus the power of the ancient Tinglong. What level will the condensed Dao fruit be? 5 years, 5 years of condensing. The condensing of Dao fruit is not easy, even for Yi Feng, there is no shortcut to take. 5 years later, Yi Feng opened his eyes again, only to see a fruit containing all kinds of powerful power finally completely condensed in the core of his body. Dao fruit, success. Yi Feng stood up, exuding an intimidating aura all over his body, condensed into Dao fruit, and stepped into the realm of Dao, which is a qualitative leap for a cultivator. Good guy, it's actually a Baron-level Dao fruit, it's unbelievable. In Yi Feng's body, the inheritance power of Qiyao ancient wood and star refining immortal code, both of them were shocked at the same time. Desolate level Dao fruit, Yi Feng actually succeeded in condensing the Baron level Dao fruit. Qiyao Gumu has seen the big world, but even in Shangqingshan, geniuses who can condense into a Baron level Dao fruit at one time are rare, let alone in Qingshan. Mostly, it is due to the power of the ancient Tinglong and the second power of the sun to achieve this result. Qiyao Gumu guessed in his heart. There is only the ancient dragon sword, and this result is expected. After all, the power of the ancient Tinglong is left by its body. The level of the dragon sword body is indeed higher than that of the Qiyao ancient wood. This Baron level Dao fruit is of good quality. It can enhance your understanding of the world by 7 times, and even allow you to borrow the power of the world when you fight, increasing your power several times. The spiritual thoughts of the ancient dragon sword entered Yi Feng's mind. With the completion of the Baron-level Dao fruit, Yi Feng's combat power has been improved to a higher level. Now, even a strong man with 4,000 years of cultivation is not necessarily his opponent. The power Yi Feng possessed was truly terrifying. Not many people can touch the strongest power of Shangqingshan. In Qingshan, even the powerhouses such as Emperor Xingyue and Patriarch Shang, the various powers they comprehend are not as good as those of Qiyao's power. One comes stronger. It can be seen how bad Yi Feng's luck is. It is most common for an ordinary immortal cultivator to comprehend some power of water, fire, and wind and thunder. However, the level of these powers is far behind Yi Feng's comprehension of the power of Qiyao. Even in the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, he is the only one who has achieved the Baron-level Dao fruit in one go. As for the future progress, it will be easier for Yi Feng. With his current talent, coupled with the Dao fruit connecting the world, it is not difficult to comprehend the second level of Qiyao power. Once you comprehend a certain power and integrate it into the Dao fruit, it only takes 10 years to improve the quality of the Dao fruit little by little. If the Dao fruit becomes an ancient Dao fruit, Yifeng will really defy the sky, and this day, with Yifeng's talent, it shouldn't be too far away. I don't know, if the practitioners of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, including Lin Xuanqi, knew that Yifeng had actually condensed into a barren-level Dao fruit, what kind of expression would they have? Yifeng condensed the barren-level Dao fruit, and the remaining 5 years in the acceleration space were used to comprehend the mysterious ice-trapped dragon map and practice the dragon sword art. 5 years later, with the rest of the star refining crystals, his cultivation reached 1,100 years, which gave him a certain concept of cultivation after 1,000 years. After practicing Dao Ju, every time 100 years of cultivation level is improved, the power possessed will be doubled, which is completely different from 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, every 10 years of improvement in cultivation level would double the strength, but after 1,000 years, 10 years of improvement in cultivation level would no longer be of much use. Practitioners who have attained the realm of Dao generally have already comprehended some power of space. No matter what level of power of space is, they can cooperate with Dao Ju to have a means, that is, to open up meridian space in the body. The meridian has reached its limit when it has been cultivated for 1,000 years, and it cannot become thicker. However, the space in the meridian can be opened up by the power of space, which is enough to accommodate more true energy. True Qi is still the original power of a cultivator, but it is rarely used in battle. The quality of Yifeng's practice of Dragon Sword Dao Ju is naturally not low, and with the effect of the heavenly Yang God, the speed of practice is still 10 times faster than that of ordinary practitioners. At this stage, the level of the power of space comprehended can also determine the speed of the practitioner's cultivation, because if one wants to open up the meridian space, the power of space is used. Whether it is the power of human level space or the power of yellow level space, both can be used in the practice of Dao Ju, but the speed of opening up meridian space is twice as fast as that of human level space. In the same way, the power of the mysterious level space can develop twice as fast as the power of the yellow level space, and the power of the earth level space can develop twice as fast as the power of the mysterious level space. It is very difficult for ordinary cultivators with 1,000 years of cultivation to comprehend the power of mysterious space, but Yifeng has already comprehended the power of earth level space, even including the power of void, and his cultivation speed is several times faster than that of ordinary cultivators. The power of space has become the basis for the cultivation of Taoist practitioners. The accelerated space lasted for 20 days. Finally, Yifeng and Su Feiying walked out of it. After bidding farewell to Su Feiying, they returned to Earth and found the Yin skeletal dragon demon. It's time to go to the Kuai water demon realm. At this moment, a 7-member team, starting from a mysterious place, also came to the 4th-class world, the Kuai water demon realm. These 7 people, 4 males and 3 females, are all in high spirits. The male is handsome and the female is beautiful, each exudes a tyrannical aura, each of them has an aura of 3,000 or 4,000 years. The Kuai demon realm is about to be destroyed. In this world, only existences below 5,000 years of cultivation can come. Among the 7 people, the leader was a handsome man, tall and straight, with sharp eyes. A long knife at the waist, flashing with the power of thunder and lightning, seems to be able to swallow the whole world. This is the young genius of the great virtue world in the immortal Cortland Kingdom, Lei Dao. A reincarnation-level magic weapon, the Sky Thunder Crazy Saber, has made the Thunder Saber a terrifying existence that can be killed with only 3,000 years of cultivation, which is enough to kill ordinary people with 4,000 or 5,000 years of cultivation. These 7 people are all young geniuses from the great virtue world. The purpose of coming to the Kuai demon realm at this time is self-evident. Thunder Knife, that one is called Yifeng. I heard that he has obtained many reincarnation-level magic weapons in the ancient ruins. This time we were sent here to kill him, which seems to be beneficial. A gloomy and cold girl, wearing very little clothes, only inches of silver silk cloth, exposing a large area of snow-white skin, touching people's hearts. This girl is called Yin Xiaokue, and she wears a reincarnation-level magic weapon, the silver jade blood whip, around her waist. She also has a cultivation base of more than 3,000 years, and her combat power is comparable to that of the Thunder Saber. What's more, Yin Xiaokue is more terrifying than Thunder Knife. In the world of Dharma, each of the core disciples of the two major sects is no less than Yishibai. The number one core disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Yishibai, is comparable to Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue. And there is not much advantage. As for the rest of the people behind the two, they were not that famous, they just followed Yin Xiaokue and Lei Dao to kill Yi Feng together. If there is a reincarnation-level magic weapon, let's bring it back to the Dharma world together and let the elders of the division distribute it. Lei Dao is domineering and arrogant, he doesn't seem to be greedy for Yi Feng's treasures, but in fact, he is just a little afraid of Yin Xiaokue and doesn't want to conflict with her. Only Lei Dao, who has fought with Yin Xiaokue, knows how terrifying this cold girl is. Also, Yin Xiaokue nodded coldly, took a step forward, and saw her figure flashing, the silver jade blood whip flashed by her waist, and in the forest ahead, two demon cultivators who had cultivated for hundreds of years turned into silver blood. This, of course, is not because the blood of the demon cultivator is originally silver, but the Taoism practiced by Yin Xiaokue, which is extremely vicious, and can coat the opponent's body blood with silver, and even in the mind, to carry out a terrifying ban. Seeing the end of the two innocent demon cultivators, Lei Dao snorted softly, and also stepped forward. Behind him were 3 men and 2 women whose cultivation bases were not as good as Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue's, so he had to swallow his saliva, and followed Lei Dao forward. When they came to the Kuei-Shui demon realm, their first goal was Yi Feng, and secondly, they also had the purpose of training themselves. In the world of Kuei-Shui demon realm, which is about to be destroyed, there will be some extremely terrifying destructive powers. If one can master and comprehend these terrifying destructive powers, the combat effectiveness of practitioners will be greatly improved. But in the current Kuei-Shui demon realm, only those with a cultivation base of 5,000 years can step into it. Yi Feng didn't know about the Great Virtue World, and had already dispatched some young geniuses against him, leading the Flame Skeleton Dragon Demon, stepping into the Sunflower Water Demon realm. The place where he appeared was at the edge of a vast and incomparably vast ocean, with clear waters and violent waves crashing against the shore. Could it be that because the Kuei Water Demon realm is about to be destroyed, even the power of space can't accurately detect the scene of this world? Yi Feng squinted his eyes, feeling the breath of this fourth-class world. In the world that is about to be destroyed, there is a smell of destruction in the air, but there are still 10 years before the destruction, and the smell of destruction in the air is not too strong. Even the demon cultivators who have lived in the Kuei-Shui demon world for a long time did not feel anything strange. They didn't know that the Kuei Water Demon realm was about to be destroyed. The Water Demon royal family that Kuei-Shui Shenlong wanted Yi Feng to notify, naturally no one knew that the world was about to be destroyed. Yi Feng's mission on this trip was to notify the Water Demon royal family and bring them safely out of this world that was about to be destroyed. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. It must be quite difficult to persuade a Water Demon royal family to leave their own world and go to another land. Yi Feng took the Yank Dragon Demon, gathered his consciousness, and checked the surroundings. It is difficult to detect the situation in this world with the power of space, so we can only use divine sense. Yi Feng was a little puzzled. Now his spiritual consciousness can detect the situation of 100 kilometers around. After condensing Yangshen and Dao fruit, the detection range of his spiritual consciousness has naturally increased a lot. Of course, the detection range of 100 kilometers is still too far behind compared with the power of space. However, in this world that is about to be destroyed, there is no other way, so let's use the divine sense to detect. Yi Feng spread his consciousness to the surroundings, and soon frowned slightly, because he unexpectedly found that there were a few people he had seen before on the beach, not far away. People from Yunhuang Academy. Lu Ling, Lu Shucheng, these two people, the former snatched the space rule fragments from Yi Feng, and the latter met Yi Feng in the ancient ruins. At this time, the two walked together with several other young men and women in the same white gowns. They seemed to have discovered some treasure at the seaside of the Kueishui demon realm. Yunhuang Academy is a sect in the third-class world. What kind of Yunhuang holy light did Lu Ling understand before? It should be some kind of relatively powerful force. Yi Feng thought in his heart, however, no matter how strong the holy light of Yunhuang is, it is definitely not as strong as Qi Yao's power. That Lu Shucheng, who has a cultivation base of 1,000 years, there is no need to be afraid. As for Lu Ling, who has a cultivation base of 2,200 years, it shouldn't matter. Lu Ling, who has cultivated for 2,200 years, is already considered the #1 disciple in the third-class world sect of Yunhuang Academy. Entering the Kueishui demon realm this time, of course, they are rushing to get some benefits. In the world that is about to be destroyed, some rule fragments, even rule stones, rule crystals, and other more advanced treasures of heaven and earth are prone to appear in it. At this moment, in front of the group of Yunhuang Academy, there is a space rule fragment exuding a terrifying atmosphere. It's just that, now the space rule fragment is held by two demon practitioners. They are two water demons who have turned into human figures, each with a cultivation level of about 2,000 years. 9 youths. Go, and have a look. Yi Feng greeted Yan's skeleton dragon demon. The power of space condensed instantly. One person and one dragon teleported to the people of Yunhuang Academy, and hid in the seabed aside. Yi Feng didn't appear directly, he wanted to see the situation first. Brother, what is there to talk about with the demon cultivators? Just destroy them and snatch the fragments of space rules. A scholar of Yunhuang Academy, with a fierce look in his eyes, looked at the two water demons in front of him with malicious intent. A burst of space power emanated from Lu Ling, gradually closing the space in that area, and the 9 practitioners of Yunhuang Academy were surrounded by two water demons. With a smile on his face, Lu Ling said lightly, "You too, Lu Ling of Yunhuang Academy, is not an arrogant and unreasonable person. As long as you hand over the space rule fragments in your hands, I can let you go. Isn't that rude and unreasonable?" One of the water demon women was wearing a water blue veil dress, with disdain on her face. It's really shameless and disgusting to pretend to be graceful when you want to grab something. Another water demon man, holding a space rule fragment in his hand, struggled on his face. "Give the fragments of space rules to you, will you really let us go?" The water demon man gritted his teeth and asked. "That's natural." The scholar Lu Ling chuckled, "I have no grievances with you, why should I kill you?" "Don't believe them, human beings are shameless people." The water demon woman looked disdainful. "Princess, you don't want to live, but I still want to live." The water demon man's face changed, he quickly threw the space rule fragments into Lu Ling's hands, and then said, "This banshee insulted everyone, please feel free, but I handed over the space rule fragments to you, you can let me go, come on." "Water disease, how can you do this?" The water demon woman's face changed drastically, she never thought that her companion would be such a shameless person. For his own life, he actually handed over the space rule fragments and her princess to a group of humans? It's so shameless, it's a disgrace to the water demon royal family. Scholar Lu Ling took the space rule fragments and smiled, "That's right, those who know the current affairs are brilliant, and your decision is wise." Immediately, he waved his hand, "Kill them." As soon as these words came out, the two water demons were startled. "You don't mean what you say." The water demon man, Shui Jiji, was terrified, he didn't expect to hand over the space rule fragments, and the other party still wanted his life. As I said, human beings are extremely shameless, and it's ridiculous that you would believe them. The water demon princess looked disdainful, but she looked away from her own life, so what if she died here? The family will definitely avenge her. The water demon royal family she belongs to is the ruler of this world. It is impossible for anyone to kill her as a princess and leave with ease. How could this be? The water demon man Shui Zhizhou's face was pale. He was unwilling to lose his life like this. Yi Feng observed secretly from the side, and found that the scholar Lu Ling had already mastered the power of mysterious space. No wonder he was able to bring everyone to this sunflower water demon realm. The water demon woman is actually a princess. Could it be the water demon royal family? Yi Feng guessed in his heart, but no matter what, he had to make a move now, even if the water demon princess was not what he was looking for, but a space roll fragment is also a very good treasure. Yi Feng had already absorbed the fragments of space rules, but if he brought them back to the girls, it would be a good gift. Scholar Lu Ling and several other disciples of Xuanhuan Academy who had cultivated over 2,000 years started to move immediately, surrounding the two water demons, with a vicious aura exuding from their bodies. It seemed that they were ready to strike. Shuqing, you should absorb this space rule fragment first. Lu Ling threw the space rule fragments to Lu Shuqing, who was on the side. Lu Shuqing smiled lightly, and took over the space rule fragments. Although he only has a cultivation base of a little over 1,000 years, but because he has been to the ancient ruins and obtained high-end magic weapons, his actual combat power will not be worse than that of Lu Ling. Moreover, he has also comprehended the holy light of Yunhuang, which is stronger than Lu Ling talent. Okay, leave as soon as you finish, and try to find some more rule fragments. Lu Shuqing ordered lightly that in Yunhuang Academy, his talent was the best among the younger generation, and his status was of course the highest. Even Lu Ling would listen to him. Have you heard? Do it. Lu Ling gave a soft drink to the other scholars, and then took a few steps back, as if he didn't want to get involved. The two water demons were suddenly nervous. Are they really going to die here like this? At this moment, a loud laugh came from the side, and everyone's expressions immediately stopped. When Lu Ling and the others wanted to do something, a loud laugh came from the side, and then a whirlwind of space power swept from the surroundings. Who? Lu Ling was taken aback. The space whirlwind cast by the visitor instantly destroyed the space barrier he had set up, and then a figure appeared beside the two water demons in an instant. Everyone in Yunhuang Academy looked towards the center, only to see a young human monk appearing in front of the two water monsters they wanted to kill. It's you. Lu Ling glanced at it, and suddenly his expression changed. It turned out to be Yi Feng, the young monk who snatched him a fragment of space rules before. And Lu Shuqing also frowned slightly, and glanced at Yi Feng. His eyes were shining brightly. Unexpectedly, meeting Yi Feng again at this place, at this time, made Lu Qingshu quite surprised. Especially, it also appeared when he was robbing two water monsters. Looking at Yi Feng's appearance, it seems that he wants to save the lives of those two water demons. Yi Feng, we meet again. A faint smile appeared on Lu Shuqing's face. I haven't seen you for a long time. Congratulations for condensing into the Dao fruit and stepping into the realm of Dao. Without further ado. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. At first, I thought that you, Lu Shuqing, are a high-ranking disciple of Yunhuang Academy, and your character should be pretty good, but now you actually do such things as killing people and seizing treasures, which really surprises me. Cultivators, step forward on the bones of others. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Lu Shuqing was not at all ashamed, and said straightforwardly, Yi Feng, didn't a lot of your achievements today come from plundering others? Even so, after I promised to let others go, I will not go back on my word and want to kill them. Yi Feng sneered. He took care of this matter. The two water demons behind him all had expressions of surprise when they saw Yi Feng appear. Is this human being here to save them? Impossible, human beings are all treacherous and cunning, how could they be so kind? The water demon princess stared at Yi Feng with her bright eyes, thinking in her heart, this person must have come for the fragments of space rules. On the surface, he seems to be here to save us, but in fact he is just setting up a memorial arch. Humans, despicable people, how can you be so kind? As for the water demon man, he was already on the verge of despair, but now there is a turning point in his eyes. However, soon, the turning point in his eyes quickly turned into despair again. This human being has only cultivated for more than 1,000 years. It is impossible to save us. The young water demon, Shui Jiji, lost his soul. Is he really going to die here today? He is not reconciled. Obviously, he is an important existence in the water demon royal family, and his father is also a minister of the water demon royal family. He should have a bright future, and he should set foot on the peak of cultivation all the way. How could he die here? The 9 members of Yunhuang Academy started to stare at Yi Feng. Neither Lu Ling nor Lu Shuqing was afraid of Yi Feng. Although Lu Shuqing had a high opinion of Yi Feng, it was impossible to grow to such a high level in such a short period of time. Now they have a total of 9 people in Yunhuang Academy, including Lu Ling, who has a cultivation base of 2,200 years. It must be extremely easy to capture Yi Feng. Yi Feng calmed down, raised his hand, and glanced at Lu Shuqing, who was also calm. Hand over the space roll fragments, and then leave. I will let you go. Haha, let us go. Who do you think you are? A 2,000-year-old scholar of Yunhuang Academy laughed loudly. You are just a brat with a 1,000-year cultivation. Don't you think you are the savior of the world? It means that you are not willing to listen? Yi Feng squinted his eyes. If you want to snatch the space roll fragments, you can't do it with a void vine. Lu Ling said disdainfully, I will let you know that some young people only know how to be heroes, but they don't have the strength to be heroes, and they will only become bears in the end. For Yi Feng, who snatched Lu Ling's space roll fragments, he has always held a grudge, and of course he will not be merciful when they meet again at this time. Even if Yi Feng took the initiative to get out of the way now, Lu Ling would not let him go. As for Lu Shuqing, he doesn't think Yi Feng is a difficult character for them to deal with. At this time, only cultivators under 5,000 years can enter the sunflower water demon realm, and he doesn't have to be afraid of the terrifying powerhouse from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace Advent. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't move away, Lu Shuqing was clearly aware of the conflict between Lu Ling and Yi Feng. At this moment, in this world where no one else exists, he finally showed his murderous intent. To kill me? Yi Feng smiled softly. He didn't pay attention to it. It was too early to deal with him based on the guys from Yunhuang Academy in front of him. Hearing Lu Shuqing's order, the 8 Yunhuang Academy scholars, including Lu Ling, immediately launched an attack on Yi Feng in the middle. Among the scrolls, high-spirited, pen and ink swords invaded. All of a sudden, the wind was surging, and the 8 masters of the Dao realm from Yunhuang Academy shot at the same time, causing the world to change color. Like the eve of an approaching storm, the wind and thunder surged, and the spiritual energy of the world condensed into whirlwinds, sweeping towards Yi Feng. Sword, 9 days a day. Without hesitation, Yi Feng held the ancient dragon sword in his hand, gathered the power of the second sunshine sun, and swept out dozens of golden sunshine sword chi one after another, as if to break open the space. What? As soon as the sword energy came out, everyone was shocked. This Yi Feng, who only had 1,000 years of cultivation, was able to display such tyrannical swordsmanship. Is the genius of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace really so terrifying? Subconsciously, each of them prepared to dodge. They couldn't resist such sword energy at all. The gap was too great. If they are surrounded by sword energy, each of them will have only one way to die. However, when they were just about to leave, they suddenly discovered that their bodies were frozen at this moment, and they couldn't even move a bit. Wrapping sword technique. Yi Feng didn't smile until now, watching the bright sun sword energy sweep across the world. Within the body, the space was broken, and the void emerged, and the 8 people trapped by his sword skills were swallowed up by the sword light in an instant. No bones remained. With one move of swordsmanship, 8 people were beheaded. Yi Feng took a step forward, his eyes fixed on Lu Shucheng, who was the only one left. This kid had maintained a good relationship with Yi Feng when he was in the ancient ruins, but at this moment, his true colors were revealed. Seeing his senior brothers being beheaded by Yi Feng with a sword, Lu Shucheng's expression changed. "How dare you kill my brothers?" Lu Shucheng's face turned livid. "You are all going to kill me, why can't I resist? Could it be that you are the only ones who can kill others in this world, and others can't kill you?" Yi Feng sneered, and took another step forward. A terrifying aura enveloped the audience. Feeling the murderous aura on Yi Feng's body, Lu Shucheng suddenly felt uneasy. "Brother Yi, you are indeed a gift from heaven, and your future achievements will be limitless." Lu Shucheng hurriedly said, "I will hand over the space rule fragments to you. I still have important things to do, and I will meet them later. If you want to leave, how can it be so easy?" Yi Feng smiled lightly. The ancient dragon sword waved his hand, and the sword energy flew across. Puff! Lu Shucheng was dumbfounded, but his head had already been chopped off by Yi Feng, and then the force of nirvana exploded, blowing Lu Shucheng into pieces. As for the fragments of space rules on Lu Shucheng's body, Yi Feng kept them in his hands. This could help Su Feiying or other women improve their understanding of the power of space. Naturally, he would not return them to the 2 water demons. In Yunhuang Academy, a total of 9 genius cultivators who came to the Kueishui demon realm were instantly destroyed. This was a situation that no one expected. Even before they could display the power of Yunhuang's holy light, they had already been beheaded by Yi Feng. They died unjustly. I'm afraid they wouldn't understand until the end of their lives. Why is there such a terrifying fighting power? The 2 water demons were stunned behind Yi Feng. Originally they thought that with Yi Feng, a boy who had just cultivated for 1,000 years, even if he wanted to save them, he would definitely be unable to do so, but the situation before them shocked them a lot. 2 swords, just 2 swords, a burst of terrifying power swept away, and wiped out the terrifyingly powerful 9 members of Yunhuang Academy, leaving none behind. The water demon princess was stunned, and Shui Jiji was also stunned. They are all gone, you 2 can rest assured. Yi Feng turned his head and said lightly, he didn't have any special feelings about these 2 water monsters, but the other party might belong to the water monster royal family, so he made a move. For that water demon man, Yi Feng despises water disease. In a critical moment, he even abandoned the water demon princess and wanted to escape alone, which shows that this guy is not a good guy. Of course, Yi Feng wanted to ask something from the 2 of them, but he would not say anything more. His purpose is not here. Thank you, young man, thank you very much, young man. Shui Jiji showed joy on his face, and quickly bowed to Yi Feng again and again, obviously shocked by Yi Feng's strength, and at the same time, because Yi Feng saved his life, it made him feel happy. What is there to be thankful for? The water demon princess immediately reacted, her lovely eyes stared at Yi Feng, showing a vigilant look. Every human being is a sinister and cunning generation, even if this guy appeared to save us, it may not be out of good intentions. You look, the space roll fragment was snatched away by him. Seeing this, the water monster man Shui Jiji's heart skipped a beat, as if it really was so. After the scene at Yunhuang Academy just now, Shui Jiji didn't really trust human beings, and now he became vigilant along with Princess Water Demon. Young man, we discovered the space roll fragment first, can you return it to us? I'm sorry, the fragments of space rules are useful to me, but I can't give them to you. Yi Feng shook his head, glanced at the 2 water demons, and then asked, do you know the water demon royal family? The water demon royal family? The water demon princess and Shui Jizhou looked at each other, and they saw more vigilance in each other's eyes. Although Princess Water Demon already disdained Shui Jizhou very much, under the current situation, she would rather stand by Shui Zhijiu than cooperate with Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng saved them, but Yi Feng is a human being. According to the experience of the seniors of the Water Demon royal family, all human beings are despicable and shameless, and they cannot be believed at all. Once they believe in human beings, they will be in bad luck. Now, the Yi Feng in front of him must be the same. He deliberately approached, it must be just to get some benefits. At this moment, when he asked about the Water Demon royal family, he must have started to show his evil feet. Water Demon royal family, I haven't heard of it. What are you doing with the Water Demon royal family? The Water Demon princess pretended not to know, and asked back. It's nothing, I just want to inform them of a message. Yi Feng glanced at Princess Water Demon and smiled faintly, this world is about to be destroyed. If your elders have the power to comprehend the power of Xian-level space, let them take you away as soon as possible. Since you have never heard of the Water Demon royal family, then I'm leaving first, goodbye. Yi Feng didn't quite believe what the other party said, but since the other party said he hadn't heard of it, he definitely didn't want him to know, and it wouldn't be of much use to stay any longer. Even if you follow up afterwards, it is more reliable than staying behind. The power of space flickered, and Yi Feng's figure disappeared instantly. The Water Demon princess and Shui Zhiji looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. The human being who saved them just took the space rule fragments and left like this? This is not scientific. Especially the Water Demon princess, the impression of human beings in her heart is despicable and shameless, but this one in front of her doesn't seem to be as bad as her impression. Moreover, the Kwai Water Demon realm is about to be destroyed? This is impossible. No, this person has mastered the power of space. No matter where we go, we are still within his surveillance range. It is very likely that he wants to put a long line to catch big fish. The Water Demon princess thought so, and the more she thought about it, the more likely it was, yes, it must be like this. In this case, she would not be able to return to the Water Demon royal family at this time. Water disease, let's look elsewhere to see if there are any other rule fragments. Although the Water Demon princess doesn't like the disease of water, she can only be with him now, otherwise it would be too dangerous, and I don't know why. Now many adventurous human cultivators have come to the Sunflower Water Demon world. Could it be that the Kwai Water Demon realm is really about to be destroyed? The Water Demon princess thought in her heart, feeling a little uneasy. Seeing that the princess didn't seem to blame him, Shui Zhiji couldn't help being overjoyed, and then followed the Water Demon princess to fly to another place. 100 miles away, Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness covered the Water Demon princess and water disease, and he followed behind the two water demons calmly. With his strength, it was completely easy for him to follow those two water demons without being discovered. The rule fragments can be collected in the Kuei Water Demon realm. In addition, the affairs of the Water Demon royal family can be done slowly. 10 years is enough. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Suddenly, from the direction of the two water monsters, several tyrannical auras suddenly appeared. Huh? There are 7 people in total, and everyone's aura is very strong, at least much stronger than the people from Yunhuang Academy just now. Yi Feng's heart trembled, and he observed it carefully. At this time, the 7 people who appeared in front of them, just like everyone in Yunhuang Academy, stopped in front of the two water monsters, and near them, there was a faint aura of regular fragments. Neither the Water Demon princess nor Shui Zhiji thought that they would be in crisis again so soon after they escaped from the tiger's mouth. A breath of regular fragments emanated from the deep sea nearby, but around the two monsters, there appeared 7 human cultivators with extremely strong breaths. It turned out to be 2 water demons. One of the leaders is carrying a thunder blade on his back, with a rough face. He is one of the world's geniuses, the Thunder Blade. Seeing the 2 water demons, Lei Dao didn't talk nonsense, and Lei Dao came out of its sheath. If they kill the water demon, they will be able to obtain the inner alchemy of the water demon, which can more or less absorb the spiritual energy in it to improve their cultivation. For human cultivators, the inner alchemy of the demon cultivator is quite useful, especially when they attain the Tao realm. The demon cultivator Niden. Demon cultivators who have attained the Tao realm have already condensed the Tao fruit, swallowed the Tao fruit, can also have some understanding of the power they have mastered, and enhance their own strength. Therefore, no matter if it is Lei Dao or anyone else in the Dade world, they will definitely not easily let them go when they encounter the water demon. Tian Lei, Mad Saber. With a loud shout from Lei Dao, Tian Lei Quan Dao slashed at the two water monsters, and instantly the purple lightning thundered, flashing thunder, and a piece of lightning filled the entire space in an instant. The water demon princess and the disease of water have nowhere to escape. Sunflower curtain. The two immediately displayed their own defensive methods, combined together, and layers of true energy barriers surrounded them. But soon the two of them despaired, because the defensive barrier they had displayed could not withstand even a single bit of it under Lei Kuang Dao that day. The sword chi is violent, the lightning is vertical and horizontal, and the thunder knife grid is violently shown. Dragon sword art, keep the sword technique. Just at this time, a voice familiar to the two water demons sounded again, and then layers of sword energy barriers swept out, surrounding the two water demons. Tian Lei Quandao's incomparably violent thunder knife grid instantly bombarded the layers of sword energy barriers, and a burst of incomparably terrifying movements erupted. The sound shook the sky, dust and smoke scattered, and even the space trembled. Who? Lei Dao's eyes lit up, and someone suddenly appeared to resist his attack, which was really unexpected. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, a young monk in black clothes appeared in front of everyone, with a simple long sword in his hand, and wisps of tyrannical power lingered around him. Yi Feng. Lei Dao realized in an instant that the target of this trip, Yi Feng, appeared in front of him. It's really hard to find a place when you step through the iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. Seeing this, Yin Xiaokue, the gloomy and cold woman beside Lei Dao, smiled faintly. Yi Feng, I heard that you are very talented. Today I want to see how talented you really are. While Yin Xiaokue made a sound, he pulled out the silver jade blood whip wrapped around his waist, and a burst of bloodthirsty aura suddenly emanated, covering the whole field with a layer of gloomy and cold aura. Are you here to find me? Yi Feng's consciousness spread out, and he probed the rule fragment under the deep sea, and found that it was not a rule fragment, but a rule stone. The rule stone has condensed the power of rules into a small stone, and the power of rules contained in it is more than 10 times more than the rule fragments. This stone of rules is not a stone of space rules, but a stone of ocean rules. It absorbs the power in it and can help practitioners understand the power of the ocean. In Xiaoqing Tian, the power of the sea is considered a good power, but for Yi Feng, it is useless at all. Of course, this does not mean that the ocean rule stone is of no use to Yi Feng. If Yi Feng gets it, he can give it to other people on Peach Blossom Island, so that they can comprehend one more kind of power. Higher quality. His eyes returned to Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue, and he sized them up a few times. You all have reincarnation-level magic weapons, but it's a pity that the power of my comprehension is too weak, and I'm still vulnerable. Vulnerable? Hearing Yi Feng's evaluation of Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue, the other 5 cultivators in the Great Virtue World suddenly laughed out loud. This guy named Yi Feng didn't know the strength of Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue at all, so he was so arrogant, really deserved to be caught by them. Yi Feng, since you said that senior brother and senior sister are vulnerable, I'd like to come and try to see if you are really that powerful. Among them, a thin young man with 3,000 years of cultivation stood up, and with a wave of his hand, he held an eternal long sword in his hand. Although you have an ancient magic weapon and inherit the dragon sword, but you only have 1,000 years of cultivation, how can you be my opponent? The thin young man said arrogantly, and then a sword energy was thrown out, sweeping towards Yi Feng. Small tricks. Yi Feng waved the sword in his hand, casually, and a burst of nirvana force was released, immediately blasting away the opponent's sword energy. Immediately afterwards, it will be 9 days on Sunday. The golden sword light scattered out, and finally condensed into a sword light, which swept towards the thin young man in an instant, and with just one sword, the thin young man was knocked out of his wits. Die. Burned by the power of the second sun, the thin young man couldn't even make a scream, and was directly evaporated by the extremely high temperature. The provocateur, no bones left. This scene shocked the rest of the Dade world at the same time. This Yi Feng only has 1,000 years of cultivation, but only one sword is needed to deal with the 3,000 years of Dade world genius. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue squinted their eyes. Even if it was them, they would not be able to kill the skinny young man as easily as Yi Feng. Princess Water Demon and Shui Jiji were even more surprised and speechless. Unexpectedly, he was rescued by this human youth in black again. This time, does he still have plans? 1,000 years of cultivation, 3,000 years of cultivation with one sword, it is really shocking. You are too presumptuous. Lightning flashed in Lei Dao's eyes, and he swung the Sky Thunder Crazy Saber in his hand, aiming at Yi Feng. Blade light, Lei Ying, Yi Feng, die. The thunder knife condenses the power of thunder and lightning comprehended by the whole body, turning it into a bright knife light, and the power bursts out instantly, filling the entire space. A strong pressure immediately enveloped Yi Feng's whole body. This person has good strength. Although he has cultivated for more than 3,000 years, the power he has displayed is more than 4,000 years. Yi Feng became cautious. He actually paid more attention to the thunder knife. After all, the reincarnation-level magic weapon in the opponent's hand was not a simple thing. It exploded with extremely powerful power. Even Yi Feng couldn't ignore it. Although he has comprehended all kinds of powerful forces now, his helplessness is too low, and there is still a gap between them and the geniuses of these major forces. Of course, that doesn't mean he can't beat the opponent. The power of time. Yi Feng instantly condensed the power of orange time, and immediately, the entire surrounding space came under his control. Time slowed down, and the movement of Thunder Saber became extremely slow in his eyes. The power of time that Yi Feng comprehended belongs to the power of Qiyao, and it is the most high-end existence in Shangqingshan. Compared with the power of time in Xiaqing Tian, the power of time is even better, and its power is more than several times that of the former. At this moment, Yi Feng's power of time radiated out, instantly enveloping the thunder saber that exploded with violent lightning power. For a moment, the speed of the thunder saber became like a snail in Yi Feng's eyes. Sword, return to zero sword energy. Yi Feng waved the ancient dragon sword in his hand, the sword energy swept across, and the killing array emerged, and instantly a killing intent completely trapped the thunder saber, as if it was about to chop the thunder saber to pieces. Lei Dao felt that Yi Feng's speed suddenly became extremely fast, and a flash of sword light rushed towards his face in an instant, making it too late for him to react. Not good. Thunder Saber drew it instantly. Thunder and lightning spread all over his body, trying to resist Yi Feng's sword. Bang! With a loud noise, Yi Feng's zero-returning sword energy instantly defeated the thunderbolt that Lei Dao used to protect him, and the sword pierced through Lei Dao's armored chest. Thunder Dao's body instantly shattered, turning into a cloud of smoke, and at the same time as it dissipated, lightning flashed, making Yi Feng stunned. This is actually just the incarnation of Thunder Saber. Yi Feng immediately realized that what he killed just now was only the transformation spirit of the young man holding the Thunder Saber, or in other words, his young god. Although defeating the Thunder Saber's young god was enough to seriously injure the opponent and reduce his combat power by half, in the final analysis, he still couldn't kill the opponent with a single sword. The top geniuses in the Dade world are indeed quite powerful, unlike those guys from Yunhuang Academy, who are vulnerable to a single blow. Dare to destroy my young god, you are dead. The real body of Lei Dao appeared in the Dade world at the next moment, with a gloomy expression on his face. His young god would be wiped out by an opponent with 1,000 years of cultivation in this Kuei-shui demon realm. This is simply a great shame. What's more, if he hadn't been careful at the beginning, it wouldn't be his young god, but his real body that had been wiped out. Yin Xiaokuei flew in front of Lei Dao, and smiled faintly. Lei Dao, you are really going back as you live. The sword just now, even your young god, should be able to resist it in time. Unfortunately, your Yangshan reacted too slowly, and failed to exert the strongest defense power. Humph, you know what, a fart. Lei Dao snorted coldly, and was very disdainful to Yin Xiaokuei, who made sarcastic remarks. Although this son has only been cultivated for about 1,000 years, he has already comprehended the power of time. I was enveloped by the power of time just now, and the opponent's speed suddenly become extremely fast, and thus cannot mobilize maximum defense forces. The power of time? Yin Xiaokuei was a little surprised when he heard the words. The kid in front of him, who was the target of their trip, had only 1,100 years of cultivation, yet he was able to comprehend the power of time. This is too incredible. Even in their first-class world, the world of great virtues, or even the entire Immortal Kingdom Alliance, who can comprehend the power of time, which one is not the existence of tens of thousands of years of cultivation. The most monstrous genius, who can comprehend the power of time before becoming a fairy for 10,000 years, is considered an extreme talent. 1,100 years to comprehend the power of time. Do you think I will believe such absurd words? Yin Xiaokuei smiled faintly. The young god of Thunder Saber was destroyed, and now he must be looking for reasons for his own carelessness. Although Thunder Saber really shouldn't have missed the sword just now, but he used the power of time that the opponent had already comprehended to evade. This is too unbelievable. You do not believe? Lei Dao snorted coldly, very disdainful of Yin Xiaokuei's arrogance, and then provocatively said, if you don't believe it, you can try it yourself and you will know. Try it. I, Yin Xiaokuei, am not as incompetent as your thunder sword. Yin Xiaokuei took a step forward and waved the silver jade blood whip in his hand. Suddenly, a burst of blood power spread into the surrounding space, filling the whole space with blood. One didn't die, and the other figured out? Yi Feng chuckled, his attention was completely focused on Lei Dao's real body. No matter it was Lei Dao or Yin Xiaokuei, Yi Feng felt a kind of pressure from the two of them. If they were to join forces, Yi Feng might be defeated. Therefore, he must solve one of them first. The primary target, of course, is the Thunder Saber that has been destroyed by the young god. Although this guy has been destroyed by the young god, his fighting power is still stronger than the other cultivators. I want this knife. Yi Feng thought of Scar on Peach Blossom Island. As a magic weapon of reincarnation level, Tianlei Crazy Knife can obviously improve the combat power of a cultivator. If it is given to Scar, it will definitely raise his strength to another level. The sword energy flew across the sky, 9 days a day. The second level of Sunshine's power burst out instantly, and at the same time, Yi Feng condensed the power of the void, and his figure instantly shuttled to Lei Dao's side. Cut! Yi Feng shouted lightly, the golden sword energy shone, and the Thunder Saber turned pale with fright, and turned the Sky Thunder knife in his hand horizontally. He could only try to resist Yi Feng's sword energy in this way. However, in front of Yi Feng's offensive, mere reincarnation-level magic weapon could not resist at all. Yi Feng's Sunshine 9 Heavens sword chi split into several sword chi in an instant, bypassing Tianlei Crazy Saber from several directions, and killed the real body of Thunder Saber in an instant. Boom! At the last moment, Thunder Knife reversed the pill core and chose to self-destruct. Innocent. Yi Feng was calm and composed, his long sword flowed, and he guarded his sword skills. At the same time, the magic crystal wings spread out from behind him. This reincarnation-level magic weapon contains quite powerful sky-level space power, and Yi Feng can use it with ease. The power of the time pendant also released at this time, merging into Yi Feng's power of time. Facing the self-destruction of a powerful man in the Dao realm who could destroy the world, Yi Feng easily fled to the distance. At the same time, he did not forget to take away the reincarnation-level magic weapon, Tianlei Kudeo, and took the water demon princess with him. This guy actually blew himself up. Yin Xiaokui was right in front of Lei Dao, but she couldn't stop Yi Feng from killing Lei Dao. At this moment, Lei Dao exploded, and her heart was full of anger. This thunder knife, usually proud and unparalleled, but now easily died in the hands of a boy with 1,000 years of cultivation. It is a shame to the world of great virtues. Yin Xiaokui didn't have time to think about anything, and immediately used the power of space to escape, but with the power of Earth-level space she had comprehended, she didn't have time to completely leave the range of the Thunder Saber's self-detonation. Ahem. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out from Yin Xiaokui's mouth. She originally wanted to kill Yi Feng, but before she could do it, she was forced back by her own self-detonation, and even caused her serious injuries. Yi Feng, the next time we meet, it will be your death day. Yin Xiaokui fled far away, thinking coldly in his heart. As for the other cultivators from the great virtue world, of course they couldn't escape the range of the Thunder Saber's self-explosion, and the entire army was wiped out. Sunflower Water Demon Realm, the seaside. Yi Feng took the Water Demon Princess and fled away in an instant, and came to a place hundreds of miles away. The movement of the thunder knife self-destructing in the distance could still be felt, and the seawater in that area was evaporated. With that kind of power, if Yi Feng hadn't escaped, he definitely wouldn't have survived. After all, a strong man with more than 3,000 years of self-explosion is as powerful as a full blow from a strong man with 4,000 or 5,000 years of self-cultivation. Not everyone has the guts to gather all their strength to blow themselves up before the moment. Even if they have the guts, most people don't have enough time to react. Whether it is strength or reaction speed, Thunder Knife is worthy of being a genius in the Dade world. The moment Yi Feng was about to kill him, he was able to reverse the self-explosion of the core. If he hadn't been beheaded by Yi Feng now, he would definitely become a strong one in the future, and the Sky Thunder Knife in his hand would be enough to dominate one side. Of course, now, the reincarnation-level magic weapon, Sky Thunder Crazy Knife, has been owned by Yi Feng, and it will become Peach Blossom Island, Scar's weapon in the near future. The Water Demon Princess was also obviously taken aback by the explosion of the Thunder Knife just now, until Yi Feng led her away 100 miles away, and finally came back to her senses, feeling scared for a while. You saved me again. Princess Water Demon's tone was a little trembling. What happened today was really exciting. Originally she just went out for a walk with Shui Jiji, but she didn't expect to meet so many bad guys. She almost lost her life. Fortunately, there was this young man named Yi Feng who repeatedly helped. Thinking of this, the Water Demon Princess raised her head, and finally took a closer look at Yi Feng's face, and found that there was a bit of incomprehensible thought in the young man's eyes, but it seemed that he really didn't have any plans for her. Sorry, I can't save that water disease in time, otherwise we wouldn't be able to escape. Yi Feng said with a chuckle. In fact, according to the situation at the time, Yi Feng would do nothing if he saved one more Shui Jiji, but he felt that Shui Jiji's character was not good enough, so he didn't make a move, and let him be killed in the self-explosion of the Thunder Knife, leaving no bones live. This is troublesome. After listening to Yi Feng's words, the Water Demon Princess obviously knew that Shui Jiji couldn't survive such a strong person's self-destruction, and her face sank immediately. Why? Yi Feng asked lightly. Sorry, I didn't tell you the truth before. The Water Demon Princess thought for a while, and finally decided to compromise and confess, swallowed, and said, Actually, Shui Jiji and I are both members of the Water Demon royal family. I am the Water Demon Princess, Shui Yuewa. And Shui Jiji is the son of the left minister of the Water Demon royal family, and now he is walking with me, and he died outside, it must be very troublesome. The son of the left prime minister? Yifeng squinted his eyes. He didn't expect that Shui Zhijiu would have such an identity, but a fourth-class world son of the left minister of the Yao clan dynasty is nothing in Yifeng's eyes. In terms of identity, Yifeng's identity as the holder of the dragon sword is something that many first-class world powerhouses are concerned about, but Shui Zhiji, the son of the left-hand minister of the water demon royal family, is not cared about by anyone in Xia Qingshan character of. Yes, Shui Zhiji is the son of Prime Minister Zhua. Shui Yuewa nodded, and said worriedly, the Zhuoshan faction, now the power is in the hands of the government and the public, and he has 4,000 years of cultivation, covering the sky with one hand in the Water Emperor city. The disease of water is based on Zhuoshan. You approached me and invited me to travel together, but now you are dying outside, I am afraid. It's not that I didn't save him, but I could only save one person at that time. Could it be that his prime minister would rather the princess die for his son? Yifeng smiled faintly, this is a rebellious thought. In his eyes, let alone a mere princess like me, even if my father comes, it can't compare to his son's life. Shui Yuewa shook her head, her eyebrows frowned slightly, all in all, things are very troublesome now. Yifeng was holding the simple dragon sword, carrying the water moon flower, to display the power of space, and returned to the place where the thunder knife exploded in an instant. Here, the ocean rule stone still exudes its own power, and it was collected by Yifeng. After getting the ocean rule stone, Yifeng said to Shui Yuehua, anyway, I was ordered to inform you the water demon royal family that the sunflower water demon realm is about to be destroyed, that's why there are so many rule fragments, and even sure. You can convince your father that if your water monster royal family is willing, you can come with me, and I can take you to a safe place. Yifeng doesn't care about the water demon royal family's left hand, he just needs to complete the instructions given to him by the sunflower dragon. Could it be that the news that the Kueishui demon realm will be destroyed is true? Shui Yuehua's heart trembled. Before, she didn't believe what Yifeng said, but now it seems that Yifeng has no other intentions, and he won't lie to her by talking about such things. Of course it's true, believe it or not, it's up to you. Yifeng smiled faintly. Then, young man, would you like to go back to Water Emperor City with me? Shui Yuehuaqiao had a look of anticipation on her face. You can discuss with my father about the destruction of the Kueishui demon realm. I believe my father will satisfy you. Yifeng listened to Shui Yuehua's words, thought for a moment in his heart, and then nodded. To do what the sunflower dragon entrusted, Yifeng would definitely have to negotiate with the emperor of the water demon royal family. As for how to win the other party's trust and successfully complete the sunflower dragon's entrustment, it all depended on Yifeng's ability. Anyway, with Yifeng's cultivation base and the Yen skeletal dragon demon hiding in the dark, it is impossible for Yifeng to encounter any danger in the sunflower water demon realm. The Yank dragon demon followed Yifeng to the Kueishui demon realm, but was soon sent into the bloodstone space by Yifeng. With such a big guy, it is very inconvenient for him to move behind him, just let him come out at a critical moment. Let's go, head to Water Emperor City. Yifeng nodded, and said to Shui Yuehua, his spiritual consciousness spread around, but he didn't find any figure of everyone in Dade World just now. On the contrary, Yifeng caught a trace of the girl's aura holding the reincarnation level whip, but at this time, she was far away and was no longer nearby. The compromising water demon princess, Shui Yuewa showed a charming smile on her face, and pointed her jade hand in one direction on the ocean. Young man, this way, the Water Emperor City is 3,000 miles away. For Yifeng, the distance of 3,000 miles came within a blink of an eye. Yifeng nodded, and the power of space teleported forward with Shui Yuewa. This ocean is vast. The entire Kueishui demon world is divided into dozens of different countries and dynasties, half of which are established in the ocean. In this world, there are many water demons, and the air is filled with the power of water, which is extremely rich. Cultivating the power of the water system in the Kueishui demon realm must be very effective, but it is a pity that this world is about to be destroyed, and there will be no chances in the future. Yi Feng took the water demon princess Shuiyuewa and soon arrived at the capital of the water demon royal family, Water Emperor City. Water Emperor City is located at the bottom of the ocean, tens of thousands of meters away from the sea surface. In the deep sea, there is such a city belonging to the water demon. In the Kueishui demon realm, the number of demon cultivators accounted for more than 99%, and there were only a small number of human cultivator slaves brought back from other worlds. In the capital of the water demon royal family, the Water Emperor City, the characteristics of the sunflower water demon world are displayed to the fullest. Walking and swimming all over the streets are all water demons that have turned into human forms one after another. In this fourth-class world, it is an important moment for Yao Xiao to transform into a human form after 100 years of cultivation and condensing into a young god. When he got here, Yi Feng had no choice but to follow Shuiyuehua. Along the way, almost all the demon cultivators cast respectful gazes at Shuiyuehua. All the demon cultivators had a high respect for this princess of the water demon royal family. However, these demon cultivators were not friendly to Yi Feng, who was next to Shuiyuehua, and some demon cultivators even showed provocative and disdainful expressions towards him. This world is really not very friendly to human monks. Yi Feng thought to himself, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, he didn't want to stay in this place all the time. It's just that these demon cultivators have such emotions, and it seems a little troublesome to take them all out of this world. After all, it is difficult to arrange a place for them if they hate human monks so much. At least, the world of cultivating immortals and the earth are definitely not suitable. If there is really no choice, the star refining realm seems to be pretty good. The current star refining realm has turned into a barren, vast sea area, which is not much different from the general environment of the sunflower water demon realm. Shaking his head, Yi Feng put this matter on the back of his mind. No matter what, it is the most important thing to convince the water demon emperor that the sunflower water demon world is about to perish. Following Shuiyuehua, Yi Feng quickly saw a majestic palace in the water. In the depths of the ocean, there was no barrier to separate the sea water like the last inheritance place of the Alchemy Star Valley. The demon cultivators here are born to survive and cultivate in the deep sea, and all palaces and houses are built directly in the sea water. In the entire city, there are almost no ordinary sea creatures. Any fish, shrimp, or crab has the talent of cultivation. After reaching 100 years of cultivation, it can transform into a human form. My father is in the palace, come with me. Shuiyuehua nodded to Yi Feng with a smile, passed the guards first, and entered the majestic water demon palace. Yi Feng followed closely, and the demon cultivator guards along the way were all powerful existences with 2,000 or 3,000 years of cultivation. Seeing Yi Feng's unfriendly eyes, Yi Feng believed that if he hadn't come here with Shuiyuehua, he might have been killed by these people at this time. The demon cultivators surrounded them, ready to kill them. Along the way, the scene of the palace in the water is so beautiful. Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness didn't spread too far, so as not to be considered as disrespecting the other party's behavior and cause any misunderstanding. Soon, Shuiyuehua brought him to a magnificent palace. Young Xia, wait here for a while, I will find someone to inform my father, so that he can come to see you. Shuiyuehua bowed and smiled. That doesn't seem right? Yi Feng smiled lightly, I should go see him, right? You saved me twice, and it's only right for my father to come to see you in person. Shuiyuehua said, bowed and smiled again, and then exited the magnificent palace. Yi Feng looked outside the hall, and saw 2 demon cultivator guards with 3,000 years of cultivation were guarding the entrance of the magnificent hall. Shuiyuehua left straight away, and quickly disappeared from his eyes. Around the exchange of shares, There are many beautiful patterns engraved on the surrounding walls of this magnificent palace. Yifeng scanned it and found that these patterns seemed to tell a story. This is Senior Kuishui Shenlong? Yifeng became interested. The picture in this palace actually depicts the senior Kuishui Shenlong. At the same time, there is a young girl beside the huge Shenlong soul. The two are very close. It should be the Kuishui maid. Yifeng looked at each of the pictures, but saw that these pictures told a distant story. 1,000 years ago, the maid of sunflower water was also the princess of the water demon royal family, but she met a human monk from the outside world. The human monk was carrying an ancient sword and got acquainted with the water demon princess at that time. At the same time, he condensed the 3 souls and 7 souls of the water demon princess into the soul of the dragon, and asked her to practice the dragon sword art. It's not right. Yifeng frowned. The positions in these patterns seemed to be completely on the side of demon cultivators, and they were very unfriendly to the human cultivator with the ancient sword on his back. Not only do they regard the dragon sword Ju as an evil method, but they also think that the 3 souls and 7 souls of the water demon princess have been refined into an evil thing. The sunflower dragon is actually regarded as an enemy by these water demons. No wonder, Kuishui Shenlong can't come in person. Yifeng had a bad premonition in his heart. He frowned slightly and continued to look down, only to see that the story was developing very fast. The human monk with the ancient sword on his back was about to take the water demon princess away after harming the water demon princess, but was soon blocked by the water demon royal family. The water demon royal family dispatched an extremely powerful young man to fight the human monk for hundreds of rounds, and finally beheaded him with a single sword, saving the water demon princess. It's a pity that although the princess was rescued, she still couldn't survive due to the invasion of evil methods by human monks, and soon passed away. Ridiculous. Yifeng chuckled and shook his head. The stories expressed in these patterns are completely distorted facts. 1,000 years ago, how could his previous dragon sword master be beheaded by the demon cultivator here? How could the sunflower dragon be an evil existence? The water demon princess is also in the dragon sword immortal palace now. Why did she die? It seems that these patterns were completely fabricated by the water demon royal family to distort the facts. The purpose of the design was nothing more than to discredit human monks and show the power of the water demon royal family. Look, there was no monster cultivator who could stop such a tyrannical human monk back then, but only the youth of the water demon royal family could kill him. The royal family is powerful, which can be seen. However, in Yifeng's eyes, this was extremely ridiculous. He's here. The voice of Shu Yuewa came over at this moment, and then a tyrannical aura enveloped the entire hall. Yifeng frowned slightly. Ever since he saw these patterns, he felt something was wrong. The ancient dragon sword was held in his hands. He turned his head and saw that Shu Yuewa came with a group of people, and a majestic momentum enveloped the audience. Right next to Shu Yuewa, a middle-aged man in a black robe was not angry, and he did not hide the hostility towards Yifeng in his eyes. Until now, how did Yifeng not know that he was cheated by the water demon princess? The middle-aged man in the black robe was, of course, a member of the water demon royal family. Master Zhua, it turns out that he is just a human kid with 1,000 years of cultivation. Behind the black-robed man, a fish demon smiled disdainfully. When he didn't see Yifeng, he thought Yifeng would be such a strong guy, but he only had 1,000 years of cultivation. It's only been 1,000 years of cultivation, yet it can kill my son. The black-robed man called Left Prime Minister had an extremely fierce look on his face, and his eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Yifeng. It was this human monk in front of him who had only cultivated for a mere 1,000 years, but actually beheaded his son who had cultivated for more than 2,000 years. Hateful, too hateful. Left Prime Minister, your son's name is Shui Zhiji? Yi Feng listened to the other party's conversation. He couldn't help but smiled and said, "Could it be that the princess told you that I can't kill your son? Isn't it? Despicable human." On the left, the black-robed man Shui Jiwu snarled, took a step forward, and blocked the gate of the hall, exuding a powerful aura. Ridiculous. Yi Feng glanced at the water demon princess Shui Yuehua, who was standing behind Zhuxiang Shui Jiwu, and knew that this water demon princess had turned black and white, and even said that he killed Shui Jiji. "Princess, if I kill Shui Ji, will I come here with you?" Yi Feng questioned. "Humph, a human monk like you is too despicable. If I hadn't used some means, you wouldn't have followed obediently." Shui Yuehua is proud, and now that she has the support of the left minister, she is not afraid of the human being in front of her at all, and she can even catch him and enslave him. She turned her head sideways and said to Zhuxiang Shui, "Uncle Zhuxiang, although this human being has only 1,100 years of cultivation, his real strength is very strong. Even a strong man with 3,000 years of cultivation is no match for him. Don't be careless. You said you managed to trick him when they were fighting amongst themselves." Zhuxiang Shui Jiwu's eyes were extremely cold. "Since you are here, then don't leave. Someone, arrest him and torture him." Zhuxiang gave an order, and immediately several demon cultivators with 3,000 years of cultivation came forward and surrounded Yi Feng in the center of the hall. Ridiculous. Yi Feng shook his head and didn't say anything more. In the current situation, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. This demon cultivator in the sunflower water demon world has too much prejudice against human beings. He even rescued the water demon princess Shui Yuehua twice. Of course, Yi Feng has enough trump cards. With his current strength, he will not encounter too dangerous a situation in the Kuei-Shui demon realm, unless too many 4,000 years of cultivation powers attack together to threaten him. In the Kuei-Shui demon realm, most of the powerhouses, including Zhuxiang Shuihua, are stuck at the hurdle of 4,000 years of cultivation. After a 1,000-year cultivation base, every time one improves a 1,000-year cultivation base, one will encounter a bottleneck, but the bottleneck of a 1,000-year cultivation base is relatively easy to overcome. After 10,000 years of becoming a fairy, it is not so easy to overcome the bottleneck encountered every 10,000 years of cultivation. For example, the giant Qi is still stuck at the 70,000-year cultivation. Of course, for the demon cultivators in the Kuei-Shui demon world, it is not so easy to encounter bottlenecks every millennium. Wanting to cross the bottleneck of cultivation is closely related to one's own cultivation talent, as well as the condensed Dao fruit and the power one possesses. It may be an easy bottleneck for Yi Feng, but for these demon cultivators in the sunflower water demon realm, they cannot overcome it in their lifetime. Because of this, in the Kuei-Shui demon world, the highest cultivation level is only over 4,000 years, and there may not be a single person with a cultivation level of 5,000 years. There are not many top experts with 4,000 years of cultivation in the entire sunflower water demon realm, so Yi Feng doesn't have to worry about too many such existences coming together to deal with him. Want to catch me? Kill me? Then you all come. Yi Feng held the simple dragon sword across his chest, his eyes were full of indifference. He raised his head and looked at the many demon cultivators around him without any fear. Do it. Zhuxiang Shui Jiwu gave an order, and immediately those 3,000-year-old demon cultivators surrounded by Yi Feng displayed their strongest power and swept towards Yi Feng. Sword, keep the sword technique. Yi Feng moved casually, swung his long sword, and layers of sword energy barriers were piled up beside him. The layers of sword energy barriers condensed with the power of the void easily resisted the attacks of several demon cultivators who had cultivated for 3,000 years, and then a burst of nirvana erupted. Sword, return to zero sword energy. The killing formation was activated, the killing intent scattered, and the infinite aura enveloped the entire hall, followed by a flash of dark sword light, and one of the powerful demon cultivators with a cultivation base of 3,000 years spurted fresh blood at this moment, and fell to the ground on his back. Bang! The demon cultivator exploded, leaving no bones left, causing Xuanhuan mist at the entrance of the hall to narrow his eyes slightly. The strength of this human monk is really extraordinary, but that's all. The power he possesses is very powerful. If I can comprehend the power he possesses and take it as my own, I will be able to break through the bottleneck of 4,000 years of cultivation and even reach a higher level. The left phase, water mist, stared at Yi Feng, who was protected by layers of sword energy barriers in the middle of the field, as if he was staring at a huge treasure. Xuanhuan stood aside, her mind was completely on Yi Feng. Originally, Xuanhuan's death made her do not know how to explain to Xuanxiang, but now, pushing all this on Yi Feng made her feel very witty. Anyway, all the human monks are despicable and shameless, and if they die, they will die. These demon cultivators mostly comprehend the power of the ocean, which belongs to the power of the water system. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he flipped his hands over, and a power of real fire was condensed immediately, turning into countless sword qi, and spreading out towards the surroundings. Among the 5 elements, water overcomes fire. However, when the fire is strong enough to a certain extent, it may not be impossible to restrain it in reverse and completely evaporate the power of water. Sunday is 9 days. Yi Feng gave a soft drink, and the ancient dragon sword swept out, the power of real fire condensed into countless sword qi, instantly enveloped the hall. What a powerful flame! The many demon cultivators who besieged Yi Feng were startled, and each used their strongest defenses, but they were shocked to find that with their 3,000 years of cultivation, they were unable to extinguish Yi Feng's flame sword energy. What kind of fire is this? The demon cultivators were shocked. It's the fire that kills you. Yi Feng smiled lightly, and sprinted forward with his long sword. The power of the real fire was even stronger, and the power of the sword was a little bit stronger. The next moment, several screams came out, and the swords formed by the power of the real fire sweeping with qi, he couldn't hold on for long, and was beheaded one by one. The power of real fire is the strongest flame power from the upper clear sky, and its power level is much higher than all the flames in this world. Too strong. The power of Yi Feng's real fire was revealed, his face was full of flames imprinted with the fog of left phase water, and his eyes were full of excitement. If such a powerful flame power is mastered by him, he can easily dominate the entire sunflower water demon world. In the hands of a human monk who has only cultivated for 1,000 years, this flame power is simply wasted, reckless. Is this the case? In the hall, the smoke disappeared, and in an instant, those monster cultivators who besieged Yi Feng were all killed, not a single bone was left behind. At the entrance of the hall, only Xuanhuan and Princess Xuanhuan were left. Xuanhuan's eyes were full of greed, but Xuanhuan's eyes were full of surprise. He never thought that this human monk was really so powerful. It seemed that it was no accident that he killed the young man named Thunder Sword not long ago. Human monk, I will give you a chance to dedicate your Dao fruit to Master Xuanxiang, but I will spare you. Xuanhuan mist slowly stepped out of the hall, the black robe on his body was fluttering with the wind, looking extremely chic and calm. Let me offer Dao fruit? The corner of Yi Feng's mouth turned up slightly. Do you think that after swallowing my Dao fruit, you will be able to comprehend those powers? With your talent, I'm afraid you won't be able to comprehend one of the powers until you die of old age. His words were a bit hurtful, but of course Yi Feng wouldn't care at this time. The other party was ready to take his life and swallowed his Dao fruit. Did he still need to take care of the other party's face? While speaking, Yi Feng glanced at the water demon Princess Xuanhuan, behind Xuanhuan, and smiled faintly. I don't know why you still call people to deal with me after I saved you twice. If only because I am a human monk, that is really ridiculous. Those who repay kindness with hatred will eventually be spurned by everyone. Regardless of Kuei Shueishanlong's entrustment, anyway, now he doesn't have any good feelings for the water demon princess. No matter how ridiculous it is, can you laugh now? Shui Yuehua showed disdain on her face. Uncle Zhuxiang will catch you soon, and at that time, you will be up to you whether you live or die. And the power you have comprehended will become our water demon royal family's treasure all. If you want to grab it, then come. Only indifference remained in Yifeng's expression. I don't know why the Kuei Shueishanlong made such a request. The water demon royal family in the Kuei Shui demon world has long been decayed, and they still want to rescue them. Even if such monster cultivators are rescued, it is unlikely that Yifeng will have anything to do with them in the future. Let them fend for themselves, that's all. It seems that you have seen some big scenes. Zhuxiang Shuijiwu stepped forward, and soon came not far from Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng's calm expression, he said something lightly. Big scene? That's right. Yifeng was non-committal. If you want to talk about a big scene, after the ancient ruins came out, the powerful man from the upper clear sky descended, which was a big scene. The arrival of the Earth Dragon sword body can be regarded as a big scene. The appearance of the superpowers from the ancient times of the Earth is also a big scene. But Yifeng really didn't think that what big scene he was facing in front of him. A water demon royal family of the fourth-class world, a left minister of the water demon royal family with a cultivation base of 4,000 years, dare to say what kind of big scene it is to make a move. Soon you will know that even if you have comprehended so much power, those powers cannot be displayed at all with your cultivation base. Zhuxiang Shuihua said condescendingly, now, I will give you a chance. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, and offer your Dao fruit, I can spare your life. Just hit it, where is there so much nonsense? Yifeng frowned slightly, since the other party didn't make a move, then he would make a move first. Before dealing with the water monsters with a cultivation base of 3,000 years, he didn't use the power of the wild ancient dragon and the power of the second sun, but now he should be able to use these two powers to deal with the Zhuxiang with a cultivation base of 4,000 years. Sword, 9 days a day. The sword light flickered, and the golden sword glow instantly filled the entire hall. Countless sword lights shattered the space from different directions, and swept towards the mist of Zhuxiang water in front of him, bringing up a terrifying storm, which seemed to tear the entire space apart. Zhuxiang didn't expect that Yifeng would dare to attack first, but soon he was relieved that if such a human monk with 1,100 years of cultivation did not attack him first, he might not even have a chance. However, do you think that as long as you make the first move, you will have a chance? You are too arrogant, and I will soon let you know that the gap in cultivation is irreparable, and your power will eventually become mine. Zhuxiang flew up with one hand, and suddenly a tyrannical water system force emerged, condensing into a water curtain, trying to resist Yifeng's golden sword energy. Puff puff puff. The difference in cultivation was manifested at this time. Even though Yifeng used the second level of sunshine power, he still failed to smash the opponent's defensive water curtain. However, Yifeng is not only good at attacking. Broken sword technique, broken. Yifeng turned the power of the sword tip, and suddenly a bright golden sword energy struck him. This is the sword breaking technique, which is specially used to break the defensive true energy shield. The golden sword light shone throughout the hall, so that Shui Yuehua, who was left at the entrance of the hall, could not see what was going on inside at all, and could only feel that the forces of both sides were colliding extremely strongly. With Uncle Zhuxiang's strength, he will definitely be able to eradicate this human monk in one fell swoop, and he can also seize the power in his body to benefit the water demon royal family. Shui Yuehua seemed to have seen the end of Yifeng. How could a human monk with a cultivation base of 1,100 years compare with Uncle Zhuxiang, who had a cultivation base of 4,000 years? Inside the hall, golden light shone, and then the power of the blue water system swept out violently. Blue and gold, the two sides confronted each other for a long time, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Human monk, your strength is indeed very strong, but do you think you can defeat me with this? Xuexiang Shuijiwu stepped back a few steps, and a figure in a black robe appeared in front of Shui Yuehua, and it seemed that she had suffered a small loss. Just now Yi Feng broke through his defensive water curtain with the breaking sword technique, and then the power of the sun invaded, the sword light flickered, and Xuexiang Shuiji was slightly injured, and he took several steps back to suppress the injury. My means are really nothing. Yi Feng's indifferent voice came out, but Mr. Xuexiang, you are so powerful, you were injured by me, don't you feel ashamed? Speak out loud, court death. The mist of Xuexiang Shui became angry from embarrassment, and he flipped his hands, and the force of violent waves surged in, filling the entire hall. Water burial. Xuexiang let out an angry roar. The tyrannical pressure came from the power of the waves that filled the entire hall, as if it wanted to crush Yi Feng to pieces. Ancient Tinglong. With Yi Feng's quaint dragon sword in his hand, his eyes burst out with brilliance. He is finally about to display the strongest power he has comprehended. Thanks to the readers of the main site, the support of the VIP tickets for the Broken Heart. Desolate Ancient Dragon, now. The strongest power that Yi Feng had comprehended was suddenly condensed on the tip of the sword by him, as if an ancient dragon roared out, pushing away the power of waves in the entire hall in an instant. What power? Zhuoxiang Shuihua felt the domineering power of Huanggu Tinglong, and his expression changed immediately. The level of this power is really too high. Even though he has 4,000 years of cultivation, it seems that he is still not Yi Feng's opponent. In terms of Zhuoxiang's strength, except for his cultivation, he was far behind Yi Feng in any aspect. The young god, Yi Feng's heaven-level young god, is the best among all heroes, while Zhuoxiang is only a Xian-level young god. The gap is huge. Dao fruit, Yi Feng is a Baron-level Dao fruit. Even in battle, it will enhance his swordsmanship power several times, and Zhuoxiang's Dao fruit is not top-notch at all. It has no effect in battle. It can only improve a little comprehension. The magic weapon is even further away. Yi Feng's magic weapon, the ancient dragon sword, is an immortal magic weapon. In the lower heavens, an immortal magic weapon is enough to create a first-class world. However, Zhuoxiang Shui Mist has no magic weapon at all, and what the demon cultivator can rely on is entirely his own power. Even with 4,000 years of cultivation, Zhuoxiang Shui's mist will still not be Yi Feng's opponent. Swordsmanship, desolate ancient Tinglong. The power of desolation spread throughout the audience, and Yi Feng used the first move of the 3 moves of swordsmanship left by the dragon sword itself, desolate ancient Tinglong. Of course, now Yi Feng's comprehension of this move is limited, and he can't display its full power. But using the power of the ancient Tinglong to display it, the power still surpasses other sword skills he has comprehended. Desolate ancient Tinglong, what kind of power is this, so overbearing, so desolate, as if it wants to swallow the whole world? Zhuoxiang Shuijiwu turned pale with fright, and without even thinking about it, he wanted to back away, but suddenly he found that his speed was far behind Yi Feng's Jianguang. The power of time, seal. Orange light flickered in Yi Feng's hand, and a deceleration space emerged, covering it with the mist of Zhuoxiang water. At this time, the Zhuoxiang Shui mist's movements were slowed down several times by Yi Feng, and he couldn't dodge the deadly sword at all. On the face of Zhuoxiang Shuijiwu, a frightened expression immediately appeared. Young Xia, it's all a misunderstanding, show mercy. Misunderstand? Yi Feng took a step forward, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Didn't you want to swallow my Dao fruit? Didn't you want to take my strength? Why now, you say this is a misunderstanding? Tell you, it's too late. Yi Feng took a step forward again, the power of the ancient Tinglong shot out brilliantly, and in an instant, Zhuoxiang Shui Mist's whole body began to turn into powder. On Zhuoxiang's face, there was still a look of fear and regret in his life. However, his vitality had been cut off by the power of Huanggu Tinglong. The power of the ancient Tinglong is taken from the body of the ancient Tinglong. The power possessed by the existence of the ancient times, countless years ago, is enough to turn everything into barrenness. At this moment, Prime Minister's body in black robe was like powder, shattered and died. Behind him, Shui Yuehua's eyes were full of unparalleled shock. Sui Xiang was actually killed by a human monk with a cultivation base of 1,100 years in front of her. How terrifying is this human monk? He must have hidden his cultivation. Shui Yuehua immediately became certain in her heart that although Prime Minister's died, it did not make her panic. She immediately turned her head and exhaled softly. Prime Minister's was killed. Imperial guards, come here immediately. Although it was a whisper, but accompanied by divine thoughts, the word spread far and wide around, spreading throughout the entire Water Emperor city in an instant. Prime Minister's was killed. The news that shocked the entire Water Emperor city made all the demon cultivators in the Water Emperor city boil, and the royal guards in the Water Emperor city immediately took action. As the imperial guards, of course they heard the voice of Princess Shui Yuehua just now, so how dare they neglect it? One after another, they teleported to the palace from the short-distance teleportation arrays in various parts of Shuihuang City. In just an instant, a large group of dozens, even hundreds of imperial palace demon cultivators and guards came to Shui Yuehua and took her away. Protected. General right. All the demon cultivator guards shouted in unison, and then a figure full of murderous momentum came striding forward, and quickly walked to Shui Yuehua's side. Everyone looked towards the center of the hall, and saw a young human monk leisurely collecting a storage ring. It's the breath of Prime Minister Zhua. Could it be that Prime Minister Zhua was really killed? The expression of the burly figure full of killing momentum suddenly changed. This person is the right general of the Water Demon royal family, fighting and killing, protecting the territory of the Water Demon royal family with tyrannical strength. This person is wearing a golden armor, which is actually a low-grade fairy weapon, and it seems that he is richer than Sui Xiang. In the Kueishui demon world, the major demon kingdoms are constantly fighting and killing, and the status of the generals must be much higher than that of the ministers. Uncle General right, he broke into our palace and killed Uncle Prime Minister Zhua. Shui Yuehua pointed at Yi Feng in the hall, full of resentment, and shouted loudly. This sentence made everyone around listen to it, and immediately, all the monster cultivator guards, including General Jin Jiao, all glared at Yi Feng. Human monks boldly broke into the palace and killed Prime Minister Zhua. It was simply lawless. How could he get in here? However, General Jin Jiao is not an idiot, he still found a problem. The aura of this human monk is too obvious, it is impossible to suddenly come to the depths of the palace. I brought him in because he killed brother Shui Zhiji, so I designed to trick him into coming here. Although Uncle Sui Xiang lost his son and felt pain in his heart, he still just wanted to teach him a lesson. However, this human monk is insane, kill Uncle Sui Xiang. Shui Yuehua burst into tears, looking at Yi Feng with a look of hatred in his eyes. Really? It's really hateful. General Jin Jiao looked at Yi Feng with a heroic gaze. It happens that I am returning to the imperial court, and I have something important to report, so I will kill this human monk first, as a gift to the emperor. Yi Feng watched coldly. To be honest, although he knew that Shui Yuehua was shameless before, he still didn't expect the Water Demon Princess to be so shameless. The current plan is to meet the Water Demon Emperor first, and then make plans. If the Water Demon Emperor is like the Water Demon Princess, then the Water Demon royal family can't be saved. Yi Feng, it's just respect to follow Kueishui Shenlong's entrustment, but if the Water Demon royal family is like this, even if the entrustment is not fulfilled, Kueishui Shenlong will definitely not blame it. Surround him and kill him without mercy. General Jin Jiao pointed at Yi Feng, his tone contained extremely murderous intent. Hundreds of guards and demon cultivators immediately surrounded Yi Feng. Each of these demon cultivators had more than 3,000 years of cultivation. A total of hundreds of demon cultivator guards surrounded Yi Feng in the center of the hall. If there are only a few people or even more than a dozen opponents with 3,000 years of cultivation, Yi Feng may be able to fight against them, but if there are hundreds of people at one time, Yi Feng may not be able to deal with it alone. If the opponent concentrates his strength and bombards him, he may be able to kill Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was still very calm. He watched those imperial guards and demon cultivators approaching calmly, watching them gather their respective strengths and prepare to strike. For a moment, the power of the water system in the palace was overwhelming. Yen skeleton dragon demon, come out. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, and immediately opened the space of the blood soul stone. An incomparably terrifying power of real fire rushed out. The Yankee dragon demon only comprehends the power of real fire, and its comprehension of the power of real fire is slightly beyond Yi Feng's. In addition, its own cultivation has reached 1,400 years, so its power is already stronger than Yi Feng's. It is more than 10 times stronger. The power of real fire roared, forming fire dragons, and swept away towards the surroundings. In an instant, only the power of flames remained in the hall. The power of the water system condensed by the demon cultivators of the Imperial Guards was evaporated in the fierce power of the real fire, and the huge body of the skeletal dragon immediately occupied the entire hall, shocking all the demon cultivators. It's a bone dragon demon cultivator. General Jin Jiao at the entrance of the hall saw this, and his heart trembled. How could this human monk have such a powerful bone dragon demon cultivator by his side? Although the cultivation base is only 1,400 years, but like this human monk, he can resist the powerful existence with the cultivation base of 3,000 years. And I. A faint voice came out from the void, followed by a flash of white light splitting the space, and the sword light flickered. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, core disciple Yi Shubai. Yi Shubai and the other two core disciples, Yu Yao and Ling Xian, came from breaking the void at the same time. With the power of heaven-level space that Yi Shubai comprehended, even the Kueishui demon world, which is about to be destroyed and the space is unstable, can be destroyed at any time. Come. Xianbing, sword field. As soon as Yi Shubai appeared, he swung the long sword in his hand immediately, and a burst of terrifying icy air erupted, turning the whole hall and even the outside of the demon palace into a world of ice and snow. The seawater is frozen for it, and the sky is full of frost and snow. What kind of strong man is this? General Jin Jiao's pupils contracted, and he felt the icy cold breath coming from the palace. He couldn't help being horrified. Even with his current 4,000 years of cultivation, stepping into this icy cold field would only lead to death. 1. In the center of the hall, in front of Yi Feng, a figure in white robe stood impressively. It was the white robe. In the eyes of General Jin Jiao, Yi Shubai's cultivation base is 3,100 years old, and he has obviously broken through the bottleneck of 3,000 years, and is moving towards the 4,000-year cultivation base. Given time, he will be able to reach his 4,000-year cultivation base. Degree. However, Yi Shubai at this time, even if he only had a cultivation base of 3,100 years, his strength was not comparable to that of General Jin Jiao. If you want to bully the few with more, do you think there is no one in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace? Yi Shubai's icy tone came out, and the cold air scattered, and the hundreds of demon cultivators of the Imperial Guards in the whole hall were all frozen by the ice. In the Xianbing sword field, every sword contained the incomparably terrifying power of Xianbing, and an existence of the same level as Yi Shubai was instantly frozen. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. General Jin Jiao and Princess Shui Yuewa shuddered at the same time when they heard these 4 words. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, that young man in black is actually a member of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. No wonder his strength is so terrifying. Regarding the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there is a legend handed down from the water demon royal family, and that is the story drawn by the pictures in this hall. However, neither General Jin Jiao nor Princess Shui Yuewa knew that the story of the pictures in the palace was completely distorted. After all, it has been thousands of years since what happened that day. Among the water demon royal family, only a few older generations who experienced what happened then are still alive, and those older generations have long since left behind world affairs. General Jin Jiao and Princess Shui Yuewa are both of the younger generation. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, you will come to my water demon royal family to play wild again. General Jin Jiao's face was not very good looking, because by himself, he really couldn't deal with Isubai, who was only 3,100 years old. No wonder you are trying to get close to me, you also want to use my body to refine evil methods. Princess Shui Yuewa stared at Yi Feng and said disdainfully. Yi Feng glanced at her and didn't say a word. Anyone who wants to become Dragon Sword's maid is not just a cat or a dog. The water demon princess thought that he was interested in her, which is an insult to Dragon Sword art. However, Yi Feng didn't say anything more. After all, these demon cultivators had a deep prejudice against human monks, and even towards Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, so it would be useless to say anything more. Deliberately trying to get close to her? Could it be that he fell in love with her and wanted to take her as the Dragon Sword maid? Ling Xian and Yu Yao, two core disciples, stood behind Isubai, listening to Princess Shui Yuhua's words, and looked at Yi Feng with some disdain. Unexpectedly, this current Dragon Sword master would actually want to follow in the footsteps of the previous master, and come to the water demon royal family to find a demon cultivator maid. It's a pity that the other party doesn't appreciate it at all. It can be seen that this Yi Feng's character is really not very good. Thinking this way in their hearts, the two women looked down on Yi Feng even more. The two of them raised their heads and saw Isubai's handsome and unrestrained back. They thought in their hearts that senior brother Isubai is the strongest hero in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, with unparalleled character and strength. Yi Feng, Isubai, Ling Xian, and Yu Yao stood quietly under the huge Yankee dragon demon's body. Thank you, Brother Yi, for your help, but I should be able to solve the matter here by myself. Yi Feng smiled lightly. Although Isubai's arrival solved a problem for him, but as far as the matter of the Kueishui demon realm was concerned, it was enough for him to join hands with the Yank dragon demon to solve it. Yeah? Ling Xian smiled sarcastically. If Brother Yi hadn't made the move just now, you have been besieged to death by so many demon cultivators, how can you stand here and talk? That is, you must be self-aware to be a person, and don't be desperate for face. Life is still the most important thing. Yu Yao also smiled faintly, her words were full of disdain, as if she felt that Yi Feng was talking big, to save face for herself. If so, I will leave. Ishu didn't turn her head back, and said lightly. Go. Yi Feng nodded. As for Yu Yao and Ling Xian, he didn't want to pay attention to them, anyway, he was not familiar with them, so he could say whatever they wanted. That's up to you. Isubai nodded, stepped back a few steps to the back of the hall, raised his head to observe the surrounding pictures. Overreaching. Yu Yao snorted softly, and also retreated with her clothes. You're looking for a dead end, don't worry, when you can't hold on, we will take action. Ling Xian also said something disdainful, and stepped to the side of Isubai. The Shanbing sword field in the field gradually dissipated, and the demon cultivators of the Imperial Guards who had been frozen were unfrozen one by one, but they were unconscious, and obviously had no fighting power. The third team, come in. General Jin Jiao was already ready to escape, but when he saw that there seemed to be differences and conflicts between Yi Feng and the others, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. God helped me. He has mastered the strongest power of the water demon royal family. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if he couldn't even deal with a few human monks? Although the other party is from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, he is just a boy with a cultivation base of 1,100 years. As for the young man with 3,000 years of cultivation, he can try to make friends. General Jin Jiao thought in his heart. Another group of more than 100 imperial guards and demon cultivators broke into the hall and surrounded Yi Feng. These demon cultivators of the imperial guards looked at the situation in the hall one by one, and when they saw the white clothes, their expressions were awe-inspiring, obviously seeing his goodness. As for Yi Feng in front of them, he only had 1,100 years of cultivation, so he was nothing to be afraid of, and the huge flaming skeleton dragon demon, only 1,400 years old, they could easily deal with it by relying on the crowd. Catch them first. General Jin Jiao gave the order, and then hundreds of imperial guards and monster cultivators condensed the power of the powerful water system and swept towards Yi Feng. At the same time, General Jin Jiao took action himself, and the power of the water system surged out, and the power of 4,000 years of cultivation unexpectedly temporarily trapped the Yenke dragon demon in a curtain of water. Well done. Yi Feng's state of mind remained unchanged, did not change at all, he just wholeheartedly recalled what he had just comprehended. Xianbing, sword domain. The power of real water flowed out from the tip of the simple dragon sword, and then condensed into pieces of ice. The cold air immediately filled the entire hall, and the snow-white sword air swept out, shocking the audience. The hundreds of demon cultivators of the imperial guards were startled. What kind of method is this? A moment later, just like when Isubai used the Xianbing sword field just now, these 3,000-year-old imperial guard demon cultivators were instantly frozen by the Xianbing sword field, and none of them could break through. Even above, the water curtain condensed by General Jin Jiao was shattered inch by inch under Yi Feng's black ice sword domain, and the Yen skeleton dragon demon broke through, spraying out a mouthful of real fire power. Ice, fire, two extreme forces descended on the palace, and the frozen bodies of hundreds of demon cultivator guards immediately began to shatter. It's actually the Xianbing sword domain. Ishubai stood behind, seeing Yi Feng perform this move, his pupils dilated. What kind of terrifying talent does this Yi Feng have? He was dressed in white, and even though he had observed many seniors performing the Xianbing sword domain, he could only master this move after more than 2,000 years of cultivation. However, Yi Feng just watched him use the mystic ice sword domain once, and he was able to use it easily, and he could display the same strength as his 3,100-year cultivation base with his 1,100-year cultivation base. The two girls, Ling Xian and Yu Yao, who had taunted Yi Feng just now, were already stunned. Oh my god, the Xianbing sword field is actually cast from the hands of a guy who has just stepped into the realm of Taoism, and its power is not inferior to that of Isubai. One must know that even Ling Xian and Yu Yao, who have cultivated for nearly 3,000 years, have not fully comprehended this move. Even if they fully comprehend it, the power they displayed would not be as powerful as Yi Feng's current display. Humph, it's just luck, how can you compare with senior brother Yi? Ling Xian spat out a word jealously. That's right, even if you can comprehend the Xianbing sword domain, but to deal with that 4,000-year-old golden-armored monster general, I'll see what he can do. Yu Yao also snorted lightly, quite unconvinced in her heart. Close by looked at it quietly, didn't say much, but his eyes were shining brightly, he was becoming more and more interested in Yi Feng. Anyone else want to kill me? Yi Feng stood in the middle of the stand and waved lightly with one hand. The dead body of the imperial guard Yashio in the palace was all collected by him into the bloodstone space. Since these corpses are not wiped out, they should be put away first, and then they can absorb the power of their inner alchemy and Dao fruit to improve their cultivation. Although this is not very human, but the other party is here to kill Yi Feng. Yi Feng doesn't show any color, is it plausible? You are strong. The voice of General Jin Jiao came in with a deep voice, but you broke into our Water Emperor city and plotted against you. It is impossible for you to leave here today. Exactly, I don't intend to leave either. Yi Feng glanced at him indifferently. Take me to see your emperor, I have something to discuss with him, if not, I will bear the consequences. Haha, it's a good one at your own risk. Who do you think you are, who can meet our emperor? General Jin Jiao laughed 3 times, took a step forward, and entered the hall. I will fight with you. This time, you can't escape, and you will bow your head and surrender. Then let's try. A cold light flashed across Yifeng's eyes. Now that he has killed so many people from the water demon royal family, it is impossible for the matter to be resolved peacefully. However, if the other party wants to kill him, can he still stand still and let the other party fail to kill him? If you want to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. Without the slightest hesitation, General Jin Jiao raised one hand. A burst of ferocious wave power suddenly condensed from the surrounding sea water, trapping Yifeng in it. Water Dragon Binding. General Jin Jiao gave a soft drink, and the power of those waves condensed into water dragons, which actually entangled Yifeng, as if they wanted to strangle this ignorant young human cultivator. Weak. Yifeng opened his eyes, and the ancient dragon sword danced. Mysterious Ice Sword Domain. An incomparably terrifying icy aura erupted, and the power of true water condensed from the tip of the sword, and instantly condensed into ice, freezing the strangling water dragons into ice cubes. Shoot! The Yank Dragon Demon sensed Yifeng's thoughts, and immediately spewed out a mouthful of real fire power towards the golden-armored right general. You asked the demon cultivator to help. General Jin Jiao felt the horror of the power of real fire, and quickly backed away, not forgetting to sneer, human monks are shameless. Shameless, you are fighting my 1,000-year cultivation base with 4,000-year cultivation base, and even ordered hundreds of people to besiege me, isn't that shameless? Yifeng's eyes were like lightning. In my opinion, you demon cultivators are even more shameless, especially the so-called water demon princess hiding behind you. Shui Yuewa was furious when Yifeng said this. You fart. You despicable human monk, you killed the son of Zhuxiang, and then broke into the water palace to kill Zhuxiang. You are extremely evil. Do you have the right to call others shameless? I hope your life is as hard as your mouth. Yifeng said coldly, temporarily ignoring Shui Yuehua, and swept his sword towards General Jin Jiao in front of him. General Jin Jiao felt the power of the sword, and hurriedly stepped back, then shouted, Kill! The golden light flickered, the power of the waves surged, and in the hall, a giant Tingjiao appeared in an instant. It turned out to be the body of General Jin Jiao. This giant Tingjiao was actually about the size of the Yank Dragon Demon. The 2 long dragons were intertwined and entangled in the hall, and the power of water and fire collided with each other immediately. The giant Tingjiao, with golden water flowing all over its body, is like a god descending from the earth, entwining the Yank Dragon Demon. The 1,400-year-old Yen Skeletal Dragon Demon, although his rank is far superior to the opponent, his cultivation is too low. Even if he has evolved once, he is still not an opponent at this time, and he is firmly suppressed by the opponent. Return. With one hand, Yifeng took the Yankee Dragon Demon back into the space of the Bloodstone. The 2 flood dragons were intertwined. Yifeng couldn't make a move, so Yifeng had no scruples if he took the Yankee Dragon Demon away first. Ancient Tinglong. The strongest power in Yifeng's body appeared again, and the long sword swept out. Uncle Right General, be careful, Prime Minister Zhuo will die under this sword. Outside the hall, Shui Yuehua felt the terrifying and desolate power contained in this sword. She was shocked, and immediately shouted a reminder. Roar! The giant golden flood dragon transformed by General Jin Jiao roared. It also felt the terror in Yifeng's sword, and the power of desolation contained in it made it want to shudder. No, back! As the sword energy approached, the golden Tingjiao felt that his body could not resist, and hurriedly fled towards the outside of the hall, not forgetting to bring Shui Yuewa with him before leaving. There was a loud bang. Yifeng's sword, which contained the power of the ancient dragon, slammed into the entrance of the hall, smashing the entire hall into pieces, and the water rushed out in all directions, and was broken down into pieces by the power of the ancient dragon. A burst of desolate breath floated up, covering a kilometer range around the entire hall. Yifeng took a step forward and appeared in front of the retreating golden Tingjiao. His eyes were full of calmness. "You general, you were deceived by the princess. I don't want to kill you. But please take me with you. Go and meet the emperor." With the sword just now, if Yifeng had used the power of time at the same time, General Jin Jiao would not have time to escape at all. But Yifeng let the other party go, because the other party completely listened to Shui Yuehua's one-sided words, and then attacked him. Following Yifeng's words, Yi Shubai, Ling Xian, and Yu Yao walked out of the destroyed hall behind him, all with surprise in their eyes. Yifeng's sword was so powerful, even Close White couldn't use it with such a sword, right? What happened to that barren power, that barren swordsmanship? It's the power of the dragon sword, but not ordinary dragon sword disciples are qualified to practice. Yi Shubai felt a little bit of unwillingness in his heart. Why, only the master can practice such a powerful swordsmanship? He is dressed in white, and he is equally gifted. If he practices this sword technique, his strength will be improved to a higher level, and he can even fight against a strong man with 5,000 years of cultivation. However, Yi Shubai knew very well in his heart that Yifeng's sword just now was extremely difficult to comprehend. Yifeng's talent is evil, and the level of Dao fruit must be very terrifying. If it were me, it would not be so easy to comprehend that desolate power. Yi Shubai shook his head slowly. The power of barrenness, he no longer thinks about it. Even ordinary dragon sword immortal palace disciples, as long as they are talented enough, have precedence of shattering the void and leaving, so he is not jealous of Yifeng. As long as he works hard and has enough talent, one day he can be compared to Yifeng. Yi Shubai's mentality is good enough to make him go further in his cultivation. However, the two daughters Ling Xian and Yu Yao, behind him are not so easy to look away. "Yifeng, what kind of power did you use just now?" Yu Yao took a step forward, and said domineeringly, "Brother Yi and I were ordered to protect you. If we can comprehend the power you just unleashed, it will also guarantee your safety. Hurry up and hand over that power, let us understand it for a while, Fan." When Yifeng heard this, he couldn't help feeling ridiculous. These two women, are you ashamed to say that they are protecting him? Ever since Yifeng accepted the inheritance of Dragon Sword, and the body of Dragon Sword descended in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, these two women, together with Yi Shubai, were sent by the elders to protect him. But from the beginning, the only one who really helped Yifeng was Yi Shubai. Captured by the Yuelong dynasty, only Yi Shubai came forward. Where were the two women at that time? I am afraid that Emperor Xingyue was too scared to show up. Even if the three of them came together just now, only Yi Shubai brought out the sword. What are these two women? Protect me, joke. Yifeng laughed, turned his head, and looked at the woman Yu Yao with disdain. When did you protect me? Do I need your protection? You. Presumptuous, even disrespectful to senior sister. Ling Xian stepped forward immediately, with anger on his face. Hurry up and hand over the strength you just had, to make up for your sins. Are you sure you want it? Yifeng squinted his eyes, turned sideways, and immediately swung his long sword. Then I will give you a sword. The power of the ancient Tinglong surged out suddenly, and the desolate atmosphere enveloped the audience. The sword light shattered the void and landed in front of Ling Xian. Fear. Ling Xian wanted to say more, but feeling the power of the sword, cold sweat broke out all over his body. The desolation of this sword is too terrifying. Without thinking about it, she hurriedly backed away, and suddenly, the barren sword slashed on the ground in front of her, and a burst of barren power exploded, making her terrified. She couldn't bear this sword. If Yifeng wanted to kill her, it would be very easy compared to him. How could such a Yifeng need their protection? I'm afraid that even the clothes are white, he is not qualified to say this. You are really treasonous, you should be punished. Seeing Ling Xian being forced back by Yi Feng's sword, Yu Yao's face changed, she took a step forward, and pointedly accused Yi Feng. Didn't you want to comprehend my power? Yi Feng smiled lightly, then I'll give her a sword, whether she can comprehend it or not depends on her. Yu Yao said coldly, with just such a sword, who can comprehend your strength? The thief should not argue, or follow me back to the Immortal Palace to be punished. Just such a sword, why can't you comprehend it? Yi Feng was calm and composed, then just now, why can I comprehend seeing your brother Yi Xianbing's sword domain? I admit that you have good talent. Yu Yao proudly said, but you have committed a taboo by attacking your fellow disciples. Even if you are in charge, you can't act like this. Then it has nothing to do with me. Yi Feng smiled faintly, if you want to comprehend my power, I will give you a sword. This is what you requested. When did I become a traitor? As for whether you can comprehend it, that is your own business, and it has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Yi Feng swung his long sword, and the power of desolation reappeared. Yu Yao's complexion changed, and she hurriedly backed away, and then a barren sword energy exploded in front of her, making her sweat profusely. Okay, it's fair. Both of you want to understand my power. One of you will give you a sword. You can understand it slowly. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he ignored the two women, turned around, and faced General Jin Jiao, who had turned into a giant Tingjiao again. Yi Feng looked at the giant golden dragon and smiled faintly. I don't want to be your enemy. On the contrary, the Kueishui demon realm is about to be destroyed. I just came to inform you. If you want, you can leave with me and go to another world. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he took a step forward, and the atmosphere of desolation filled the audience. He didn't want to use power to overwhelm others, but he had to let the other party understand that when he came to the Kueishui demon realm and the water demon royal family, he did not plot against them, but was entrusted by others. Our world is about to end? General Jin Jiao was a little puzzled when he heard the words, where did you get the news? I was entrusted by someone to come and inform. Yi Feng said, facts have proved that there are more and more fragments of rules in your sunflower demon realm, which is a sign that the world is about to be destroyed. Moreover, some of you have comprehended the power of mysterious space. You should know that it has been more than 5,000 years now. The existence of the cultivation base can no longer come to your world. After Yi Feng said this, General Jin Jiao said awe-inspiringly, that's right, that's exactly the case. Normally, the Kueishui demon realm communicates with some other worlds, and even the current water demon emperor is not in the Kueishui demon realm, but has gone to other worlds to communicate. In other worlds of similar levels, there are existences with more than 5,000 years of cultivation, but they can no longer come to the Kueishui demon realm. It is precisely because of this that the water demon emperor will leave the sunflower water demon realm to discuss with people from other worlds. It's a pity that, except for those in the higher world who have comprehended the power of time to perceive things like the destruction of the world, it is impossible for people in these lower worlds to know. A world is about to be destroyed, and the time and space in it will undergo some distortions and changes. Now the Kueishui demon realm is still 10 years away from the end, the changes are relatively small, and not many people have discovered them. But as time goes by, the time and space of the Kueishui demon realm will become more and more chaotic. What's more, only 1 year has passed in the outside world, and the Kwai water demon realm began to be destroyed due to the change of time. There will be more and more rule fragments, but correspondingly, the restrictions on the cultivation of those who can enter the Kueishui demon realm will become stricter and stricter. Now, beings with more than 5,000 years of cultivation cannot enter the Kueishui demon realm, but I am afraid that after a while, even those with 4,000 years of cultivation will not be able to enter. Originally in the Kueishui demon realm, the strong men with more than 4,000 years of cultivation will be directly obliterated by the power of world destruction. In that case, I will inform the Emperor when the Water Demon Emperor returns. General Jin Jiao said lightly, but before that, you can kill my Xuanhuan of the Water Demon royal family and more than 200 members of the Imperial Guards, so you can't just let it go. If people want to kill me, can't I kill them? Yi Feng smiled, then tell me, what do you want? Killing for life is justified. General Jin Jiao said indifferently, today, even if I am not your opponent, I will avenge the dead royal soldiers. If you want to kill and be killed, it's also justified. Yi Feng's expression turned cold, and he snorted lightly, if they didn't want to kill me, how could I die? They are just looking for their own death. The same is true for you now. Young people are just too confident. General Jin Jia Right said seriously, I have been the right general of the Water Demon royal family for decades, and I have killed countless human monks who broke in. Do you think that you can definitely defeat me? Ha ha ha, well said. As soon as General Jin Jiao finished speaking, a loud laugh came from behind, followed by a powerful aura. In the eyes of everyone, a large group of powerful demon cultivators surrounded them. They were two other forces of demon cultivators, not belonging to the Water Demon royal family, but demon cultivators from other countries in the Kueishui demon world. Now, these demon cultivators stood together, fighting against each other, looking at Yi Feng with anger in their eyes. A mere 1,100-year-old human cultivator dared to intrude into the Water Demon royal family and killed the Prime Minister. He was so daring, the demon cultivator couldn't lose face. There are nearly 100 demon cultivators from both sides, and each of them has a cultivation base of more than 3,000 years, and there are even more than 10 strong men with a cultivation base of 4,000 years. This force was already very difficult for Yi Feng to deal with now. Tricky. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seems that today's trip is going to return in vain. The power of the Baron Ancient Dragon began to gather, and the aura of barrenness gradually dissipated from the field. Snort. A cold snort came from behind Yi Feng, from Ling Xian, the core disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. With a cold expression on Ling Xian's face, he looked at Yi Feng, I thought you were so strong. Now that you are facing a strong enemy, you still have to run? I just don't know if you can escape. Don't worry, since you said you don't need our protection, then we won't do anything. The sword that Yi Feng threw at her just now completely wiped her face. All along, she has been one of the most powerful and talented among the women who pursue white clothes, but she was completely humiliated by Yi Feng's sword just now. The most important thing is that she lost all face in front of Yi Shubai, which made her very upset. Yes, we won't make a move, you can show your strength to your heart's content. The other woman, Yu Yao, also said flatly, standing with Ling Xian. Ridiculous. Yi Feng chuckled, completely ignoring the two women. Did he come to this sunflower water demon world to kill people? Obviously not. Since the other party didn't listen to him, then he would leave first. Why kill any more people? It would be of no use to Yi Feng. If you have that time, you might as well go around the Kueishui demon world now, and collect more fragments of the rules. This is the way to improve his strength. Gone. Yi Feng said lightly, and with a wave of one hand, the power of the earth-level space spread out. Immediately afterwards, his figure seemed to break through the space and leave the place of the Water Demon royal family directly. If you want to run away, do you really think that my Water Demon royal family is such a place where you can come and go as you please? General Jin Jiao shouted loudly, the power of the mysterious space surged out, trying to stop Yi Feng. But what Yi Feng used was the power of the earth-level space. In an instant, General Jin Jiao's space power was swallowed by Yi Feng instead, and it even helped Yi Feng leave. How could this be? General Jin Jiao's face was ugly. He never thought that this human monk who had cultivated for 1,100 years would actually comprehend the stronger power of space. The other two powerhouses from the Demon Cultivator Kingdom also made moves one after another, trying to stop Yi Feng, but they found that Yi Feng's space power was so powerful that they couldn't stop him at all. Yi Feng's figure is about to disappear. At this moment, suddenly a mighty power descended from the void, also the power of the earth-level space, blocking Yi Feng's way at once. When Yi Feng was stopped by the powerful force of space, he couldn't help squinting his eyes. At the end of the space he opened, a graceful figure appeared, with a silver blood whip in her hand, showing her identity. Is that the girl holding the silver jade blood whip? Yi Feng's pupils contracted. Yin Xiaokue, a genius girl from the Dade world, has the same comprehension of the power of earth-level space as Yi Feng, but with the advantage of more than 3,000 years of cultivation, she suppressed Yi Feng back from the space channel. General Jin Jiao thought he was about to be run away by Yi Feng, but looking at it now, it seemed that someone was helping to suppress this daring human monk. Haha, it's not that easy to run away. In one of the two major monster kingdoms that just arrived, several leaders, Yaoxiu, burst out laughing. The girl holding the silver jade blood whip had found them long ago, and because of this, their two demon kingdoms appeared at this time to encircle and suppress this young human cultivator named Yi Feng. That's right, you should die obediently. The powerhouses from another demon kingdom all laughed. As long as this human monk was killed, they would be free and would not be coerced by the vicious girl holding the silver jade blood whip. Behind Yi Feng, Yi Shubai, Yu Yao, and Ling Xian looked at the situation on the field and reacted differently. When the two women saw Yi Feng being blocked, they couldn't help but sneered. It's only the power of the earth-level space, but I want to escape. Look, I was easily suppressed by others. The other party is a first-class world, a talented girl from the Great Virtue world, called Yin Xiaokue. Even senior brother Yi may not be her opponent. This Yi Feng, there is no possibility of escaping from her. Yu Yao and Ling Xian were suddenly ridiculed. Only Yi Shubai stood there calmly, not paying attention to the many words of the two women behind him. For Yi Feng, Yi Shubai admired him very much. Although he practiced much later than him, he still rose at the speed of a comet. So fast, he has the strength to compete with him. I believe that soon after, he can only stand behind Yi Feng and look up in his white clothes. But at this time, Yi Shubai believed that the power of space that Yi Feng had comprehended was definitely not just the power of earth-level space. And so it is. When Yi Feng saw clearly that the end of the broken space was actually the girl holding the silver jade blood whip, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. He regretted not being able to kill the girl when he killed the thunder knife, but he didn't expect that the girl would come to her door now. The power of the void, break. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, the complete power of the void condensed from his hand, immediately breaking Yin Xiaokue's block at the end of the space, breaking a hole. What? Yin Xiaokue at the end of the space felt the power emanating from Yi Feng's body, and his expression changed drastically. This Yi Feng actually has such strength. Broken. Also, since you want to besiege and kill me, then prepare to be killed. Yi Feng shouted loudly. The power of the void was like a sword light, and it instantly slashed towards Yin Xiaokue. With his figure, the next moment he left the water imperial city of the water demon royal family, and came to the sky above the ocean tens of thousands of meters above. With the ancient dragon sword in his hand, he swung it at the girl Yin Xiaokue who wanted to stop him from leaving. Shadow of Blood Whip. Seeing this, Yin Xiaokue's expression changed, and he quickly swung the silver jade blood whip, and a blood-colored whip shadow appeared around her graceful body, protecting her whole body in it. She had seen Yi Feng force Thunder Dao to blow himself up, knowing that this young man named Yi Feng was very strong, so she would not be careless at this moment. Only the absurd Yu Yao and Ling Xian would feel that Yi Feng is not as white as his clothes, nor as Yinshaki. Yi Feng's sword light that condensed the power of the void was resisted by the shadow of the blood whip. After all, his cultivation base was too low. Even though the power of the void was at a high level, it was still not enough to cross so many cultivation bases and kill Yin Xiaokuei. But immediately afterward, a barren aura condensed from the tip of Yi Feng's sword, instantly covering the entire space. The power of the ancient soaring dragon, the sun shines for 9 days, kill. Even when facing the beautiful girl, Yi Feng was still merciless, his eyes were full of killing, and the tyrannical barren aura tore towards Yin Xiaokuei. What kind of power is this? Yin Xiaokuei gritted her teeth tightly, and waved the silver jade blood whip in her hand, while trying to resist Yi Feng's sword energy, while constantly retreating. The power of the earth-level space was condensed, and she wanted to escape. The reason why she didn't kill Yi Feng directly, but went to control the powerhouses of the other 2 monster kingdoms, and wanted to get rid of Yi Feng by other people's hands, was in the final analysis, because of fear. She, a genius girl from the great virtue world, came to the Kueishui demon realm with arrogance to kill someone, but in the end, she was the first to be afraid and forgot the arrogance she had when she first came to this world. Want to run? Dream. Yi Feng's eyes flashed brightly, the power of time, Ning. An orange light flashed, and Yin Xiaokuei was immediately enveloped in it, and his movements became extremely slow in Yi Feng's eyes. The next moment, the Sunshine 9 Heaven sword chi condensed by the power of the ancient Tinglong easily pierced through the defensive shadow of the silver jade blood whip, and then pierced Yin Xiaokuei's body. The aura of desolation exploded, and in an instant, Yin Xiaokuei's body was gone. Only the silver jade blood whip was left, and because it was a reincarnation-level magic weapon, it was able to survive under the power of Huanggu Tinglong. Of course, this is because Yi Feng's cultivation is not strong enough, otherwise, even a reincarnation-level magic weapon would still not be able to bear this aura of desolation. A powerful genius girl in the Dade world was beheaded by Yi Feng, just like that. Immediately, his figure flickered, and soon disappeared, leaving only an orange space surrounded by the power of time. Yi Shubai, Ling Xian, and Yu Yao came here quickly, but they were suddenly affected by the power of orange time and trapped in it. It was not until a long time later that the power of time dissipated that they ran out. But at this time, Yi Feng's figure had already disappeared. With Yi Feng's current strength, why does he need the protection of Yi Shubai and others? On the contrary, the existence of those 2 women was too an eyesore. Yi Feng naturally wanted to get rid of them, get more rule fragments in the sunflower water demon realm, wait for a while, and use some methods. Qiao Gumu, in this world that is about to be destroyed, you should have some means that you can use? Yi Feng asked Qiao Gumu, his eyes were filled with thought. Good. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu entered Yi Feng's mind. If there are certain conditions, I can accelerate the destruction of this world. In that way, those stupid demon cultivators will believe your words. Okay, let's talk about it. What conditions are needed? Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. If the destruction of the Kueishui demon realm can be accelerated, the members of the water demon royal family will know that what he said is correct, and by that time, they should be able to easily fulfill the instructions of the sunflower dragon. For the destruction of the world, Qiao Gumu is obviously very experienced. After all, it has existed for countless years. If the Qiao Ancient Wood is fully restored, it is an immortal-level magic weapon, and its experience and knowledge are obviously not comparable to ordinary people. Before explaining the destruction of the world, you have to know what each world is made of. Qiao Gumu's consciousness came into Yi Feng's mind. Every world is composed of countless laws and forces, and various laws and forces are intertwined to form a world. The most fundamental laws of a world are the laws of time and space. When a world of the laws of time and space are fundamentally damaged, then the world is not far from being destroyed. Yi Feng's heart moved. The time and space laws of a world? When time and space are fundamentally wounded, the world faces destruction. The law is different from the power of the rules that you practitioners understand. Qiao Gumu continued to explain, the space power that practitioners in Xia Qingshan can comprehend, from the yellow level, to the mysterious level, to the earth level, and finally to the sky level, all refer to the degree of comprehension of the rules of space. The power of the yellow level space, you only comprehend 1/10,000th of the space rules. As for the power of heaven level space, you only comprehend 1/10 of the space rules. Just like you comprehend the power of the second day, only the 10th level, the power of the sky level space can be regarded as a complete comprehension of the power of space. The power of space is different from the law of space. The law of space is formed by stacking the ultimate power of space. How difficult is it to comprehend the law of space? The same is true for other forces you have comprehended. When you comprehend the 10th level after that, it will begin to transform, allowing you to have a little power of law. Don't underestimate the power of this little law. Take this sunflower water demon world as an example. The whole world is composed of such a little law of time and space. Therefore, this low-level world is very easy to destroy, and even as long as there are two, a single superpower in this battle can shatter the laws of space and time in the lower world, thus causing the entire world to begin to be destroyed. I don't know why the Kuai Shui demon realm was destroyed, but as long as you find the source of its broken space and time laws, you can prescribe the right medicine and easily speed up the destruction of the entire world. It originally took 10 years, but after your actions after the hands and feet, it may only take a few days, and this world will no longer exist. After the explanation of Qiao Gumu's consciousness was over, Yi Feng nodded. It turned out that he could comprehend more of the various powers he comprehended, and even comprehended to the 10th level. After the 10th level, it will transform into a trace of law. If you understand a trace of space and time law, you will have the ability to build a world. However, as Qiao Gumu said, how difficult is it to comprehend the law? Even if Qiao Gumu has an extremely profound comprehension of Qiao's power, it has not yet turned the Qiao's power into a law. The power of Qiao Ancient would itself comprehended is only the 4th or 5th level, and there is still a long way to go before a trace of law. Of course, let's not think about these distant things, for the time being. Yi Feng's task, now, is to find out what went wrong in the sunflower water demon realm, so as to find a way to add fire to speed up the destruction of the sunflower water demon realm. In that way, the members of the water demon royal family will know that what he said is true. When the time comes, Yi Feng will appear in front of them again to see how many of them are willing to leave with him. If they are willing, he will take them away and let them live in the barren star refining world. As for those who are not willing, let them do as they please. Anyway, many members of the water demon royal family have also comprehended the power of mysterious space, and they can freely enter and exit sunflower water demon world. However, after the destruction of the Kuai Shui demon realm, there is rarely such a paradise for demon cultivators. In other worlds, I am afraid that he will be bullied by human monks. Under the guidance of the Qiao Ancient Wood, Yi Feng jumped up, the power of space condensed, and quickly flew towards the sky of the whole world. The Kuai Shui demon realm is as vast as the universe where the earth is located, and the planet he came to is the center of it, where all kinds of demon cultivator life are bred. In addition to this planet, this Kuai Shui demon realm also has a universe. It's just that the universe owned by the Kuai Shui demon realm doesn't seem to be as vast as the universe of the Earth, and even, there is only a place as large as the solar system outside this planet. Obviously, the strong man who created the sunflower demon world is much weaker than the super strong man who created the Earth. The universe where the Earth is located is extremely vast and almost endless. How can a sunflower water demon world compare with it? Moreover, now, the universe of the sunflower water demon realm has begun to shatter and perish. Yi Feng came to the sky, passed through the clouds, and the sky was filled with all things and stars, right in front of his eyes. Space rule crystallization. Yi Feng's eyes lit up, the space not far away was shattered, and a rule crystal shining with the power of space was projected into his eyes. Rule fragments, rule stones, rule crystals, progressively layer by layer. The rule power contained in the rule stone is equivalent to 10 times that of the rule fragments, and the rule power bred in the rule crystal is even 10 times that of the rule stone, which is 100 times that of the rule fragments. I am afraid that only in the world that is about to be destroyed can we see the crystallization of fragments of rule power so frequently. Come. Yi Feng stretched out one hand, pocketed the space rule crystal, and threw it into the bloodstone space. But then, a loud shout fell from the sky. Hand over the rule crystal. A golden figure appeared in front of Yi Feng. It was a strong young man, wearing a golden armor, with a cultivation base of more than 3,200 years. The stick in his hand was also golden and mighty. This person is actually searching for the crystallization of the power of rules outside the sky. Obviously, the sunflower water demon world, which is about to be destroyed, has become a doomsday treasure land for countless young people in the world. The golden-armored young man in front of him came from an unknown high-level world, and he was here to hunt for treasures. Except for this young man in golden armor, Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness spread around, and he found that there were no less than 100 people in this area who were searching for rule fragments. This is a treasure land of doomsday, and it has even attracted powerful people from countless worlds. Yi Feng turned his head sideways, took a look at the golden-armored young man, and felt his aura, which was no less than that of Yi Bai, the #1 core disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and no worse than Thunder Saber and Yin Xiaokui of the Dade world before. In the entire Xia Qingshan, there are countless people with extraordinary talents, but Yi Feng has never seen them before. You said, you want the rule crystal I just got? Yi Feng said lightly, I got it first, and it belongs to me. If you want to snatch it, you will bear the consequences. Yi Feng has already pocketed the crystallization of the rules of space. Now that someone appears in front of him to snatch it from him, how could he obediently hand it over? Even if the opponent is stronger than him, he will not compromise easily, let alone the opponent's strength is not as good as him. Of course, in the eyes of the golden-armored young man on the other side, Yi Feng only had a cultivation base of 1,100 years, and his strength was definitely not as good as his 3,200-year-old powerhouse of the younger generation. You are very brave, dare to talk to me like that. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the golden-armored young man. Apparently he did not expect a boy who had just stepped into the Dao realm to dare to talk to him like this. The stick in his hand was horizontal, and the golden light was shining. In this case, today I will let you know that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky, and strength is everything. Boom. In his hand, he swung the long golden stick towards Yi Feng, with the momentum of a tiger and the wind, and it contained extremely powerful space power. With this blow, he wanted to kill Yi Feng in front of him and take away the crystallization of space rules. In the current Kueishui demon world, whoever is stronger is the boss, and treasures such as rule fragments can only be obtained by the powerful. Well done. Yi Feng felt the killing intent contained in the opponent's stick, and the murderous look flashed in his eyes, and then he swung his long sword. Sunday 9 days. Return to zero sword energy. The two sword techniques were performed at the same time, and the sword energy swept across. One of the 9-day sword energy blasted on the opponent's long staff, and the second day's power contained in the sword energy almost shattered the opponent's staff. However, the ancient dragon power contained in the return to zero sword energy broke through the void, and with the power of time, it descended on the chest of the golden-armored youth in an instant. Puff. You. The chest of the young man in golden armor was pierced by the sword energy, and his whole life was scattered, but his eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe that he died like this. Do you know who I am? The young man in golden armor didn't want to die with peace in his eyes, and asked questions before he died. I don't care who you are. Yi Feng snorted coldly. The top organizations like the Heavenly Court have already been offended, so is Yi Feng afraid of offending other forces? What's more, this young man in golden armor robbed him. Could Yi Feng let the other party rob him? The eyes of the golden-armored young man were full of unwillingness, and then his whole body was enveloped by the power of the ancient Tinglong, and then he disintegrated into powder and disappeared into the space. No bones left. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Master! An angry shout came from the space not far away, and then the power of the space around Yi Feng flickered, and one figure after another appeared, surrounding Yi Feng in an instant. A middle-aged man in silver armor stood out from the crowd, took a step forward, and looked at Yi Feng with a fierce look on his face. Do you know who you just killed? I don't know. What advice do you have? Yi Feng asked indifferently. He is the young master of the Dunhuang family, Dunhuang Ming. If you kill him, you will die. The middle-aged man in silver armor said sharply, pointing at Yi Feng and questioning him. The Dunhuang family? Which world? Yi Feng frowned slightly and asked. The middle-aged Yingjia was stunned when he heard the words, this kid doesn't even know about the Dunhuang family? But then I thought, this kid must be a fledgling and doesn't know the background of the Dunhuang family. The Dunhuang family is the second-class world, the second family in the Tyrannosaurus world. The silver-armored middle-aged man immediately looked proud. Second-class world, do you understand? The strongest among them has tens of thousands of years of cultivation, and can kill you with just one look. It turned out to be from Tyrannosaurus world. There was a clear look on Yi Feng's face, and then he smiled lightly. No wonder, the kid I killed didn't have any treasures on him, that stick was just a fairy weapon, and I wiped it out with a single sword strike. Yi Feng's words made everyone around them blush. The golden stick owned by the young master and the golden armor on his body are both high-grade fairy artifacts, which are considered top-notch in the Dunhuang family, but this kid in front of him actually said just fairy artifacts. What's more, the high-grade fairy weapon is so strong that it was completely wiped out by his sword. This kid, is there something wrong with his background? The silver-armored middle-aged man looked around and thought it was impossible. He must fight quickly, so he took a step forward and shouted, this kid has only 1,100 years of cultivation, and he has a magic weapon that surpasses immortal weapons. Let's kill him. If you lose him, you can get a lot of treasure. As soon as these words came out, everyone was moved. Chongbao, who wouldn't want it? All of a sudden, fierce expressions appeared on their faces. A boy with a cultivation base of 1,100 years has a lot of treasures on his body. If you don't rob him, you can rob someone. Do you still want to fight? Yi Feng smiled lightly, looked around, and found that the members of the Dunhuang family all had cultivation bases of more than 3,000 to 4,000 years, but they didn't have any good stuff on them, so Yi Feng wasn't afraid of fighting at all. Kill! The middle-aged man in silver armor shouted loudly, and suddenly the surrounding momentum rose, and various forces spread out, covering the entire space. A series of murderous auras swept towards Yi Feng. Sword light, knife light, wind blade, and thunder light surrounded Yi Feng as if they were about to destroy the world. You guys are too weak. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, the power of time. The orange light diffused across the audience, immediately surrounding everyone in it. As Yi Feng's cultivation base increased, the power of time became stronger, which immediately slowed down the speed of the people around him by more than 3 times. In Yi Feng's eyes, the movements of the Dunhuang family were like snails. Even if the magic they performed moved forward at an extremely slow speed, it was impossible to hit Yi Feng. Yi Feng rose up, his sword flashing. Ancient Tinglong. The quaint dragon sword instantly enveloped the audience with its barren power, and the terrifying pressure immediately fell on everyone in the Dunhuang family. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng swung his long sword, the light of the sword flickered, and the aura of desolation forced into the bodies of every member of the Dunhuang family. Ah! Help! So strong, scary. Young hero, spare your life. The force of desolation invaded, and all of them clearly felt that their bodies were about to be disintegrated, and they all became terrified. Even the middle-aged man in the silver armor, his face was full of shock. What happened just now? Before he could react at all, the sword light wreaked havoc among the crowd, causing them to face death in an instant. No wonder, the young master couldn't even take the opponent's sword. This kid who has only cultivated for 1,100 years is too strong. The power he comprehended seems to be not the power of this world. It is extremely terrifying and cannot be resisted at all. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, his whole body was swallowed by the aura of desolation and disappeared. After a while, there was not even a scum left of the Dunhuang family members in the field, only Yi Feng stood with a sword in his hand, unrestrained and unrestrained. Yi Feng's figure fell into the consciousness detection of many people around, and everyone was shocked by Yi Feng's strength. This guy, who is only 1,100 years old, can actually defeat so many Dunhuang family powerhouses who have been cultivated for 3,000 to 4,000 years. This kid is too evil, it's better not to mess with him. Everyone unknowingly moved a little further away from Yi Feng, apparently because they didn't want to provoke him. In the current Kueishui demon realm, cultivators with more than 5,000 years of cultivation cannot enter. That kid has such fighting power, and he is basically invincible in this world. Yi Feng tidied up a bit, then continued to release his consciousness to detect the surroundings. The sky in the Kueishui demon realm is already full of fragments and cracks, and the space is chaotic. If one is not careful, he may step into the cracks in the space, and then he will never come out again. If there is no absolute certainty, no one will use the power of space here to perform teleportation and teleportation. Yi Feng flew towards one direction, and he felt that there seemed to be more rule fragments in that direction, which indicated that that place might be the source of the destruction of the sunflower water demon realm. As for why Yi Feng felt this way, it was entirely because he had comprehended the power of time and the power of void, which were powers from the heavens above, and existed at a higher level than the power of time and space. Along the way, Yi Feng saw a lot of rule fragments produced, but they were all taken first, so he ignored them. He is not like those guys from the Dunhuang family who like to steal other people's things. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Yi Feng suddenly felt a shaking not far away, the fluctuation of space and time, which made him feel very sensitively. The space and time here are about to shatter. Yi Feng immediately stopped and flew to the side. As expected, the space not far in front of him suddenly shattered, a crack in the void was formed, and then several crystals condensed by regular power flew away. Come out. There are space rule crystals, time rule crystals, and even dark rule crystals. Seeing this, Yi Feng's eyes immediately brightened. Each cultivator can only comprehend the fragments of space rules once, but each person can comprehend the crystallization of space rules once. With the time rule crystallization, if you comprehend the power of heaven-level space, you should be able to directly rely on the time rule crystallization to comprehend some of the power of time. The consciousness of Qiao Guma came. Yi Feng nodded, and dodged over at once, wanting to take the 3 rule crystals into his pocket. However, at this moment, a tyrannical coercive force descended from the sky, and the powerful force seemed to tear Yi Feng's body into pieces. Well done! Yi Feng had been prepared for a long time, the space was shattered, and the crystallization of rules came out. There must be many people who noticed the movement here and came to fight for it. But scramble is scramble, who is afraid of whom? The orange light covered it in an instant, and Yi Feng's power of time was thrown out immediately, and then taking advantage of the opponent's slow movement, he instantly pocketed 3 rule crystals. Walk. The domineering power above came from a black demon bull demon. At this time, when he felt the power of time Yi Feng displayed, he immediately knew it was not good, and he ran back as fast as possible. This black demon cow demon has been cultivated for 4,000 years. It is a demon cultivator in the Kueishui demon world, and belongs to the existence of the world's top strength. Of course, in front of Yi Feng, this black demon bull has no advantage. Under the power of time, this black demon bull moves extremely slowly. If Yi Feng wants to kill it, it will be easy. But the other party saw that Yi Feng had taken away the rule crystal, so he immediately wanted to retreat. Instead of trying to snatch it, Yi Feng didn't make things difficult for the other party. I got it, let's go. Yi Feng's figure flashed, and he was very far away in an instant, but the black demon bull was still in fear. Fortunately, the human monk didn't take him seriously, otherwise. Yi Feng moved forward quickly, but there were still several human monks chasing after him. They wanted to rob him after seeing him take away the rule crystal. Yi Feng didn't even think about it, he stood still, turned around and released the power of time. In the void, the power of desolation surged out, and after a while, those human monks chasing soldiers were easily dealt with by Yi Feng. If you don't have the strength to dare to rob, you will die. Yi Feng left the place lightly. As Yi Feng moved towards the place he felt, there were fewer and fewer monks competing for rule fragments, but there were more and more rule fragments. Because this place is already very dangerous, the space may collapse at any time, and the monks here will be trapped in it, and their bodies will be smashed to pieces. Of course, fewer people does not mean no people. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. There are still many monks taking risks near here, hoping to get more rule fragments. In this low-level world of the Kuai Shui demon realm, even if the world is destroyed, it is not easy to produce rule crystals. Most of them are rule fragments, and there are a small amount of rule stones. As for the essence of rules higher than rule crystals, it is impossible to produce. An essence of space rules is enough for a practitioner with good talent to directly comprehend the power of heaven-level space. This is a treasure that cannot be obtained by the first-class world powers. Absorb the space rule crystal first. Yi Feng took out the crystallization of space rules in the bloodstone space, and flew towards the destination while absorbing the power of space. I am afraid that Yi Feng is the only one who dares to do this in the entire Xiaqin Tian, absorbing and comprehending the power of space in an unsafe place. However, with Yi Feng's talent, he only needs to spend a little energy to absorb the crystallization of space rules. Even if he encounters danger, he can react quickly. Space collapses around Suizhou became more and more frequent, and Yi Feng was getting closer and closer to his destination. He had a premonition that not far ahead was the source of the imminent destruction of the entire sunflower water demon realm. This place was more than 100,000 miles away from Yi Feng when he first came to Tianwai. Bang! Yi Feng's body suddenly stopped, and right in front of him, a large area of space collapsed, and the endless destructive force spread out, as if it wanted to smash everything nearby into pieces. Yi Feng changed direction quickly, circled several thousand meters, and continued forward. It's almost here, maybe it's fine here, if you go any further, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu passed into Yi Feng's mind. The space in this place is already riddled with holes, and even the time is a bit out of order. No one dares to come to this place. Due to the desolation of the outer sky, no one would come to the outer sky on weekdays. Therefore, it is normal for the people of the Water Demon royal family to not know the current situation here. As for the demon cultivator who accidentally discovered such a situation in Tianwai, of course he would not tell others about the situation here. After all, there are a lot of rule fragments here, of course, the less people know about it, the better. Yi Feng stood at the place where the space collapsed, thinking carefully. Although this piece of space is not small, it is only a small part compared to the entire sunflower water demon realm. Therefore, it will take 10 years for the entire sunflower water demon realm to be wiped out. The consciousness of Qiao Gumu continued to spread, however, if you move a little bit in it, the speed will be much faster. How to do it? Yi Feng asked a crucial question. The space and time here are already very chaotic, as long as you add a fire, you can make it more violent. Guma said faintly, do you still remember that on the Earth where you are, there is a weapon called a nuclear bomb? Fission, fusion? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. This principle can also be used in space and time? It seems that as long as Yi Feng can condense the power of space he has mastered, and then let it go to the collapsed space to induce the loosened space and time rules, it will be able to make those spaces shake more violently, and even produce a series of chain reactions suddenly collapsed one space. Before that, let me comprehend the power of space. Yi Feng's eyes shone brightly, and the crystallization of space rules in his hands had been almost absorbed by him. After a few hours. Half-day level space power. Yi Feng opened his eyes, a burst of violent space power burst out from his body, the power of heaven-level space. He had already comprehended half of it through the crystallization of space rules. However, this is just the beginning. If you can have a piece of the essence of space rules, that would be great. Yi Feng shook his head, didn't think too much, looked up and looked around, and found that the collapse of the nearby space was even more serious. Even when he was just cultivating, he often had to change positions, and became affected by the collapse of space. Fortunately, his sense of space and time is much more sensitive than other practitioners in Zaya Qingshan, otherwise he really wouldn't dare to stay in the collapsed space for such a long time. Okay, I'm going to do it, Gumu, give me a helping hand. Yi Feng said. Gumu agreed. After all, Yi Feng's cultivation base is too low now. It is too difficult to detonate this space based on Yi Feng's own words. Before that, you should find a safe place away from here to detonate escape after space. Yi Feng nodded, and spent several hours descending a distance of more than 100,000 miles to the bottom of the Kuei-Shui demon realm, and set the coordinates of a safe point on a high mountain. This is the place where he will escape later, otherwise there is no place to run, and he may be swallowed by the collapsed space, leaving no place for him to die. Immediately, Yi Feng returned to the place where the space collapsed, while condensing the half-day level space power he had comprehended. To add a fire, detonate the whole space. This time, won't the entire Kuei-Shui demon world collapse? Yi Feng was a little worried. You think too much. Do you think your strength is so strong? Gumu snorted disdainfully. It's not bad to blow up a space collapse of 1,000 miles. It's not so easy to shorten the 10-year destruction time of this world. Could it only blow up 1,000 miles of collapsed space? Yi Feng was a little disappointed. He thought he could explode a lot at once. Enough, so that if you come once a day, you can shorten the time for the destruction of the world to 1 year. Gumu said lightly. 1 year is still too long. Yi Feng thought to himself, but when those spaces are blown up, a lot of rule fragments will definitely be blown up. These are collected and brought back for the people of Peach Blossom Island to absorb. In the entire Kuei-Shui demon realm, no one is as crazy as Yi Feng to blow up those spaces that are about to collapse. For ordinary people, isn't this courting death? Now in the Kuei-Shui demon realm, even the strongest 5,000-year-old man would not dare to be so crazy. What's more, the current 5,000-year cultivation powerhouses don't dare to stay in the Kuei-Shui demon realm anymore, because it is impossible to tell when the destruction of the Kuei-Shui demon realm reaches a new level, and all the 5,000-year cultivation powerhouses will be wiped out. The strong obliterate. The closer the time of destruction is, the lower the cultivation level of the cultivators allowed to exist in the Kuei-Shui demon realm. Fortunately, Yi Feng's cultivation base is only 1,100 years old. In this respect, he has a great advantage. A lot of people are still collecting rule fragments along the way. Yi Feng flew back all the way. He didn't pay much attention to those people. His purpose was different from these people. Soon, he returned to the vicinity of the collapsed space. The half-day level space power in his hand had already condensed into a space ball. Yi Feng even added the power of the void and the power of time into it. These two forces are higher-level forces of the same nature that go beyond the power of lower clear sky space and the power of time. After they are integrated into them, the effect of detonating space will obviously be more obvious. Go. Qiao Guma gave encouragement and stopped talking. Yifeng nodded, took 2 steps forward, and used the power of the void to throw the ball of space towards the center of the collapsed space. Burst. Yifeng's thoughts moved, and then he saw a burst of incomparably violent chaotic power coming from the place where he detonated it. Walk. He didn't dare to stay here, and immediately activated the power of space to return to the safe point set before. On a high mountain, Yifeng looked up at the sky, and felt a booming sound in the distance, which was endless. Such a big movement may attract many monks to go, but unfortunately, if those monks approach, there is only one dead end. Okay, go on. Yifeng didn't wait for long. When the rumbling above gradually calmed down, he continued to fly in the direction of the collapsing space. So many rule fragments. Yifeng came near the collapsed space, his eyes lit up. I saw all kinds of rule fragments floating in the entire space in front of me, enough to drive anyone crazy. There are several rule crystals, 30 or 40 rule stones, and hundreds of rule fragments. Yifeng was shocked, and without any hesitation, he directly took all these rule fragments into his bag. The strength is exhausted, rest for one night, and continue tomorrow. Yifeng tidied up the fragments of the rules in satisfaction, and left the collapsed space. Rest, you can't rest in such a dangerous place. Yifeng found a place, first absorbed and comprehended the Stone of Space rules. He also wanted to use this to directly comprehend the power of heaven-level space, but found that the power of space contained in the Stone of Space rules was not strong enough, and there was still a long way to go before fully comprehending the power of sky-level space. It seems that comprehending the power of heaven-level space is not far away, much earlier than Isubai. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, and his self-confidence in white clothes should be shattered in a short while. In the entire Kueishui demon world, there is no one who dares to detonate space and shatter time like Yifeng, and thus obtain many rule fragments. The destruction of the world can only be seen once in thousands of years. Even the destruction of the low-level world, the Kueishui demon realm, is very rare. Such a rare opportunity, the countless tyrannical forces in the worlds of Xia Qingshan will naturally not let it go, but now there are still 10 years left before the complete destruction of the Kueishui demon realm, and it is not yet time to make a move. Many forces are waiting. For example, the Dharma world, if they hadn't followed Yifeng, Lei Dao, and Yin Xiaokui would not have come here. The closer the world is to destruction, the more fragments of rules will be born in it. At that time, it will be a great opportunity for many forces to compete. Even a powerful first-class world like Yueyuan world needs rule fragments very much. Enough rule fragments can create countless powerful people. Originally, it was not yet time. But now, Yifeng detonated the space, accelerated the destruction speed of the entire sunflower water demon realm, and immediately caused many forces in the entire Xia Qingshan to boil. How dare this kid do such a thing? Undoubtedly, no one has thought of this point, and they dare not think about it. After all, in Xia Qingshan, those who can accelerate the destruction of the world must have already surpassed 5,000 years of cultivation. At this time, it is impossible to enter the sunflower among the water demon world. At this moment, just as Yifeng was about to continue to detonate the space and get various rule fragments, other top forces in the lower Qing Tian began to act one after another. For the existence of even the realm of the Immortal King, the power of the rules they have comprehended has already advanced into a law, and no rule fragments are needed to upgrade. But among those top forces, there are still many younger generations who need to use rule fragments, and the generation of rule fragments is very rare. A top-grade fairy artifact. Therefore, more and more young generation powerhouses, those with less than 5,000 years of cultivation, poured into the sunflower water demon world one after another. Of course, with a crazy guy like Yifeng detonating the space, Even cultivators with 4,000 years of cultivation in these forces dare not enter the sunflower water demon realm. Who knows when the sunflower water demon realm will collapse to obliterate 4,000th the degree of cultivation. A cultivator who enters the Kuei-shui demon realm can reach the highest cultivation level of more than 3,000 years. And with such an existence, there are very few people who would be Yi Feng's opponents in a single fight. After all, the various powers that Yi Feng comprehend are beyond the level of Xia Qing Tian. Even if some evildoers comprehend the various powers of Xia Qing Tian to several levels, they can't reach the level of Yi Feng's first level. The power of the dragon's power. Regarding these, Yi Feng did not know, but he did not need to know. The second time to detonate the space. There was a loud bang, which caused turbulent flow of time and space in the world, and the range of space collapse expanded hundreds of kilometers at once. Compared to the entire Kuei-shui demon realm, this is not a large area, or even a very small part of it, but if Yi Feng detonated the space like this every day, the 10-year countdown to the destruction of the Kuei-shui demon realm would be very short. Soon there will be only a few years left, or even less than a year. This time the harvest is still good. Yi Feng went back outside the scope of the collapsed space, retracted his hands, and collected many rule fragments into his bag. He detonated the space. In addition to speeding up the destruction of the Kuei-shui demon realm, he could also get so many rule fragments. There is no doubt that it was worth the trip. However, this time, when Yi Feng turned around and wanted to leave, several figures suddenly appeared behind him. All of them were existences with more than 3,000 years of cultivation. All of them looked at Yi Feng with unfriendly expressions. This guy is here to detonate the space. There must already be countless rule fragments on his body. If we snatch it, we can make a fortune immediately. A gloomy young man in black looked at Yi Feng and said maliciously. He can detonate the space, and his strength may be very terrifying. Another youth in purple squinted his eyes and glanced at Yi Feng, as if he was a little apprehensive. What are you afraid of? With so many of us, can't we still deal with a boy with 1,000 years of cultivation? The cold young man in black snorted coldly. Zi Tianxiong, your courage is getting smaller and smaller. If you want to get more rule fragments, how can you do it without taking some risks? Malong, since you said so, why don't you go up and try? The young man in purple snorted and replied. Okay, don't fight among yourself. A woman in Xingyi frowned and said, this son's name is Yi Feng. He is the head of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. He just took office. It is said that he is very talented. However, no matter how strong the talent is, it will take time to accumulate enough cultivation skills. Why? Now he has only cultivated for 1,000 years. If he doesn't do it now, when will he wait? Good. The cold and gloomy young man in black named Mo Long said indifferently, let's fight together, and killing him is a sure thing, so why be afraid? That group of 6 people are all the younger generation with more than 3,000 years of cultivation, and their cultivation has broken through the bottleneck of 3,000 years of cultivation, which means that their talents are quite good, and it is only a matter of time before they reach 4,000 years of cultivation. I don't know what world they are from. Yi Feng glanced at the other 6 people with his spiritual sense, listening to the other party's conversation. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to him at all, so he couldn't help but sneered in his heart. Since you have to do it, why not hurry up? If you dare not do it, get out of the way, I still have things to do. Yi Feng's cold sentence stunned the other 6 people. This kid actually dared to make a provocative voice. Kill him. Mo Long snorted coldly, and suddenly a burst of dark power surged towards Yi Feng, covering the area Yi Feng was in an instant. Mo Long's dark power has reached the 3rd stage, let's see how Yi Feng can resist it. Zi Tianxiong said lightly, but didn't make a move immediately. The person in charge of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace will definitely not be a simple person. Even if he believes that his group can kill Yi Feng, he doesn't want to do it himself, but wants to consume the strength of the others. After getting the rule fragments from Yifeng at that time, he can leave more power to snatch the distribution. The third power of darkness? Yifeng smiled faintly. He really didn't know what level the various powers in the lower Qing Tian were, and how strong the third level of dark power was, but it was definitely far inferior to the power of the upper Qing Tian that he had comprehended. The power of the sun, the second level. Yifeng's long sword sprinted forward, golden light flickered, breaking through the black mist in an instant. The golden sword light came westward, piercing through that young man named Mo Long in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the readers of WAP.com, Weiwei Shu, Ichio, and other readers for the VIP tickets. The moment Yifeng's golden sword light pierced through, there was a scream. Ah! Mo Long screamed, his face was full of horror and disbelief. He never expected that he had comprehended the third level of dark power, and he couldn't even resist the opponent's sword. What kind of terrifying power has this dragon sword immortal palace leader named Yifeng comprehended? Yifeng didn't hesitate at all. After piercing Mo Long with his sword, he never held back his hand. The golden sword light enveloped the audience, and then the power of desolation seeped out, shocking the other youths in various costumes. Yifeng actually confronted them as if they were destroyed. We are the geniuses of the colorful world, Yifeng. If you dare to kill me, the colorful world will not forgive you, and your family will all die without a burial. That young man named Zi Tianxiong was originally very calm, but when he was facing death, it was not so easy to maintain his calm. His face was full of panic, feeling the terrifying and desolate power that permeated the surroundings. He knew that his life and death were controlled by Yifeng. Threaten me? Yifeng frowned. Threatening him, not only that, but also threatening him with the lives of his family members. This Zi Tianxiong is simply seeking his own death. Die. Yifeng swung his sword, the sword light flickered, Zi Tianxiong's figure in purple disappeared from the barren power. Colorful world, what kind of world is it? Yifeng turned his head to the side, looking at the only woman in Xingyi left. The woman in Xingyi was already so frightened that her face paled. She had long since lost the composure she had when she wanted to kill Yifeng and snatch the rule fragments. Hearing Yifeng's question at this moment, he couldn't help but answer tremblingly, "It's a second-class world." "You're only a second-class world, so you're so arrogant?" Yifeng was stunned for a moment, thinking that this colorful world was a first-class world. Seeing Yifeng being so contemptuous, the woman in green couldn't help wondering, isn't Dragon Sword Immortal Palace just a sect in a second-class world? Why does Yifeng look down on the second-class world so much? Thunder Saber and Yin Xiaokue in the Dade world are better than you, right? Yifeng asked, casually. The girl in Xingyi nodded her head, her heart trembled suddenly. This Yifeng, he must have met Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue, right? Since he is here, well, is it possible that Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue were killed by him? The Dharma World and Dragon Sword Immortal Palace have enmity. The girl in Xingyi knew about it a long time ago. When Yifeng meets the other party, of course the only way to go is the battle of life and death. Look, what is this? Yifeng smiled faintly, and took out the reincarnation-level magic weapons he had obtained, the Heavenly Thunder Crazy Saber and the Silver Jade Blood Whip, both exuding a tyrannical aura, floating behind Yifeng, shocking people's hearts. When the girl in Xingyi saw the two reincarnation-level magic weapons, behind Yifeng, her complexion turned pale. They were really the reincarnation-level magic weapons of Thunder Knife and Yin Xiaokue. Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokue are already one of the best youth powerhouses in the Dade world. They are even gifted. They have already comprehended certain powers to the 4th level, or even the 5th level. Unexpectedly, they were still defeated by Yifeng. Killed. Thunder Knife and Yin Xiaokue, what power did they use respectively, and what level did they comprehend? Yifeng asked again. Thunder Saber has comprehended the power of thunder and lightning. It is said that it has reached the fourth stage, and it is extremely powerful. As for Yin Xiaokui, I don't know what power it has comprehended, but it has reached the fifth stage, stronger than Thunder Saber. The woman and Xing Yi replied immediately. The fourth and fifth levels. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. It seems that the genius disciples in Zaya Qingshan can comprehend the power of the fourth or fifth level in the 3,000 or 4,000 years of cultivation, which is considered a top talent. I'm done asking, you can rest in peace. Yi Feng smiled faintly, the golden sword light flashed, the astonishment flashed on the face of the woman and Xing Yi, and then the whole person was disintegrated and dissipated in the aura of desolation. The other party was here to deal with Yi Feng, and Yi Feng killed the other 5 people, so it is naturally impossible to leave the woman and Xing Yi alone. The reason why he asked the question was just to see how far the talented young people in Qingtian could go. After solving this group of people, Yi Feng's reputation seems to spread very widely, even those young generation powerhouses from the first-class world dare not do anything to Yi Feng. Who doesn't know that the Thunder Saber and Yin Xiaokui in the Great Virtue World were all beheaded by Yi Feng, and the reincarnation-level magic weapons were all robbed? In the Kuei-Shui demon realm, no one can do anything to get Yi Feng, but after going out, presumably, the Great Virtue World, the Colorful World, etc., will not let Yi Feng go. All of a sudden, when Yi Feng detonated the space in the Kuei-Shui demon realm and plundered the rule fragments, many higher worlds, including the Dade world, were already trying to block Yi Feng. When he left the Sunflower Water demon realm, they would as his time of death. Of course Yi Feng didn't know this, even if he knew, he would have a way to deal with it. Day after day, 3 months passed, quickly. Yi Feng detonated the space in the Sunflower Water demon realm once a day, causing the Sunflower Water demon realm to be destroyed extremely fast, to the point that there was no complete space above the sky, and everything turned into fragments. But at this moment, after 3 months have passed, the upper limit of cultivation in the Kuei-Shui demon realm has been reduced to 3,300 years. The existence of more than 3,300 years of cultivation has either left the Kuei-Shui demon realm, or has been ruthlessly obliterated by the laws of heaven and earth, and there is no possibility of existence. As a matter of course, many demon cultivator countries in the Kuei-Shui demon world have already discovered the strangeness of the world. Among other things, there are tens of thousands of times more human monks who come to the Kuei-Shui demon realm to hunt for treasure than in the past. In the current Kuei-Shui demon realm, human monks can be seen everywhere. Never met a single human monk. After all, this is a world that does not welcome human monks. In another fourth-class world, the Water Demon Emperor and General Jin Jiao got together. Emperor, our world has really begun to be destroyed. If I hadn't walked fast, I would have been obliterated in it now. General Jin Jiao had an expression of disbelief on his face. Until now, he still couldn't believe that what the human monk said before was true. The Sunflower Water Demon world is about to be destroyed. And that human monk seemed to have really come to pick up everyone from the Water Demon royal family safely. Where is the Water Moon Flower? The Water Demon Emperor is calm and composed. As long as the foundation of the royal family can be preserved, the Water Demon royal family may develop again. Even if they go to a lower world and occupy that lower world, it doesn't matter. Of course, if there is a higher world to go to, they will definitely go to the higher world. After all, the cultivation resources of the higher world are far more than those of the lower world. General Jin Jiao couldn't help hesitating when he heard the emperor's question. The emperor was tall and majestic, and when he frowned, it seemed that a heavy pressure fell on General Jin Jiao. She didn't come out with me, but said to collect more rule fragments in our world, so that we don't have to worry. General Jin Jiao replied in fear. Snort. The emperor snorted coldly, with a fierce look in his eyes. If something happens to Shui Yuewa, you know the consequences. A look of unwillingness flashed in Jin Jia's right general's eyes. How could he, a right general, be able to control Shui Yuewa's actions. But now, if something happened to Shui Yuewa, he would be the one to blame. What makes General Jin Jiao helpless is that now he can no longer enter the Kuei-Shui demon realm, so he can only rely on the strength of others to ensure the safety of Shui Yuewa. Don't worry, the Emperor, the princess will be fine. General Jin Jiao said in a deep voice, then turned and left to make arrangements. In the current sunflower water demon world, existences with 3,000 years of cultivation can still enter it, but if you want to ensure the safety of Princess Shui Yuewa, you will definitely not be able to do it with the 3,000-year cultivation base in the sunflower water demon world. In the current Kuei water demon realm, there are countless talented youths from the higher world. Any young man with 3,000 years of cultivation can kill a dozen or so water demon royal family demon cultivators with 3,000 years of cultivation. Needless to say, there are evildoers like Yi Feng among them. If Shui Yuewa encounters such evildoers as enemies, it must be a disaster. If I knew it earlier, I would have listened to what Yi Feng said and see what he has planned. General Jin Jiao felt a little regretful. After Yi Feng easily broke through the siege and left, he asked a few close friends of Water Emperor City to question him, and learned that it was Princess Shui Yuewa who brought the human in. Then Prime Ministers wanted to take action against Yi Feng. The counterattack killed Prime Minister Zhua. Of course, as for how Shui Zhiji, the son of Zhua Xiang, died, it is impossible to verify now. But since Shui Yuehua lied once, the possibility of lying a second time is not small. Maybe, as Yi Feng said, he came here with no malice. In that case, with Yi Feng's protection, the members of the Water Demon royal family will be much safer. No, human monks are scheming and cunning. Although Princess Shui Yuewa lied a little, it was definitely Yi Feng who made the mistake first. The feeling of regret in General Jin Jiao's mind only existed for a while, and it was immediately broken by the impression he had always had. Human monks, in his eyes, and in the eyes of the entire Kuei-Shui demon world, are treacherous and despicable. How could there be any good people who come to help them? Yi Feng must have wanted something. Since Yi Feng is the master from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, is it because he wants to use Princess Shui Yuewa as a tool for cultivating evil spells? From the 1st team to the 10th team of the Imperial Guards, you all return to the Kuei-Shui demon realm, find Princess Shui Yuewa, and protect her safety. General Jin Jiao gathered his army together, and then marched into the Kuei-Shui demon realm. At this time, in the Kuei-Shui demon realm, there are turmoil everywhere. With the progress of Yi Feng detonating the space, the entire Kuei-Shui demon realm has been plunged into dire straits. The existences with a cultivation base of more than 3,300 years have all left or been obliterated, but intensified. However, there is only one person who gained the most from them, and that is Yi Feng. Only Yi Feng was able to detonate the power of space and immediately gather hundreds of fragments of rules that were exploded, while others did not dare to compete with him at all. Others can only wait obediently in other places. If there is a space collapse, some fragments of rules will be broken and let them compete with each other. Indistinctly, the enchanting young geniuses of the higher world have already occupied all parts of the Kuei-Shui demon world. Except for Yi Feng, those who have gained the most are those enchanting geniuses of the higher world. Today, Yi Feng detonated the space again, collected hundreds of rule fragments, and was about to turn back to rest, recovering the consumed power of time and power of void. But when he glanced at it, he saw a flash of light approaching quickly in front of him, and then a somewhat embarrassed figure appeared in front of him. It's Yukaishin of Yueyuan world. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the person who ran away in embarrassment was actually an acquaintance. Huh, Yi Feng? Yu Qiqian's cultivation base is now 1,400 years. After condensing the Dao fruit, his cultivation base has improved very fast, even surpassing Yi Feng's 300-year-old cultivation base. Seeing Yi Fengfei in front of him, he immediately showed a look of joy. Brother-in-law, help me. brother-in-law. From Yu Qiqian's point of view, Yi Feng was forced by Emperor Xinyue to get engaged to his sister, Princess Xuelong, so he is already his brother-in-law. What happened? Now Yi Feng doesn't mind helping the other party. After all, Yueyuan world is a friend rather than an enemy. To fight against the Immortal Kingdom, Yi Feng still has to rely on the power of Yueyuan world. A rule crystal came out, and those guys wanted to kill me and take it away. Yu Qiqian said angrily, then coughed twice, and sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Crystallization of rules. Yi Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and he looked behind Yu Qiqian, only to see several young practitioners with 3,000 years of cultivation, chasing and killing them extremely quickly. They are also from Yueyuan world, but they are not from my Yueyuan dynasty. A fierce light flashed in Yu Qiqian's eyes. The Yueyuan dynasty has ruled the Yueyuan world for countless years. These guys really dare to attack me. In this world, strength is the most important thing. Yi Feng said something casually, and then stepped forward. Unexpectedly, for a mere crystallization of rules, several genius monks who belonged to the Yueyuan world turned against each other and wanted to kill the prince of the Yueyuan dynasty, Yu Qiqian. Who are you? Hurry up and get out of the way, or you will be dead on the spot. Those few people came chasing after them, and one of them threatened arrogantly with a domineering and arrogant look on his face. I'm the one who kills you. Yi Feng stood in front of the injured Yu Qiqian, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a golden sword light flashed out, covering the whole audience immediately. The aura of desolation spread out, making those people tremble all over. This breath is so scary. Who is this person? Suddenly, one of the group of people suddenly remembered, pointed at Yi Feng and tremblingly said, he is the leader of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Yi Feng is also the son-in-law of Emperor Xinyue. At the engagement banquet, I've seen him from afar. The son-in-law of Emperor Xinyue, the ruler of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Each of these two identities shocked these people. They never expected that they would meet such a character after chasing and killing Yu Qiqian for the crystallization of the rules. It was simply too bad luck. Now who in the Kuishui demon realm doesn't know that this Yi Feng is one of the most difficult people to provoke? A desolate atmosphere enveloped the audience, and after a while, those young people who chased and killed Yu Qiqian were all buried under Yi Feng's sword. Hey, brother-in-law, you are really strong now. I can't compare to you. Yu Qiqian watched Yi Feng kill those guys. He smiled and scratched his head. Yi Feng looked at this burly man and smiled lightly. I'm lucky enough to have achieved what I am now, but my cultivation is still too low. Now the sunflower water demon realm is a good opportunity to improve. Brother Yu, don't miss it. Gone. Well, I have already harvested a lot of various rule fragments this time. There are also a few rule stones, and there is even a rule crystal. After I go back and study it carefully, my strength should be able to improve a lot. Yu Qiqian nodded, and patted Yi Feng's shoulder boldly. It's you, who is majestic in the Kuishui demon world, and must have gained a lot more than me, right? Hearing this, Yi Feng shook his head. It's not much. I'm actually here to fulfill a commission from a senior in Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Hey. Yu Qiqian smiled. Of course he knew that Yi Feng's harvest must be very rich. Of course, he would never have imagined that Yi Feng had already taken 600 or 700 of the crystallization of rules that he valued so much. As for other rule stones and rule fragments, there are even more. The former has 3,000 or 4,000 pieces, and the latter is as many as tens of thousands. Ever since those strong men in the colorful world were beheaded by Yi Feng, no one else dared to provoke Yi Feng, and no one would approach that extremely unstable place where space collapsed. Only Yi Feng can safely move forward in it. Other young people, even first-class geniuses, cannot be able to roughly perceive where the space will collapse like Yi Feng. For others, the vicinity of the collapsed space is a fierce place, and they will not approach at all, so no one knows how many rule fragments Yi Feng got. Are you detonating space here? Yu Qitan asked, curiously. Well, by speeding up the destruction of the Kueishui demon realm, I will be able to fulfill my senior's orders as soon as possible. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Then I won't be with you, be careful yourself. As Yu Qitan spoke, his tone began to be dignified. Compared to the outside world, there are many forces waiting for you to go out now, and they want to capture you, so you have to be careful, don't be caught by those people. Thank you brother Yu, for reminding me, I will pay attention. Yifeng's eyes flashed brightly, and there were people surrounding him. It seemed that it would not be so easy to leave the Kueishui demon realm. Perhaps, when he leaves the Kueishui demon realm, a rare battle will break out in Xia Qingshan. Shaking his head, Yifeng didn't think much about it. After Yu Qitan left, he continued to rest and prepared to continue detonating space tomorrow. The entire Sunflower Water Demon realm has been blown up by Yifeng for nearly 1/3. If this continues, it will not be far from being completely wiped out. The Sunflower Water Demon world, above the ocean. Xuanhuan, the princess of the Water Demon royal family, finally waited for the imperial guards sent by General Jin Jiao to protect her. A total of 1,000 imperial guards, with a cultivation level of 3,000 years, became her guards. Nowadays, the highest cultivator in the Sunflower Water Demon realm is only 3,300 years old. Now I am the king in the Sunflower Water Demon realm. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed with pride. The Kueishui demon realm is about to be destroyed, and of course she covets the fragments of rules that are produced. Even in her opinion, all the fragments of rules in this world should belong to her, because she was originally the demon cultivator of this world is the master of this world. Those foreign human monks who dared to snatch her rule fragments were simply seeking their own death. Come with me. Xuanhuan saw that there were several human monks fighting for the rule fragments not far away. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, and she flew over in a black mass with 1,000 demon cultivator imperial guards with 3,000 years of cultivation. Hand over the rule fragments, otherwise, kill. Xuanhuan was arrogant and domineering, proudly raised her chest, and said threateningly to those human monks. Who are these people? Those human monks were so startled that they broke out in a cold sweat. In this world, there is actually someone who can gather so many demon cultivators with 3,000 years of cultivation. The achievements of demon cultivators are related to their own species. Although there are not too strong demon cultivators in the Kueishui demon world, most of them are not too low in cultivation. If it is a human monk in the 4th-class world, it is impossible to produce so many strong men with 3,000 years of cultivation. Because of this, there have never been many human monks in the Kueishui demon world, so there is no need. If it is stronger, those existences in the realm of becoming immortals will not look down on things in the realm of sunflower water monsters, unless it is now when they are about to be destroyed. Under the oppression of Xuanhuan, those human monks obediently gave up the fragments of the rules. However, when Xuanhuan gave an order, those human monks immediately died under the attack of the demon cultivator army. You don't keep your word, I hate it. A human monk did not lose consciousness immediately after death, but turned into a soul, trying to escape from this place. Want to run, soul slayer? A cold light flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, and immediately several monster cultivator guards took action, obliterating the soul of the human monk who wanted to escape. Walk. Xuanhuan held her head high and proud, and led the demon cultivator army to move forward, sweeping all the way. Soon, this group that people dare not provoke at a glance flew up into the sky. Xuanhuan knew that the real treasure still appeared outside the sky, and even that Yifeng was still in this world, plundering largest share of rule shards. Not long after, the demon cultivator army killed and looted all the way, and came above the clouds, beyond the sky. Only those who have achieved the Tao realm can break through the sky and survive in a vacuum environment, and those who exist outside the sky are all truly powerful practitioners. Arriving at a place, the space suddenly collapsed, and two regular crystals fell out of the void. The two human monks in front, kill them. Xuanhuan was domineering, pointing at the two human monks who were confronting near the two rule crystals, and asked the demon cultivator army to do it. Of those two human monks, one of them was a young man wearing a golden dragon robe, with the power of a heavenly dragon all over his body. His spirits were flying high, and the brilliance of dragon eyes was shining in his eyes. The other person, dressed in a grey cloth shirt, looked inconspicuous, but a barren force spread around him, faintly confronting the young man in the golden dragon robe. Broken, the world you and I live in is one of the 7 core worlds of the Immortal Kingdom. It seems that our battle cannot allow outsiders to intervene. The young man in the golden dragon robe opened his eyes burst out, and he looked at the young man in the grey cloth shirt opposite him. Good. The young man in the grey cloth shirt broke the wasteland. With his eyes closed, he spoke lightly. The two of them didn't pay attention to the army of demon cultivators led by Xuanhuan at all. Xuanhuan was at the side, just as she gave the order to kill the two human monks in front of her. She felt a strong killing intent emanating from those two human monks, and she couldn't help but shudder. What's going on? The two human monks clearly have less than 3,000 years of cultivation, but she actually feels that the 1,000 demon cultivators behind her seem to be no match for each other. How is this possible? A guard of 1,000 will drown you with just one mouthful of spit. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth and waved her hand. Don't you hurry up? She must get those two rule crystals, no one can stop her. The 1,000 demon cultivators of the Imperial Guards behind her finally started to move immediately, and with a bang, they all flew towards the two people in front. The power of the water system suddenly surged in the sky, as if it was going to flood the entire sky. But the two human monks were not moved at all. Yu Tianlong, kill. The young man in the grey cloth shirt finally opened his eyes with a faint sentence, and at this moment, a barren power suddenly spread from his eyes, spreading to the surroundings. Those water system forces that swept over were instantly annihilated by this majestic, barren force. Ha ha ha, breaking the wasteland, your strength seems to be inferior to mine. Yu Tianlong, the young man in the golden dragon robe, laughed a few times, and then waved his big hand. The golden light shone, and the phantom of 9 golden dragons burst through the sky. In an instant, dozens of demon cultivators were killed by the golden dragon shadow devourers. These two young men, one with a cultivation base of 2,600 years and the other with a cultivation base of 2,800 years, turned a blind eye to 1,000 demon cultivators. And these two are geniuses from the 2 core worlds of the Immortal Kingdom. The behemoth of the Fairyland Kingdom has a total of 7 core worlds, all of which are first-class worlds, and the Dharma world is still the weakest existence among them. As for Yu Tianlong and Pahuang, 2 young evil geniuses, their displayed strength is obviously much stronger than the Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokui that Yifeng encountered before. The power of the 9 desolation, smash, kill. Breaking through the wasteland in the grey cloth shirt, his eyes opened, like a madman. The extremely overbearing power of the 9 wastelands spread. Those demon cultivator guards who came into contact with the power of the 9 desolation died one by one in the aura of desolation. The power of the 9 desolation was somewhat similar to the power of the desolate Tinglong, comprehended by Yifeng. The Yushanlong controls the phantom of the 9 dragons, with golden eyes, as if the king of the Yulong is coming, which is more domineering than the power of breaking the wasteland. Every time the phantom of the 9 dragons devours, dozens of demon cultivators must be crushed, and their bones will be wiped out by the terrifying power. Many demon cultivators have already transformed their own bodies, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, thunder fish and electric snakes, one by one, displaying their crazy power, but what they do is just to resist Pahuang and Yu Tianlong. As for killing Pahuang and Yu Tianlong, it's impossible. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Not to mention these two genius monsters, Lei Dao and Yin Xiaokui before, I am afraid they can fight against these 1,000 monster cultivators, but it is impossible to be so easy. Shui Yuehua watched her demon cultivator army being massacred by 2 people behind her back. She was so shocked that she broke into a cold sweat. So amazing. Where did these human monks come from, and why are they all so powerful? The previous Yi Feng seemed nothing compared to him. Shui Yuehua compared the 2 sides. Even if Yi Feng was standing here before, he might not be able to easily resist thousands of demon cultivators. After all, that Yi Feng's cultivation was still too low. In the blink of an eye, the demon cultivator army was completely killed by Pahuang and Yu Tianlong, leaving only a few scattered people who wanted to escape in all directions. One's own life is important. As for Shui Yuewa's safety, they can't control it anymore. Who let Shui Yuewa rely on herself as the princess of the water demon royal family to be so arrogant and domineering, and offend people who shouldn't be offended? Death is also self-inflicted. The golden dragon's shadow roared, roaring and devouring. The violent power almost made the space tremble. The remaining demon cultivators who wanted to escape were all swallowed up by the golden dragon's shadow. Not a single one remained. Of the 2 rule crystals, Jiesha and Yu Tianlong each got one. The faint and domineering eyes immediately turned to the remaining demon cultivator, Shui Yuewa, the princess of the water demon royal family. Shui Yuehua's heart shuddered. They were all dead. The demon cultivator imperial guards entrusted by General Yu to protect her were all dead. She couldn't believe it was true. Kill. Yu Tianlong glanced at Shui Yuewa, felt that it was quite an eyesore, spit out the word kill, and suddenly the phantom of the golden dragon reappeared, as if he was going to devour Shui Yuewa in the next moment. To deal with the Shui Yuewa, Yu Tianlong only dispatched a golden dragon phantom. Shui Yuewa seemed to be shrouded in a domineering atmosphere, unable to move at all. Her beautiful eyes showed regret. She is simply a frog in a well. I don't know how many strong people in this world are so arrogant and domineering, and they have provoked a completely irresistible enemy. Suddenly, a figure flashed by in her eyes, which surprised her, and a scheme emerged from her heart. Yi Feng, save me! Shui Yuewa shouted this sentence with all her strength, and moved towards the figure that flashed past. Yi Feng is also a very powerful human monk. Although he is not the opponent of the 2 in front of him, he can stop them at least. Yi Feng didn't pay attention to this side at first, but Shui Yuehua's call for help made him frown slightly. He was about to detonate the space, but he didn't expect someone to call for help in the middle of the journey. When he turned his head to the side, he couldn't help being happy. It turned out to be the water demon princess Shui Yuewa, who had encountered a strong human monk again, and had no choice but to call for help. I saved you twice, but you always wanted to kill me. Do you think I will save you a 3rd time? Yi Feng gave a cold voice, turned around and was about to leave, without even looking at the 2 people besieging Shui Yuewa. Seeing this, Shui Yuewa's whole body became icy cold, and a burst of cold air poured into her head. She never thought that Yi Feng would be so heartless. Didn't he say that he came to save the water demon royal family from this world? How come I see her indifferent now? There was endless regret in her heart. She regarded Yi Feng as an enemy from the very beginning, and even tried to harm him, but in fact, Yi Feng saved her twice from the very beginning, and there was never any disadvantage to her. A person who will avenge his kindness, but also wants Yi Feng to rescue him for the 3rd time, wishful thinking. However, with the current situation, it seems that Yi Feng can't just leave if he wants to. When Pahuang and Yu Tianlong heard the word Yi Feng from Shui Yuewa's mouth, their eyes lit up immediately. The guy who flew over in a low-key manner was actually the leader of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Yi Feng? Stop! Yu Tianlong's domineering voice sounded, and then the phantom of the golden dragon flew across, stopping Yi Feng in an instant. Yi Feng, it doesn't take much effort to get here. The young man in the gray cloth shirt broke the wasteland, and with a deep and soft sound, the power of the 9 wastelands was also revealed, surrounding and covering Yi Feng, who wanted to leave directly. Yi Feng frowned slightly. Who are these two guys? They came to stop him when they heard that he was Yi Feng. Before Yi Feng could react, Pa Huang and Yu Tianlong fought separately, and a tyrannical force swept towards Yi Feng. If you want to fight, then fight. Of course, Yi Feng wouldn't be afraid of anything. If the other party wanted to fight him, he certainly wouldn't run away. The power of the second day of the sun is condensed in an instant, guarding the sword. Layers of golden sunshine sword energy barriers condensed around Yi Feng's body, resisting the power of the nine desolation in front and blocking the phantom of the golden dragon behind. The golden sword energy barrier suddenly burst into bursts of shaking, overflowing with light. Feeling the shaking of the sword energy barrier, Yi Feng raised his brows. These two guys are quite strong, each of them is more terrifying than the Thunder Dao and Yin Xiaokui that they encountered before. Magic crystal wings. Yi Feng urged the wings of the magic crystal, and the power of the sky-level space flickered immediately, causing him to leave the area. The next moment, he had already appeared behind the golden dragon-robed royal sky enemy. The speed is really fast, the power of heaven-level space? Yu Tianlong's domineering expression froze, and he immediately realized, no, it was Yi Feng who used a reincarnation-level magic weapon to display the power of heaven-level space. If not, with Yi Feng's 1,100-year cultivation base, he was able to comprehend the power of heaven-level space, and there would be no such monster in the entire immortal kingdom. 9 heavens controlling dragon art, appear. Yu Tianlong shouted violently, and immediately 9 golden dragon phantoms flew up from the golden robe on his body, and swept towards Yi Feng, who came to him. The power of time, slow down. Yi Feng gave a soft drink, and the speed of Yu Tianlong and the 9 golden dragon phantoms suddenly became like snails in his eyes. Return to zero sword energy, cut. The power of the ancient Tinglong was condensed on the tip of the dragon sword, and a barren sword energy suddenly pierced through the air and swept towards Yu Tianlong's body. Not good. Yu Tianlong only felt that Yi Feng's speed was as fast as lightning, but he was restrained by a kind of time force, so he couldn't react accordingly. The power of the 9 wilds, face the wall, shield. Seeing that Yu Tianlong was in danger, Pa Huang immediately used defensive means, and a thick layer of 9 desolation force condensed into a wall shield, lying in front of Yu Tianlong. There was a loud bang, and a moment later, Yi Feng disappeared and retreated. Haha, you two are quite strong, join forces together. I, Yi Feng, are no match, let's fight another day. Yi Feng's voice came later, with a hint of disdain in his tone. If it wasn't for the two of them joining forces, Yi Feng would have easily cut them off, but Yi Feng would have to spend a lot of effort if the two of them joined forces. The gains outweigh the losses. Instead of fighting the opponent here, it is better to detonate the space first, and get more rule fragments is the right way. Yu Tianlong and Pa Huang walked together and stood side by side. The Banshee cultivator who called Yi Feng, "Save me," just now took advantage of their battle and fled. At this moment, there are only 2 people left in the sky. I never expected that Yi Feng would be so powerful. Yu Tianlong's face was a little pale, and his body under the golden dragon robe trembled slightly. If Pa Huang hadn't rescued him just now, I'm afraid he would have been beheaded by Yi Feng's sword. You must know that Yi Feng has only cultivated for 1,100 years. What happened? Pa Huang frowned slightly and asked. He has mastered a power of time, but it seems to be more terrifying than the power of time. My speed slows down instantly when facing his sword. Yu Tianlong pondered and said. His barren power is also much stronger than mine. Pa Huang nodded solemnly. If I fight against him, he can put me to death with the power of desolation alone. It seems that this son has gained a lot in the ancient ruins. Yu Tianlong's eyes were full of brilliance. As a monster genius in the fairyland kingdom, how could he not know about the ancient ruins? 100 years ago, when the ancient ruins were opened last time, Yu Tianlong stepped into it, and he was one of the few people who stepped into the 6th floor. The golden dragon robe on his body is the reincarnation-level magic weapon obtained in the ancient ruins. As for breaking the wasteland, it is a rising star in recent years. It has not entered the ancient ruins, but there is a reincarnation-level magic weapon gifted by the elders, which is not inferior to Yu Tianlong. We joined forces, and we can't defeat Yi Feng. It seems that this person is worthy of being the number one of the younger generation. Pa Huang's face was cloudy and uncertain. He and Yu Tianlong, one with the power of cultivating the 9 desolations and the other with the power of Yulong, have both comprehended the 6th level of realm at this time, but facing Yi Feng, they still have no advantage at all, which shocked them too much. Yi Feng, what talent is so terrifying? They knew that Yi Feng's strength was entirely due to his talent. With his talent, even if he comprehended the power of 9 wildernesses and the power of controlling dragons like theirs, he might have already reached a level beyond the 6th level. And the power he comprehended is even stronger, as if it surpassed this world. They have never seen it before. The outcome between you and me will be decided in the future. As for Yi Feng, we don't need to take action. Yu Tiandi glanced at Pa Huang, turned around and fled away. Since they can't deal with Yi Feng with their younger generation, let's leave it to the bosses of the Immortal Kingdom. Anyway, outside the Kueishui demon realm, there are already a large number of people from the Immortal Kingdom besieging him. The reason why Yu Tiandi, Pa Huang and others didn't trouble Yi Feng before was not because Yi Feng was strong, but because they couldn't do it. Anyway, the treasure on Yi Feng belonged to their Immortal Kingdom. Why would they bother to snatch it? If Yi Feng was stronger than them, it would be no fun. Pa Huang's eyes flickered, staring at Yu Tianlong's back when he left. Although your Yulong world is strong, my 9 desolation world is not weak either. Then we have to see who the treasures on Yi Feng will eventually belong to. After Yi Feng left, he didn't know at all that he had already been missed by the people of Immortal Courtland. As for who Yu Tianlong and Pa Huang were, he would naturally know by asking Yi Shubai after he returned. He is heading towards the place where the space collapses, and detonating the space is what he has to do every day now. Soon, with a bang, the Kueishui demon realm was one step closer to being completely wiped out. Yi Feng put away the regular fragments that were blown out, and walked back. Halfway through, he suddenly found a familiar aura coming from ahead. It's from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Surprise appeared in Yi Feng's eyes. Since people from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace appeared here, he must go and have a look. Not long after, he flew in the direction of the person who felt the breath of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and soon came to a place where the space collapsed more severely. Here, there are actually several evil geniuses from several forces, staring at each other and confronting each other. Among the crowd of Longjian Immortal Palace, Yishibai, Yuyao, and Lingxian stood out. Among the major forces facing each other, they were still weak. Yi Feng watched from a distance, but he saw that besides Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, there was another young disciple from one side in the arena wearing a white robe with a gourd printed on it. They turned out to be disciples of the Immortal Gourd sect. In the world of cultivating immortals, Yi Feng killed Luo Guangdu and Xiao Tianya, both of whom belonged to the Immortal Gourd sect. The Immortal Gourd sect should be an ordinary sect in a first-class world, but there are quite a few disciples with good talents. Xiao Tianya, who had cultivated for 2,800 years, was the core disciple of the Immortal Gourd sect, but none of the few disciples of the Immortal Gourd sect in the field is worse than Xiao Tianya. All of them are much better than Xiao Tianya. The first few are the elite among the core disciples of the Immortal Gourd sect. Xiao Tianya, maybe just any ordinary core disciples. On the side of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, apart from Yishibai, Lingxian, and Yuyao, there are now several more core disciples, and they should all come to the Kueishui demon realm to compete for the rule fragments. However, Yi Shubai is already the strongest among them, and he alone may not be able to fight against those experts of the Immortal Gourd sect. What's more, now it's not just the Immortal Gourd sect that is targeting Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. The clothes are white, it's almost there. If you don't hand over the things, we have to do it. On the other side, a group of equally gifted youths in black stared closely at Subai, headed by the direction of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, and said threateningly, "Black Feather Immortal Sect, you guys are too domineering." Isubai spoke quietly, calmly. "Haha, overbearing." The leader of the Black Feather Immortal Sect, the young man in black, laughed loudly. "In this sunflower water demon world, strength is the most important thing. If your strength is inferior to others, don't try to seize the rule crystal." "Yeah?" A light and ethereal voice came to the ears of everyone in the field, and then Yi Feng, who was dressed in black, floated over and stood still in front of the white clothes in an instant. The people of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace were robbed here. Of course, Yi Feng had to come forward. No matter what, Dragon Sword Immortal Palace still helped him a lot, and Isubai also helped him a lot in the cultivation of Dao realm. "What are you, a waste of 1,000 years of cultivation?" The head of the Black Feather Immortal Sect's young man in black couldn't help but look cold when he saw Yi Feng. He was talking to Isubai. What was this kid with 1,000 years of cultivation doing running out? Such an existence, he could crush it to death with one hand. Everyone from the Immortal Gourd sect looked at Yi Feng with disdain. A guy with 1,000 years of cultivation can't get in the way in the arena. If he fights, he will be wiped out in seconds. Waste? Yi Feng smiled softly. He didn't pay attention at all, but turned his head to Isubai and asked, "What's going on?" Seeing that the clothes were Yi Feng's, he felt more confident, and directly sent a voice transmission to Yi Feng. "The space here collapsed just now, and 4 rule crystals appeared, and I got one by chance. Immortal Gourd Sect and Black Feather Immortal Zone came late, and he didn't succeed, so he wanted to fight for it." Yi Feng nodded upon hearing this, raised his head and looked around. In the arena, apart from Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, Immortal Gourd Sect and Black Feather Immortal Sect, there were also disciples from several groups of forces gathered to watch the excitement here. "There are 3 other rule crystals, who got them?" Yi Feng asked again. "The Heavenly Phoenix World, the Heavenly Phoenix Valley. The Nether Shade World, the Corpse Evil Sect. The Dragon King Realm, and the Dragon Palace. The 3 major sect forces are all the top sects in the first-class world." Close White replied. Yi Feng looked forward, and he really felt that the people on one side were all women. All of them were elegant and picturesque, with hot figures, attracting attention. They were probably the disciples of the Heavenly Phoenix World, the Heavenly Phoenix Valley. One side has a ghostly aura, and it seems to be a person from the Yusha world and the Corpse Evil sect. On the other side, there is a surge of monster energy, each of which is transformed by a big monster, which seems to be the Dragon Palace power of the Dragon King realm. Each of these 3 forces is much stronger than the current Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. No wonder the Immortal Gourd Sect and the Black Feather Immortal Sect only dared to rob the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, but did not dare to understand the other 3 sects. "Yi Feng, what are you doing here?" At this time, Ling Xian, the woman behind Subai, suddenly looked at Yi Feng and said contemptuously, "Didn't you hear that others called you a waste? It really embarrasses our Dragon Sword Immortal Palace." "Good." Yu Yao also said, "Brother Yi, we are not the opponents of the Immortal Gourd Sect and the Black Feather Immortal Sect. How about handing over the crystallization of the rules and looking for it?" She also looked at Yi Feng with disdain. Did this Yi Feng think that he could fight against Immortal Gourd Sect and Black Feather Immortal Sect when he came? How naive. The Immortal Gourd Sect is alright, but the Black Feather Immortal Sect is the top sect of the first-class Dark Immortal Dome in the world. Needless to say, the strength of the evil geniuses in it, the 2 women certainly do not believe that Yi Feng is their opponent. The sarcastic remarks at this time were of course, because Yi Feng had embarrassed them before and gave each of them a sword. The other members of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, hearing Ling Xian and Yu Yao's tone, couldn't help but feel a little strange, and all glanced at Yi Feng. "Isn't this Yi Feng, the current holder of Dragon Sword?" How could Yu Yao and senior sister Ling Xian insult the holder of the dragon sword so much? How strange. However, they also agreed in their hearts. Although they heard that the current dragon sword master is very powerful, but the core disciples who want to fight against the Black Feather Immortal sect must still be far behind. Yi Feng, don't make a move for now, I will fight them first. Yi Shubai ignored the two women's words, and just said to Yi Feng via voice transmission. Yi Feng nodded. Anyway, he has nothing to do, it's good to see Yi Shubai's strength. As for the two daughters Yu Yao and Ling Xian, Yi Feng had long regarded them as non-existent. Yi Shubai raised his head and looked at the Black Feather Immortal sect forces facing him. If you want the crystallization of rules, that's fine. You can send one of you. If you can defeat me, I will hand over the crystallization of rules. Dragon Sword Immortal Palace is dressed in white, and has comprehended the power of heaven-level space, and its combat effectiveness is indeed impressive. Everyone in the Black Feather Immortal sect narrowed their eyes slightly, staring at Su Bai, and then one of them stood up and shouted loudly, I'm here to fight. Okay, junior brother, you go and defeat him. The young people headed by Heiyu Xianzong smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. He is only dressed in white, so there is no need for him to make a move. Although Yi Shubai is strong, he is still ranked in the top 100 among the younger generation of evil geniuses, but he is the #1 core disciple of the Black Feather Immortal sect, but he can be ranked in the 60th or 70th place. Bai must be able to catch it. Even his junior brother has just squeezed into the top 100, no worse than Yi Shubai. The black-faced young man who was playing stood up proudly and pointed at Yisabai. Yisabai, don't let the trash stand in front of you, come out and fight. The white clothes fluttered out, and a sword swept towards the opponent in an instant. The black-faced youth snorted, a little contemptuous of the white clothes. Although the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace in the second-class world is very powerful, and there are many elders in the Immortal King realm, compared with their Black Feather Immortal sect, they will not have the slightest advantage. Otherwise, the Dark Immortal Dome where the Black Feather Immortal sect is located would not have become a first-class world, which shows that its comprehensive strength is strong. Not only is the strength of the older generation terrifying, but even the younger generation has countless talents and evildoers. As far as the black-faced young man himself is concerned, he has comprehended a special power in the Dark Fairy Dome, the Dark Fairy Power, to the 5th level, which is extremely powerful. It is said that the power of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace understood by Yi Shubai is only the 4th level. How to fight him? Dressed in white and white clothes, he came with a sword, 9 days a day. Sure enough, it is the power of the sun. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Yi Shubai's sword already contained the power of the sun. Although it was only the 1st level, its power would not be inferior to the 5th level of Xia Qingtian's ordinary power. Of course, the black-faced young man had never seen the power of the sun. He frowned slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the dark fairy power immediately enveloped his whole body, trying to resist the 9-day sword energy of the sun. Broken sword technique. The white figure in the close fluttered, and another sword slashed out. Broken swordsmanship, designed to break the power of defense. Bang! The black-faced young man's shield of dark immortal power shattered immediately, and then a sword swept over him, causing him to retreat again and again, and the power of space was finally displayed. The power of the earth-level space, move. The black-faced youth wanted to dodge, but suddenly found himself besieged by a stronger force of space. Clothes are white, and he has already comprehended the power of heaven-level space. The black-faced young man was terrified, and then the 9 heaven sword chi swept over him, intending to kill him with a single blow. Unexpectedly, Yi Shubai was so strong that he easily defeated him. Bold. Seeing that the black-faced youth was no match, the leader of the Black Feather Immortal sect finally couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward, and the 6th level of dark immortal power swept out, instantly destroying the sword energy in Yisabai. Although the power of the sun is a powerful force beyond the scope of the lower clear sky, it is only the first level of light, and still cannot compare with the sixth level of dark fairy power. The power of heaven-level space, I have also comprehended. The leading youth shouted, "Remember my name, Black Feather Immortal Sect, Wu Xiao." The power of space swept out, breaking through the space barrier of Yisabai in an instant, and then the dark fairy power condensed into a bunch, and with a domineering aura, it came in front of Yisabai in an instant. "Can't resist, retreat." Yishubai's heart trembled, the opponent's power was too strong, the sixth level of ordinary power was quite terrifying, let alone the level of dark fairy power was far above ordinary power. However, he found that he couldn't retreat anymore. The sixth level of dark fairy power was integrated into the overbearing Wu Zhao's sky-level space power, and he trapped Yisubai in it, facing his beam attack directly. "Brother E." Ling Xian couldn't help but speak out in worry. "You guys are shameless, you agreed to one-on-one, but you shot halfway." Yu Yao's eyes were about to burst into flames, seeing that Yishubai was about to be killed by the opponent, but they were helpless. The rest of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace behind them were also terrified. They never expected that the number one core disciple of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace would be so vulnerable in front of the tyrannical evildoers of other top forces. The dark-faced young man of the Black Feather Immortal Sect was defeated just now, and Wu Xiao came to his rescue, but now that the clothes are white, who can help him? Yi Feng, who was standing aside, no one noticed at all. At this moment, Yi Feng moved. "Your Excellency is really a good means." Yi Feng's voice drifted over, and then the domineering Wu Xiao felt a terrifying pressure descending from the sky, and then, the target he wanted to kill, Yishubai, was sent out of the area he had sealed off. "Who is it?" Wu Zhao's face changed. This person should not be underestimated. It is not easy to break through his seal and rescue him. "Who did you say?" Yi Feng's faint voice came out, followed by silence on the field. Whether it was the people of the Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, the people of the Black Feather Immortal Sect, or the people of the Immortal Gourd Sect on the side, they were all stunned for a moment. Only after fighting and fighting did the dust clear away. "It's the trash who just came here with a 1,000-year cultivation base." Farther away, the forces of the Dragon Palace of the Dragon King Realm, the Tianhuang Valley of the Tianhuang world, and the Corpse Sect of the Yusha world all opened their eyes wide. They did not expect that it would be a young man with a cultivation level of more than 1,000 years who rescued Yisubai. Faintly, they thought of the unprovoked person who was active in this space of the Kuai-Shui demon realm. Could it be him? "It's you? How is it possible?" Wu Zhao's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. For a guy with a cultivation base of 1,100 years, to be able to save someone from under his hands, this is a slap in the face, like a slap in the face. But in retrospect, was he careless just now? No. How did this kid do it? After much deliberation, Wu Xiao couldn't figure it out. Immediately afterwards, something happened that made him even more incomprehensible. Yi Feng flew not far away from him in an orderly manner, and said with a faint smile, "You all go together. If you can defeat me, I will give you the crystallization of the rules." Boom! This voice exploded in the crowd like a thunderbolt. This kid actually wants to fight everyone present at the Black Feather Immortal Sect by himself? You must know that there are more than a dozen strong men with 3,000 years of cultivation, and there are monsters like Wu Xiao among them. "You shut up." Ling Xian immediately spoke up and said angrily, "What qualifications do you have to represent us in the battle? You didn't get the crystallization of the rules." "That's right, if you want to play, you can gamble with the crystallization of the rules yourself, and we won't accompany you." Yu Yao said immediately, and then looked at Yishubai, "Brother E, let's go first. If they stay here again, the rule crystal will definitely not be guaranteed." Although they have obtained more than one rule crystal during this trip, every rule crystal is precious to them. No problem, trust Ji Feng. Yisubai shook his head, calm and at ease. From the ability that Yi Feng showed when he rescued him just now, Yisubai has every reason to believe that Yi Feng's strength has surpassed his. Since he said that he wants to fight all the strong men of the Black Feather Immortal sect, he must be sure of. Brother Yi. Ling Xian was a little anxious, puzzled. Yisubai actually believed Yi Feng? Senior sister Ling Xian, senior sister Yu Yao, I think we should also trust the person in charge. At this time, the other Dragon Sword Immortal Palace disciples behind the two women said one after another, the person in charge can rescue Brother Yi, which shows that his strength is not bad. Today, our Dragon Sword Immortal Palace can't just shrink back like this, otherwise, what face will there be? What do you know? How strong do you think this Yi Feng is? Yu Yao's face was frosty, and she said coldly, he wants to fight against everyone in the Black Feather Immortal sect by himself. He is simply seeking his own death. We are all elites of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace, so we can't accompany him to die.